001. Link, I am not Zelda. After vanquishing Ganon, Link and Zelda find themselves burdened with the monumental task of revitalizing Hyrule, leaving them perpetually occupied. Yet, as young souls, they occasionally seize moments of respite, embarking together to the riverbank for a picnic beneath the shade of trees, watching the sun-dappled waters flow gracefully to the horizon. After their meal, they lean against each other, relishing the gentle caress of the breeze. Recently, I've been feeling quite unsettled, Zelda remarked, furrowing her brow. Link tilted his head, his expression questioning. Why? Zelda, perplexed, continued. It's peculiar. Ganon has been sealed away, yet I feel an unsettling sense of impending crisis. It keeps me from sleeping soundly. Link, could this be an omen of another impending peril for the land of Hyrule? Link grasped Zelda's hand, smiling as he shook his head. Suddenly, the once clear sky darkened ominously, shrouded in ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled in the distance. Link instinctively pulled Zelda behind him, his gaze fixed warily on the turbulent skies. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck down. Link hurriedly pushed Zelda aside, but all that remained before him was a blinding light. Link, a muffled call from Zelda reached his ears. Once a flamboyant playboy, billionaire, philanthropist, scientist, and genius, Tony Stark now finds himself a captive among terrorists, discussing the construction of armor with Ethan. What was termed a discussion was merely Tony issuing commands while Ethan assisted. The leader of the terrorists had just threatened them, and Tony Stark had but one day left to assemble his armor. Behind them lay a pile of rubble, littered with scraps of metal, springs, and various debris. Days of hardship had transformed Tony from a privileged youth into a disheveled figure, unbathed and reeking of oil and rust. The area around the magnet on his chest had become infected due to unsanitary conditions. Having bowed his head for too long, Tony felt a slight ache in his neck and lifted his head, stretching. He sighed. Ethan, when this is over, I shall take you out for the most extravagant feast the world has to offer. Ethan, a gentle soul, pondered their dire situation, reflecting that merely surviving until tomorrow was a concern. Thoughts of grand feasts seemed a distant dream. Yet, he refrained from voicing his doubts and simply smiled, replying, I shall await that day. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the rubble behind them. The noise intensified, and mechanical components began to tumble from above. This startled both Tony and Ethan. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the debris. Tony shouted, Ah, those deranged terrorists have even discarded bodies here. Ethan, however, was quick to react, rushing to investigate. Wait, this appears to be a living person. The rubble shifted, and a boy with brilliant golden hair stumbled out, disoriented. The lad, seemingly around 14 or 15 years of age, was filthy, yet his delicate features and sparkling eyes could not be concealed. His straight brows were resolute, hinting at a strong spirit. The boy stood bewildered, clad only in shorts, with a stone tablet hanging at his waist, devoid of any other clothing. Though slender, he possessed a sturdy physique. The golden-haired boy pressed his forehead, appearing to be in pain, and uttered a series of incomprehensible words. Neither Ethan nor Tony could decipher his mutterings, and Tony assumed it was some local dialect, thus paying it little heed. Ethan quickly glanced at the surveillance camera, realizing the golden-haired boy was positioned in a blind spot, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With a hint of jest, Tony remarked, Poor child, what are you doing amidst this rubble? Searching for treasure, perhaps? The golden-haired boy turned his gaze to Tony, his luminous eyes causing Tony Stark to momentarily freeze. In his heart, a single word arose. Hero. It was a peculiar sensation. The boy seemed not to comprehend Tony's words, and confused, he retrieved an archaic stone tablet from his waist. At the center of the tablet glowed a fiery orange gem. Exchanging glances, Tony and Ethan were perplexed by the boy's intentions. Their astonishment, as the boy fiddled with the tablet, it suddenly disintegrated into dust. In shock, the boy cried out, mumbling a string of incomprehensible phrases before collapsing to that moment. A commotion was heard from outside the prison. Someone knocked on the door, calling, What are you doing in there? Quickly, they moved the golden-haired boy to a concealed corner. Regardless of the circumstances, if the terrorists discovered this boy, it would spell doom. Tony and Ethan resumed their audacious plan, for their lives depended on it. Time was of the essence. After some time, the golden-haired boy regained consciousness, rubbing his eyes and noticing a tattered garment draped over him. He stood up. Tony Stark greeted him. Ah, Zelda, you have finally awakened. The boy, still groggy, had been muttering words in a language neither could understand, with the name Zelda emerging most frequently. Thus, Tony decided to name the golden-haired boy Zelda. Upon awakening, the boy sat silently to the side, intently observing their work, his demeanor somewhat melancholic. Ethan attempted to communicate with him in the local tongue, but to no avail. Tony murmured. Could he possibly be simple-minded? Yet, the golden-haired boy seemed to grasp Tony's words, casting him an indignant glare. As the armor was completed and they prepared to fit it onto Tony, both were filled with tension. Time was short. The terrorist leader approached the monitoring computer, noticing only Ethan at the workstation, with Tony Stark nowhere in sight. Frowning, he inquired, "Where is Tony Stark?" With a menacing tone, the leader commanded, "Go and check." Several armed subordinates hurriedly rushed to the door. They knocked forcefully, calling for Tony Stark, and when no response came, they burst through the door, triggering the explosives tied behind IT. In an explosive blast, the door and the terrorists were obliterated. The golden-haired boy was taken aback. "Quick, activate the power system," Tony shouted, while Ethan scrambled to control the computer, both of them in a flurry of activity. At that moment, the golden-haired boy finally spoke. The golden-haired youth spoke in somewhat awkward English, requesting, "Please give me a shield." Tony retorted angrily, "A shield? Damn it. So you can talk. Look at the situation we're in. You think a child can just ask for a toy? But right now, I have no time to help you." He turned to Zelda. "Did you hear that? We might all die soon. So don't disturb me. I'm busy, very busy." The golden-haired boy shook his head, insisting, "My name is not Zelda. I am Link." Tony shouted back, "Oh, I couldn't care less what your name is." At that moment, Ethan softly lamented, "There's not enough time." He then turned to Tony with a serious expression. "I will buy you some time." Tony shouted, "Stick to the plan," ignoring Tony's command. Ethan picked up a gun and prepared to charge out. At this critical juncture, Link suddenly dashed forward, blocking Ethan's path. "There are enemies approaching, right? Give me a shield. I'll handle the rest." Ethan sighed, "Child, this isn't the time to be reckless." He attempted to shake off Link's grip, but the 14 or 15-year-old boy exhibited surprising strength, his hands gripping Ethan's arm like steel. As Link delayed, the terrorists advanced rapidly, while the progress bar on the computer screen lingered at a mere 70%. Link glanced around and found a lid with handles, positioning it in front of his chest. Frowning, he swung it a couple of times, contemplating, "This might do in a pinch. However, if the shield fails, I might perish as well." He glanced at the 3 red hearts in the upper left corner, feeling somewhat despondent. After awakening a century later, the hard-earned energy and hearts he had accumulated had vanished. The Sheikah's slate, for reasons unknown, had also malfunctioned. He was left with nothing, not even the dishes he had prepared that enhanced his attack and health. All the high-tier weapons, armor, shields, including the Master Sword, had disappeared. Moreover, he no longer possessed the skills of the 4 champions. Link clutched his chest, realizing the gravity of his situation. More importantly, he had been thrust into an unfamiliar world, and Zelda was nowhere to be found. The only support he had was this flimsy iron shield. Tony sighed helplessly. All right, a delusional youth is attempting to cosplay Captain America with a trash can lid. As the terrorists burst in, they were met with Link wielding the lid, glaring defiantly at them. For a moment, they were taken aback, then found the scene somewhat ridiculous. Who was this boy, trying to stop them with a trash can lid? Consequently, 4 or 5 of them opened fire simultaneously. Startled, Link realized these individuals wielded strange metallic weapons that emitted light attacks reminiscent of guardians. He hastily shoved Ethan aside, just as a barrage of bullets rained down upon him. Ethan shouted, "Kid." Meanwhile, Tony muttered under his breath, "Damn it, hurry up." Link focused intently, and suddenly, time seemed to slow. The bullets appeared clearly in his line of sight, moving as if in slow motion. With bated breath and unwavering concentration, Link swung the lid backward. Shield reflection. Ethan's mouth fell agape in astonishment as he beheld an astonishing spectacle. A dozen bullets veered at a 180-degree angle, ricocheting back towards several terrorists. "Boom! Boom! Boom! My God!" Ethan exclaimed, his gaze directed at Link, filled with disbelief. Tony shouted, "What just happened?" At that moment, the Iron Monarch armor's diagnostics concluded. Clad in the cumbersome and unseemly mechanical suit, Tony turned around only to find Ethan sprawled on the ground, his eyes fixed on Link with a reverence akin to that of a devotee before a deity. Before Link lay several fallen terrorists, lifeless from gunshot wounds. Link merely wielded a comically thin metal trash can lid. Tony gasped, "This defies logic. How did you accomplish that?" Link gestured with a reverse shield motion, replying, "Shield parry." However, Tony, having not witnessed Link's shield parry firsthand, preferred to believe that the terrorists had, in a moment of madness, shot at themselves. At least that barely aligns with scientific reasoning. Tony declared, "We must leave." The trio hastily made their way out, with Link steadfastly leading the charge, shield in hand. Before long, they encountered foes. The sight of Tony's grotesque armor momentarily stunned the enemy, prompting them to open fire. With gunfire erupting, Bullets rained furiously upon the three. Yet, this time, Link was well acquainted with such guardian-like assaults. Unfazed, he focused intently on the incoming bullets, deftly swinging his shield in response. Time seemed to freeze, the air resonating with a whispering wind, amplified by the elongated sound of rifle fire. Though stripped of armor, weaponry, the Master Sword, and the skills of the four heroes, his martial prowess and the courage within remained unwavering. Regardless of how many bullets he fired, he would always return the favor. He then inquired of Link, "Child, are you an extraterrestrial?" Suddenly thrust into this world, his powers diminished. Link felt an unsettling intuition. This was somehow linked to his eternal nemesis, the Dark Lord Ganon. He needed to find Zelda swiftly. This revelation left Tony and Ethan utterly perplexed, both well-versed in multiple languages and worldly knowledge. They had never encountered a realm on Earth known as Hyrule. Could it be some primitive tribe on a Pacific isle? As Link prepared to dash from the cave, Ethan, fully aware of the defensive layout outside, suddenly lunged to block Link, exclaiming, "Don't go out there. They're machine guns." Tony stepped forward, casting a sidelong glance at Link. "Boy, have you had your moment in the spotlight? It's time for the protagonist to shine." Possessing an intellect beyond the ordinary, he quickly grasped Link's skills after witnessing them once. Executing the shield parry, Link spoke of required intense concentration, a breath held in anticipation to achieve a decisive strike. Outside, the machine guns continued their relentless barrage. Just as Link completed his first parry, a second wave of bullets surged forth, unrelenting. This boy was indeed peculiar, but it was implausible for him to execute multiple shield parries in a single second. The flimsy trash lid could hardly withstand the bullets. If Link charged outside, he would face grave danger. It was imperative that he himself intervened. Tony piloted the mech out of the cave, where chaos erupted among the enemies outside. The sunlight bathed the armor, forcing Tony to squint. After days of confinement in a dim prison cell, the brightness felt overwhelmingly harsh. This sunlight also ignited the fury that had been building within him during his captivity. He shouted, "Look who you have offended!" As flames erupted from his flamethrower, they engulfed a group of foes who writhed in agony on the ground. Tony warned Link and Ethan, "Stay inside until I deal with the enemies outside." With a roar, the thrusters activated beneath him, and Tony leaped into the fray, knocking down an adversary as he became embroiled in the melee. Though he appeared formidable to Link, he seemed rather clumsy, inefficient, and lacking in ranged weaponry. Soon after, Tony found himself in the crosshairs of a distant machine gun, a barrage of bullets incapacitating him amidst a flurry of exploding munitions, sending shockwaves that toppled Ethan and Link. Link turned to Ethan, asking, "Do we have a bow and arrow?" Ethan replied, "No one uses such primitive weapons anymore." Link insisted, "Any ranged weapon will do." Consequently, Ethan handed his rifle to Link. Confused, Link received a crash course in marksmanship from Ethan. "Here, pull the trigger, and it will fire." Curious, Link squeezed the trigger, and with a loud bang, the bullet narrowly missed Ethan. Startled, Ethan stammered, "It seems you've mastered the firearm." Link quickly apologized, but outside the cave, explosions raged, placing them in grave peril. Grasping the rifle, Link dashed to the cave's edge, aiming at the enemy operating the machine gun. Noticing Link's awkward stance while aiming, Tony was taken aback. He could have used the mech's thrusters to launch himself to safety, but that would mean abandoning Link and Ethan. Despite his carefree demeanor, Tony possessed a profound sense of responsibility and pride. He would rather perish here than forsake Link and Ethan, who had saved him. When Tony saw Link attempt to shoot the machine gunner, he shouted, "Don't be foolish. You won't hit anything from that distance." Link fired, and the recoil twisted his wrist, causing the rifle to slip from his grasp, leaving him wincing in pain. Yet, Tony was astonished. The bullet, fired in Link's awkward stance, glinted as it sped toward the gunner, striking him in the forehead, causing him to collapse in a heap. With the suppression fire eliminated, the pressure on Tony significantly lessened. Activating the thrusters, Tony glared at the scattered ammo crates, cursing, "What fools! They leave munitions exposed to the scorching sun in the desert. Have they never learned about hazardous materials regulations?" At that moment, the thrusters failed to respond twice. Tony exchanged glances with Ethan, realizing this won't work. Iron Man can't lift 3 people. Ethan shook his head. "I'm heavier. You should take the boy and go." Tony urgently insisted, "Don't say that. You have a family. I will ensure both of you escape safely." Ethan chuckled. "I was deceiving you. I have no family." Tony was taken aback. As the impending tragedy of the original timeline loomed, Ethan found himself inescapably confronted with death. Link looked down, casting a glance at the 3 red hearts in the upper left corner. After assessing the damage, he felt a surge of confidence. He urged Tony, take Ethan and leave. Tony, clutching his head, murmured, what is happening today? I keep encountering these selfless individuals willing to sacrifice for others. Link, with a serious demeanor, insisted, you must go. I can handle this. You've witnessed my shield reflection skill. I will be perfectly fine and will join you shortly. In the original timeline, it was indeed Ethan's death that transformed Tony from a weapons dealer into a defender of peace on Earth. At this moment, Link's piercing gaze deeply moved Tony. Upon first seeing Link's eyes, the notion of a hero emerged in his mind, now intensified by the boy's fearless expression, which blossomed within Tony's heart. Taking a deep breath, Tony declared, boy, I know you possess extraordinary abilities. You must survive. He then scooped up Ethan and soared into the sky. Link rushed outside, observing Tony's trajectory. With an arm outstretched, he positioned a trash can lid against his chest, preparing to confront the ammunition crates. During his wanderings across Hyrule, lacking the Bird Divine Beast skill, he devised a peculiar flight method using his shield. By detonating explosives and then standing on his shield, he harnessed the shockwave to propel himself into the air. Had Tony known that Link's assurance of safety stemmed from such an unconventional approach, he would never have allowed Link to remain behind. With a thunderous explosion, sparks flew, and a shockwave rushed towards Link, blowing his golden hair straight back. Suddenly, he leapt, landing on the trash can lid midair. As the shockwave surged, Link used the momentum to ascend. The shield beneath him shattered into pieces. His knees absorbed the impact, costing him one heart. Yet, achieving such a feat without any armor was already a remarkable limit. Link laughed joyously in the sky. While approaching terrorists mistook him for some kind of bird, he relished this perilous act, thriving on the exhilarating thrill of life and death hanging by a thread. He had previously performed this stunt in front of Zelda, startling her so much that she forbade him from such dangerous antics, leaving Link quite disappointed. Adjusting to the direction of the shock, he propelled himself towards where Tony was flying. After savoring 2 seconds of exhilarating speed, Link decided to deploy his glider, intending to leisurely seek out Tony. Suddenly, an expression of rare terror crossed Link's face, an unusual sight for the legendary hero who had saved Hyrule. This was due to the realization that his glider had vanished. Link was at a loss as to how to land. 004 hard landing. 004 Link gasped in midair, staring in horror at the enemy camp below, now appearing diminutive. He found himself at an astonishing height, buffeted by howling winds that caused him to sway precariously. Link glanced at the 2 remaining hearts on his health bar. At this altitude, a fall would undoubtedly be fatal. As he felt his body begin to plummet, despair enveloped him. In the realm of the game, he could respawn, utilizing Mipha's skills or the assistance of fairies for instant revival. But now, bereft of both fairies and Mipha, he was reminded that this was no mere game. Death here was final. Ahead on the sandy expanse, he spotted fragments of the Iron Titan, with Tony and Ethan sprawled on the ground, groaning in apparent agony from their own disastrous fall. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked within Link as he noticed the slope of a nearby sand dune. Clenching his fists, he resolved that despite having only 2 hearts left, his physique was far more resilient than that of an ordinary person, enabling him to withstand impacts that would incapacitate others. Ethan, battered and bruised, stared vacantly at the sky, pondering aloud their predicament. At least we have armor for protection. But what of Link, who is unprotected? Tony, suffering from burns inflicted by the scalding sand, abruptly sat up and, following Ethan's gaze, became transfixed. Has Link been blasted away? Link crashed onto the dune, kicking up a cloud of sand as he rolled down the slope like a wheel. Link, Tony shouted, rushing forward alongside Ethan. They positioned themselves to catch Link as he descended. A fall from such a height would be catastrophic, even onto a soft surface. Link knew that even water would jar him violently. As he attempted to curl his body upon impact with the grains of sand, he felt a spurt of blood escape his lips, his health dwindling to a mere half-heart. Yet, a flicker of joy surged within him. At least he was alive. Rolling uncontrollably, he swallowed a mouthful of sand, the world spinning around him. Just as his last half-heart threatened to fade, he tumbled into the embrace of 2 bodies. Like a cannonball, he collided with Tony and Ethan, sending all 3 of them sprawling in a heap. Link, Tony exclaimed, his face smeared with dirt as he scrambled to check on Link's condition. He found Link's face as pale as a sheet. His once radiant golden hair now dulled and laden with sand. His breaths and heartbeat grew faint, and despite Tony's desperate calls, Link lay unresponsive, as if carved from stone. His eyes tightly shut. Link, pull yourself together. I will take you to the finest doctor in the world. You will be all right, Tony implored, shaking Link's frail form. Regret washed over him for having placed such a young boy in the midst of an impending explosion, guilt gnawing at his conscience. At that moment, Ethan hurried over and urgently interjected, "Stop shaking him. He is not dead." Tony froze, watching as Link slowly opened his eyes, glaring at him with evident irritation. "I've broken several bones. I need to rest." With that, Link succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Thanks to his robust physique, Link endured the harrowing fall from such a height. It rendered his vital signs faint. He must now hibernate like a turtle, minimizing his movements to safeguard the last breath of life within him. Just moments ago, Tony's abrupt shake nearly extinguished Link's flickering flame of existence. Ethan stepped forward to examine Link's condition, stating his injuries are severe. He has succumbed to a protective slumber. We must not disturb him. Tony, shifting from alarm to relief, seized Link and hoisted him onto his back. However, his footing faltered and he nearly stumbled. "This boy appears light, yet he is surprisingly heavy," he muttered. The two hastened through the desert, carrying Link, while Ethan, also gravely injured, paused to catch his breath after every few steps. Shielding Link from the harsh sun's glare, Tony draped a piece of cloth over the young man's forehead. Although the golden-haired youth lay unconscious, his soiled visage still exuded a delicate charm, and in this moment of unconsciousness, his straight brows softened, rendering him almost cherubic. Tony pondered, how heartbroken must this child's parents be, knowing their son faces such peril? His lips blistered and his throat parched. Ethan gasped, "Do not worry about me. It is too hot here. Link cannot last much longer. You must take him ahead. I will follow slowly behind." Tony glanced at Link on his back, then at the severely injured Ethan, caught in a moment of indecision. He chastised himself. I should have checked if the armor could be repaired. There ought to be some fuel left in the thrusters. Just as the trio was on the brink of succumbing to the desert's relentless heat, a whirring noise echoed from the sky. "This is bad. They are coming after us in a helicopter," Ethan exclaimed, mistaking them for foes. However, Tony felt a surge of joy. He wearily lowered Link and declared, "Those terrorists hiding in the desert do not possess this kind of helicopter. I recognize the sound of its rotors." Two military helicopters soared overhead, stirring the sand into a frenzy. Tony raised a hand in triumph, flashing a peace sign. As the aircraft descended, Tony Stark's friend, Rhodey, emerged, astonished to see Tony's worn and haggard appearance, the once dapper playboy now resembling a ragged vagabond. "Rhodey, quickly, get this child to medical attention," Tony urged. They hurried aboard the helicopter amidst a flurry of activity. Meanwhile, during his unconscious state, Link remained oblivious to the 3 red hearts in the upper left corner of his screen. With a soft beep, a 4th heart emerged, elevating the count to 4. Inside the aircraft, Rhodey chuckled and waved dismissively. "Tony, you're out of your mind. This boy fell from 200 meters. How could he possibly survive?" Tony sipped from the military canteen, frowning. "I too find it hard to believe, yet it is unfolding before my eyes. By the way, pass me a glass of brandy." Tony's expression darkened. "It will be fine. I will compensate him. He cannot walk, so I shall provide him with an armored suit that can run and fly. It is what he deserves." Tony's overwhelming sense of responsibility began to weigh heavily upon him once more, as he prepared for the challenging operation ahead. While Link remained in his stupor, Tony carried him across the Eurasian expanse, all the way to North America, finally opening the rear cabin door. Little Pepper was deeply intrigued by the mystery of Tony's 3-month disappearance, pondering whether it had subjected him to torment, perhaps even leading to a positive transformation in his demeanor. To her astonishment, she witnessed Tony alongside a bespectacled middle-aged man and his friend Rhodey, hurriedly pushing a stretcher. Upon seeing Little Pepper, Tony shouted, "Quick, take this child to the hospital." Little Pepper promptly responded, "Oh, of course." While contemplating, "Child? Tony's illegitimate son?" The medical team arrived swiftly. Despite Tony's right arm being bandaged and his gait uneven, he remained attentive to the youth on the stretcher. He then addressed the medical personnel with earnestness. "Take good care of him." Afterward, he approached Little Pepper and introduced the boy. "This is my savior." After expressing her gratitude to Ethan, Little Pepper watched as the ambulance doors closed, puzzled about the identity of the blonde youth who received such tender care from Tony. She inquired, "Who is he?" Little Pepper found it perplexing. She knew that Tony harbored a dislike for hospitals and the invasive queries of doctors regarding his private health matters. Logically, upon disembarking from the plane, he would rather throw a grand party than visit a hospital. She was prepared to argue with Tony, but he decisively stated, "To the hospital? Could it be that 3 months of confinement had finally catalyzed a transformation in Tony?" Yet, Tony clarified, "No, I'm not going to the hospital for treatment. I'm going to see that child. Moreover, Ethan requires further medical attention. Tony's aversion to hospitals remained unchanged. He distrusted others and loathed the sensation of having his life in someone else's hands. In the original Marvel Universe, in Iron Man 1, he could have gone to the hospital for a more suitable reactor replacement, but chose to take the risk and let Little Pepper attend to him instead. In Iron Man 2, suffering from palladium poisoning, he preferred to languish in despair rather than seek medical help, even though it would have been futile. It was only in Iron Man 3 that he finally released his pent-up emotions and underwent surgery to remove the shrapnel that had been lodged in his body for 5 years. Tony then said to Little Pepper, "All I want now is a cheeseburger. Oh, and get Ethan one too. I promised him a meal." Ethan, standing nearby, expressed his gratitude, but internally scoffed. Weren't we supposed to dine on the world's most extravagant feast? How did it devolve into cheeseburgers? Tony then instructed, "Prepare a press conference for me." Little Pepper asked where. Tony replied, "Right here in this hospital." He then bit into his burger and hurried down from the vehicle to reach Link's hospital room. Standing at the door, he exchanged a silent glance with Ethan, both hesitant to enter. At that moment, the doctor emerged, startling them. "Mr. Stark," Tony inquired, "has Link awakened?" The doctor affirmed, "Yes, he has." Tony hesitated, asking, "Did he exhibit any emotional fluctuations?" During the preliminary assessment on the plane, Rhodey had regrettably informed Tony that Link might never walk again and would be unable to care for himself, plunging Tony into a profound sense of guilt. If only I had enhanced the thruster's power, perhaps we could have escaped together. Although Tony was wary of outsiders and often spoke harshly, once he recognized a friend, he transformed into a generous and kind-hearted individual. In Iron Man 2, during a moment of illness and despair, Tony Stark bequeathed his company to Pepper Potts and entrusted the War Machine armor to James Rhodes, though he only gifted one suit. For the Iron Man armor was a cherished possession of his, one he would take with him even in death. After the conclusion of the Civil War, he single-handedly strove to uphold the Avengers. Despite being the last remaining member, Rhodes was incapacitated, Doctor Strange was preoccupied, and Spider-Man had abandoned him, leaving Tony in a state of profound sorrow, though he remained silent about it. Nevertheless, he tirelessly developed specialized weapons for Thor and others, yearning for the day he could aid them once more. Presently, Ethan and Link had been recognized by Tony as friends. The weight of responsibility bore heavily upon him. He believed that Link's predicament was a reflection of his own inadequacies. The doctor, following suit, concurred. This child is indeed unfortunate, though physically unharmed. He has been encased in plaster by a cadre of inept military doctors. What bad luck! Tony exclaimed, physically unharmed. The doctor, startled, inwardly chastised the eccentric playboy, yet replied, "Indeed, he suffers not a scratch. Among his peers, I have never encountered anyone with a more robust physique. Is he an athlete? His physical condition is astonishing, with a body fat percentage below 7, all muscle. Oh, how I loathe to think of my own gluttonous son who is ballooned into a pig." Ignoring the doctor's ramblings, Tony rushed into the solitary patient room, where he found Link glumly staring at his plaster-clad body, resembling someone draped in 2 layers of down jackets. A rather clumsy and amusing sight. Link turned to Tony and awkwardly greeted him in broken English. "Hello." Tony was taken aback. "You're healed?" Link nodded, astonished at his own remarkable physical resilience. Moments prior, he had processed information in his mind, completed a high-difficulty task, earned 1 heart container, earned 1 energy container. As a result, Link observed that his life points, represented by red hearts in the upper left corner, had increased to 4. His energy meter had also risen by 25. This revelation brought Link immense joy. Even with just 3 hearts, he could survive a fall from great heights, exemplifying his terrifying physical capabilities. Now with 4 hearts, his vitality surged by a quarter. In the Marvel Universe, this energy was manifested as the power he wielded. Link estimated his arm strength to be double that of an ordinary person. With his energy levels elevated, he mused that he might even be able to arm wrestle Thor or the Hulk. However, the plaster encased him, restricting his movements. Intent on testing his newfound strength, Link exerted himself, shattering the plaster in a display that astonished onlookers. Link stood up, disregarding the dropped jaws of Tony and the others, and stood barefoot on the ground, moving his limbs freely. He glanced at the prompt in his mind and chuckled wryly. High-difficulty task? Please, even if given another chance to increase my life points, I would not undertake such foolishness a second time. The increase in life points and energy meter brought Link encouraging news, indicating that his strength could grow, paving the way for future mastery of the 4 divine beast skills: resurrection, levitation, blocking, and electrocution, including the manipulation of metal, time suspension, levitating ice, and explosives. All are within reach. Tony entered, scrutinizing Link from head to toe. I thought you would be unconscious for a longer duration. Link nodded, a rumble emanating from his stomach. His gaze fixated on the half-eaten hamburger in Tony's hand, his eyes filled with reproach. Why is there none for me? Ethan chimed in, if you desire it. My hamburger is yours. It remains untouched. Ethan offered the unopened hamburger to Link. Gratefully, Link accepted it and devoured it with remarkable speed, finishing the entire hamburger in mere moments, much to the astonishment of onlookers. At that moment, Link's physique appeared clean and slender, his fair skin radiant, with delicate features framed by cascading golden hair, embodying a rare refinement. Tony mused that even if Link donned a dress, he would still exude an enchanting allure. Truly a striking young man. Yet, this seemingly delicate boy had survived a fall from a height of several hundred meters, deflecting bullets with nothing more than a flimsy metal trash can lid. Tony found himself curious about the differences in Link's physiology compared to an ordinary person. Outside, a cacophony of voices beckoned, and Tony approached the window, discovering a throng of reporters gathered outside the hospital, brandishing cameras and microphones like a pack of eager wolves. Tony muttered, "These people are truly dedicated." Just then a bald, robust man entered, exclaiming, "Tony, it's wonderful to see you unharmed." Link's gaze sharpened. He observed Obadiah. Keenly aware of the man's exceptional acting skills, despite having failed to ensnare Tony, Obadiah maintained a facade of camaraderie, revealing no cracks in his demeanor. It seemed he possessed an unwavering resolve, and Tony's entanglement with such a character was indeed unfortunate. Obadiah, feigning warmth, remarked, "I'm glad to see you well. The reporters are waiting downstairs. Let us proceed." He then noticed a pair of eyes fixated upon him, those of the golden-haired boy seated on the hospital bed, scrutinizing him as if he were a criminal, which made Obadiah quite uncomfortable. Tony shook his head. There's no rush. These reporters would gladly wait a while longer. After all, a sensational headline is forthcoming for them. Tony was acutely aware that his impending actions would reverberate across the globe. Turning to Link, he inquired softly, "How are you feeling? Do you require anything?" Link replied succinctly, "A piece of clothing." Unlike Tony, who was ever the loquacious conversationalist, Link was succinct and reserved. Tony instructed someone to fetch clothing, then raised an eyebrow at Link. "Your English accent is rather peculiar. Rest for now. I shall visit you after the press conference." Tony, typically frivolous, displayed an unusual tenderness toward Link. Having spent years alongside Tony, Obadiah immediately sensed the shift and entertained a suspicion akin to Pepper S. Could this boy, of an appropriate age, be Tony's illegitimate son? Given Tony's propensity for affection, the emergence of an illegitimate child was hardly surprising. However, Obadiah wore a rather sullen expression. If that were indeed the case, it wouldn't suffice to eliminate only Tony Stark. The golden-haired youth must also be dealt with, for otherwise he would inherit Tony's fortune. And Obadiah had no desire to toil for 3 generations of the Stark family. He inquired, "Tony, who is this?" Tony shrugged. "Link, a very dependable friend of mine. Let us be on our way." At that moment, Link quickly donned his attire, asserting, "I will accompany you." Ethan remarked, "You should take care of your injuries." Link, having finished putting on his shoes, looked up and replied, "All done. These minor injuries are nothing." Minutes later, Tony ignited the scene. He announced that Stark Industries would cease weapon production. Link observed Tony's fearless demeanor on stage, while Obadiah stood awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. The journalists reacted with unexpected uniformity. Their beloved Tony Stark had once again provided them with a sensational story. Link understood that the reporters would likely interpret this as yet another whimsical declaration from the affluent Tony Stark, soon to be dismissed as mere folly. Continuing with their arms sales. After all, the arms trade was immensely profitable. Such a market was not easy to penetrate, and who would believe Tony's sudden renunciation? Yet, Tony disregarded Obadiah's attempts to mitigate the situation, steadfastly upholding his declaration. The crowd gradually realized the gravity of his words, leading to a tumultuous atmosphere. Tony surveyed the astonished gazes around him. Though many presumed he had lost his mind, he was acutely aware of his intentions, unwavering in his resolve. His gaze swept across the crowd until it landed on Link, who appeared quite dapper in casual attire, his long blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, giving him a spirited air. Only Link remained composed amidst the chaos, unperturbed by the surrounding turmoil. Noticing Tony's gaze, Link nodded in acknowledgement. Tony smiled. It seems there are still some wise individuals present. The crowd was left puzzled by the meaning behind Tony's words. After the press conference concluded, Tony extended an invitation to Link to stay at his home, which piqued Pepper's curiosity, prompting her to ask, "Is this child your illegitimate son?" Caught off guard, Tony replied, "What are you thinking? I'm merely intrigued by this boy." Link stood nearby, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He blinked, recalling the future Spider-Man. Tony certainly had a penchant for mentoring the younger generation. Of course, Ethan was also invited to Tony's residence, having collaborated with him on the armor. Tony greatly valued his expertise. However, Ethan declined, shaking his head with a smile. In response, Tony showcased the generosity characteristic of the Stark family, offering Ethan a substantial sum of money along with a villa, allowing him to pursue the tranquil life he desired. Thus, the man who would profoundly impact Tony Stark's life departed. Meanwhile, the announcement of Stark Industries' transition from arms manufacturing sent ripples through the outside world. News media, business rivals, peace advocates, and the ever-curious public fervently discussed the matter. Tony, already a figure of considerable notoriety, now reached unprecedented heights of fame. Speculation abounded as to whether Tony Stark had struck gold at home. Even diamond mines pale in comparison to the profits garnered from arms sales. The king of Wakanda, situated far away in Africa, was taken aback upon hearing this news. Could it be that Stark has discovered a vein of vibranium? The world struggled to comprehend Tony Stark's astonishing actions, while Obadiah seized the opportunity to connect with the board, seeking to wrestle for power. Meanwhile, Tony remained blissfully oblivious, ensconced in his home, engaged in delightful conversation with Link. Link, being taciturn, listened as Tony rambled on, until Tony finally remarked, "Link, it has been a pleasure conversing with you." Link, with a furrowed brow, thought, "What is this? It's been you chattering away the entire time." Tony continued, "That girl with the arched eyebrows, the blonde named Zelda, who is of your age. I have asked Pepper to search for her. We should have leads soon." Link replied, "Thank you." At that moment, Tony's intelligent AI butler, Jarvis, interjected, "Sir, I have completed the shield and sword." Link expressed his gratitude. "Thank you as well." Jarvis commanded the clumsy robotic arm, DUME, to retrieve the sword and shield. The sword and shield were modeled after the demon-slaying sword and Hylian shield from Link's game, for which he had sought Tony's assistance in crafting. As Link grasped the pseudo-demon-slaying sword and the faux Hylian shield, a sense of fulfillment washed over him. Indeed, a hero must possess a sword and shield. Tony remarked, "This is a special alloy, high in strength, resistant to extreme temperatures, and remarkably durable. It is a bit on the heavier side." The combined weight of the sword and shield was 50 kilograms. However, Link effortlessly held them and said, "No, they are quite lightweight, perhaps even a tad too light. The Master Sword from my memories feels far heavier than this imitation, yet I wield it with ease." Tony was left astounded, exclaiming, "What incredible strength! Tomorrow, we shall venture out to procure the bow and arrow you desire. There is a specialty store nearby. But for now, I wish to see your shield deflection." Link corrected him, "It's called shield parry." Tony replied, "Whatever it's called. How shall we proceed?" Link glanced at DUME and suggested, "Have him swing at me or shoot bullets in my direction." Naturally, Tony could not shoot Link with a gun, as it would be too perilous, so he instructed DUME to wield the demon-slaying sword and prepare to strike Link. Holding his shield, Link commanded DUME, "Begin your attack." DUME, in his usual daft manner, turned to look at Tony, who nodded his approval. Suddenly, DUME swung the sword downward. Link seized the moment, thrusting his shield forward. Bam! The impact sent DUME into a state of rigidity, and with a crack, the mechanical arm was severed. Tony sat up in shock, staring at the unfortunate DUME. Despite his foolishness, DUME's body was composed of material nearly identical to that of the demon-slaying sword, so resilient that it could withstand missile strikes. In Iron Man 3, when Tony's home was bombarded, everything was obliterated except for DUME, which survived, underscoring its formidable durability. Tony shook his head, pondering. Science cannot explain such phenomena. As he observed Link rush to check on DUME and apologize, he mused, "Hyrule, perhaps it is a name of a planet." At that moment, Tony's newly developed miniature arc reactor was also successfully completed. Reclining in his work chair, Tony found himself in need of assistance from Pepper. Not out of distrust in Link, but due to Link's considerable strength. He feared that should Link handle the delicate task carelessly, he might inadvertently extract something that should remain untouched, leading to disastrous consequences. Such a powerhouse required utmost caution. With the reactor in hand, Pepper hesitated, observing Tony's deteriorating state. When her gaze met Link's, she entrusted the reactor to him, declaring, "It's in your hands now." Tony interjected, "Don't let him do it." Yet Link, feeling justified, accepted the reactor, finding Pepper's pace distressingly slow. Without hesitation, he grasped the connector and inserted it into Tony's chest with a swift click, followed by placing the reactor into position, all accomplished in under 2 seconds. Link nonchalantly wiped the residue from his fingers and proclaimed, "All done." Tony, startled, gasped in relief and thanked Link. Pepper admired Link's bravery, turning to Tony with a firm statement, "I will never do something like this again." She added a few comforting words to Link, assuring him that his little girlfriend would soon be found, before taking her leave. Sitting up, Tony exclaimed, "A new energy source. I can finally commence my plans." He turned to Link. "You've seen the previous version of my armor, but it was far from perfect, clumsy, and unrefined. I intend to create a superior model, codenamed 2. This groundbreaking technological advancement will usher in peace, bringing an end to the era of cumbersome weaponry." He then instructed, "Dummy, dispose of this relic, the old arc reactor." However, Dummy was preoccupied with replacing a mechanical arm. Holding the old arc reactor, Link asked Tony, "May I keep it?" With the reactor nearby, for protection, Tony felt at ease, but decided to retain it just in case. Indifferently, Tony replied, "If you want it, take it. Technology is fickle. And so am I." Unbeknownst to him, in another timeline, he was saved by this discarded relic. As preparations for Iron Man Suit 2 commenced, Tony envisioned his ideas materializing into reality. Link, witnessing the entire process, was profoundly moved. Over the next few days, the notoriously reclusive Tony surprisingly found himself enjoying Link's company, finding him quite engaging, although he never shared meals with Link. The latter, a voracious eater, astonished Dummy, who, since Link's earlier encounter, had been skittish around him. Seeing Link revel in his meals somehow sparked Tony's appetite, leading him to gain weight. Given the American diet's propensity for high-calorie, high-sugar content, and considering Tony's middle-aged status, he faced the risk of nutritional excess. Thus, to avoid becoming overweight, Tony resolved not to dine with Link, wishing to resist the influence of his hearty appetite. Although Link may not have directly aided Tony much, he had certainly prevented numerous injuries, and Tony felt a deep gratitude towards him. Meanwhile, there was still no word on Zelda's whereabouts. It was astonishing that Stark Industries had yet to locate the little girl Tony had previously assured Link, which left him with a tinge of guilt for not being able to assist his friend. In a bid to compensate, he surprisingly extricated himself from his obsession with mech creation and took Link for a drive in a luxury car to a nearby archery specialty store to procure some equipment. Upon entering, they encountered familiar faces. The archery shop was spacious, adorned with an array of compound bows and recurve bows hanging from the walls. The store manager, a robust middle-aged man, observed the suave gentleman accompanied by a golden-haired youth and, like others, assumed they were father and son. He greeted Tony with, "Good morning, sir. Are you here to purchase a bow for your child?" Link frowned, realizing he was once again mistaken for Tony's son. Having spent several days with Tony, he knew how much he loathed such assumptions, as did Tony himself. So he replied, "No, this boy is my friend. I brought him to buy a bow." The proprietor glanced at Link with surprise and kindly inquired, "What kind of bow are you interested in? We have many impressive options." Link interrupted, stating, "I want a bow with a draw weight of over 100 pounds. The heavier, the better." Unfamiliar with the peculiarities of real-world archery, Link felt that most bows appeared rather unwieldy. The shopkeeper hesitated, assessing Link's slender physique. "A bow over 100 pounds? Can you manage that?" A couple nearby exchanged astonished looks. Recognizing Tony Stark, Link was equally astonished to discover that the couple was none other than Hawkeye and Black Widow. Tony shrugged and approached Natasha for a chat, while Hawkeye glanced past Tony to scrutinize Link, recalling Link's audacious remark about the 100-pound bow and questioning whether the boy could truly handle it. The shopkeeper seemed acquainted with Hawkeye and greeted him warmly. "Good to see you, sir. The bows you requested have been completed." From behind, he produced a sleek, entirely black bow, impressively weighted, which even the burly man struggled to lift. Upon seeing the bow, Link's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed to the shopkeeper, "Sir, I would like one just like that." The shopkeeper's expression shifted to one of amusement. "I'm sorry, child, but this bow is custom-made and requires time to craft. Moreover, it boasts a draw weight of 250 pounds, which is beyond the capability of most." Link quietly asserted, "I can handle it." Meanwhile, Tony was engrossed in an animated conversation with Natasha, boasting in Russian, unaware of her true identity and thus lacking any wariness. Natasha smiled, glancing at Link out of the corner of her eye. She was aware of Link, having heard from Agent Coulson that Tony regarded him as a lifesaver, having returned from the desert together with severe injuries that had miraculously healed overnight. Hawkeye scoffed, noticing Link's boldness in attempting to compare himself, and remarked, "Kid, that bow isn't suited for you." Just as he was about to take the bow, Tony noticed Link's evident admiration for Hawkeye's new bow and interjected, "Hey, sir, how about selling us that bow? I can pay 10 times the price. Hawkeye internally scoffed at the shallow, wealthy boy and replied to Tony, if you can draw that bow, I'll give it to you. Tony detected a hint of provocation in Hawkeye's words, mistakenly believing that his flirtation with Natasha had displeased the man. Intending to show off in front of Natasha, he straightened his attire and approached the bow, grasping its grip, only to find it surprisingly heavy. With a serious expression, Tony hoisted the black bow with both hands, only to notice the amused smiles on the faces of those around him. Natasha feigned laughter, covering her mouth. The shopkeeper stifled a chuckle, and Hawkeye smirked with a mocking grin. Even the usually stoic Link bore a slight smile, not wishing for Tony to embarrass himself. Link reached for the bow and asked the shopkeeper, may I use the target over there? To Link's left stood a designated target for testing bows. The shopkeeper replied, sure. Just be careful. Oh my God. Hawkeye's eyes widened in disbelief. Without hesitation, Link knocked an arrow from the quiver, drew the bowstring back effortlessly and with precision, released the arrow, striking the bullseye. The force of the shot penetrated the target, embedding itself into the wall behind, the arrow's tail still quivering. Hawkeye's gaze toward Link transformed entirely, while Natasha silently acknowledged, this boy is truly extraordinary. Tony nodded in agreement. Indeed, it suits you well, Link. Hawkeye, shedding his earlier arrogance, leaned on his knee and scrutinized Link with the admiration one might reserve for a treasured possession, exclaiming, I underestimated you. Well done, kid. I'll give you this bow. May I witness your archery skills? Link demonstrated his prowess with the bow. Hawkeye's demeanor softened, his eyes sparkling with delight as he regarded Link as one would a beloved pet. Startled by this shift in attitude, Link instinctively took a step back. Tony shrugged and introduced Link, the finest archer of Hyrule. Is that so? Hawkeye, mistakenly assuming Hyrule was the name of a club, chuckled, apologies for startling you earlier. It seems you are akin to me. Come, show me more of your archery skills. For over a decade, Hawkeye had not encountered anyone who could rival his marksmanship, often feeling the loneliness of mastery. Yet, witnessing the 14 or 15-year-old Link effortlessly draw a 250-pound bow with such precision ignited a thrill within him, sensing he had finally found a worthy opponent. Despite the indoor distance being less than 30 meters, Link's calm and confident demeanor as he shot was unmistakable, capturing Hawkeye's keen attention. Thus, Hawkeye purchased another bow, inquiring about the use of the shopkeeper's private practice range in the backyard, eagerly dragging Link outside for a friendly competition. The shopkeeper, an archery enthusiast himself, admired Hawkeye immensely and found Link's stunning shot equally impressive. As the two prepared for their archery duel, the shopkeeper generously offered the venue, entrusting the shop to other staff while he excitedly went to watch. Tony muttered, in this day and age, archery, such a primitive weapon, should have long exited the stage. Nevertheless, he decided to join the fray, accompanying Natasha to observe the spectacle. Link arrived at the spacious backyard, where he discovered a clay pigeon launcher for practice. Hawkeye regarded Link and proposed, let the shopkeeper launch the pigeons while we compete to see who can shoot them down more swiftly and accurately. This black bow shall be yours if you win. Competing in archery against Hawkeye? Link nodded affirmatively. Very well, let the contest begin. Hawkeye, pleased by Link's calm demeanor, recognized in him the potential for greatness. Having long sought a talented apprentice to pass on his unparalleled archery skills, he believed Link to be the perfect candidate, impressed by his formidable strength and composed attitude. With Link wielding a black arrow and Hawkeye a white one, the shopkeeper donned protective goggles and activated the launcher. A white blur shot forth as both competitors drew their bows in unison, arrows slicing through the air. Crack! The clay pigeon shattered. Link's expression fell slightly, a hint of disappointment in his eyes, while Hawkeye smiled knowingly, though internally astonished. The white arrow struck the target first, although the black arrow followed closely behind. In truth, both had hit their mark, yet Hawkeye's speed prevailed. Natasha raised an eyebrow, her eyes brimming with curiosity. As a close friend of Hawkeye's for many years, she had never before witnessed anyone keep pace with him in archery. Though Link had narrowly lost the initial round, his performance was nothing short of extraordinary, given that his opponent was Hawkeye. The shopkeeper then launched a second clay pigeon. Link's shoulder twitched as he swiftly knocked an arrow, drew, and released in one fluid motion, faster than a Japanese swordsman's draw. Yet, once more, the white arrow pierced the target first, with the black arrow veering off course. Hawkeye chuckled with pride, while Link bit his lip, unwilling to accept defeat. Determined, Link accelerated his shooting, but Hawkeye matched him, leveraging his vast experience to shoot first, obstructing Link's arrow. The two arrows collided. The white arrow deflected and shattered the pigeon, while the black arrow went astray. For the first time, Hawkeye had triumphed through speed, and in the second round, He had bested Link with his superior technique. Inwardly, Hawkeye mused, though your strength is commendable, archery encompasses far more than mere power. There is much for you to learn. Tony, witnessing Link's consecutive defeats, felt a pang of annoyance and glared at Hawkeye's back, thinking it unfair for an adult to bully a child. The shopkeeper, astounded by the spectacle, watched intently as Hawkeye declared, "Sir, this time I shall launch 3 pigeons." He then turned to Link, stating, "If you manage to hit just one of these 3, you shall be declared the winner. The loser must grant the winner a request." Link regarded Hawkeye with a serene gaze and nodded. Hawkeye smirked internally, believing he had successfully ensnared Link in his grasp. The shopkeeper launched 3 pigeons simultaneously. Hawkeye, intent on thoroughly impressing Link, focused intently, drawing back his bow with precision. The arrows flew forth with an ethereal grace, akin to flickering candle flames, almost ghostly in their swiftness. Natasha watched in trepidation, as did Tony and the shopkeeper, all feeling a primal fear akin to that of prey before predator. In that moment, none present believed Link could emerge victorious. Even Tony, who knows little about archery, can discern that Hawkeye possesses skills that far exceed Link's. Yet, it is Link who remains unconvinced. Drawing all the arrows from his quiver and scattering them into the air, he then thrust the quiver into the ground with tremendous force. Using it as a springboard, Link leaps into the sky, grasping an arrow as he draws the bow with the grace of a crescent moon. Suddenly, time seems to freeze. The familiar sound of tension fills the air, a deep rumble from the earth as its tectonic plates shift. Perceptible only when time slows to a fraction of its usual pace. This is bullet time. Suspended in midair, surrounded by floating arrows, Link feels his energy waning rapidly. He swiftly releases an arrow, striking a flying disc, and immediately retrieves a second and third arrow. Crack, crack, crack. He shatters the 3 discs in succession. With his energy nearly depleted, Link descends, gasping for breath, as time resumes its normal flow. The silence is palpable. Tony blinks. Did I miss something? Who won? However, Natasha points to the ground where Hawkeye's 3 white arrows lie, severed into 6 pieces by Link's shots. Stunned, Hawkeye murmurs to himself, "How is this possible? How can this be?" His keen eyesight clearly captured the 3 phantom-like black arrows shattering the discs, and he distinctly witnessed another 3 black arrows severing his own white arrows. The speed and elusiveness of Link's shots surpassed the limits of Hawkeye's perception. Despite his unwavering resolve, Hawkeye feels a sense of impending doom. To be soundly defeated in his area of expertise is a blow to his pride, especially as he had aspired to mentor Link. Now, he feels an urge to seek Link as his own teacher. Hawkeye discards his bow and genuinely applauds. "Truly impressive. I concede you are superior." He quickly rises from his sense of defeat. Tony joins in with applause. "Well done. An exhilarating match." He gives Link a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Natasha approaches Link, softly saying, "Young man, you are quite remarkable. Would you care to join us in visiting a certain place?" Tony's mouth drops slightly in alarm. Oh no, Link has stolen the spotlight. This stunning Russian woman is taken with him. Yet Link remains composed, gazing at Hawkeye and Natasha, softly inquiring, "Are you referring to S-H-E-L-D?" Both Hawkeye and Natasha exchange startled glances. Link is aware of S-H-L-D. Their expressions grow wary as they regard him. However, Link misinterprets their reaction. His encounter with Hawkeye and Natasha was purely coincidental. Hawkeye, a bow enthusiast, had merely come to a shop to customize a bow, and Natasha, a close friend, had accompanied him. They never expected to cross paths with Tony Stark and Link. What a twist of fate. Both are puzzled by Link's brevity and his sudden mention of S-H-I-L-D, which leaves them momentarily taken aback. As the 3 remain in their misunderstanding, Tony's voice cuts through. "Are there wild animals in this vicinity?" Link hears a strange cry in the distance, a wave of distaste washing over him. Suddenly, he hears a rustle, and with a jolt, he shouts, "Be careful." Instinctively, he dives to shield Natasha. Hawkeye, misinterpreting the action as an assault, reaches for Link's hair. "What are you doing?" As a master archer, Hawkeye's exceptional skill in archery was evident. With a swift contraction of his torso, an arrow tore away a piece of fabric from his chest, whizzing past. "What was that?" he exclaimed. Link, lifting his gaze from Natasha's chest, replied sharply, "It's a bokoblin." Natasha had initially thought Link was about to attack her. She had drawn a dagger from her waist, poised to stab him when an arrow suddenly flew by, revealing that Link was, in fact, attempting to save her. Embarrassed, she halted her dagger's advance before Link's chest and said, "Thank you." However, Link paid her no mind, observing Tony's confusion and the bow shop owner's head being blown apart by a robust arrow. He quickly retrieved a faux Hylian shield from his storage space and tossed it to Tony, exclaiming, "Protect yourself." Tony caught the faux Hylian shield, momentarily taken aback. "How'd you pull such a large shield out of your pocket?" Despite having lost his powers, Link had discovered 2 days prior that his ability to store shields, bows, and weapons remained intact. Alongside the faux Hylian shield, the faux Master Sword also resided within his weapon space, proving invaluable at this moment. Link surveyed the scene, noticing a total of 15 bokoblins, 5 archers and 10 melee combatants wielding wooden clubs and spears, their formidable physiques resembling that of bears, far more robust than their video game counterparts. A chill ran through Link as he realized that not only Ganon, but also his minions had crossed into this world. Drawing the faux Master Sword from his pocket, he deftly spun it, severing the arrows that approached him mid-air. He turned to Hawkeye and Natasha with urgency, stating, "These are vicious beasts. I require your assistance to vanquish these monsters." Hawkeye regarded Link with astonishment. "You are familiar with these creatures?" Link nodded affirmatively. Without further ado, he was a man of action. He stored the black bow and an arrow in his weapon space and charged toward the horde of monsters. Natasha, feeling a wave of frustration, rose and said to Hawkeye, "These creatures do not belong on Earth. Could they be the result of military biological experiments?" She shook her head, lamenting, what a rare opportunity for rest, only to be thrust into battle. With renewed determination, she grasped her dagger and leaped into the fray. A torrent of thoughts raced through Link's mind. With the arrival of bokoblins, what about moblins, cyclopes, centaurs, and guardians? How many monsters had Ganon truly brought forth? With a swift motion, Link cleaved a bokoblin spear in two, then shoulder-checked it to the ground, plunging his sword into its forehead, swiftly dispatching one foe. As bokoblins around him swung their clubs, Link propelled himself backward, narrowly avoiding the blows as they whizzed past his hair, triggering bullet time. Regaining his balance, Link gathered his strength, spinning his sword with vigor. The blade's light shot forth, repelling the surrounding attackers. With a nimble sidestep, he evaded the distant archer's arrows. Drawing the black bow, he knocked an arrow, releasing a pair of shots that struck the bokoblin archer squarely in the forehead, causing it to scream before being reduced to ash. At that moment, Natasha stealthily approached, seizing the opportunity to attack a bokoblin that Link had sent sprawling with a charge strike. She leapt onto its back, seizing its head and swiftly slashing her dagger across its throat, efficiently dispatching another foe. Natasha leaped down, adjusting her hair, and was about to assess Link's predicament when she found herself encircled by 5 fearsome, pig-nosed, red-skinned creatures. A wave of panic washed over her as she exclaimed, "You are hardly being gentlemanly." The 5 bokoblins exchanged glances, and with a collective shriek, they brandished their wooden clubs and lunged at Natasha. Cursing under her breath, she thought, "Damn it." Just as it seemed she would be reduced to mere pulp, Link drew his bow, the string twanging 5 times in rapid succession. Thwack, thwack, thwack. As 3 bokoblins fell, their heads bursting. The 4th arrow grazed a bokoblin's ear, while the 5th, with a resounding crack, shattered into fragments. Link realized, alarmed, that his weapon's durability had been exhausted. Known for their fragility, his weapons had shattered countless times in his hands. Yet he had not anticipated bringing this trait into the Marvel Universe. With no other option, he readied to throw the foam Master Sword, hoping to at least take down one more, leaving the last bokoblin for Natasha to evade. Just then, from a distance, an archer bokoblin seized the opportunity, shooting an arrow that struck Link's left shoulder. As the arrow, thick as a thumb, embedded itself, nearly piercing through bone, the force of the blow knocked him down. He heard Hawkeye and Tony shout, "Link!" Through the pain, Link extracted the arrow and noted with dismay that one of his 4 hearts had been lost. In that moment of turmoil, his latent combat experience surged forth, and wielding the arrow as a javelin, he hurled it with force, piercing the back of the bokoblin's head. Hawkeye, swift in his response, followed suit, dispatching the last bokoblin with a precise shot to the head. However, Hawkeye was slightly delayed. Although he had killed the creature, its club still descended with lethal force, enough to splatter Natasha's brains. Yet, Black Widow was no mere damsel in distress, with 4 fewer monsters to contend with. She deftly rolled aside to evade the final bokoblin, rushing to Link's side to help him up, whispering, "Thank you." Link shook his head, replying, "It's nothing." Using the foam Master Sword for support, he stood tall, his eyes fierce, and the gleaming blade intimidating the remaining bokoblins. Link had felled 7 bokoblins. Natasha had delivered a finishing blow to one, and Hawkeye had dispatched another, leaving 6 still standing. After a brief moment of hesitation, they howled and charged forward. Hawkeye's shoulders tensed as he quickly loosed 3 arrows, striking 3 bokoblins in their heads. The remaining 3 Baklin archers sought cover, taking aim at the greatest threat, Link. With sword in hand, he deflected their arrows with metallic clangs. Despite his efforts, he found himself repelled by the relentless volleys from the 3 bokoblin archers. Observing Link's lack of defense, Tony shouted, "Link, here's your shield." Link bellowed back, "No, you keep it." His greatest concern was Tony Stark, who had yet to transform into Iron Man. If a bokoblin were to strike him down unexpectedly, it would be disastrous. Who would carry the nuclear bomb to obliterate the aliens in the upcoming battle in New York? Hawkeye rushed over, stating, "Leave the remaining creatures to Natasha and me. You're injured and bleeding. You should retreat." Link's body was partially flushed with red, yet he remained indifferent. He could feel the wound itching as it rapidly healed. Observing Hawkeye with 2 bows and arrows, he requested, "Give me 1 bow." A rare smile graced Link's face as he jested. "Can't you draw a bow with just 1 arm?" Without further ado, he snatched the bow from Natasha's hands and lunged forward. Though he trusted Hawkeye and Natasha, he harbored concerns. Their unfamiliarity with the bokoblin's weaknesses could lead to disaster if these seemingly foolish yet cunning creatures struck them down with a surprise attack. Suddenly, a notification appeared before him. Eliminate 10 bokoblins, 107. Another mission unfolded, with only 3 left to slay. He could not afford to let others steal his prey. Previously, he had gained strength while unconscious, but this time, fully aware, he sensed an anomaly. He heard the voice of the goddess Hylia. Ignoring Hawkeye and Natasha's shouts, Link stepped onto a fence, leaped high, and launched arrows from his bow. Instantly, he activated bullet time. Soaring to great heights, he spotted 3 bokoblins hiding behind cover. Aiming carefully, he released the arrows, and they struck true. As he twisted in midair, he caught sight of a vigilant bokoblin aiming an arrow at him. Recognizing it as the one that had previously shot at him, he wielded the foam master sword like a javelin and hurled it with all his strength, piercing the creature's skull. He then deactivated bullet time and descended gracefully, witnessing all the monsters fall. He felt a surge of vitality within him. The 4 red hearts in the upper left corner of his vision filled completely, and a new heart sprouted. His stamina increased by 1/5. In mere moments, his left shoulder had healed entirely. Link jogged over to retrieve his foam master sword. Scanning the area, he found no monster drops, which was a disappointment. It seemed he could not use the spoils for potion crafting. Yesterday, brimming with enthusiasm, he had asked Little Pepper to procure a cart full of durians, intending to create a grand fruit feast for life restoration. He had tossed 5 unpeeled durians into a large pot in his house, boiling them to enhance his vitality. Tony, intrigued, had come to observe and nearly suffocated from the pungent aroma. Link looked around once more, but found no other bokoblin clusters. A heavy thought crossed his mind. Could these bokoblins have appeared here because of him? The weight of guilt settled in. If that were true, the owner of the archery shop would have been indirectly harmed by his presence. At that moment, Hawkeye and Natasha, having contacted headquarters, approached with serious expressions. They informed Link and Tony, "We have reported our findings. It is not just here. In numerous locations, these brutish red-skinned pig-nosed creatures are attacking humans." Tony was taken aback. With a display of their skills, Hawkeye and Natasha revealed their formidable capabilities, prompting Tony to regard them with newfound respect. Though his interest in Natasha waned as suspicion grew. Could these be bioweapons engineered by an organization? Link's heart sank. It seemed these creatures were not merely summoned to his vicinity, but had emerged across a wider area, which was all the more alarming. After returning, Link diligently documented the various characteristics of the monsters encountered in the game and entrusted this information to Tony, who would relay it to the SHIELD. In light of recent events, Tony, feeling a surge of inspiration, expedited the development of the Iron Man suit too. His progress was swift. Yet public opinion regarding his cessation of arms sales turned increasingly disparaging. Meanwhile, Obadiah continued to secretly liaise with the board, attempting to oust Tony from the company. Being the astute individual he is, Tony sensed that the circumstances were increasingly unfavorable for him. Yet he persevered under pressure to continue crafting the iron suit. After thousands of attempts, he finally completed it. Link applauded from the sidelines. During this period, Tony's abundant energy even assisted Link in creating a piece of armor, which Link humorously dubbed the heroic garb. This heroic garb, while not as formidable or destructive as the second suit Tony had crafted for himself, was merely a lightweight vest made from a unique liquid metal. It could instantaneously deploy iron wings, granting the ability of flight, akin to that of the falcon. though it lacked offensive capabilities and offered minimal protection, yet was surprisingly bulletproof. For Link, however, it sufficed. With a shield, a sword, and a bow, he was a natural weapon. Link did not require cumbersome armor. Rather, it would hinder his agility and speed. This explains why, in the future Avengers, not everyone donned an iron suit. With Tony's assistance, Link could soar through the skies of the Marvel Universe. As Link glided through the air in his heroic garb, Tony Stark looked on with envy. After assembling his armor, disregarding Jarvis's caution, he took to the skies. Link assured Jarvis, "Rest easy, I will protect Tony." Tony shook his head, "Thank you, but it's unnecessary. Your iron wings cannot match my speed." With that, he activated his thrusters and shot forward. Link tilted his head, triggering his gliding apparatus, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he too took to the skies. Link sped away, noting a distant white dot in the night sky, indicating how high Tony had ascended. Hovering above, Link awaited the rescue of the frozen Tony. Suddenly, a large metallic object plummeted from the sky, and Link surged upwards to catch Tony. Tony exhaled in relief, "Thank you. It seems there are many issues to address. By the way, how strong are you to have caught me?" The two descended, landing atop a villa. As Link touched down, he felt as though he had overlooked something, perhaps forgetting a crucial plot point. Upon landing, however, the weight of their bodies crashed through the floor, sending them tumbling into the garage. Meanwhile, Dammy, witnessing their unfortunate descent onto a vehicle, seemed to recall something and promptly unleashed a torrent of carbon dioxide at Link and Tony. Not long after, Link received a report from Jarvis indicating a potential sighting of Zelda. A girl with golden hair, willow leaf brows, and pointed ears had appeared in Brazil. Link furrowed his brow, questioning, what is the princess doing in Brazil? He recalled the Hulk, who at that moment was living incognito in Brazil as a laborer. Could there be a connection between the two? Informing Tony, he swiftly embarked on a flight to Brazil. Tony chuckled, hearing some news. Brazil is said to be a go. It seems you are quite enamored with that girl. This left Link blushing furiously. Tony lent Link a few bodyguards, to which Link politely declined, joking, "Do I really need bodyguards? If I truly encounter the Hulk, it might end up being Link protecting the bodyguards." After Link departed, Tony and Jarvis discussed improvements on the Iron Man suit, planning to create version 3. At that moment, Tony caught sight of a broadcast revealing a gala hosted by his company. Yet he had received no invitation. With a tinge of anger, he rushed to the event to discern Obadiah's intentions. Once the two had left, the villa was left in the company of Jarvis. Meanwhile, Shield. Agent Phil Coulson arrived seeking an audience, but left empty-handed. 2 days later, Link arrived at a suspected location of Zelda, a slum in Brazil. Utilizing the Portuguese he had learned during his flight, he inquired around, growing increasingly perplexed. Observing the chaotic surroundings, resembling the diminutive houses of Kowloon walled city, he was once again filled with doubt. Could it be that, akin to his encounter with Tony Stark, Zelda had traversed into this realm and found herself face to face with Bruce Banner? Link, clad in vibrant attire, slender and fair-faced, lacked any intimidating presence and soon found himself targeted by the local ruffians. One of them raised his chin and uttered a phrase in Portuguese. With his remarkable language acquisition skills, Link understood it to mean, "Wise up and hand over your money." Feeling a bit irritable, he noted that this was not his first encounter with such individuals. The slum security was notoriously poor. By midday, Link had endured 3 robberies and 4 thefts. He contemplated shattering a wall with a single punch to intimidate the gang when, from a blind spot above, a girl's voice called out in heavily accented Portuguese. "Get up here." Was it Zelda? He stepped back to take a look, only to feel a pang of disappointment. It was not her, but a slender Brazilian girl with coffee-colored skin and grape-like eyes, her wrist adorned with a dazzling bracelet. The girl exclaimed, "Fool, do you want to get beaten? Hurry up." The ruffians fixated on the girl, one shouting, "Tina, you're ruining our plans." They rushed towards her. Link seized a rope and leapt up to the wall. "Run, run. They're coming," Tina urged. Intrigued by this Brazilian girl, Link followed her as she skillfully navigated through the chaotic alleyways, clearly familiar with the terrain. As they fled, Tina shouted, "Who are you, idiot? What are you doing here for no reason?" Once Link was certain they had evaded the ruffians, he countered, "I want to know where you got that bracelet." Tina abruptly released Link, turning to eye him warily, covering the bracelet with her hand, her eyes wide with suspicion. "What? You want to steal my bracelet? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you. This is my territory. I've got plenty of allies." Link shook his head, "No. I genuinely want to know who gave you that bracelet." The bracelet, neither gold nor silver, bore peculiar patterns that Link recognized. It was an item once worn by Zelda. Had this little girl, Tina, encountered Zelda? Link endeavored to convey goodwill, gently saying to Tina, Take me to Zelda. I am her friend. Tina exclaimed with indignation. I don't believe you. I don't know anyone named Zelda. Don't think you can deceive me. However, her poor acting was easily discerned by Link, who realized that the young girl was indeed familiar with Zelda. As Tina attempted to flee, he swiftly grasped her by the arm. The moment Link's fingers brushed against her wrist, it ignited like gunpowder meeting flame, and she screamed, "Help! There's a bad person." Her voice was piercing, causing Zhao Jiao discomfort in his ears. "Listen to me. I truly am a friend of Zelda," he asserted, but Link, lacking eloquence, was unsure how to soothe Tina. Suddenly, a few young girls and boys emerged from the alley, their clothes ragged and loose, seemingly scavenged from who knows where. Hearing Tina's cries, they armed themselves with scissors, mops, walking sticks, and iron bars, rushing forth while chattering, "Let's get the bad guy. Tina, we're coming." Seeing the fierce group of children, Link stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack beneath him. The would-be reinforcements were momentarily intimidated, their expressions betraying fear. However, upon witnessing Tina struggle desperately in Link's grip, they quickly regained their courage and charged forward, shouting, "I'll fight you." Alas, Link's nature forbade him from harming children. He could only hold on to Tina with one hand while using the other to disarm them, deftly knocking away their weapons with a few swift motions. He stomped once more, causing the ground to tremble, which sent several children tumbling to the ground in confusion. Tina shouted, "Don't worry about me, just run." But the children retorted, "We won't run." With their weapons gone, they bared their teeth and lunged at Link. He tossed one child aside with each hand, and though they fell, they quickly got back up, undeterred, and charged again. Their naive bravery in defense of a friend amused Link. He chuckled, "Aren't you all tired? My name is Link, and I am a friend of Zelda." Just as the children prepared to rush him once more, they suddenly froze. "Link?" Tina repeated in a somewhat peculiar tone. Link felt a jolt. Tina's way of addressing him mirrored the Hylian language's formality. The children, who had been hostile only moments before, now erupted in cheers. "We found Link. We found Link." They circled around him. Tina, who had been clutched by Link, now affectionately embraced him, exclaiming, "You should have told me sooner. If I had known you were Link, I would have taken you to see Sister Zelda. I thought you were a bad person." Link inquired, "You truly know Zelda? How is she?" Suddenly, Tina's expression shifted to one of sorrow, her voice dwindling. "Sister Zelda, she." Link's heart tightened, prompting him to urgently ask, "What has happened to Zelda?" At that moment, a group of ruffians chasing Link appeared. Spotting him from a distance, they hurled a rusty fruit knife, shouting, "Take that, outsider. Want to die?" Link, already anxious about Zelda, felt his temper flare at the provocation. Tina, terrified by the ruffian's reckless throw, screamed, and the nearby children hastily scattered, shouting, "The bandits are coming." The flying knife whirled ominously. The ruffians had miscalculated its trajectory, sending it directly towards Tina. In a moment of panic, she covered her eyes instead of fleeing. Without hesitation, Link extended his hand, deftly pinching the blade between his thumb and forefinger, seizing the fruit knife with precision. Link pushed aside the astonished Tina, clutching a fruit knife in his hand, his expression peculiar as he inquired, "Which of you is Shabi?" The three ruffians replied in unison, "We are all Shabi." Behind Link, a hidden child added, "Link, they are the bullies of our alley. They are known as the Three Shabis." Link, in a low voice, responded, "Is that so?" He understood that the name Shabi should be translated to Harvey in English, but hearing it for the first time felt somewhat odd. Tina exclaimed, "Link, we must flee. You can't take on all three Shabis alone." Link, feeling irritable due to Zelda, had no intention of holding back. With a flick of his wrist, the fruit knife plunged into the stone beneath him, as effortlessly as slicing through cake. The three Shabis, witnessing this display, exchanged glances, neither willing to back down, and lunged forward with their weapons drawn. In a matter of seconds, the three Shabis were left groaning on the ground, having been thoroughly beaten. Although Link was skilled with weapons, his hand-to-hand combat ability was not as formidable as that of Hawkeye or Natasha. Nonetheless, it was more than sufficient to handle the three Shabis. After delivering a thorough thrashing, Link felt a sense of relief as he turned around to see Tina and her group of friends gazing at him with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration, cheering, "Truly, you are the valiant Link, Sister Zelda's champion." "Oh, Link! Oh, Link!" Anxious, Link urged, "Please, stop calling me. Quickly, take me to Zelda." Thus, he was led by the group of children through the narrow alleyways, arriving at a dimly lit small house as afternoon descended. Link remained silent, pondering whether Zelda was ill or had encountered Ganon's minions. Tina pointed to the container-like structure, saying, "Sister Zelda lives inside." Just as Link was about to enter, a man approached, speaking in a stiff Portuguese. "Tina, Are you here to see Zelda? This is Bruce. Link turned and, upon seeing the man's face, involuntarily uttered his name, Banner. This revelation stirred trouble. Banner, being pursued by the military, had long been plagued by paranoia. Upon hearing the name called by the American-clad blonde youth, his anxiety surged, causing the wristwatch monitoring his emotional state to spike to 160. Link shouted, Banner, calm down. I am not here to capture you. This only exacerbated Banner's panic, the emotion detector climbing to 190 as he turned and fled. Tina innocently remarked, why didn't you introduce yourself sooner? That's why I misunderstood you. Link called out, Banner. I am Link, a friend of Zelda. Banner had already reached the corner of the alley when he heard Link mention Zelda, prompting him to halt. Puzzled, Link? Link! A girl-esque voice rang out from an upper window, causing Link to look up excitedly, as he beheld Princess Zelda of Hyrule. The girl he often dreamt of since his arrival in this world. His heart raced. The golden-haired maiden leaned out of the window, her exquisite visage radiating surprise, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. As her gaze met that of the youth below, it felt as though they transcended two realms to reunite, their destinies intertwined. Bathed in sunlight, the strands of her hair and her shoulders shimmered with a delicate glow, crafting a scene worthy of eternal remembrance in one's heart. Princess Zelda was momentarily entranced. Link, you! She exclaimed, but before she could articulate her thoughts, her excitement caused her to lose her balance, and in a fleeting moment, she tumbled out of the window. Below, Tina and the other companions were thrown into a flurry, while Banner rushed over. Ah, Link, save me! Zelda cried, clutching her head in fear of a potential injury. Yet, the sensation of weightlessness vanished as she found herself nestled in a familiar embrace. As she released her small hands, Zelda beheld Link's smiling face. Princess, I have found you, Link said with a warm smile, saying nothing further. However, familiar with Link's reserved nature, Zelda could discern the unspoken words within his comforting smile. I feel the same, Zelda replied with a soft chuckle. Suddenly, Link's expression shifted, and he gently set Zelda down, scrutinizing her with concern. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Did you encounter any of Ganondorf's minions? Tina said you were in trouble. Zelda responded, bewildered as she glanced at Tina, who met Link's gaze. Tina and the other youngsters, with their innocent tones, chimed in, yes, ever since Uncle Banner captured Zelda, she hasn't played with us anymore. It's so sad. Link, bemused, furrowed his brow upon realizing the cause of their sorrowful expressions whenever Zelda was mentioned. Zelda playfully tapped Tina on the forehead, laughing. What do you mean I was captured? I was studying. Then, taking Link's hand, she introduced him to Banner, saying, Teacher, this is my most important person, Link. Link, this is my teacher. He is amazing. A true genius, with vast knowledge. Link, now more perplexed, asked, Teacher? Banner, observing the emotional recorder return to normalcy, regained his usual warmth and smiled. You must be Link. Zelda often speaks of you. She is quite persistent in seeking my guidance on scientific knowledge, hence she refers to me as her teacher. Zelda, brimming with excitement, recounted her adventures to Link. Link, do you know? We actually crossed over to a star called Earth. And there's more. Link chuckled awkwardly. Zelda, the princess of Hyrule, an anomaly in a magical realm, who cherished science and was determined to feed Link a live frog, had arrived in this marvel world, seemingly governed by science, at least on the surface, and felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure trove. Banner welcomed Link into a dimly lit room, where several children crowded, creating a cacophony. Meanwhile, Link listened quietly as Zelda recounted her tales. Clad in her travel attire from Hyrule, she seemed fortunate to have avoided the misfortune of arriving in a world where Link donned mere shorts. While Link was indulging in the hospitality of Tony's home, Zelda had brought provisions from Hyrule, thriving on the sale of various rupees, hexagonal gems, though her stunning beauty attracted unwanted attention from local ruffians. Zelda, having sealed away Ganondorf, found herself devoid of her powers. Although her physical prowess surpassed that of many humans, she was overwhelmed by multiple adversaries and thus resorted to fleeing. It was during one of these escapes that she encountered Banner, who came to her rescue. Upon getting to know Banner, she was captivated by his vast knowledge and held him in high regard, persistently expressing her desire to become his student, despite his initial reluctance. Stemming from a desire to remain uninvolved during his own fugitive state, Banner ultimately acquiesced to Zelda's repeated requests and financial persuasion, as he was in need of funds. As for Tina and the group of children, Zelda, witnessing their oppression by local thugs, felt a strong sense of justice and organized them for mutual protection. As the future queen of Hyrule, Zelda possessed a natural leadership quality and her generosity in providing snacks and footballs endeared her to the children, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Zelda held Link's hand, recounting her tale, while the surrounding children, bored, scampered off in laughter. Meanwhile, Banner busied himself with his studies, typing away on an antiquated notebook from the previous century. Though he feigned indifference with his back turned to Link and Zelda. A pang of sorrow gripped him as he witnessed their tender interactions, the pink aura of their affection a stark reminder of his own lost love, Betty Ross. From another realm, Link remained mostly silent, listening to Zelda's narrative without sharing his own thoughts. As night descended, the bustling slums transformed into an unexpectedly tranquil setting, the residents diligently maintaining the peace to avoid disturbing one another. Banner handed 2 cups of water to Link and Zelda, who expressed their gratitude. Observing Link's elongated ears, Banner remarked, "Zelda has told me about your kind. Hylian, is it?" "Indeed," Link replied. Banner turned to Zelda with a gentle expression, inquiring, "Will you be leaving with Zelda tomorrow?" "Yes," Link affirmed. Banner sighed. "Once Zelda departs, I too must leave. I have a nagging feeling that the military will discover me." Zelda felt a twinge of sadness, prompting Banner to smile wryly. "You, a little girl, cannot wander the world with me forever." After a moment of silence, Link suggested, "Banner, you might consider communicating with the Hulk within you, seeking a reconciliation with that power. It could be beneficial." Banner's expression shifted, filled with bitterness and regret as he retorted, "Impossible. I must destroy that monster. He has no place in this world." Link fell silent again, realizing that persuading Banner to reconcile with the Hulk was far from feasible. For Banner, his successful career, sharp intellect, and virtuous girlfriend had all been overshadowed by the Hulk, who had forced him into a life of solitude. Who wouldn't be frustrated under such circumstances? "It is getting late," Zelda interjected. "Link, let me show you to a place to rest." This prompted a knowing smile from Banner, who felt a wave of shyness wash over him. After vanquishing Ganondorf, Zelda and Link traveled across the land of Hyrule, living off the land and sharing their nights together, both finding the experience entirely natural. However, at that moment, outsiders were present, and Zelda inadvertently mentioned her desire to rest alongside Link, instantly flushing crimson. Link's expression shifted, exclaiming, "This is bad." Zelda, taken aback, wondered if Link held any disdain for her. Just then, Link declared, "Someone is coming." The faint sound of footsteps reached Zelda's ears, meticulously disguised and creeping forward with deliberate caution, which startled Link. He immediately deduced that General Ross was approaching with his men to apprehend Banner. Turning to Banner, Link urged, "You must leave. I will hold them off." Banner retorted angrily, "You can't stop them. You are just a child. No matter how skilled you are, can you truly confront armed soldiers?" Link summoned the foam master sword and the faux Hylian shield from his weapon space, startling Banner. Link confidently asserted, "I can." Zelda gasped, her mouth slightly agape. "This is wonderful. With the master sword and Hylian shield, we will be safe." Link shook his head. "They are merely replicas." Banner insisted, "You 2 youngsters must come with me. If they capture you, they will surely torture you." He grabbed their wrists and attempted to flee, but soon halted, realizing he could not budge Link. Link reached out, grasping the wall, and with a powerful tug, tore away a piece of metal as if his fingers were sinking into cake. This display of strength left Banner astonished. It was the first time he witnessed Link's power, and he finally understood what Zelda had meant when she spoke of Link's remarkable abilities. Nodding, he quietly advised, "Be careful," and stealthily descended through the window. Suddenly, several soldiers burst through the door, searching for Bruce Banner, only to find 2 golden-haired youths standing there, the window behind them wide open. Link declared, "I wish to meet your officer," but before he could finish, the soldiers opened fire, their gunfire illuminating the dim room. Link quickly pulled Zelda behind him, his anger rising. The soldiers fired recklessly, attacking like beasts, and their disregard for human life ignited Link's fury. He raised a shield before his chest, deflecting several bullets, then charged at the soldiers, toppling a few and incapacitating others with swift kicks. As Link led Zelda out, they encountered Emil Bronsky in the corridor, a figure of loathing, who aimed his weapon at Link, a red dot from a laser sight resting on Link's forehead. Emil demanded, "Where is Banner?" Link coldly replied, "He has left." Zelda, standing behind Link, furiously exclaimed, "What are you doing? Why are you apprehending our teacher?" Emil's eyes lit up. "Teacher? Is this Banner's student? Capture her. Perhaps we can use her to coerce Banner." He gestured to a soldier behind him, who fired a tranquilizer dart at Zelda. Zelda stood her ground, her bright eyes blazing with anger, unafraid. She knew her knight would protect her. Link swung his sword, cleaving the tranquilizer dart in midair. Seeing Link draw his sword, Emil and his men simultaneously opened fire. Link's foam master sword danced in a flurry, deflecting bullets with a clatter that scattered them across the floor. Emil gasped as Link suddenly appeared, leaving behind a faint golden apparition. In the air, a subtle tremor resonated from the foam master sword, akin to the whispers of the Grim Reaper. With a swift flourish, Link's sword danced lightly, akin to the flutter of a dragonfly's wings, piercing through Emil's weapon and cleaving it in twain. He then pressed the blade against Emil's shoulder, his voice icy. "Command your subordinates to discard their arms." Emil gritted his teeth. "Impossible. I'm not speaking to you." Link turned his gaze toward the soldier's chest recorder. "General Ross, do not compel me to take a life." Ross, filled with ire, commanded, "Lower your weapons." Link then took Emil hostage and sought out General Ross. Upon seeing Link, Ross was taken aback, suspecting that Link may have also undergone the super soldier serum, explaining his ghostly speed and swordsmanship. The sight of Link wielding a shield intensified the Captain America resemblance. Link released Emil, pushing him forward. All soldiers, except Ross, aimed their firearms at Link, exhibiting palpable wariness. Yet, Link and the nearby Zelda displayed no trepidation. Ross disregarded Zelda, fixating on the foam master sword in Link's grasp, his voice low and grave. "Who are you? Such power could be a product of Banner's experiments?" Having witnessed Link's astounding speed and swordplay, Ross harbored deep suspicions that Banner had concocted a flawless genetic mutation serum, transforming a mere boy of 14 or 15 into a superhuman capable of withstanding a barrage of bullets, with strength sufficient to sever firearms. This power ignited Ross's avarice. With a sinister gaze, Ross remarked, "It appears you possess considerable insider knowledge. You know my name, know Bruce Banner, and the secrets he harbors. How can you be so naive to utter such words? Banner has fled with our nation's most terrifying weapon. Do you truly believe I would let him escape?" Link understood Ross's intent to capture Banner, aiming to mass-produce the mutation within him to create more formidable humanoid weapons. In the Marvel Universe, the government had committed countless foolish acts, with Banner being one of the most unfortunate victims. Link asserted, "Banner is a person, not a weapon." Ross scoffed, "Naive. You are merely a child endowed with strength. No matter how proficient your swordplay or how swift your speed, can you truly contend against modern weaponry? Do you comprehend whom you are opposing?" At that moment, unexpectedly, a soldier approached from behind, brandishing a stun baton aimed at Link's lower back, intending to incapacitate him and take him into custody, as Ross had gestured previously. Zelda cried out, "Be careful." Just then, two soldiers lunged to seize Zelda. Link tilted his head, and in an instant, iron wings unfurled from his back, and with a mere motion of his shoulder, he sent the approaching individual sprawling. As Ross prepared to give the order to fire, tension escalated palpably. Suddenly, a phone rang. A female soldier handed over the device, stating, "It's Mr. Stark on the line." Tony, as a former arms dealer, had had several dealings with Ross. Upon answering, Ross heard Stark's signature arrogant tone. "General Ross, long time no see." Ross, glancing at Link, replied to Tony, "I am on a mission. Speak quickly." Tony's voice came through the receiver with a relaxed tone, accompanied by the sound of music. "I currently have a friend named Link who is traveling in Brazil. I hope you take good care of him." Ross, filled with anger, retorted, "How do you know I'm in Brazil?" Tony chuckled, "I hacked into your military system. It only took 30 seconds. His tone then turned serious. "I warn you, if you continue to point your weapon at Link and his little girlfriend, you will face the consequences. You have likely witnessed Link's remarkable abilities. But let me be clear, he is not your test subject, nor is he someone you should dare to harm." In the midst of the chaos, Link seized the opportunity to snatch the electric baton from the assailant behind him, sending the man flying through a wall, leaving his fate uncertain. Armed with the baton, he swiftly incapacitated the soldiers attacking Zelda, their blood staining the ground as they fell lifelessly. Frustrated by their persistent attacks, Link's patience wore thin. "Do you think I hesitate to kill you?" he coldly proclaimed, his gaze sweeping across the group, none daring to meet his piercing eyes. Ross shouted, "Stop! Everyone, cease fire." Tony's stern voice resonated through the receiver. "General, I see everything you are doing. Consider your actions carefully." Though Tony had abandoned the arms trade, he still maintained a favorable relationship with the government. Ross was reluctant to offend Tony and begrudgingly conceded, abandoning his ambitions to exploit Link's powers. With Tony having infiltrated the military system, even the encirclement of Link and Zelda was known to him. Cameras and recording devices had become Tony's eyes, leaving Ross powerless. Link, with his keen hearing, had already caught wind of Tony's voice, warming his heart. "Tony is my friend," he stated. Zelda inquired, "Is this the person who often assists you?" Link replied with a smile, "Indeed." With Tony intervening, Link managed to halt the conflict with the military. Ross's expression darkened, I'll let you off this time. He did not even glance at the 3 soldiers Link had slain. For those individuals, having had their personal information erased for the sake of convenience in conducting special missions, were effectively dead in the eyes of society. General, I have no intention of making things difficult for you. Link's tone softened considerably as he continued. The power of Banner's Hulk is uncontrollable. Your attempts to wield it as a weapon are futile. Ross shouted in response, I don't need your lessons, and departed with his soldiers. Link noticed Emil making a throat-cutting gesture towards him, causing his expression to harden. Zelda hesitated, but, Teacher, Link interjected with a grin. We have bought him enough time. He has already escaped. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar echoed through the air, seemingly emanating from a great distance, yet resonating with tremendous power, akin to the sound of 2 armies clashing. Glass shattered all around with a sharp crack. Zelda covered her ears, while Link's complexion paled. It was the roar of Hulk. Link urgently pulled Zelda along, but Ross, seeing Link follow, erupted in fury. Don't think that just because Tony is protecting you, I won't dare to act. Link replied with a cold smile. I am here to protect you. No one but me can contain Hulk. In this impoverished slum, teeming with people, the Hulk, in a fit of rage, threatens to demolish countless homes and take innumerable lives. Link must intervene, eager to witness the might of the strongest Avenger. Gripping his shield tightly, Link hears Zelda's bewildered voice. Link, is that the voice of our teacher? To which Link replies, yes. Zelda has never witnessed Banner's transformation. Those who have are nearly all deceased. The group hastens towards the source of the sound, and there, in the shadow of the factory, stands a towering green figure, bare-chested, muscles like stone, with a cold expression reflecting chaotic madness, his features chiseled yet handsomely wild. On the ground lie 3 incomplete corpses, and the Hulk's trousers are stained with dark blood. Emil rushes over with a gun, only to be stunned upon realizing this is Banner himself. He mistakenly believes that Banner has created a second monster, for Emil thinks Link's extraordinary strength stems from Banner's experiments. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk bellows, causing 2 psychologically fragile soldiers to faint on the spot. The remaining soldiers, even if not unconscious, are gripped by terror, as if the very sound of his roar has shaken their souls from their bodies. Ignoring Ross's command, the soldiers open fire, aiming at the Hulk in unison. The gunfire erupts, yet the Hulk merely shields his eyes with his arm. Bullets strike his body as though they were mere peanuts falling onto a plate, causing him no harm. With a furious bellow, the Hulk charges into the crowd, sending men sprawling amidst a cacophony of screams. Witnessing the Hulk's wrath for the first time, Ross realizes the futility of this battle and shouts, Run! Emil glares fiercely at the Hulk, yet hastily retreats, internally raging, Damn it! I don't want to flee. I want to fight. But Emil understands that rushing in would only lead to his demise. However, the soldier's speed is no match for the Hulk's ferocity. He lunges forward, seizing 2 soldiers, his arms poised to crush them into a bloody pulp. Just then, Link shouts, leaping high, retrieving a bow from his weapon space. He bites off the arrowhead and swallows it, knocking the blunt arrow and drawing the bowstring to shoot at the Hulk. With a resounding thud, darkness crosses the Hulk's face, and his body tilts back, momentarily stunned by Link's strike. The force of the shot even snaps the bowstring. Discarding the broken bow, Link charges at the Hulk with his shield. With a crash, the Hulk is knocked back, releasing the 2 soldiers. You all must leave, Link commands. Ross halts, dumbfounded, witnessing Link's remarkable combination of shooting and charging that has brought down the Hulk. The stark contrast between Link's lean frame and the Hulk's colossal bulk is shocking. Emil's eyes blaze with fervor, his teeth clenched in envy and resentment towards Link. Ross glances at Zelda, the beautiful girl with cascading golden hair, who stands quietly, showing no sign of fear. Ross inquires, Who is this boy? Zelda smiles, His name is Link. He is my knight. Ross, momentarily taken aback, interprets her words as a romantic declaration, unaware that Link's true identity is indeed that of Zelda's loyal guardian. From the tranquil visage of Zelda, he discerned the reflection of his daughter. In days gone by, she too had smiled with such unbridled joy. However, the question arose in Ross's mind. How had he become so formidable? Zelda shook her head, replying, I do not know, Link. From the very first day I beheld him, he has always exhibited such bravery. Concerning these colossal creatures, Link was remarkably adept at confronting them. Prior to the onslaught of Ganon, Zelda had witnessed Link battle centaurs, cyclopes, and various other terrifying monstrosities numerous times, and he had never faltered. This instilled within Zelda an inexhaustible sense of reassurance. Link, armed with his shield, stood resolute. The Hulk rose, growling low and filled with fury, as if he wished to devour Link whole. Glancing at the 5 red hearts in the upper left corner, Link mused, this may not suffice to withstand even a single blow from the Hulk. Thus, Link resolved to fortify his defenses. Dodging in the nick of time to launch his counteroffensive, utilizing his shield to turn the tide of battle in his favor. Though clad only in Tony's gliding suit and possessing but 5 hearts of health, Link remained undaunted. After all, he was the valiant hero who had once vanquished Ganon with nothing more than a pot lid. Meanwhile, Tony had spent the day wreaking havoc upon a terrorist stronghold, followed by a leisurely jaunt with 2 military aircraft, an eventful day indeed. That evening, sipping on a rather unpalatable concoction of chlorophyll, he found his thoughts wandering to Link. Currently in Brazil, a curious association, contemplating that only someone of Link's caliber could find enjoyment in such a beverage. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he hacked into the military system, and Jarvis promptly reported, Sir, Link and General Ross are meeting. What a coincidence! Tony hastily set his drink aside and connected the military's recording device to his computer, witnessing the clash between Link and Ross. He quickly dialed to intervene. After hanging up, Tony muttered, Ross, I'm saving your life here. You ought to be grateful. Otherwise, don't be surprised if little Link cleaves you in two. He surreptitiously accessed Ross's recording device, treating it as a live broadcast. Casually sipping his chlorophyll, he observed Ross's intentions unfold. Suddenly, a spray of green liquid erupted from his mouth as Tony coughed violently. He had just witnessed the emergence of the Hulk. The screen filled with the image of bulging green muscles, and even through the recorded footage, Tony felt a potent surge of testosterone assault his senses. What manner of beast is this? What is the military up to? A bioweapons crisis? We must retreat. The footage jolted as the green behemoth sent the unfortunate soldiers into disarray. Soon, the perspective steadied, revealing Link, shield in hand, defiantly facing the Hulk. Tony's jaw dropped in astonishment. Link, what do you intend? To engage in battle with this giant? The footage showed Link bracing himself as the Hulk swung a massive fist. With a clang and a flash of light, the Hulk was sent flying, as though Link were a living explosive. Tony's expression shifted. Jarvis, assist me in analyzing the strength of both combatants. Jarvis, based on the information gleaned from the blurry footage, analyzed the data and reported to Tony. With a playful demeanor, Tony rolled a cup between his hands and murmured, So, with my newly developed suit, I still cannot triumph over this colossal vegetable and Link? Jarvis, in a rather unthinking manner, complimented, You are absolutely correct. Tony clicked his tongue in displeasure. It was disheartening to realize that his meticulously crafted Iron Man suit could not best 2 mere mortals, leaving the scientifically inclined Tony in a foul mood. Observing the vibrant and robust green skin of the Hulk made Tony feel a twinge of nausea, especially after consuming a drink of a similar hue. As the confrontation escalated, Tony's expression grew increasingly grim. He discerned that Link's strength was, in fact, far inferior to that of the Hulk. He merely relied on that nonsensical shield for defense. The shield was not infallible, and after a failed attempt at deflection, the Hulk's fist struck the shield, sending Link flying and crashing through a wall. This sight startled Tony, prompting him to rise from his seat. Though Link eventually struggled to regain his footing, the shield had already begun to warp, on the verge of shattering. This battle was unexpectedly clumsy, yet exhilarating. The Hulk's speed and strength forced Link into a defensive posture, as their punches and shields collided with a resounding bang, echoing with a sound reminiscent of destruction. Despite the absence of flamboyant combat, the perilous nature of their encounter surpassed the thrill of any sword fight. It simply would not do. Link could not withstand the Hulk. His life was in jeopardy, with yet another failed shield deflection. It was entirely plausible that Link could be killed by the Hulk at any moment. Listening to the reverberating clashes of fists against shields, even while merely watching the low-quality footage, Tony felt his heart race uncomfortably, akin to witnessing an atomic explosion. In a flurry, Tony dialed Ross again. Hey, Ross, it's me. Tony Stark, what are you doing? I seem to have seen my friend grappling with a moldy loaf of bread. The mere sight of the footage left Tony breathless, and he could only imagine the shock Ross must have felt witnessing it firsthand. When Ross answered the call, his voice was dazed. That is one of my weapons. You'd best not pry. Tony's infuriating voice retorted. Oh, your explanation is rather vague. I'll look into it myself. Ross, regaining his composure, shouted, Do not meddle with military secrets. With a hint of surprise in his tone, Tony had already managed to acquire the data on this monstrous figure. Bruce Banner? This green behemoth was indeed he? Ross, gritting his teeth, warned, I advise you for the last time, should you continue to disregard my military secrets. I shall. Tony interrupted Ross, his impatience palpable. You need not threaten me. I do not care who that green giant is, be it Bruce Banner or Einstein. This Hulk. Tony glanced at the data. Is under your jurisdiction, correct? Then you should promptly remove this behemoth and ensure Link's safety. Tony's primary concern was that Link might inadvertently meet his end at the hands of the Hulk. As for the secrets, he was indifferent. His only worry was for Link's well-being. Ross, catching on, chuckled darkly. Ah, so you're concerned for Link? Sorry, but I will not assist you. Before me, two of the strongest beings on Earth are engaged in a fierce battle. Such a rare spectacle is not to be missed. Tony, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "You?" To which Ross replied coldly, "Do you think I can intervene in a contest of such magnitude between beings like us and my soldiers?" Realizing Ross was of no assistance, Tony shouted, "Pass the phone to Zelda." With a dismissive grunt, Ross tossed the phone to Zelda. Though she hailed from Hyrule, Zelda was remarkably adept with technology, having quickly familiarized herself with computers, laptops, and smartphones. She answered naturally, "Hello?" Tony responded, "This is Tony Stark. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Zelda. I presume Link is quite pleased at the moment, but I have no time for pleasantries. He is facing the Hulk, a rare and monstrous adversary whose strength rivals that of an atomic bomb. Link cannot possibly defeat him. Get him to escape." Zelda watched anxiously, her heart tethered to Link. She understood the Hulk as formidable power, aware that one misstep could lead to Link's demise. However, she shook her head resolutely. "No, I can't persuade him. In his current state, I cannot stop him." Tony, exasperated, replied, "Young lady, your boyfriend is about to be flattened by a giant monster, and you remain so composed?" Zelda blushed and explained, "No, Link is attempting to awaken the power within him. He seeks to confront the Hulk, for only through this struggle can he obtain strength to rival that of the beast. He is growing stronger. I cannot halt his progress." Tony was taken aback. Link is still gaining strength? Just then, bloodied and battered, Link suddenly roared, unleashing a surge of faint blue energy around him. 018, the Guardian of Derek. Since the onset of the battle, Link had been haunted by a voice within, a sound reminiscent of something breaking free. He sensed a dormant power stirring within him. Each collision with the Hulk shattered the barriers of his heart, compelling him to forsake defense and repeatedly retaliate with a shield to awaken this inner strength. With a final shield counter, he heard the shattering sound akin to glass breaking, followed by a bold proclamation. What a beautiful sight! It was the voice of Derek, the champion of Goron. Zelda, watching in disbelief, covered her mouth as Link's body radiated a pale blue aura that coalesced into the form of Derek. Standing like a mountain behind him, Link heard the nearly whispered voice of the goddess Hylia. 10 shield counters. Hulk, guardian of the Goron champion Derek, awaken. The Hulk, startled by the sudden appearance of this ghostly giant, regarded it warily. Derek laughed heartily. "Good brother, you have awakened me." Wiping the blood from his lips, Link grasped the Master Sword, discarding the almost useless Hylian shield, and stood resolutely with his sword in hand. Derek glanced back at Zelda, waving, "Hey, little princess, Link has not let you down, has he?" As the Hulk roared and lunged forward like a mountain crashing down, the battle intensified. Link, sword in hand, took a deep breath and swung with determination, while behind him, the ethereal figure of Darkle unsheathed a massive rock sword, striking fiercely. The clash of sword energy collided with the green giant's arms, channeling Darkle's formidable strength into Link, filling him with a volcanic power that was too great for the Master Sword to bear, causing it to shatter into luminous fragments, scattering destruction upon the surrounding structures. The green giant's arms cracked audibly, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing through a dozen walls before finally coming to a halt. Unlike the previous encounter, where he had countered with shield, this was a raw contest of strength, and the green giant suffered a complete defeat at Link's hands. The shockwave from their collision even sent nearby soldiers flying, leaving them dazed and bleeding from their orifices, save for Emil and Zelda, who managed to stand firm, indicative of the sheer force exerted. Tony, gripped by fear, shouted, "Jarvis, analyze the power generated by these two." What he had just witnessed was beyond belief. Link had propelled the green giant into the air, creating a sonic boom. With a single step, Link struck the ground with such force that it trembled. Darkle laughed heartily. "Good brother, just like that. Onward to victory. Continue the fight." However, Link's knees trembled as he felt the power within him slipping from his grasp. Darkle gently patted his head, saying, "Link, you cannot sustain my strength for long. You have vanquished the enemy. I shall now retreat into slumber. Call upon me should you need my aid." With that, his body's azure glow dissipated like grains of sand in the wind. Link stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance. But Zelda rushed to support him, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" He shook his head, allowing her to assist him as they approached the green giant, who lay motionless after being struck. It took a moment for Ross and the others to regain their composure and hasten after them. The green giant lay still, his muscles twitching, fading, and shrinking until he transformed back into Bruce Banner. Sitting on the ground, Banner wore an expression of terror, his arms trembling in frailty. Ross dashed over, barking, "Quick, seize him!" Banner, struggling to stand, looked around at the soldiers, bewildered. Just as they lunged toward him, Link quietly commanded, "Step back. Let Banner go." His voice, though weary and soft, resonated with authority, causing the soldiers to halt in their tracks, paralyzed by his presence. If Hulk's strength was akin to that of a demon, then what could be said of Link, who had subdued such a force? The heart-stopping scene of raw power unleashed would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. The soldiers, awed by his might, dared not defy Link's words. Ross shouted, "You dare disregard orders." But he suddenly shivered, realizing Link was gazing at him, and his anger was swiftly overshadowed by fear. Softening his tone, he said, "Banner is my mission. Do not obstruct my duty." Link replied gently, "Let him go." Supporting Link, Zelda urged Banner, "Please, you must leave now. We'll handle this." Thus, Banner stumbled away, vanishing into the night. As Ross's face fluctuated between shades of blue and purple, he ultimately refrained from intervening. Meanwhile, Tony, in the confines of his home, swallowed hard and gravely addressed Jarvis, stating, "It seems we must embark on a new project. What do you think of the name Anti-Link Armor?" Zelda, engrossed in her mobile device, was captivated by the text within, exclaiming in astonishment. When Link inquired about her reading material, Zelda replied, "The world is astonishing. It boasts over 6 billion inhabitants." She then reflected on her forlorn kingdom, realizing that only 2 souls remained in Hyrule, seated aboard a plane in another realm, making the revival of Hyrule a daunting task ahead. Their aircraft was on the verge of landing. At that moment, the expansive airport had been cleared with several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, including Hawkeye and Natasha, awaiting the plane's arrival. Hawkeye furrowed his brow, expressing his discomfort at the thought of S.H.I.L.D. seeking assistance from outsiders for the first time. Natasha, adjusting her hair, questioned, "Why must we rely on them? I still owe that young man a favor." Hawkeye replied, "I recall that Link has rescued you twice, which amounts to 2 favors." Natasha shot him a glare, slightly irritated. Meanwhile, Hawkeye reminisced about his newborn at home, contemplating whether it was time for him to retire and enjoy a tranquil life. Upon disembarking, Link and Zelda sensed a commotion among the passengers ahead. Exchanging concerned glances, they descended the aisle to discover a group of individuals clad in black, surrounding a man and a woman, none other than the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, led by Natasha and Hawkeye. Link frowned, understanding that S.H.I.E.L.D. would eventually seek him out, yet he had hoped it would not be immediately upon his arrival. Hawkeye, feeling a sense of awkwardness, nudged Natasha, suggesting, "You should speak to him. Your social skills surpass mine." Natasha approached, eyeing Zelda, a youthful girl, seemingly of similar age to Link, with exquisite features, delicate skin, and striking golden hair reminiscent of Link's. Together, they appeared more like siblings than lovers. Natasha greeted Link, "Hello, handsome. It's a pleasure to meet you." Link nodded, though his demeanor was somewhat stiff. Natasha continued, "Your intel provided to Mr. Stark for S.H.I.E.L.D. is invaluable. We greatly appreciate it." Link shook his head in response. Natasha pondered how best to engage with this reticent individual. Just then, Zelda stepped forward, asking, "You require Link's assistance, don't you?" "Indeed," Natasha affirmed. At this moment, Hawkeye approached Link, stating, "We've encountered a bit of trouble at S.H.I.E.L.D., and we truly wish to request your help, Link." Link inquired, "What is the matter?" Hawkeye replied, "Follow us. We cannot adequately explain the situation. It is rather peculiar." Thus, Link prepared to accompany Hawkeye and the others to S.H.I.E.L.D., intrigued by what issue could necessitate his intervention. Link prepared to board the vehicle, with Zelda intending to follow closely behind. Suddenly, a figure clad in black approached, his tone brusque. "Only Link is permitted to enter S.H.I.E.L.D. Link scrutinized the man, finding him somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered him in Captain America, the Winter Soldier. It appeared he was an undercover agent of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. Link replied, "If Princess Zelda is not allowed to accompany me, then I shall not assist you." The black-clad man retorted coldly, "That is not your decision to make." He then instructed the others, "Take this girl away." Link raised an eyebrow, questioning Hawkeye's inability to manage the situation. Natasha stepped in to block Link's path, speaking softly. Forgive us. This is not our intention. You must understand, S-H-I-E-L-D is quite large. Link immediately perceived a hint of insight in her words. Natasha was aware of an infiltrating force within S-H-I-E-L-D. Whether she knew of Hydra's involvement remained uncertain. Had Hydra already revealed its agents in this timeline? Link found the situation diverging from the narrative he had anticipated, leaving him somewhat displeased. Hawkeye approached, stating, "Do not concern yourself with these individuals. We must leave, Link." He led Link and the others into the vehicle, heading toward S-H-I-E-L-D. Once inside the car, Zelda inquired, "Is there internal discord within your S-H-I-E-L-D?" Hawkeye replied curtly, "Young lady, this matter does not concern you." He then softened his tone. My apologies. They should not have treated you this way." Zelda, aware of Link's reticence, asked on his behalf, "What difficulties have you encountered?" Natasha, wearing a bemused smile, replied, "Well, we have encountered something that cannot be easily classified as either life or machinery, or perhaps is a rare natural phenomenon. The marble in our S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters has suddenly begun to move and even attack. It remains stationary unless approached, at which point it springs to life and assaults individuals. We have attempted various weapons, but have been unable to destroy these stones, which poses quite a dilemma. Previously, Link provided us with information on various creatures, although he did not mention these stone creatures. However, I believe you might possess a solution." Link. Upon hearing this, Link and Zelda exchanged an understanding smile. Now it made sense. Link couldn't help but chuckle, recalling how he had informed S-H-I-E-L-D of the characteristics of various monsters to prevent the creatures from Hyrule from descending upon Earth and causing devastation. Yet, he had inadvertently overlooked one peculiar creature. This creature would disguise itself as a large boulder by the roadside, only to sprout limbs and assault anyone who ventured too close. It was impervious to damage. Even Link's Master Sword could not chip away at its stony form. However, this stone creature bore a ridiculous weakness. Much like a turtle, if it were lifted and placed on its back, it could not right itself and would self-destruct. This weakness was common knowledge in the land of Hyrule. Thus Link had disregarded it. He never anticipated this stone creature would also traverse into the Marvel Universe, causing considerable distress for S-H-I-E-L-D. The group arrived at S-H-I-E-L-D and entered the main hall. A crowd had gathered at the western side, and as Link and his companions approached, they beheld two large pits on the wall, accompanied by two colossal marble stones quietly resting on the ground amidst the chaos. The floor was fractured, littered with bullet casings and scorch marks, alongside a damaged rubble machine. It appeared that S-H-I-E-L-D had exhausted all means in pursuit of these stone monstrosities. Zelda stifled a laugh while Link advanced, only to be hastily restrained by Natasha. "Do not act recklessly. It may suddenly lash out." Barton had already been struck by a stone, nearly fracturing his ribs. Hawkeye coughed awkwardly, clearly embarrassed. As Link approached, the two marble stones began to stir, transforming into clumsy stone creatures with rudimentary limbs, swaying their rocky fists and awkwardly swinging towards Link. Despite their comical appearance, a blow from one would indeed be painful, as Hawkeye had likely discovered to his detriment. The stone creature wobbled forward, intent on attacking Link, prompting the S-H-I-E-L-D agents to shout, "Boy, do not approach." Yet Link merely smiled, deftly dodging the creature's punch, lowering his body, and with a commanding shout, he hoisted a 1-meter square slab of marble above his head. Gasps erupted from the onlookers. How could this boy possess such formidable strength to lift such a massive stone? However, within S-H-I-E-L-D, there were many extraordinary individuals, so the emergence of a young strong man was not entirely surprising. "Get back!" Link shouted as he hurled the stone with great force. The crowd quickly scattered, but the stone crashed to the ground, exploding upon impact and sending shards that injured two individuals, one of whom was an elegant bald man. Link glanced at the explosion site, where a crater had formed on the floor, yet the stone creature remained unscathed, leaving Link somewhat disheartened. He replicated his earlier maneuver, lifting another stone creature. It flailed its limbs in panic, but Link gently set it down. The creature, overwhelmed with despair, seemed resigned to its fate, and with a resounding pop, it self-destructed. Link shrugged at Hawkeye and Natasha, conveying the sentiment that this was the only fitting end for such a creature. Hawkeye's eyes widened in disbelief. These two stone monsters had withstood every weapon H-I-E-L-D had tested: guns, laser rifles, heavy hammers, diamond cutters, and corrosive acids. Yet they had remained impervious. To see them simply lifted, placed down, and then explode was astonishing. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. The presence of these stone behemoths had rendered S-H-I-A-L-E-D restless. The idea that two pieces of rock could instill fear, even in the president, was absurd for the world's most formidable intelligence agency. Amidst the jubilation, a bald man with a crooked eye patch emerged, dressed in a sharp black coat despite the mild temperature, exuding an air of coolness. Link recognized him instantly as Nick Fury, the director of S-H-I-E-L-D. A few individuals entered Nick's office, and Link gestured to Zelda, indicating she should elucidate their situation. They had already communicated during their flight. Link was not one for conversation or explanations, preferring to leave such matters to Zelda while he embodied the serene princess's tranquility. A dark lord intent on world destruction has descended upon Earth. As soon as Nick settled into his seat, he was startled into standing by Zelda's proclamation. Hawkeye, wearing his customary disgruntled expression, crossed his arms and remarked, "A dark lord? Well, that certainly falls outside our purview." Natasha raised an eyebrow, but offered no further comment. Nick cleared his throat and said, "Please elaborate." Zelda exchanged a glance with Link and began, "We hail from a kingdom known as Hyrule, where I am a princess. A century ago, a dark lord named Ganon ravaged our land. This is Link, my knight." Nick pondered whether the girl was spinning a fairy tale. Although he did not grasp the connection between Ganon and the strange creatures appearing on Earth, he resolved to listen further. The earnest expressions of the young pair reassured him. Nick, skilled in the art of interrogation, discerned that these golden-haired youths were not attempting to deceive him. Even Natasha, adept at reading emotions, nodded in agreement, indicating their sincerity. Zelda continued her narrative, providing a brief overview of Link and Ganon's history. Hawkeye appeared momentarily taken aback, while Natasha, skeptical, considered whether these children were indeed serious about Dark Lords and heroes, or if they had simply lost their senses. Zelda harbored reservations about revealing that she and Link originated from another world. Yet Link insisted that transparency was preferable. His contemplation was measured. After all, a confrontation with Ganon loomed ahead. Concealing the truth would only breed suspicion and curiosity, leading to unnecessary complications. It was far better to be forthright, allowing others to believe or disbelieve as they chose. The arrival of Thor, the thunder god from Norse mythology, was imminent. What did two-time travelers matter in such a chaotic universe? A century later, Link awakened from his slumber, liberated the four divine beasts, and ultimately vanquished Ganon wielding the Master Sword. As Zelda spoke of Link, her demeanor softened, illuminated by the warmth of a sunset's afterglow. She had witnessed his awakening, amnesia, confusion, battles, and injuries, until he traversed mountains to stand before her, reminiscent of their first meeting 100 years prior. During her century-long confinement in the castle, Zelda's feelings for Link had only deepened, maturing like fine wine through the passage of time. Nick was left speechless. Natasha, leaning casually against the corner of the table, observed the sweet, rosy atmosphere enveloping the young couple, stirring within her a mix of emotions. If her future partner were the Hulk, her sentiments would surely be even more complex. As for Hawkeye, he found the golden-haired girl endearingly innocent, imagining that if his future children resembled her, retirement would be a most delightful affair. We had thought we had permanently subdued Ganon, only to discover that he traversed time and space, arriving in this realm. As fate would have it, I and Link, eternally entwined in destiny, followed Ganon to this world. The monsters that emerged on this earth are merely Ganon's minions. Having finished my explanation, Zelda felt a flush of embarrassment, concerned that others might deem her mad. Nick cleared his throat and inquired, "How do you intend to substantiate your claims?" Zelda found herself momentarily speechless, while Link solemnly declared, "The Blood Moon." Nick furrowed his brow and asked, "What is the Blood Moon?" Zelda took the opportunity to elaborate. It is a phenomenon caused by Ganon, who taints the moon with his power, turning it a crimson hue. On the night of the Blood Moon, all monsters are resurrected, including the two stone beasts within your palace. This cycle is endless, persisting until Ganon is vanquished. She paused before continuing. "From my senses, the Blood Moon in this world is imminent." Link shared this foreboding feeling. Zelda gazed at Nick and said, "When the Blood Moon rises and countless monsters are resurrected, you will have no choice but to believe us." There was an enigmatic quality to Zelda, her gentle voice weaving a narrative that even the skeptical Nick found hard to dismiss as a lie. Nick nodded. "Seeing it with my own eyes would suffice." Though it sounds absurd, if it were to unfold before me, I would be compelled to believe. As Nick leaned on the table, intertwining his fingers beneath his chin, he turned to Link. You possess remarkable skills. Even Hawkeye regards you with admiration. Reports suggest you have vanquished a fearsome creature, enigmatic in origin, imbued with terrifying power and an unsettling silence. Unchecked power has always been perilous. Zelda knitted her brows, wondering if S-H-I-E-L-D intended to monitor or imprison Link. Nick questioned, would you consider joining S-H-I-E-L-D? Link shook his head. Nick's expression darkened. In that case, I find myself in a difficult position. Natasha stood, her demeanor wary as she kept a watchful eye on Link, while Hawkeye appeared tense. Should Nick propose to imprison Link? There was no telling how Link might react. Link's expression grew somber. His sword was broken, his shield shattered, and his bow rendered useless. He was unarmed and lacked the martial prowess of Natasha. If they sought to confine him, a swarm of agents could easily overwhelm him. Yet, he approached this situation with a certain confidence, rooted in the awakened spirit of the hero deep within him. Derek. This incarnation of a hero's protection transcended mere reflexes from the original game, embodying a power that could rival the Hulk. Link feared no conflict. Suddenly, Nick smiled. What a pity, but I cannot linger. I have official duties to attend to. Link was taken aback. Nick laughed heartily. Child, you perceive S-H-I-E-L-D, and me too narrowly. We have no intention of causing you harm. You're not the Hulk. Your strength is manageable. You have saved Natasha, and we trust your character. Therefore, why would we seek to control you and provoke your ire? Hawkeye and Natasha, upon hearing Nick's words, both exhaled in relief. They were reluctant to engage in a conflict with Link. Not only did they harbor a favorable impression of him, but they also sensed that they could not match his prowess. Nick maintained a facade of a smile, yet internally scoffed. Last night, Tony had sent a letter to S-H-I-L-D, asserting his guardianship over the two young individuals, making his intentions clear. Do not interfere with him. At that moment, Agent Coulson entered the office, his expression urgent, stating, Ms. Potts just called us, indicating that Tony might be in danger. Link's countenance shifted dramatically. The plot had reached this critical juncture. He hastily exclaimed, Obadiah covets Stark Industries' wealth and intends to sabotage Tony. It was Obadiah who orchestrated Tony's previous misfortunes in the desert. Nick, acting decisively, commanded Coulson establish contact with Ms. Potts and dispatch a team to Stark Industries to apprehend Obadiah. Link interjected, Take me to Tony's residence. He is in peril. Natasha stepped forward, adjusting her striking red hair, and sweetly offered, Allow me to escort you. I recently acquired a new vehicle. On the sparsely populated road, a vibrant red sports car sped forth, its velocity enough to infuriate traffic officers. Natasha pushed the car to its limits. The roar of the engine and the swiftly passing scenery enough to instill fear in those men who coveted her beauty. However, Natasha stole a glance and noted that Link and Zelda exhibited no trepidation, their curiosity fixated on her vehicle. Zelda, intrigued, remarked, What remarkable technology. Yet, her subsequent inquiry caused Natasha to furrow her brow. Can this car consume fruit? Zelda inquired. Link's motorcycle can, she added. Natasha replied. It is only fitting that it belongs to Link. At such an outrageous speed, they soon arrived at Tony's residence. As Link exited the vehicle, Natasha urged, Let's hurry inside. However, Link did not proceed through the door. Instead, he dashed toward the wall. Natasha questioned, Aren't you taking the stairs? Zelda remarked that Link was particularly adept at climbing walls. Natasha widened her eyes as she witnessed Link swiftly scale the wall like a gecko. Pushing open the window to enter, in a flash, he found himself in a room housing the old arc reactor that he had preserved. Link leaped inside and saw Tony sprawled on the floor, desperately rubbing against the arc reactor like a rag doll. I have arrived, Link exclaimed. Tony offered a weak smile. Did you enjoy your vacation? It is regrettable that you missed an exhilarating performance. He was referring to his transformation into Iron Man and his daring escapade in the desert. Link thought to himself, I did not miss it. I witnessed it twice. He rushed to retrieve the old arc reactor, scanning the room, but failing to locate Dummy. Where could that little guy with the fire extinguisher have wandered off to? Without further ado, Link deftly turned Tony onto his back. Having previously replaced Tony's reactor, Tony felt a twinge of fear and quickly cautioned, Be gentle. Link grasped the connector and swiftly inserted it into Tony's chest. At that moment, Natasha and Zelda were just exiting the elevator, and they were taken aback by the sight of Link's hand reaching into Tony's chest. Natasha raised an eyebrow. Did you just punch through Tony's chest? The arc reactor was forcibly inserted into Tony's chest. With a low growl, he struggled to his feet and called out, "Pepper, she's in danger." Natasha replied, "R-S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents are protecting her." Tony shook his head, insisting, "It's not just Pepper's peril. Link, I need your assistance." Tony, who rarely sought help and was accustomed to others being indebted to him, now found himself asking Link for a personal favor. With Pepper's life hanging by a thread and the old arc reactor's power dwindling, Tony doubted his ability to save her and had no choice but to rely on Link. Link silently nodded in agreement. 022. Confront Obadiah. Tony staggered over in his Iron Man suit, catching Zelda's eye, who was particularly eager to study this armor up close. "Hey!" Tony greeted Zelda and tossed Link a helmet, wrapping his arms around him without hesitation, igniting the repulsors at his feet. A shockwave surged forth as he smashed through the glass and soared into the sky. "Link, how's the speed? Can your body handle it?" Link shouted, "Ouch." Tony quickly asked, "What happened?" Fearing for Link's well-being at such high speeds, Link yelled, "I need weapons and a shield." Tony replied, Link resigned, "It's fine, I'll improvise." Tony said, "All right, tough luck for you. Go rescue Pepper and get her out of here. I'll hold Obadiah off to buy some time. By the way, how did you destroy the 2 weapons I gave you, made from military-grade materials?" Link grumbled, "I exerted too much force, and they shattered. It's always like this. I have to find new weapons." Tony laughed, "No worries. I'll make you weapons from titanium alloy. Let us make 10 spare ones." Link chuckled inwardly. 10 won't be nearly enough. With that, he abruptly broke free from Iron Man's grasp. Tony shouted, "Be careful," as Link leaped into the water pool in front of the building, creating a massive splash. 0 points, Tony called out. After landing in the water, Link sprang up and dashed into the building, quickly lowering himself to grab a fire hydrant cover as a shield. Upon entering, he heard muffled sounds and gunfire from within as he sprinted up the stairs. He spotted Obadiah piloting the Ironmonger, swaying as he launched an attack, while Agent Coulson was retreating with Pepper. As the Ironmonger fired a blast, Link rushed forward, bracing the shield against the impact, which ricocheted back, causing the Ironmonger to explode. Link, holding the hydrant cover, shouted to Coulson, "Quick, get Pepper out of here." Pepper, having never witnessed Link's abilities, was astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. Oh my god. She never imagined that the quiet boy who had been staying at Tony's home could possess such power. Obadiah, enraged, shouted, "Link, what kind of monster are you?" The ricocheted blast hit the Ironmonger's armor, inflicting minimal damage. In the original timeline, even a fall from a great height had not harmed the Ironmonger, forcing Tony to destroy the reactor. The Ironmonger's armor appeared particularly menacing in the dim surroundings. In contrast to Tony's Mark series, the Iron Tyrant forsakes aesthetics, lightweight design, and elegance, embodying a cumbersome and unsightly practicality, crafted solely as a formidable weapon for warfare. Link, armed with a manhole cover, stands resolutely, yet soon finds himself disheartened by the awkwardness of wielding the cumbersome cover, which proves particularly unwieldy and comical. The Iron Tyrant launches a fierce assault, and Link, grappling with his ill-fitting defense, struggles to fend off the onslaught. After ensuring the safe passage of Little Pepper and the others, Link dodges and rolls on the ground to evade cannon fire, only to be cornered by Obadiah against a window. With a chilling sneer, Obadiah declares farewell and opens fire, unleashing a barrage upon the trapped Link. In a desperate maneuver, Link hurls the manhole cover behind him, shattering the glass as it spins away. Executing a backflip, he attempts a shield counter with his foot, but the awkwardness of the motion prevents him from succeeding, resulting in the cover shattering and the cannon fire ricocheting off the building. Link is propelled backward by the force, and in midair, Tony seizes the opportunity, remarking, "Though you scored 0 on the dive, you certainly have a knack for surfing." He catches Link and, with a swift dive, sets him down by the roadside before soaring towards a climactic confrontation with the Iron Tyrant and Obadiah. From a distance, Obadiah exclaims in disbelief, "Tony, you're alive." Link, limping and searching for a weapon, finds himself unarmed amidst a panicked crowd, all captivated by the aerial battle. He sighs, bemused by their reckless curiosity. Out of the corner of his eye, he spots a child brandishing a toy shield resembling Captain America's, proclaiming, "I am Captain America. I will fight the bad guys." His unfortunate father clings to him tightly. Link rushes over, exclaiming, "May I borrow your shield?" Though he claims it's alone, he seizes it without the owner's consent. As the child begins to cry and the parent readies to scold, Link's back rips open, revealing a set of metallic wings that unfurl dramatically, propelling him into the sky. The shield, crafted with remarkable precision from a lightweight metal, proves quite suitable for Link's grasp, despite its toy nature. As he soars, he searches for a blade or sword. Suddenly, His gaze brightens as he spots a group of juvenile delinquents wielding katanas in a nearby alley, attempting to intimidate passersby. The ruffians laugh, mocking, "Look at this fool. He thinks he could be Captain America." Link swiftly dispatches the troublemakers with a kick, seizing one of their katanas, now equipped with a weapon and a shield. He sighs again, pondering the absurdity of his situation. With a toy shield in his left hand and a Japanese sword in his right, he reflects on the embarrassment of facing the Iron Tyrant in such garb, asserting, "I, Link, am no mere comic relief." Yet, the circumstances dictate the tools at hand. And with no viable alternatives, Link takes to the skies. Upon ascending, he witnesses the Iron Tyrant encased in ice, plummeting with a thunderous crash that raises a cloud of dust. Tony, descending clumsily, appears to be running low on energy. As he lands, he spots Link's peculiar combination of a Captain America shield and a katana. And even in this perilous moment, he bursts into laughter, exclaiming, "Link, you truly are something. Where did you acquire such splendid gear?" Obadiah bellows, "Tony, you and your father, both foolish geniuses. Observe the wondrous inventions you have created, squandering your talents without appreciation. Today, I shall bury you and that little imp beneath the very weapons you have devised." As Tony fled through the air, he addressed Link, who was burdened with the weight of the situation. "I refuse to be killed by Obadiah. That mech is hideous, lacking in style. To perish by such a contraption would be utterly disgraceful." Link remained silent, his gaze fixed on Obadiah, who was attempting to communicate with Darkle. The immense power of Darkle could obliterate the Iron Giant. After successfully establishing communication with the heroic Goron tribe, Link clenched his fists, ready for a fierce battle. At that moment, the voice of the goddess Hylia echoed in his mind once more. "Brave Link, defeat Obadiah without the aid of champions or external forces." Another task. Link immediately abandoned the notion of summoning Darkle. He was determined to fulfill the guidance and trials set forth by the goddess Hylia. Yet, the current circumstances posed a dilemma. The shield counterattack worked well against strong foes, but faltered against the weak. Against a formidable mech like the Iron Giant, whose defense surpassed its offense, the shield counter would prove ineffective. Moreover, Link was armed with only a katana, which against Obadiah was akin to attempting to lift a boulder with a toothpick. The mention of external forces naturally referred to the original storyline, where the reactor's explosion destroyed the Iron Giant. It seemed that the goddess Hylia was deliberately placing obstacles in his path. However, Link had grown accustomed to this. It was precisely through the goddess's relentless trials that he had gradually transformed into the hero destined to seal the Dark Lord. He feared no challenge. As Tony rushed into Stark Hall, intent on detonating the reactor, Link interjected, "Stop, let me handle this. We are in the city center. Detonating the reactor would claim countless lives." Tony exclaimed in desperation, "But there is no other way. My armor is nearly out of power, and your shield counter won't be effective. We cannot defeat this hulking monstrosity. Its armor is too resilient." Link shook his head. "No. What we must confront is not the Iron Giant, but the man inside it, Obadiah." Tony scoffed. "Isn't that obvious?" Yet, he began to ponder Link's words. In just a second, he discerned how to overcome Obadiah. Regardless of the armor's durability, the pilot within remained an elderly man. Obadiah thundered towards them, bellowing, "Why have you stopped running? Have you finally succumbed to despair?" Link leaped down from Iron Man's shoulder, wielding his shield and sword, advancing step by step with unwavering determination. Obadiah declared, "I do not wish to harm children, but if they are insufferable, I care not." He opened fire on Link. Link focused intently on the flames emanating from the Iron Giant's firing port, attuning his ears to the sound of the impending explosion. Suddenly, the world plunged into darkness, and time slowed. Bullet time activated. Link surged forward, leaping onto the knee of the Iron Giant, elbow pressed against the round shield, delivering a powerful strike. Thud! The head of the Iron Giant received a resounding blow, causing it to stagger. At that moment, Iron Man swooped in, crashing into the Iron Giant, sending it tumbling to the ground. Obadiah gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it! The Iron Tyrant, in its quest for durability, sacrificed both convenience and elegance, rendering its form so cumbersome that once toppled, it struggled to regain its footing. This was precisely Link's strategy. Having just dispatched 2 stone monsters, he had overturned them, leaving them helpless on their backs to detonate. The Iron Tyrant, as unwieldy as a 200-kilogram behemoth with its short, stout limbs, was indeed fearful of falling. "Wait until I get back up." Obadiah seethed. Unable to rise with his mechanical arms, he abruptly activated the thrusters in his feet, intending to ascend into the sky and stabilize himself. However, Tony swiftly approached the thrusters at the base of the Iron Tyrant's feet, hands on his hips, tilting his head to observe, and shook his head in disdain. What a pathetic design. Did you not consider adding some protection simply because the thrusters are located on the soles of your feet? Obadiah, you have not improved at all. With a sudden release of all ammunition, a thunderous explosion obliterated the Iron Tyrant's foot thrusters. Obadiah bellowed, "Do you think destroying my thrusters will render me powerless against you?" Though the Iron Tyrant was temporarily incapacitated, Obadiah aimed his weapon at Link, who stood defiantly at his chest, and fired. Boom! Link utilized his shield to deflect the blast back towards the Iron Tyrant's head. Though the armor remained unscathed, the blinding light that erupted caused Obadiah to scream in agony, as darkness enveloped his vision, rendering him momentarily blind. Seizing the last vestiges of energy, Tony soared into the sky and then plunged downwards, using his body as a projectile aimed directly at the Iron Tyrant's chin. While Tony's self-sacrificial act as a human cannonball did not inflict substantial damage, his mission was accomplished. The Iron Tyrant's chin lifted slightly, revealing a narrow gap, into which Link thrust his sword like a spear, penetrating deep within and delivering a fatal blow to Obadiah. Silence fell upon him instantly. Breathless, Link leapt down. Did we win? Tony gasped, his gaze drawn to the blood trickling from the gap in the Iron Tyrant's head, pooling on the ground. The individual who had once been one of Tony's closest allies, now subdued and silent, had just moments ago raged like a demon. Is he dead? Tony inquired, his emotions a tangle. Link nodded. Removing his helmet, Tony revealed a pale, weary visage, collapsing onto the ground, turning his head away, murmuring, "Thank goodness it wasn't Timmy who did the killing." Link, unfazed by Tony's conflicting feelings, recalled the voice of the goddess Hylia echoing in his mind. Complete the hero's trial to acquire new skills. Link's breath caught in his throat. Mypha? Could it be that Mypha is about to awaken? Acquired bomb skill. Suddenly, two bombs appeared in Link's hands, one round and the other square, both exuding a soft blue glow. Link reluctantly tucked them away, pondering their utility. These bombs, weak in the realm of gaming, would likely serve little purpose in the Marvel Universe, merely capable of intimidating ordinary individuals. As a hero, Link could never stoop to bullying the powerless. Link assisted the groaning Tony in removing his armor, which had sustained deformation from the earlier impact, effectively trapping Tony within. Individuals like Tony, who lack robust physical prowess and must rely on technological armor, risk their very lives through their own creations. With a forceful tug, Link removed Tony's gauntlet, prompting a sharp cry of pain from Tony as a strip of flesh vanished from his arm, bleeding profusely. "Link, I owe you yet another favor," Tony remarked. Link glanced at the glowing arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest, contemplating the greater debts Tony would accrue in the future. He resolved to find the right moment to reveal the new element bequeathed to Tony by his father. At that moment, a throng of S.H. agents arrived outside the building. Pepper rushed over, calling out Tony. She longed to embrace him, but given his armored state, she hesitated, knowing the embrace of a metallic figure would be uncomfortable. Zelda and Natasha soon joined them as well. Without armor, Link appeared pale, seemingly injured, prompting Zelda to rush into his arms. "I'm fine," Link reassured her, patting her back gently. Tony, with a playful whistle, considered making a sensational announcement. At that instant, Agent Coulson was a guest in Tony's home, presenting him with a guide to handle media inquiries. Dammy served Coulson a rather unpleasant cup of coffee, while Tony lounged comfortably on the sofa, observing the bustling activity of Link and Zelda on the screen. This girl was a rare genius, likely surpassing even the likes of Da Vinci. Tony spoke of Zelda with an odd expression. "Since this little girl moved into my home, she has incessantly pestered me for knowledge. Initially, I found her bothersome and tried to ignore her, but out of respect for Link, I indulged her with half-hearted responses. Astonishingly, with just my scant guidance and her self-study, she mastered the technology for creating armored suits within days. And now she is assisting me in crafting the next generation of suits. Truly remarkable." In conclusion, Tony begrudgingly added, "Of course, she still falls short of my standards. Nevertheless, having a somewhat competent assistant pleases me." Coulson, feigning a smile, internally scoffed at Tony's pettiness, noting how he even felt the need to compare himself to a young girl. However, upon glancing at Zelda's figure, Coulson mused that she was no ordinary genius of Earth. Suddenly, Tony leaned inconspiratorially toward Coulson, exclaiming, "These two children claim to hail from Hyrule, a realm of magic and swords. I am skeptical, suspecting they harbor secrets." Coulson perked up at this revelation, remembering Nick's directive to gain the trust of Tony and Link. The fact that Tony was willing to divulge secrets about Link and Zelda filled Coulson with a sense of pride. "My rapport truly is unparalleled in S.H.I.E. LD. However, as Tony voiced his speculation, Coulson nearly spat out his coffee. Tony furrowed his brow, positing, could they not be related by blood? Perhaps siblings, or something of that nature. Coulson coughed violently, exclaiming, "What makes you think that?" The brilliance in Tony's eyes seemed to transcend time, as if he were channeling Sherlock Holmes, while Coulson appeared to be the bumbling Watson, oblivious to the glaring blind spots. Tony spoke with a resonant confidence. "Behold, Link and Zelda, both adorned with striking golden hair and fairy-like elongated ears. This suggests a probable blood relation." Coulson interjected, "Observe, Link and Zelda have yet to disclose their surnames. How can one exist without a family name? They must have chosen to forsake it. As for the reason behind such a choice, it is evident that Zelda and Link share a surname. What does a surname signify? They have abandoned their homeland, wandering aimlessly, referring to themselves in childish naivety as hailing from a magical realm. They could very well be siblings. Indeed, I believe they are merely sister and brother." Coulson continued, "Look, ever since Zelda moved in with me, she has been sharing a room with Link. However, you understand, they have not engaged in any romantic relations. They appear as a couple, yet Link shows profound respect for Zelda, while Zelda harbors a subtle apprehension towards Link. What could this mean? Precisely, they're siblings, and they dare not cross the boundaries." Coulson's face contorted with alarm. "Mr. Stark, you actually spied on those children?" Tony hastily refuted. If Link were to learn of this misunderstanding, he might deliver a beating that would leave me resembling a battered pig. Look at me. I am the owner of a publicly traded company, a billionaire, a playboy. The number of women I have encountered or experienced could circle the globe 3.5 times. Therefore, I can discern a girl's purity at a glance. I can distinguish the innocent from the deceitful without fail." Coulson felt a pang of regret for voicing his doubts, fearing the repercussions from Link. He gazed earnestly at Coulson and said, "Coulson, I trust you implicitly, which is why I confided in you. Please, do not share this with anyone." Coulson, wearing a trustworthy expression, replied with a smile, "Of course." Yet inwardly, he mused, Tony does make a valid point. Thus, tales of Zelda and Link began to circulate among the Avengers. Future headlines promised to be sensational. Link and Tony at odds. Tony beaten, battered, and bruised. Other members watch with smiles. Is the Avengers team on the brink of division? Link and Zelda simultaneously yawned, with Zelda rubbing her nose while Link displayed a cautious demeanor, sensing an ominous premonition of a plot aimed at him and Zelda. "It must be Ganondorf." "Ganondorf, huh?" Coulson set down his cup with solemnity. "I have come with a request for Link's assistance." Previously, Tony arranged identities for both Link and Zelda, becoming their legal guardian. Tony interjected, "Speak your mind. They will be finished soon, and I cannot command them." Coulson, with a hint of yearning in his voice, spoke hesitantly. "Captain America, he did not perish. He was frozen for decades and has now awakened. We seek Link's help to soothe Captain America. They should have common ground." Tony's expression mirrored the horror one might feel upon witnessing Coulson clad in a bunny costume performing a pole dance before him. "Captain America? Captain America 025. Am I going to soothe Rogers?" Link wore a peculiar expression, having just assisted Zelda in moving some items, a slight sheen of sweat upon his brow. Zelda, akin to a dutiful wife, tenderly wiped his forehead. Despite her royal status as a princess, she refrained from commanding others. Following the defeat of Ganon, she and Link traversed the vast expanse of Hyrule, enduring numerous hardships. Link, often injured, required bandaging, and Zelda diligently handled laundry and meal preparations. Link, regardless of the ingredients, would haphazardly toss them into the pot, frequently concocting unidentifiable dishes. While Link was bold enough to sample them, Zelda was not. Coulson nodded, his expression somewhat awkward, stating, "Our director believes you share many similarities with Captain America. You, too, have awakened after a century-long slumber. I trust you possess the requisite experience and empathy to assist Captain America in acclimating to this new era." Link interjected as Tony, shaking his drink, added, "Indeed, you and that iconic figure from the 40s in his tight suit have much in common, notably your mutual affection for shields." Tony wiped his forehead with his arm, a bewildered look on his face. The world has truly changed. Captain America has returned. Could it be that there are indeed gods? Link and Zelda replied in unison. "There are." Zelda referred to the goddess Hylia, while Link alluded to Thor and other Norse deities. Tony remarked. Thus, Link sought out Stephen Rogers for a visit. At the hospital entrance, Link held a bouquet of flowers while Coulson, impeccably dressed in formal attire, clutched an extravagant arrangement that had cost him half a year's salary. His shoes gleamed brightly, and his hair was meticulously styled, artfully concealing his receding hairline. with a subtle hint of men's cologne wafting from him. To an unknowing observer, one might assume Coulson had just emerged from a wedding ceremony. Coulson took a deep breath. The boss is favoring me, sending me to meet the captain instead of someone else. I am truly fortunate. I must remain composed and calm. Just recently, he had learned that his lifelong idol, Captain America, was alive, leaving him in a state of exhilaration that had caused Nick some concern, prompting him to send Coulson to meet Rogers. Link, in casual attire, sported a ponytail, his soft hair cascading over his shoulders, and his long ears drew considerable attention. Being in a hospital, passing doctors instinctively pondered the origins of Link's unusual ears and how they might be surgically corrected. The duo had been waiting at the hospital entrance for an extended period. Coulson expressed the need to steady his nerves, wishing to make a favorable impression on his idol. Link, resigned, basked in the sunlight while waiting alongside him. Just as they were about to enter, a man in a hospital gown, resembling a deranged individual, burst forth barefoot. Crashing into the security personnel, Link immediately recognized him as Captain Stephen Rogers and informed Coulson, "Your idol is charging out to see you." Coulson was momentarily stunned, while Link hastened to intervene, positioning himself in front of Rogers and extending the bouquet of flowers. "Congratulations on your recovery, World War II hero," he declared. Rogers, clearly disoriented, disregarded Link and attempted to push him aside to access the flowers. However, when Link saw Rogers reaching out, he executed a swift shoulder throw, bringing Rogers down to the ground, holding him down securely. Seeing Rogers struggle in a state of panic, Link felt a pang of sympathy and gently urged, "Calm yourself. You have been asleep for decades. It is now the 21st century." In this moment, besides the Winter Soldier Bucky, only Link could truly comprehend the turmoil within Rogers. Both had awakened to confront formidable adversaries, urgent calls for salvation, and historical grievances that needed mending, all while those they once knew had aged and perished. And the world had undergone profound transformations. Rogers' world had transformed into a steel forest, while Link's had devolved into ruins, with only a few seeds of civilization remaining. Few in number. Nick sought Link to soothe Rogers, but he had chosen the wrong person. Link was not particularly eloquent. His previous attempt to communicate with Ross had ended in conflict. Faced with Rogers, who shared similar torments, Link understood, but was at a loss for words, merely repeating, "You need to calm down." His voice was soft, yet Rogers seemed unable to absorb any of it, murmuring, "I'm late for a date." Link, feeling helpless, replied, "At least Peggy Carter is still alive." This thought brought to mind Mira, and he felt a wave of despondency wash over him, prompting him to release Rogers. Standing up, Rogers observed Link's countenance and remarked, "You seem sorrowful." Link shook his head. He was reluctant to display his emotions, forever the bastion of strength in the presence of others. "No, I am like you. We are both extraordinary," he asserted. After some commotion, Link and Coulson escorted Rogers to a cafe, surrounded by disguised S.H.A.L.D. agents. Throughout, Coulson wore a grim expression, feeling he had embarrassed himself in front of his idol and regretting it to the point of contemplating self-harm in the restroom. Meanwhile, Link, the inadequate negotiator, attempted to summarize the events of the past decades. Honoring Nick's request, he also shared his own experiences. Rogers remained silent throughout, and once Link had said his piece, he too fell into silence, disliking prolonged conversation and allowing Rogers space to process on his own. In the heavy atmosphere, Coulson also refrained from speaking, and the three of them sipped their coffee in muted contemplation. An unsettling stillness enveloped them, and eventually, something had to give. As dusk approached, the sky dimmed, casting a crimson hue across the horizon. Outside, the tumult of chaos erupted, with passers-by gazing skyward in a daze. Link suddenly sensed a burning odor permeating the air. He realized with alarm. The blood moon. The crowd hurried outside to witness the spectacle. Coulson murmured, "Is it truly happening?" The blood moon? He had heard Link mention it before, but had remained skeptical. Yet, as the ominous, blood-red orb loomed above, an overwhelming dread akin to the apocalypse enveloped them, as if the sun would never rise again. Rogers frowned. The people of the 21st century are remarkable. They have turned the moon red. Coulson turned to Link. If the blood moon is real, does that mean the monsters that various nations have tried so hard to eradicate have resurrected? We must report this immediately. Link reassured him, "It's all right. The time has not yet come. It is now merely evening. The blood moon lingers on the horizon. It is not until midnight that its power will reach its zenith. As Ganon's curse resurrects countless monsters from the abyss." Link pondered for a moment and inquired, "Have centaurs appeared on Earth?" "No," replied Coulson. Link then asked, "What about cyclopes?" "Within our vicinity, there is currently only one, right here in the outskirts of the city," Coulson responded. Link chuckled. What a coincidence. The blood moon is now hanging ominously in the sky, inciting panic across nations. Nick sat in a chair, the rising blood moon casting a pallor over his face as he murmured, that boy's words were indeed true. This means that Hyrule and the Dark Lord are real. A sports car roared into view, skidding perfectly into a parking spot. Hawkeye jumped out excitedly, while Natasha closed the door behind him, expressing her annoyance. How much do you loathe those 2 stones? Hawkeye, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, I never imagined the blood moon Link spoke of actually existed. The monster should have revived. I will use the methods Link taught me to defeat them. Natasha inwardly scoffed. Do you possess enough strength? Don't lift it and end up breaking your back. The two entered the hall, yet the location of the 2 stone monsters showed no signs of disturbance. Hawkeye, hands on hips, glared at the corner. Stop hiding. Come out. I will be waiting for you. Natasha glanced at her watch. It's 8 p.m. You wait here. I need to see the boss. Hawkeye nodded, his gaze fixed on the corner, thirsting for vengeance. He remained there for a full 4 hours. Zelda clutched her chest, feeling quite unwell, her breath coming in labored gasps. It always feels like this. The blood moon is when Ganon's power is at its peak, and I could sense his roar. Tony, one hand on his hip and the other shielding his head, exclaimed, Goodness, you truly are a princess. Link is also a hero who defeated the Dark Lord, and he indeed slumbered for a century? This dispels any notions of a forbidden romance between Link and Zelda. Zelda shook her head. No, Link has matters to attend to. With the blood moon's appearance, many fearsome monsters will be resurrected. Link will surely seek them out. Upon entering the building, Rogers spotted Hawkeye, hands on his hips, appearing as if he were relieving himself against the wall. Link raised an eyebrow, while Coulson wondered, Barton, what is he doing? Never mind him. Let's proceed upstairs. The group reunited with Natasha and Nick, who spoke in a low voice. Captain America, what are your thoughts on this new era? Rogers gazed at the slowly rising red moon and lamented, what a chaotic situation. Nick replied, Coulson previously reported Link's objective, to defeat the local threat posed by the Cyclops. Upon hearing of the monster threatening world peace, Rogers insisted on joining Link to slay the Cyclops and retrieve weapons from headquarters. Natasha gracefully brought forth a deep blue-fitted suit and a round shield, presenting them to Rogers. Captain, what do you think of your new battle attire? Rogers rubbed the shield fondly, filled with nostalgia. Nearby, Link watched with a hint of envy. It was a vibranium shield, indestructible, sturdy, and durable. With it, Link could even deflect a nuclear bomb. Link had nearly destroyed over 10,000 shields since his arrival in the Marvel Universe, and he had been contemplating acquiring a vibranium shield for himself. He had resolved to ask Tony for a loan one day to journey to Africa, hoping to procure some vibranium. Nick glanced at Link and inquired what weapon he needed, offering to provide it free of charge from S.H.I.L.D. Link pointed to Roger's shield. Nick responded, that's a limited edition. With a hint of regret, Link pondered whether S.H.I.E.L.D. had any vibranium reserves. Then, casting a glance at the crimson moon outside the rear window, Link mused that perhaps only by cooking durian during a blood moon could he create a dish that enhanced life. He requested Nick's assistance, saying, I intend to conduct some experiments here. Nick, without hesitation, agreed, unaware of the gravity of the situation. 10 minutes later, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was engulfed in the odor of durian. Coulson had fainted, while Natasha had somehow procured a gas mask, adorning her lovely face with it. Rogers, enhanced by the super soldier serum, was suffering tremendously. Unable to bear the stench, he crashed through the glass and climbed outside the building, resembling a gorilla as he gasped for fresh air atop the skyscraper. Even Hawkeye on the first floor caught a whiff of the foul scent, furrowing his already furrowed brow, pondering whether another hazardous experiment from the research department had gone awry. Nick, pale-faced, furiously admonished Link. What on earth are you doing? Link lamented that he would never taste the powerful dish that enhanced life again, yet he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction and stroked his chin, contemplating whether the type of durian was the issue, ignoring Nick's fury as he continued to ponder different varieties of durian for his concoction. An unsettling sound pierced the air from outside, a cacophony of wings flapping. Rogers looked up to see dark shapes resembling a sandstorm approaching the building, producing a piercing noise, leaving him bewildered. Are these modern pets? Natasha's expression shifted dramatically. Of course not. They're bats. Quick, take cover. Link turned to see a frenzied swarm of bats battering against the glass like hailstones. These were no ordinary bats. They possessed a single enormous eye on their faces, gleaming with a wild, primitive gaze. They were among the monsters Link dreaded encountering in the game. With a resounding crash, The bats united their strength and shattered the bulletproof glass, causing a thick cloud of smoke to billow in, enveloping everyone. Nick drew his pistol and began shooting wildly, but soon found himself surrounded by bats. Rogers swung his shield defensively, while Natasha, displaying greater ingenuity, grabbed a lamp and, after a quick adjustment, created a short circuit that sparked brilliantly. Seizing the moment, she ignited her coat and waved it fiercely, the flames deterring the bats from approaching. Link, on the other hand, swiftly unsheathed his great sword and executed a spiraling slash, fending off a swarm. However, the sheer number of bats made it difficult to eliminate them with mere melee weapons. Suddenly, he recalled his new skill, the bomb. He quickly retrieved a pale, blue spherical bomb, carelessly placed it on the ground, braced himself with his shield, and executed a backflip. Boom! The explosion erupted, scattering debris in all directions. The explosive shockwave reverberated throughout the entire room, causing Nick, Natasha, and Rogers to be violently thrust against the walls, leaving them dazed yet unscathed. This was the peculiar nature of Link's bomb. Its power was minimal, yet possessed a formidable repulsive force. Detonating it in a confined space effectively neutralized the bats. As Nick rose, seething with rage, he exclaimed, "Link, how dare you deploy a bomb in my office?" Natasha, observing Nick's face marred with bat bite marks, replied, "To be fair, Link's bomb was judiciously calibrated, perfectly eliminating the bats without harming us." Meanwhile, Link approached the window, situated on a high floor. The shattered glass allowed a gust of wind to sweep in, tousling his hair, while the bat corpses dissipated into thin air. Gazing down, he beheld chaos unfolding on the streets. Several skeletons emerged from the ground, howling as they attacked innocent civilians. The city was engulfed in terror, promising a sleepless night for many. Nick stepped forward, stating, "Leave these minions to S.H.I.E.L.D. You and Roger should pursue the Cyclops. We paid a steep price to eliminate that creature. Exercise caution." Link nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Rogers, silently questioning, "The battle will be perilous. Are you certain you wish to join?" Rogers nodded resolutely, approaching with a grin. This could be quite exhilarating. Link agreed. "We'll head out at 11. At that moment, Link unsheathed the dagger strapped to his leg, the howling wind a mere whisper against the cries of ordinary people fleeing from the skeletons below. "There is still time. I shall clear these monstrosities," he declared. Then, without hesitation, leaped from the floor. Startled, Rogers shouted, "Link!" Racing to the window, he witnessed Link unfurling metallic wings, gliding gracefully downward. Nick, with his remaining eye wide in astonishment, remarked, "Is that technology developed by Tony Stark?" Natasha, with a quizzical expression, questioned, "What on earth is Link attempting?" In midair, Link hurled a square bomb, triggering an explosion. Natasha widened her eyes in disbelief. Is he blowing himself up? Nick speculated, did this kid miscalculate? In an instant, their expressions turned to astonishment as they saw Link land on his shield, the bomb detonating precisely on its surface. Utilizing the explosion's thrust, he soared forward. And as his speed began to wane, he promptly released another bomb, triggering yet another explosion to gain momentum. Thus, Link doubled his velocity, leaving the trio in a state of bewilderment. Is he using bombs as propulsion devices? Nick, seasoned in the face of tumult, had encountered many a storm, yet he had never witnessed such reckless ingenuity. Rogers, employing his enhanced vision, peered down to see Link leap from a great height, crushing a skeleton beneath his foot and swiftly seizing its spear to hurl at another, dispatching two adversaries in quick succession. Energized by the spectacle, Rogers exclaimed, "I want to join the fray." In a flurry, Nick and Natasha restrained Rogers, fearing he might mimic Link's reckless descent. If Link were to encounter misfortune, they bore no responsibility, but with Rogers, it was an entirely different matter. A hero of World War II, an idol of countless childhoods, has just been resurrected from a frozen state, only to meet an untimely demise right before the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. How should Nick explain this predicament? Rogers stared blankly at the two, exclaiming, "I'll take the stairs." With a determined grunt, he hefted his shield and ascended the staircase. Nick instructed Natasha, "I'm uncertain about Rogers' physical condition. Please assist him and Link." Natasha acknowledged and proceeded to pursue Rogers, of course opting for the elevator. As a relic from the early 20th century, Rogers remained apprehensive about this contraption, the elevator. He feared what might happen if the cable snapped. Such concerns plagued him. Meanwhile, while Link was busy dealing with skeletons, a suit of armor with a dazzling red and yellow metallic sheen soared through the air, speeding towards the scene. Inside the suit, Tony blasted AC/DC's thunderous riffs, accompanied by reports from J.R. V.I.S. detailing the surrounding enemies, their types and weaponry, as well as the ensuing chaos and casualties. Your savior has arrived, Tony called out to Link. Link, Link, as Link chased after the skeletons. His phone suddenly rang from his pocket. He answered the call, delivering a swift kick that toppled a nearby skeleton and sent its head flying. The disassembled skeleton frantically searching for its missing cranium. Hello, what is up, Tony? Link shouted, his feet never ceasing their relentless pursuit as he targeted the skeleton's pelvic region with a powerful kick, resulting in a resounding collision between the body and head, both shattering upon impact. With his neck crooked, Link wedged the phone between his shoulder and ear, wielding a dagger against the remaining skeletons. Though multitasking, it posed no challenge for the valiant Link, whose fighting spirit had become instinctual. Tony's voice crackled through the earpiece. Are you playing the hero all by yourself? You little rascal, stealing my thunder. But seriously, are you all right? No injuries? Upon hearing that Tony was on his way to assist, Link smiled. I can manage just fine. In the distance, he spotted a gleaming crimson and gold figure racing towards him. As numerous skeletons closed in, Link hastily urged, Tony, scan the surrounding skeletons and divide them into sectors. You take one area, I'll handle another. Tony chuckled. That was precisely my plan. I've already instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to tally our enemy count to see who comes out on top. Link dropped a bomb on the ground, leaped upward with a forceful thrust of his shield, and soared into the air, stabilizing himself with his iron wings as he observed a multitude of fallen skeletons. Make sure J.A.R.V.I.S. notes it. I've defeated 32 skeletons. Tony retorted, you're inflating your achievements. J.A.R.V.I.S. voice chimed in, understood Link. Then, the sound of Tony grumbling to J.A.R.V.I.S. reached Link's ears, filling him with joy. Tony hovered above Link, tossing down two elongated boxes that exploded mid-air, revealing two sharp alloy swords that plunged into the ground around Link. Tony laughed. I figured your dagger-esque durability must have worn out, so here are two spare weapons. Link beamed, thank you. With a swift motion, he hurled the short blade in his hand, shattering it alongside his skull. Drawing forth two long swords, he danced them in a frenzy, toppling a multitude of skeletons. Observing Link's indomitable bravery as he swept through the skeletal horde, Tony realized his presence was unnecessary in this area. He contacted Jarvis, instructing him to locate another region plagued by rampant skeletons. At that moment, a circular shield hurtled through the air, colliding with Tony's head with a resounding thud. The impact sent him crashing through a window and into the adjacent building. Furrowing his brow, Tony pondered, who is attacking me? Jarvis informed him, it is Captain America. What? Tony exclaimed, hastily descending to the ground, where he beheld a robust man clad in a deep blue suit, retrieving the shield from the ground and declaring, how dare you take advantage of the situation? I shall be your opponent. Earlier, as Tony had thrown two alloy swords for Link, Rogers had observed from a distance. Unaware of the bond between Tony and Link, he mistook the metallic figure for yet another adversary among the skeletons, and thus he had tossed his vibranium shield, sending Tony flying. Confused yet incensed, Tony felt aggrieved to be struck down by an antiquated relic from the last century, particularly one associated with his father's incessant tales. So, you have indeed returned. Let me witness the prowess of a superhero, he thought, igniting his repulsors and charging towards Rogers. Throwing a punch without the use of any weaponry. The blow knocked Rogers to the ground, but he swiftly seized Tony's arm and countered with a throw. Natasha sprinted from a distance, her expression one of astonishment as she witnessed Link diligently battling the skeletons, while inexplicably, Rogers and the approaching Tony were locked in combat. Natasha quickly fired two shots, shattering the skeletons that threatened her, before rushing to Link's side. With dual swords in hand, Link was an unstoppable force, decimating waves of skeletons. Suddenly, a swarm of bats appeared on the horizon. Link summoned prototype explosives, wielding the alloy swords like baseball bats, launching the bombs into the midst of the bat swarm to detonate. He then pivoted, his shoulders moving fluidly as he struck with a flurry of sword thrusts, obliterating three gooey, slime-like creatures. He was indeed a master of combat, leaving no room for error. In the midst of his exhilarating onslaught, Link noticed Natasha approaching with her weapon drawn. She called out, Link, why are Rogers and Tony fighting? In response, Link said little, leaping into the air, dropping a bomb beneath him, and using the shield to propel himself forward. He arced gracefully through the air, repeating the process of tossing bombs. Natasha watched in awe as Link surfed on the shield, using the explosive shockwaves as if they were crashing waves, rapidly closing in on the skirmish between Tony and Rogers. How could this child execute such peculiar maneuvers? Was he not afraid of miscalculating? As Link surfed through the air, hastening towards the fray, Rogers and Tony had just separated, taking a few steps back before simultaneously launching their punches at one another. Link descended, sheathing his shield and thrusting his two swords into the ground. He charged forward, seizing Tony and Rogers by their wrists with each hand. With a swift twist of his foot and a powerful spin, he dissipated their strength, sending them flying. Standing defiantly at the center, Link questioned, "What on earth are you two doing?" Tony staggered to his feet, pointing at Rogers. "This tight-suited circus performer just smashed me with his pot lid." Rogers, grimacing as he stood up, retorted, "Tony in armor hits me. It hurts I hit Tony. And still it hurts." In pain, Rogers exclaimed, "I just saw you attacking Link." "My goodness." Tony shouted, "I'm Link's best friend. How could you accuse me of assaulting him?" Link, equally perplexed, interjected, "Rogers, you've misunderstood. Tony was merely handing me weapons." Rogers, shaking his head in regret, replied, "My apologies, I was too rash. I hope you're unhurt, Mr. Robot." Tony removed his facial armor, revealing his head. Rogers was momentarily taken aback as Tony continued, "I'm a living being, Tony Stark. I believe you should recognize my father, Howard." Seeing the son of his late friend, who had aged beyond his years, filled Rogers with a sense of melancholy. Link could empathize. He too felt a pang of sorrow upon encountering the fish Prince Hydo. A century ago, that charming little fish brother, cradled by Mypha, had now grown taller than her. Tony cast a deep glance at Rogers, sealed his facial armor, and soared into the sky, declaring, "Link, let our competition resume. My previous delay caused by Captain America does not count." Tony flew off to another location to continue battling, the resonant roar of a rock singer echoing from his suit, likely a feature he added for dramatic effect. Meanwhile, the surrounding skeletons, recalling their mission of destruction now that Link had interrupted their performance, picked up their clubs, producing a cacophony of creaking bones as they advanced toward Link and Rogers. Rogers responded with utmost seriousness, "Link, let us coordinate our efforts." "All right," Link replied, then, seizing the moment when Rogers was distracted, snatched the vibranium shield from his grasp. "Link, what are you doing?" Rogers exclaimed in surprise. "I just need to borrow your shield for a moment." Link had long coveted that shield. Now that it was in his hands, he joyfully spun it around. The weight and material enchanted him, leading him to hurl it with force, sending a skeleton flying. The shield rebounded to Link's hand. He plunged into the throng of skeletons, wielding the shield, focusing solely on deflecting and blocking. With a series of clangs, he toppled a swarm of skeletons. After indulging in the thrill, he returned the shield to a visibly vexed Rogers. Link retrieved his two swords and charged back into the fray, dispatching foes with fervor. After vanquishing a wave of enemies, he detonated a bomb, used the shield to propel himself into the air, and soared to another location to continue his assault. The Blood Moon of the Marvel Universe differed greatly from that of games, causing a surge in monstrous creatures overnight, particularly various nightmarish beasts that emerged in abundance. Though Link fought with unbridled fervor, an undercurrent of anxiety gnawed at him. The emergence of the Blood Moon heralded the onslaught of myriad monstrous entities upon the world. While a singular instance might be manageable, a protracted assault would spell calamity for all. Would the ordinary denizens of this realm never find solace until Ganon was sealed away? A profound sense of responsibility weighed heavily upon Link's shoulders. In the midst of his concentration on the battle, he remained oblivious to the journalists who had rushed to the scene, capturing his likeness alongside Rogers and Tony. One reporter, struck dumb by the sight of Link surfing through the air atop his shield, stammered, "Who is this boy?" A burly cameraman remarked, "I see clearly now. He appears to be a 14 or 15-year-old boy with golden hair. His ears resemble those of an elf. Is he a new Eris superhero? The second Captain America?" The reporter shouted, "Quick, go live. This is monumental news." Link adeptly and efficiently dealt with the skeletal foes, swiftly shattering the two alloy swords gifted by Tony. Left with no choice but to resort to explosives, he unleashed a barrage of bombs. Though their power was minimal, sufficient to scatter the skeletal remains, it sufficed for his needs. As Link darted about, the surrounding skeletons were drawn to him, converging for an assault. He would then toss a bomb, causing the skulls and bodies to separate, and follow up by crushing the skulls underfoot, achieving greater efficiency. While Link relentlessly deployed his bombs, the voice of the goddess Hylia suddenly echoed in his mind. Achieve mastery of bomb skills through 100 uses. Rewards granted. A surge of excitement coursed through Link. Mypha, my bomb capabilities have been enhanced. Yet, frustration bubbled within him as he nearly spat blood. What good was an increase from 1 point of damage to 2? He sighed. having hoped for a more significant boon before facing the Cyclops, only to receive a mere enhancement of a lackluster skill. Unable to dismiss the goddess's bestowal, he channeled his irritation toward the skeletons. Grabbing one of their arms, he wielded it as a whip, continuing the battle with renewed vigor. The conflict raged on until 11 o'clock at night. Through the combined efforts of Link, Tony, Rogers, and Natasha, they managed to eradicate all the nocturnal monsters birthed by the Blood Moon. Link had vanquished the most foes, exhausting his energy in the process. Breathless, he approached Rogers and Natasha, inquiring, "Where's the army? Why haven't they arrived to clear the monsters?" A thought struck him, the Cyclops. "Natasha, take me to the site of the Cyclops' resurrection." Natasha replied with a smile, "At your command, brave hero." Throughout the night's battle, Link had laid bare his formidable prowess, leaving an indelible impression on Natasha. His selfless protection of the vulnerable and fearless charge into the fray resonated deeply with her. Anyone who spent time with Link soon felt the natural radiance and sense of security he exuded. Natasha had encountered countless individuals throughout her illustrious career as one of the world's foremost agents. With just a few casual exchanges and a mere glance, she could discern the intricacies of a person's background, temperament, and character. However, Link was unlike anyone she had ever met, even for someone as seasoned as the Black Widow. He resembled a heroic figure from a fairy tale or an epic hero from ancient lore. His purity and simplicity stood in stark contrast to those burdened with complex emotions. Natasha, a woman shrouded in secrets and intricate experiences, found herself inexplicably drawn to Link's untainted and pristine aura, stirring within her a sense of fondness. She mused to herself, "What a pity you aren't 10 years older." Yet, Natasha held concerns. "Link, your stamina seems to be quite depleted. Are you capable of facing the Cyclops?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, with disheveled hair and slightly out of breath, Link replied, "Take me there. I'm fine." Natasha nodded, exclaiming, "All right." She then fired a shot that shattered a nearby vehicle, opened the door, and beckoned to Link and Rogers. "Get in, my heroes." The two men climbed into the vehicle as they drove towards the wooded outskirts, leaving a trail of devastation and ruins in their wake. At that moment, Hawkeye stood with his hands on his hips, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the base of the wall. Stifling a yawn, he grumbled, "Why haven't those stone monsters emerged yet?" As they arrived at the wooded area on the city's outskirts, remnants of previous destruction were evident. Rogers furrowed his brow, even detecting the lingering scent of gunfire that hung in the air. Upon nearing their destination, they disembarked the vehicle and proceeded on foot towards the monster's revival point. Link swiftly summoned a bow and quiver from his weapon space, custom designed by Zelda to suit his preferences, though he had scarcely used them before. Upon seeing the colossal Cyclops sprawled on the ground, Rogers felt a jolt of shock despite his mental preparation. He couldn't help but think, alas, each generation seems to falter more than the last. This world is far more chaotic than it was during World War II. Natasha crouched down and whispered, "Link, what are you planning to do?" Link replied solemnly, "A surprise attack." Without hesitation, he lowered his body and stealthily approached the Cyclops, planting 2 bombs beside its massive frame. Climbing onto the creature's foul-smelling chest, he was met with a delightful surprise. Hanging around the Cyclops' neck were 2 weapons, a royal sword and a royal spear. Elated, Link realized that after defeating so many monsters, he had yet to acquire any gear aside from the skeletal remains. He had hoped the Cyclops might carry equipment, and now, with 2 royal weapons in sight, his excitement grew. If these items could drop, then perhaps the special fruits of Hyrule could also be obtained. With a bow secured on his back, Link stealthily approached, undeterred by the Cyclops' thunderous snoring, and grasped the 2 weapons, tucking the royal spear behind him while wielding the royal sword in hand. Rogers and Natasha, hidden within the bushes, observed Link's movements, with Rogers puzzled. What was Link up to? I sensed that he intended to strike the Cyclops with his great sword, which seemed rather reckless. With all his might, Link swung his sword in a powerful arc, gathering strength before delivering a fierce blow to the Cyclops' face. The blade sliced through the skin, leaving a crimson mark on its chin. Link tilted his head, activated his iron wings, and soared into the air. The Cyclops, howling in fury, rose to its feet, its enormous single eye capable of crushing Link with its gaze, now fixated upon the airborne hero. Although the Cyclops' solitary eye betrayed no emotion, Link, along with Natasha and Rogers lurking in the distance, could feel the almost primal rage emanating from the colossal creature. As the Cyclops stood, still regaining its balance, Link detonated 2 bombs, the explosions echoing with a resounding thud, sending the giant crashing back to the ground. While the bombs lacked immense power, Their shockwaves were formidable enough to topple a creature of such massive stature. Link then released his wings and plummeted downward, using the momentum to swing his royal sword with a mighty shout, cleaving a deep gash from the Cyclops' face down to its chest, abdomen, and thigh. Blood spraying forth and drenching Link in a vivid scarlet hue. Though he had battled countless foes in the game, the Cyclopes of Hyrule did not bleed or show wounds. Yet in this Marvel universe, the Cyclops appeared strikingly real, and Link's combat was rendered all the more visceral. Having exerted considerable strength in those 2 strikes, Link found himself momentarily fatigued, and as the Cyclops lunged forward, he was unable to draw his round shield in time. Instead, he enveloped himself in his iron wings, bracing for the giant's stomp, which shattered his wings and sent Link tumbling, blood spilling from his mouth. In that instant, he lost 2 of his 5 hearts. Natasha covered her mouth in concern, her gaze fixed on Link, who, despite his diminutive stature, faced the daunting Cyclops with a tragic sense of bravery. The 2 watched as Link quickly regained his footing, tossing a bomb to the ground and triggering an explosion that propelled him into the air. In that moment, Link drew his bow, activating bullet time. Time slowed, and he released an arrow that struck the Cyclops in the eye, causing its head to jerk back as it fell to the ground once more. Link slid down his shield, sword in hand, mustering all his strength to hurl it at the Cyclops, resulting in a detonation upon impact. Rogers, filled with fervor, rushed forward, shouting, "Link, I'm here to assist you." But alas, the Guardian's shield also shattered. Link was sent flying once more, rolling on the ground for several rotations before shakily rising, rubbing his head. "Oh no, I got too carried away while grinding skeletons and wore out my Guardian shield." Enraged, Link exclaimed, "Tony, didn't you say the shield was supposed to be durable?" The one-eyed giant roared in fury. Having merely sought a moment's rest, he was suddenly beset by an audacious little brat who struck him without warning. The giant's rage caused his eyes to bulge, blood vessels bursting within. Despite the formidable strength of his Scara, he found himself significantly injured, bloodshot eyes betraying his pain. Rubbing his eyelids, he sat up, intent on crushing the impudent Link beneath his foot. At that moment, Rogers charged forward, calling out, "Hey, great beast, come and attack me." With a stone in hand, Rogers hurled it at the giant, compelled to rise and buy Link precious moments for recovery. However, the icy gaze of the giant shifted towards him, rendering Rogers momentarily paralyzed as he murmured, "You dare strike such a monster as Link?" Link, noticing Rogers' approach, urgently shouted, "Draw the giant's attention. I'll deliver the blow." The giant, lacking in intellect, pursued Rogers in a frenzied chase. Seizing the opportunity, Link darted toward a nearby tree, tearing off a piece of bark, and leaped into the air, dropping a bomb that detonated with a resounding crash. The bark shattered, propelling Link to the giant's head. As he steadied himself, the giant's enormous eye turned upward, locking onto Link. With a grin, Link grasped his great sword and brought it down with tremendous force. Natasha emerged, drawing her pistol. With a crack, she shot at the giant's eye, compelling it to shield itself. Seizing the moment, Link leaped once more onto the giant's head and, with a mighty cry, drove the sword into the giant's palm, the force of the strike driving it into the creature's eye. As Link plummeted, the giant flailed wildly, inadvertently swatting in Link's direction. Link grimaced, crossing his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself, knowing that with only 3 health points remaining, he could not withstand the giant's blow. Rogers rushed over, shouting, "Shield incoming," as he hurled his vibranium shield. Natasha, assessing the speed, exclaimed in alarm, "It's too late." Just as Link seemed destined to be sent flying into the sky, he summoned his courage, embodying his tenacious spirit in the face of peril. In a moment of resolve, he produced a bomb from his pocket, closing his eyes as he murmured, "I truly don't wish to do this." With a soft pop, he detonated the explosive just before the giant's hand could crush him. In shock at Link's self-sacrifice, Natasha and Rogers dashed toward the spot where Link was falling. Rogers reached him first, catching the plummeting Link, who collided with Rogers' chest, causing him to grunt in pain, tasting blood for the first time in this battle. Not from an enemy, but from an ally. Struggling, Rogers lowered Link to the ground, kneeling as he coughed, softly murmuring, "I think I've broken a rib." "Apologies," Link replied, trembling as he sat on the ground, patting Rogers' shoulder. "You are truly dependable." In that moment, Link's hair had come undone, creating a disheveled appearance that reflected his dire situation. In a moment of agony, the Cyclops wrenched the massive sword from his eye, causing a stream of vitreous humor to flow forth, suggesting that the creature's vitreous body was indeed liquid. Now rendered blind, the Cyclops groped aimlessly around him, his confusion manifesting in chaotic roars. The voice of the goddess Hylia resonated once more within Link's mind, complete the hero's trial, destroy 5 sturdy weapons, and gain the skill of magnetic grasp. With a hand pressed against his knee, Link rose to his feet. Natasha rushed over, observing the injuries sustained by both Rogers and Link, and remarked, "We should leave. We've blinded this creature. It no longer poses a threat to us." Link shook his head resolutely. It must be slain. His gaze shifted towards the Cyclops. There were still inhabitants nearby. Allowing a blind and frenzied giant to wander aimlessly would result in catastrophic destruction. He glanced at the blood moon, noting that it was precisely midnight, the hour when Ganon's curse reached its zenith. "But your health," Natasha began, but Link, with her support, scanned the surroundings until he spotted the vehicle they had arrived in. Remembering his newly acquired skill, he thought to himself, "Very well, this shall be done." He extended his hand, focusing on the car, and activated his telekinesis. Natasha's mouth fell slightly agape. "Link, are you using that peculiar skill of yours again?" She watched as the vehicle levitated into the air. By now, Natasha had grown accustomed to Link's bizarre abilities. Yet the sight of a car defying gravity still struck her as absurd. As Link exerted his will, he realized that his control over metal was primarily constrained by his own strength. The greater his might, the heavier the metal he could manipulate. This car represented the limit of his current power. He guided the floating vehicle towards the Cyclops, executing a swift rotation before hurling it like a meteor at the giant's head, causing it to topple over, though Link himself lost his balance and fell. Rogers and Natasha exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend how Link had achieved such a feat. The Cyclops, bewildered and enraged, roared in frustration, unable to see anything but feeling the impacts on his head. He rolled on the ground, creating tremors that left Rogers and Natasha struggling to maintain their footing. Link once again maneuvered the floating car, crashing it into the Cyclops with a resounding thud. The giant let out another deafening roar. Exhausted, Link knelt on the ground, panting heavily. At that moment, Natasha spoke up. "Link, swinging the car around like that is exhausting. Let it drop from a height and crush this beast." Link responded with a thumbs up, lifting the vehicle high before releasing it. It plummeted with a thunderous crash onto the Cyclops' face. In despair, the Cyclops let out a frenzied howl, seizing the mangled car that had fallen nearby and hurling it towards Natasha and Rogers. Natasha's expression changed dramatically. Her earlier exclamation had alerted the giant to their position. Rogers swiftly raised a shield to protect Natasha, while Link instinctively drew the broken car towards him with magnetic force. The impact was jarring as the shield met the car. Despite the vibranium shield's excellent shock absorption, the Cyclops' throw was powerful enough to send Rogers flying. However, his steadfast resistance proved effective, absorbing a portion of the vehicle's force, enabling Link to magnetically attract the wreckage and intercept its momentum. Rogers cast aside his circular shield, gasping heavily, murmuring, "Did Link manage to achieve a shield counter? I must consult him about it another day." Natasha stepped forward to assist Rogers in rising. Gazing at Link's retreating form, Rogers remarked, "Now we must rely on him." Summoning his remaining strength, Link relentlessly lifted the debris, then hurled it downward, aiming squarely at the Cyclops' head. Under Link's unyielding assault, the Cyclops' head became a bloody mess, no matter where it rolled in the darkness. A massive iron piece would inevitably crash upon its visage, leaving the Cyclops in a state of near expiration. Crack! The relentless torment inflicted by Link caused the vehicle to disintegrate before the Cyclops could meet its demise. 032 has acquired the life durian. 032's efforts were in vain. Rogers sighed. If that vehicle had held out just a little longer, victory might have been within reach. Yet Link remained composed, calmly retrieving his bow and arrows. Knocking an arrow and letting it fly, he quickly drew another arrow and shot again. The Cyclops, now devoid of any strength to resist, could not mount a counterattack, even if it discerned Link's shooting position. One arrow after another struck the living target, the Cyclops' shrieks growing weaker with each shot, until Link had exhausted his 10 arrows. At that moment, the Cyclops' visage was studded with arrows, its breath shallow and labored. Link caught the arrows with a grin, exclaiming, "Are these for me?" Rogers, with a furrowed brow, replied, just borrowing them." Natasha shrugged beside him, remarking, "It seems Link has taken quite a liking to your shield." Rogers muttered, "I like it too." He was well aware that Link often eyed his shield, thus deciding to be more cautious in the future. Link picked up the fallen Royal Guard sword, feeling disheartened. The durability of this sword is swiftly depleting. He longed for his demon-slaying sword, sturdy, handsome, and radiant. Dragging the Royal Guard's sword to the Cyclops' head, he summoned his last reserves of strength and swung. The sword shattered, sending a gust of wind through Link's golden hair. The Cyclops let out a desperate roar before erupting into a cloud of black smoke. Link stood there quietly, disheveled, yet exuding an imposing aura that captivated both Rogers and Natasha. Natasha sighed. Link resembles a hero from a chivalric tale. Rogers agreed, indeed. As they marveled at Link's transcendent demeanor, they suddenly saw him leap joyfully like a child. Natasha, puzzled, asked, could it be that the Cyclops yielded some treasure? Rogers suggested, let's go and see. As they took a few steps forward, Natasha and Rogers, the Black Widow, and Captain America, two seasoned warriors, found themselves momentarily frozen in place. The horrific events they had previously witnessed lingered in their minds, the recent terror evoked anew by Link emerging from the shadows. For Link had acquired a durian. Rogers quickly stifled his breath and managed to shout, Link, what have you discovered? With delight, Link approached, cradling his cherished life durian, exclaiming cheerfully, look what I found. Natasha and Rogers hastily retreated, exclaiming, stay away from us. Link noticed the fearful glances of the two, fixated on the life-giving durian cradled in his arms, and couldn't help but chuckle. It's all right. This durian is special. It's known as the life durian, exuding only a sweet, fragrant aroma. Don't believe me? Smell it. Natasha and Rogers retreated once more, thinking, no wonder Link is so fond of durians. It seems he has a peculiar sense of smell. Observing their reluctance, Link felt a twinge of disappointment. He mused, this is a life durian. Even a single one can create a dish that instantly replenishes health and adds 4 extra health points. How could they fear it so? What a waste. Rogers sniffed curiously, somewhat perplexed. Wait, this durian indeed lacks the offensive odor of a typical one. The two approached, scrutinizing the durian in Link's grasp. As Link had claimed, the fruit appeared translucent, as if crafted from cream, emanating a delightful fragrance. Natasha exclaimed in astonishment. So this is what you meant when you spoke of a life-saving dish. Link inhaled deeply, captivated. I adore this scent. This is the true durian. The ones from your world are woefully inferior. Natasha and Rogers observed Link's childlike joy, finding him remarkably endearing, as he was typically so composed and cool. Rogers gazed in awe as Link fiddled with his phone, astonished. Incredible technology. A phone can be this small and wire-free. Link requested Pepper to arrange for a vehicle to pick them up. Although the city was in disarray and taxi services had ceased operations, Stark Industries' resources made it effortless to summon a ride for Link and his companions. Meanwhile, Tony had been tirelessly searching for a substitute for Palladium, but had yet to discover a suitable and safe alternative, leaving him mentally exhausted. Nevertheless, the monstrous threats from Hyrule and the betrayal of close allies compelled Tony to cling to the comfort provided by the arc reactor and Iron Man suit. Even if it meant drinking poison to quench his thirst, he steeled himself, declaring, whatever, I am Tony Stark, and I refuse to believe I cannot find a replacement for Palladium. In a hurry, Link dashed to the bedroom, where, in the dim light, he heard Zelda's labored breaths. Taking a deep breath, he set the life durian aside and quietly approached her bedside. He gently touched her feverish forehead and crouched down, whispering, Princess, how do you feel? Zelda opened her large eyes, managing a weak smile as she replied, I'm fine, quite healthy, though I sense Ganon's powers are slowly growing stronger, and it worries me. Link grasped Zelda's hands with both of his, smiling reassuringly. There's nothing to fear. I will protect you. As dawn broke and the blood moon faded, Link, disregarding his own injuries, kept watch over Zelda throughout the night until her temperature gradually returned to normal. Only then did he allow himself to collapse beside her. And it was Zelda who gently helped him onto the bed, ensuring he was comfortable. Zelda gently caressed Link's face. Now, her physical discomfort had dissipated with the vanishing of the blood moon, and her mindset had returned to normal. Observing Link's weary slumber, Zelda pondered, what kind of arduous battle did you endure yesterday? After dressing, she made her way to the laboratory. Early in the morning, she found Tony directing Dummy, who was busily working, resulting in a chaotic workbench. Zelda approached and inquired, Mr. Tony, did you not sleep at all last night? For at that moment, Tony's eyes were bloodshot, resembling someone who had indulged in a night of heavy drinking. Upon seeing Zelda approach, Tony seated himself at the workbench and replied, Oh, I am in pursuit of a groundbreaking solution for new energy. In the future, the world will benefit from my creation. How could I let sleep impede such a crucial endeavor? As for your health, have you recovered? Zelda nodded, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your concern, Tony. Initially, Zelda contemplated addressing Tony as Teacher Tony, akin to how she addressed Banner. However, Tony shuddered at the thought, insisting that she call him simply by his name, just as Link did. Tony then inquired, Where's that lad, Link? Zelda chuckled. Link took care of me throughout the night and has only just fallen asleep. Suddenly, Zelda's expression shifted. The influence of the Blood Moon is quite severe in this world. Tony pointed a Link on the television and remarked, "This boy has gained fame. People are inquiring about the golden-haired lad who fought alongside the great Iron Man. That would be me. Although my armor is crafted from titanium alloy rather than iron. I do enjoy the name. Who is this golden-haired boy?" Tony shrugged. "Just as the media dubbed me Iron Man, they have also given your Link a moniker." On the television, the host solemnly stated, "As for the identity of this golden-haired youth, no definitive information has been sourced. Some speculate he may be an elf soaring through the dreamy forest, for this boy possesses a pair of unusually long ears." Indeed, Tony snapped his fingers. An elf. I wonder how Link feels about this nickname. He must learn to accept it because, like it or not, the media imposes such labels without question. Link's battle in New York last night had drawn immense attention, overshadowing even the hero clad in Captain America attire, making him the focal point. Only the ever-talkative Tony Stark could capture a sliver of that limelight for himself. Tony shrugged. Link should feel regret. Now is not the time for slumber. I must attend a press conference to clarify the so-called Iron Man situation. Zelda, Pepper and I are leaving. If you need anything, just inform Jarvis. Understood, Zelda nodded. 2 hours later, the screen flickered with the words, "Honestly, I am not cut out to be a hero. I have many character flaws, but I am Iron Man." Instantly, a commotion erupted, prompting Zelda, who was seated on the sofa watching, to remark, "Please lower the volume. Do not disturb Link." Jarvis replied, "Certainly, Princess Zelda." Zelda, puzzled, asked, "Jarvis, why do you address me in that manner?" Jarvis responded, "According to data analysis, this is the most fitting title for you." Zelda laughed, "Just call me Zelda." Zelda's gaze remained fixed on the television, where she observed Tony amidst the cacophony of cheers and the flickering of camera flashes. His lips were tightly pressed together, and Zelda could discern a palpable sense of desperation in his demeanor. Had Link been present at that moment, he would likely have remarked upon the grand spectacle unfolding within the Marvel Universe. However, he remained in a deep slumber, while Jarvis thoughtfully played gentle sounds of flowing water and rustling leaves as white noise to aid his sleep. Tony's self-revelation had sent shockwaves through the world. This was far from the conclusion. The insatiable reporters continued their relentless inquiries regarding the enigmatic blonde youth, surrounded by an array of microphones demanding answers. And under the scrutinizing gaze of those craving sensational news, Tony cleared his throat. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips as he proclaimed, "As for the fellow you all seem so keen on, the golden-haired lad. Indeed, I know him. He is my friend, and his name is Link." "Wait," Zelda gasped, astonished. Why did Tony mention Link? Jarvis's calm and gentle voice interjected, "You must grow accustomed to Mr. Stark's unconventional behavior." Link awoke, revitalized and invigorated, though particularly hungry. The two descended the stairs, intent on seeking sustenance, only to find a black man seated in the living room. Zelda frowned. "Mr. Nick, when did you arrive?" Annoyance bubbled within her. Tony had left her at home, and now someone had invaded her space without her knowledge. Did Tony truly think she would allow a stranger into their home without permission? "Ah." Zelda frowned and inquired, "Mr. Nick, isn't this rather inappropriate?" Link blinked, swallowing the last morsel of his food before asking, "Have you finished your discussion?" Tony nodded. "It's done. I have no interest in joining that organization. Oh, the Avengers." He wore an expression of disdain, and Link remained silent, aware that if he were not familiar with the narrative, he could easily be misled by Tony. Tony then asked, "Link, that fellow named Nick has likely questioned you about this matter as well." Link shook his head in response. "Well, that makes sense." Tony nodded. "Fury surely recognizes you as a person of integrity. He wouldn't need to negotiate with you. In times of trouble, he would simply approach you, knowing you would not refuse." He added, "See, he has you firmly in his grasp." Turning towards Zelda, Tony remarked, "Zelda, in the future, should you encounter such an impolite individual who barges into someone else's home, just have Dammy use a power drill on him." Link accepted the glass of juice Zelda offered and drank it in one go. He sought a way to broach the subject of the new element left to Tony by his father. He resolved to create a coincidence. Approaching the miniature exhibition stand with a feigned expression of curiosity. "Oh, doesn't this seem a bit peculiar?" he would say, guiding Tony to uncover the new element for himself. Link did not intend to adhere strictly to the plot. Otherwise, waiting until Tony was driven to despair by palladium poisoning and scattered his wealth, only to reveal the truth afterward, would be rather ungrateful. Just as he prepared to execute his plan, at that moment, Tony suddenly reclined on the sofa and remarked, "The green vegetable you encountered in Brazil has reappeared today at Calf University in Virginia, where it engaged in a skirmish with the military. I believe this might pique your interest." Zelda gasped softly. Teacher? The military has located Professor Banner again. Hearing Zelda refer to Bruce Banner as teacher, Tony raised an eyebrow and replied, You are indeed an eager learner. While I hold great admiration for Bruce Banner's extensive knowledge and expertise, he still falls slightly short in certain domains. It is quite fitting for you to have him as your instructor. He then produced his mobile device, displaying footage from CAF University for Zelda and Link. Your Professor Banner has caused numerous casualties and is now missing. How do you plan to address this? I cannot intervene in military affairs. Link interjected. Banner is currently en route to New York. A significant battle is imminent. Tony queried, How can you be so certain? Link fixed Tony with a serious gaze and stated, My instincts have always proven accurate, so there is no need for concern. Tony furrowed his brow, sensing the comforting undertone in Link's words. The following day, Link and Zelda boarded a private jet bound for New York. The city and its citizens were forged of steel. Countless natural disasters and man-made calamities had failed to subdue them. Having just bid farewell to a harrowing blood moon, they now welcomed two colossal entities, Hulk and Abomination, creating an extraordinary spectacle. The skeletal creatures and other monstrosities that emerged during the blood moon had inflicted some casualties, yet the city remained largely intact. However, Hulk's arrival would necessitate a complete reconstruction of New York. Link toyed with the long sword, shield, and bow that Tony had crafted for him. Despite their vastly differing personalities, both he and Tony shared a remarkable propensity for destruction. Link shattered several sturdy weapons, including Tony's pride, the elite weaponry set, igniting a fierce competitive spirit within Tony. I must create an indestructible weapon. With remarkable speed, he began to iterate a new version of the elite weaponry set. Meanwhile, Zelda, seated beside Link and wearing black-rimmed glasses, quietly perused a book. Link mused that, given sufficient time, Zelda could likely construct a nuclear bomb. He had initially feared that she would struggle to adapt to the Marvel Universe, but his concerns proved unfounded. Link glanced out the window at the ocean-like clouds, feeling a twinge of confusion. Is this aircraft moving too slowly? Suddenly, he heard a youthful exclamation. Yah! Startled, he rose and approached the cockpit, inquiring, What is happening? The captain, perspiring, forced himself to maintain composure, responding, No, everything is fine, Mr. Link. Please bear with us for a moment. Link frowned, sensing trouble. It appears you are facing some difficulties. You need not conceal it from me. His tone carried an air of authority, a consequence of his noble lineage as a knight. The captain, intimidated by Link's presence, timidly replied, Mr. Link, we are uncertain why it feels as though we are trapped in an invisible maze. We have been flying straight ahead. However, in truth, he had remained in this position without ever moving. When it came to the game of hide and seek with Yaha, Link was exceptionally skilled. He began to survey his surroundings. 035 Peppa. Link thoroughly searched the airplane, but failed to locate Yaha. The flight attendant, perplexed, followed Link as he rummaged around. Despite Link being a rather handsome boy, her patience began to wear thin as her smile gradually faded, thinking to herself, this mischievous child is just as troublesome as Stark. Link had searched every nook and cranny, leaving no stone unturned, except for the hem of the flight attendant's skirt. He muttered, he is probably not on the plane. Observing Link's enthusiastic searching, Zelda set her book aside and cheerfully inquired, What are you looking for? Link replied with a grin, There's a Korok hiding here. Zelda exclaimed with delight, Really? Let us have a contest to see who can find it first. The flight attendant felt a headache coming on, realizing that she now had another troublesome child to contend with. Since they could not find it on the plane, Link decided to search outside. When he voiced this idea, it alarmed the flight attendant, who, tired of the antics of these two rascals, rushed to find the captain. Upon hearing the news, the captain gasped, Oh my goodness! How can they be causing such chaos in this critical situation? Just as the crew scrambled to halt Link's actions, the two little troublemakers had already arrived at the storage area in the rear of the plane. Together, using some unknown method, they managed to open the rear hatch. The resourcefulness of the Hyrule children was astonishing, and Link leaped out in one swift motion. By the time the captain entrusted the flying duties to his co-pilot and hurried to the scene with the flight attendant, they found the rear hatch wide open, with fierce winds swirling about. The blonde girl, who had been engrossed in her book, was bracing herself against a wall, her hair flying wildly. As for the other boy, he was nowhere to be seen. The captain approached in a daze, gazing at the open hatch, swallowing hard as he nervously asked Zelda, Excuse me, young lady, where's that boy? Zelda, her expression remarkably calm, replied, He jumped out. The captain, upon hearing the word jumped, emitted a strange sound and promptly fainted. Meanwhile, Link, propelled by the force of a bomb, soared upward, colliding with the tail fin of the aircraft. Rubbing his head, he felt the fierce wind and cold air rushing toward him. Any ordinary person would likely have been overwhelmed. The icy air, rushing at high speed, could burst a normal person's lungs within seconds. Link's hair was whipped straight by the wind, and a layer of frost quickly formed on his face. Squinting against the gusts, he spotted a circular halo above the plane, emitting a rhythmic sound. Link immediately understood that if he could shoot an arrow through this halo, Yaha would reveal himself. This halo was peculiar. No matter how fast the plane flew, it remained fixed in the same position above. Drawing his bow to its limit, Link prepared to shoot, realizing that without sufficient force, the arrow would be swept away by the wind. With precision, he released the arrow, striking the halo. With a resounding crack, the sound of fireworks exploding filled the air. A diminutive green creature, adorned with a leaf mask and possessing short, slender limbs, floated gracefully. Clutching a spinning branch, in a delicate voice, it exclaimed, "Yah, you found me." Subsequently, it descended before Link, holding a leaf-shaped bamboo dragonfly. Its voice tinged with a hint of sorrow, "Brave one." Upon closer inspection, Link recognized this particular Yaha. Though they all bore resemblance, he could distinguish a few. The Yaha before him was named Papa, the proprietor of the only inn in the Korok Forest that offered Link complimentary lodging. Papa held Link in high regard, always tending to him with utmost care during his visits to the Korok Forest. Without hesitation, Link embraced Papa and leaped into the air, utilizing the explosive force of 2 bombs to propel himself into the rear cabin. At that moment, the captain, just roused by the flight attendant, witnessed Link landing inside the aircraft on his shield, issuing a startled cry before fainting once more. "Oh," the captain exclaimed. "Tony, it's nothing to bother me about. With Link around, even if you encounter monsters, you're safe. There is no need for you to worry about their safety." To quell the captain's ire, Tony pledged financial support to the airline, swiftly resolving the matter. The captain remained irate, muttering, "This is truly excessive." "Link," the flight attendant, now aware, covered her mouth, her gaze quickly locating Link's long ears. "Are you the same Link who battled the skeleton monsters in New York?" Link replied, "Huh? 036 battling the Hulk, Abomination." With Papa's playful antics quelled, the plane returned to a normal course. Link and Zelda fed Papa fruit. Link brought an abundance of snacks, and Papa was soon satisfied after consuming just 2 apples, while the remainder found its way into Link's stomach. Since discovering Link's identity, the flight attendant had become notably more enthusiastic, capturing photographs of Link and Zelda to share on Instagram. Being a New Yorker, she held a particular fondness for Link. By the time Link and Zelda disembarked, night had fallen. Papa, perched on Link's shoulder, exclaimed, "What a vast and bright city." Zelda inquired, "Where shall we find Professor Banner?" Link glanced at the sky and replied, "We need not search. They will reveal themselves soon." He understood that the plot required some time to unfold, as the Abomination would need to destroy the remaining serum. Otherwise, if Mr. Blue's collection of Banner's blood remained intact, countless Hulks could emerge in the world. The duo took a cab to the city center, leisurely exploring the area. Before the impending battle, Link sought to unwind, as a series of events had left him feeling weary. As they strolled along the bustling streets, some individuals noticed Link and Zelda's elongated ears, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Unlike Tony, who desired the entire world to recognize his uniqueness, Link preferred to avoid the spotlight. Thus, he and Zelda entered a shop where he purchased a baseball cap to conceal his ears, while Zelda let her long hair cascade down, effectively masking her own. After wandering for less than half an hour, the beleaguered Link, accompanied by Zelda and Peppa, sought refuge in a tranquil restaurant, where they ordered some refreshments and awaited their next moves. Peppa gazed at Link with admiration, exclaiming, "The great hero is truly remarkable." Zelda inquired, "What makes him so exceptional?" Peppa, adopting an exaggerated tone, responded, "He is just eating food." Link, undeterred by Peppa's antics, remained focused on the world outside the window. Suddenly, his keen ears perked up at the sound of distant thuds, followed by a commotion. Rising from his seat, he addressed Zelda and Peppa, "Stay here for a moment. I must go to battle." Peppa, brandishing a maraca that Zelda had purchased for him, cheered, "Good luck, great hero." Link stepped outside, conjuring a bow with a swift motion of his hands. The distance to the unfolding conflict was merely a street away, with a throng of panicked civilians fleeing the scene. While Link alone ventured in the opposite direction, a concerned bystander grasped Link's arm, warning, "Little girl, it's dangerous over there. Don't go." With his delicate features partially obscured by a hat, revealing a fair neck, Link's lithe form could easily be mistaken for that of a girl. Reluctantly, he removed his hat and declared, "I am a boy." The bystander was momentarily taken aback, recognizing Link's visage and his long ears, exclaiming, "You are that elven boy?" Confused, Link replied, "I'm called Link." Just then, an explosion reverberated nearby, causing the bystander to tremble but not panic. With a smile, he wished Link victory, exclaiming, "I must go," as he hurriedly retreated, raising 2 fingers in a peace sign, a symbol of triumph. Link reciprocated the gesture before turning with determination and dashing forward. At that moment, the malevolent creature wreaked havoc in the street, bellowing, "Ha ha! Power! Power!" It lifted a car, inside which a couple screamed in terror. As the creature prepared to crush the vehicle into a ball, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its abdomen, releasing its grip and sending the car tumbling. Amidst the chaos, Link rushed forward, catching the deformed car with both hands and gently placing it back on the ground. The couple inside cried out in despair, and Link swiftly tore open the door, reassuring them, "You will be safe." Startled by Link's appearance, the couple gasped. An elf. With a mighty tug, Link freed the 2 from the twisted metal, revealing their bloodied legs. He grasped each of them and pulled them to safety. At that moment, the couple shouted, "Be careful." Link's instincts heightened as he felt a fierce wind rush from behind. Without hesitation, he hurled the couple aside, just as the creature's fist struck him in the abdomen. In a moment of desperation, Link summoned the spirit of Derek, who roared in fury, sending the malevolent creature flying. Link, drenched in cold sweat, realized that had the creature's blow landed squarely, it could have shattered his very liver. The creature emerged from the hole it had made in the wall, bellowing, "Link, it's you. Ah, you remain so small, while I have transformed. Just now, you surely did not inflict any pain upon me. Ha ha ha." Link, without further ado, drew his bow and released an arrow. The abomination suddenly evaded, and Link swiftly charged in, brandishing the second-generation Guardian Greatsword and striking down fiercely. Behind him, Darkle roared, swinging his colossal rock-splitting sword. With a resounding thud, the abomination was sent reeling, blood gushing forth. Link stumbled slightly, nearly losing his footing. Darkle shouted from behind, "Your body cannot withstand this. I shall retreat into slumber." With that, the faint blue spectral form of Darkle vanished. At this moment, the abomination had sustained injuries. Even in Darkle's absence, victory was assured. With Link alone, he was more than capable of vanquishing the foe. Seizing the opportunity while the abomination was still reeling, Link rushed forward sword in hand. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, causing Link's expression to shift as he hastily leapt aside. A massive green figure crashed to the ground, lifting its head. It was Hulk. Hulk bellowed at Link, "Hulk!" Initially, Link believed Hulk had leapt from a plane to confront the abomination, but he soon sensed Hulk's hostility was directed at him. As the abomination wreaked havoc in New York, Ross, Banner, and Betty, observing from the aircraft, felt helpless when Link suddenly surged forth, striking down the abomination. Upon seeing Link, Banner instantly sensed something amiss and transformed into Hulk, leaping from the plane with a wild roar. Hulk charged at Link with a deafening shout, and Link performed a roll, evading the blow as Hulk's fist shattered a wall. Link's eyes widened. He immediately recognized the immense increase in Hulk's strength since their encounter in Brazil. Hulk was growing even more powerful. As Link silently lamented, Hulk charged at him with a furious roar. In an instant, Link held his breath and focused, executing a side dash that triggered bullet time, the world freezing beneath his feet. He lunged forward, swinging the Guardian Greatsword in a whirlwind of strikes. As bullet time concluded, Hulk was sent flying like a rubber ball. Link stared at his gleaming sword, astonished that such a razor-sharp blade could not inflict a wound upon Hulk. Realizing this, Link's gaze hardened. He would no longer hold back, for Hulk would not be easily killed, and thus Link could unleash his full strength. As Hulk rubbed his head and attempted to rise, Link swiftly nocked an arrow and shot, striking Hulk's head with a resounding clang, leaving him momentarily stunned. Link leaped twice, landing before the dazed Hulk to unleash a flurry of strikes. Hulk struggled to rise, and as he opened his eyes, he met Link's cold glare, the arrowhead appearing as a mere point in his line of sight. With a loud pop, the arrow flew forth, and Hulk let out a pained cry, collapsing once more, rendered defenseless. This time, Link stepped atop Hulk's body, wielding the Guardian Greatsword to deliver a series of vicious blows to his face. Hulk's pained howls echoed, and Betty, witnessing the scene from the aircraft, fainted on the spot. While Hulk's power was statistically superior to Link's, who was Link, the hero who could wield a mere pot lid to dominate Hyrule, numbers on paper could not encapsulate his formidable combat prowess. With a relentless series of maneuvers, he left Hulk powerless, sprawled on the ground, covering his face and wailing. Just as Link was reveling in his triumph, the occurrence he despised the most transpired. The second-generation Guardian Greatsword, crafted by Tony, shattered with a resounding crack. In that instant, Hulk seized the opportunity, leaping up with ferocity, his hands outstretched towards Link, intent on tearing the insufferable boy to shreds. Startled, Link let out a cry. A shield materialized in his left hand while a bomb appeared in his right. He pressed the bomb against Hulk's face and shielded himself with the other hand. With a thunderous explosion, Link was propelled aloft, landing on Hulk's shoulder, gripping the relatively long strands of hair that adorned Hulk's head. As Link touched down, Hulk rubbed his head and stood up. Unlike in the original timeline, the Abomination now harbored a greater animosity towards Link than Hulk did, and Hulk reciprocated this sentiment. The Abomination cackled maniacally. "Hulk, let's join forces. First, we must eliminate this brat." Link's complexion paled at the prospect of confronting two monstrous foes simultaneously. Either one could easily reduce him to a mere shadow of his former self with a single punch. Hulk bellowed, "Stay out of this. I will take on Link." The Abomination's voice dripped with cunning. "Fine, go ahead. You fight your fight, and I shall fight mine. After all, we are both targeting Link." Furious, Link retorted, "Hulk, do not provoke me. Otherwise, I shall ensure you never dare to emerge from Banner again." The once indomitable Hulk hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features, evidently shaken by Link's previous confrontations. Yet, his gaze soon rekindled its ferocity as he charged forward. Simultaneously, the Abomination let out a roar and lunged at Link. Although Hulk had declined to form an alliance, they both launched an assault on Link. In this moment of dire urgency, despite his anger, Link's mind was a tranquil void. As a hero, he thrived in adversity, growing stronger in the face of overwhelming odds. The gravity of the situation was indescribable. Yet the threat and turmoil ignited a fire of valor within Link's heart. At that moment, Zelda and Peppa rushed over, observing from a distance. Witnessing the two monsters simultaneously swinging their fists at Link, Zelda gasped and dashed forward, while Peppa, her short legs moving swiftly, hurriedly approached, momentarily forgetting her ability to fly with her leaf and bamboo dragonfly. Link, however, merely smiled at this. His smile unexpectedly calmed Zelda, causing her to halt, crouch down, and embrace Peppa tightly. Peppa squirmed, exclaiming, "The hero is in danger." Zelda, maintaining her composure, reassured her, "He will be fine." Link met Hulk's charge with his shield raised. As Hulk barreled forward with the speed of the wind, his fists leaving behind mere afterimages. Nevertheless, Link adeptly perceived his velocity and activated his shield counter. This scene was captured from afar by a daring reporter wielding a camera, who was left awestruck by Link's extraordinary presence, his exquisite features, and his radiant golden hair, reminiscent of an angel at that moment. "Yay, the hero has triumphed." Peppa cheered victoriously, waving a sandhammer in Zelda's embrace. At this juncture, both Hulk and the Abomination regained their footing. Hulk, in a state of furious panic, and the Abomination, his remaining resolve dissipating under Link's assault. The two monstrous figures, one red and one green, charged once more. Link scoffed, sidestepping with agility, evading their collision. The sound of their impact echoed loudly as they crashed into one another, leaving Link to rub his long ears in response to the thunderous noise. He cast a cold glance at the two dazed masses of flesh, extending his palm as an SUV floated into the air. Then, the conquest of Hulk commenced. General Ross sat in the helicopter, gazing down in astonishment as he witnessed Link's deft handling of the two monstrous entities below. Cold sweat trickled down his brow. He found himself at a loss for how to assess Link's prowess. These unprecedented beasts were being skillfully manipulated by Link. Could he truly be from Earth? As Hulk and Abomination collided, Link swiftly activated the magnetic grappler, seizing an SUV and propelling it skyward. He then released it, letting gravity take its course as it plummeted towards the two monsters. Hulk and Abomination roared in fury, tearing the vehicle apart before lunging at Link. With an agile dodge, Link evaded their assault and entered a state of bullet time, lunging forward to strike Hulk with his shield, causing the beast's head to twist and collide with Abomination. Abomination retaliated with a punch, but Link nimbly avoided it, performing a backflip and using his foot to deflect Abomination's fist, redirecting the force to strike Hulk instead. The two titans, brimming with strength yet lacking in intellect, failed to coordinate their attacks, a weakness Link exploited to deliver a series of punishing blows. His lean form darted between them, leading to frequent mishaps where they inadvertently harmed one another. Despite the perilous nature of the battlefield, Link maintained an air of calm, as if he were traversing the serene flower fields behind Hyrule Castle rather than a site of fierce combat. Peppa watched in awe, exclaiming in a sweet voice, "Oh, how impressive! Wow!" In her embrace, Zelda felt a profound connection to the unfolding events. She knew Link well and understood that since his awakening, his strength had yet to return to its peak. Having endured a century-long slumber due to grievous wounds, Link's power had diminished significantly. Even after vanquishing Ganon and gaining the skills of the four divine beasts, as well as the enhancements from the Sheikah's slate, he still fell short of the unmatched strength he had possessed a century ago. The Link who single-handedly defeated a legion of guardians. Zelda observed as the strongest version of Link slowly began to awaken once more. From a distance, she watched him engage in battle, aware that one misstep could lead to serious injury or worse. Yet, Link remained composed, navigating the fine line between life and death without a hint of fear or retreat. With a decisive shield parry, Link sent Hulk sprawling. He then used his shield to absorb the force of an explosion, rapidly closing in while drawing back his bow. Aiming an arrow at Hulk's eye, in a chilling tone, he proclaimed, "Yield, or I shall blind you." Though Link's negotiation skills were lacking, he was determined to attempt communication with Hulk. The fierce struggle between Link, Hulk, and Abomination had transformed the street into a desolate ruin. Continuing the fight was not a viable solution. Link spoke with gravity, "Hulk, you see my fury. You must understand the terror that comes with anger. Surrender now, or I will force you to concede." His tone softened as he continued, "Hulk, I do not wish to harm you or take your life. We are not enemies. Do you understand? If you persist in this senseless rampage, I will come to despise you." As depicted in the film Thor, Ragnarok, Hulk is capable of communication. Thus Link, eager to embrace challenges, decided to test his limits, much like when he tamed the most tempestuous steed of Hyrule. Casting aside his bow and arrows, he signaled his lack of hostility. Hulk clumsily echoed, "You won't harm me?" Link nodded, feeling a flicker of joy within. "My charisma remains quite potent." Conquering such a simple-minded yet formidable being, violence was the most efficient approach. Yet, should there exist a more effective means than brute force, it would be this: the ability to resolve conflicts without resorting to violence, even when it is an option. With a smile, Link extended his hand in a gesture of friendship. Hulk reciprocated, grasping Link's hand. However, in a swift motion, he seized Link and hurled him away. With a whoosh, Link vanished from Hulk's grasp, akin to a projectile, crashing into a building, disoriented and covered in shards of glass, his face marred with blood. Enraged, Link recognized the scene all too well. Thor had endured a similar fate at Hulk's hands. He bellowed, "Hulk, you scoundrel!" Just as he was about to declare his intent to retaliate, he witnessed Hulk being assaulted by a creature, the Abomination, which was frantically gnawing at Hulk's neck. In that moment, realization dawned upon him. Hulk had been attempting to save him. Without hesitation, Link dashed forth, surfing on his shield. With a swift motion, he summoned a vehicle to levitate into his grasp, and, with great effort, he swung it down upon the Abomination's head. A resounding thud echoed as the creature's cranium became embedded in the car. Seizing the opportunity, Hulk delivered a powerful kick, sending the Abomination sprawling. Hulk roared in fury, blood streaming down his neck, reminiscent of the green, liquid Tony had once consumed. Hulk pounded his chest with his fists, prompting Link to dodge swiftly, fearing an accidental blow from Hulk. The Abomination, propped up on its arms, glared with malice at both Link and Hulk. Link patted Hulk's waist and suggested, "Shall we join forces against him?" Hulk, with a hearty laugh, patted Link's back in agreement. Yes. Hulk and Link united, observing the hostility dissipate from Hulk. Link couldn't help but smile slightly. However, as he opened his mouth to speak, he coughed up blood. Hulk had inadvertently inflicted internal damage with a single slap. "Hulk!" Link glared at him, exclaiming, "Was that intentional?" Hulk hastily stammered an explanation. "Link is hurt. Hulk fights the monster." With a mighty roar, he lunged at the Abomination. Coughing and leaning against the wall, Link reflected on how Hulk's strike had diminished his health significantly. He felt a constrictive pressure within, an uncomfortable sensation. Indeed, the strongest Avengers slap was no trifling matter. At that moment, the voice of the goddess Hylia resonated in his ears. The hero's trial conquers Hulk, earning rewards. Link murmured to himself, "Let it not be an enhancement to explosive power." Heart Container 3, Energy Container 3. Instantly, a warm surge coursed through Link's body, revitalizing his arms with newfound strength, mending the injuries inflicted by Hulk in an instant. With his health restored to 8 hearts and energy refilled to 2 circles, his physical prowess surged. Now, should Hulk intend to deal him another blow, it would not prove as simple. With his health fully restored, Link was not idle. Ahead, Hulk and the Abomination were engaged in a fierce battle. Link, maintaining a distance, employed his magnetic grappler to lift the car into the air, and with a swift motion, hurled it towards the abomination. At this moment, Link's strength surged to the extent of 2 full energy bars. Tossing a vehicle was a mere trifle for him. In his previous confrontation with the 2 monstrous foes, Link had focused his assaults on the abomination, rendering it somewhat weaker than the Hulk. Subsequently, Link relentlessly battered the abomination with the valuable automobiles, allowing the Hulk to swiftly gain the upper hand. With a thunderous roar, Hulk seized the abomination's head and slammed it violently against the ground, shattering the asphalt and creating a sizable crater. As Hulk appeared poised to conclude the battle, Link refrained from further action, patiently awaiting the outcome. Zelda, cradling Peppa, rushed over, gazing at the rampaging Hulk with disbelief. Could this truly be the same gentle Professor Banner she knew? Link furrowed his brow, having noticed that the abomination had been vanquished. Yet Hulk continued his onslaught, mercilessly pounding the lifeless head against the earth. The scene was gruesome. Link observed Zelda's discomfort while Peppa, terrified, saw his leafy mass turn pale. The urgency prompted him to exclaim, "Hulk, stop! He is already dead." Link felt a surge of relief. Clearly, if approached correctly, Hulk could indeed be reasoned with. However, just as this thought crossed Link's mind, Hulk's demeanor shifted abruptly. In an instant, he extended his arm and swept Link and Zelda aside. Link hurriedly shielded Zelda, yet she still fell heavily to the ground, sustaining a gash on her forehead. Zelda was Link's Achilles heel. Her injury ignited a fierce rage within him. Without uttering a battle cry, he drew his bow, determined to teach the green giant a lesson. But as he readied his weapon, Link froze in realization. He had misjudged Hulk's intentions. Hulk was acting out of concern. Link witnessed multiple bullets striking Hulk. Had he not intervened to protect Link and Zelda, the consequences for Zelda would have been far graver than a mere bruise. Looking on, Link observed military personnel assaulting Hulk, while a helicopter hovered above, revealing Ross's stern visage. The unfolding drama was indeed complicated, as Link's premature battle with the abomination had thwarted Banner's attempt to rescue Ross and Betty, preventing their reconciliation. Ross remained relentless in his pursuit of Hulk. "Oh, you just fired at Hulk without a thought for Zelda, didn't you?" Link steadied Zelda as she rose, gently tending to her wound and kissing her forehead. "Does it hurt?" he asked softly. Zelda shook her head, assuring him, "I am fine. The Hulk has vanished from sight." "Wait here for a moment," Link instructed, advancing forward. Every individual has a breaking point, and for Link, that point was Zelda. Ross had already made his move against her more than once. It was as if he were strumming Link's limits like a guitar. Drawing his bow, Link heard the soldier shout, "Lower your weapons." In a heartbeat, Link's shoulder twitched, and an arrow flew forth, piercing the soldier's neck and embedding itself in the eye socket of a soldier behind him. With another swift motion, 3 spectral arrows shot forth, causing 3 armed soldiers to clutch their throats and collapse. Ross inhaled deeply, his gaze turning cold. "Are you provoking the military?" he barked, issuing the command, "Eliminate the rogue Link." He then glanced at Betty, whom he had knocked unconscious, and with a steely resolve declared, "If the threat level is too high, target that little girl." Upon receiving the command, the soldiers immediately focused their fire on Link, a relentless barrage of bullets raining down upon him. With a cold gaze, Link effortlessly pivoted to evade the onslaught, then activated his magnetic grappler, hoisting a car and hurling it towards the soldiers. A chaotic sweep ensued, leaving no one standing. In an instant, the battle was resolved. Link's icy stare was directed towards the helicopter hovering in the night sky. "Damn it, bastard, we need to retreat," Ross cursed vehemently. However, after his shout, the helicopter remained unmoved. The pilot struggled desperately with the joystick, yet the aircraft refused to budge an inch. Beneath the helicopter, those with keen eyesight could discern a faint distortion in the fabric of space. Link had already seized control of the helicopter with his magnetic grappler, rendering it immobile in midair. Then, Link drew back his bowstring, and with a resounding twang, an arrow soared upwards. Ross, cowering inside the helicopter, murmured, "My God." Before he could finish his proclamation, the arrow pierced through the helicopter's exterior, its force unabated, penetrating Ross's head before shattering through the other side of the aircraft. Vanishing into the void, Ross collapsed with a thud, a pool of blood rapidly expanding beneath him. "This is it. I have slain a high-ranking official. I cannot remain in America," Link pondered, yet he felt no remorse. He sheathed his bow and approached Zelda, declaring, "Princess, we must depart." As he contemplated a visit to the Wakandan kingdom in Africa to procure some vibranium for equipment, a vehicle sped recklessly towards him, skidding to a halt. A bald man with an eye patch emerged from the driver's seat, accompanied by the stunning red-haired woman, Natasha, and Nick. Nick's expression was grim. "Link, you've disappointed me. I thought you could master your power." Leaning against the car, Natasha scrolled through her phone, softly remarking, "New York truly is a cursed place." Link regarded Nick with composure. "I am calm, and I am fully aware of my actions." Nick's demeanor darkened, the atmosphere thick with tension. "I believed you to be a hero of noble heart. Yet you are merely a thug committing atrocities on the streets of New York. My assessment of you has proven erroneous. You are a dangerous individual who deserves to lose your life, a monster as ruthless as Hulk." 040 personnel have appeared. Link crossed his arms, regarding Nick with a cold gaze, while Nick lamented passionately, pointing emphatically at the ground. "From this day forth, this land will not harbor you. You will be hunted down worldwide, destined to live in obscurity like Banner, forced to toil in anonymity. Even Tony will be implicated due to your reckless actions, as he is your guardian." Indifferently, Link took Zelda's hand, unmoved by Nick's words. "Zelda is the princess of Hyrule. Have you considered the implications of your military's unwarranted assault on our nation's leader? There is no need for further discussion. If war is what you desire, let come." Natasha chuckled softly from the side. Two nations represented. One princess and one knight, an entire realm of nobility. Since deciding to eliminate Ross, Link had long been prepared. To stand against the entire world for the sake of one individual is not a dilemma for Link. He is abundantly endowed with courage. Nick, wearing a serious expression, nodded. "What you say makes a great deal of sense. I know you do not wish for the situation to deteriorate to the extent I described. Do you?" Link was taken aback as he noticed Nick suddenly smile, revealing his cunning nature. "How about you assist us at S.H.I.O.D. Once more, while you have indeed committed heinous acts, I am willing to bear immense pressure to help you resolve the issue with Ross. What do you say?" Link raised an eyebrow. So the fox's tail has finally been exposed. Understanding dawned upon Link. "Ah?" Zelda interjected. "So you did not come here to accuse Link, but rather with ulterior motives? What else could it be?" Natasha assessed her impeccably manicured nails, casting a glance at Nick. "If we truly intended to oppose you, we would have dispatched an army without hesitation. How could it be? Just the two of us, I and the boss, driving here to cause trouble for Link? We would be asking for a beating." Natasha leaped to Link's side and, facing Nick, addressed Zelda. "If he dares to assign me such a foolish and perilous task, I would immediately turn against you, capturing this bald man as a token of my allegiance." Then, with a genteel gesture towards Zelda, she added, "At that time, would you be willing to take in an ordinary soldier like me? The population of Hyrule would surge by 50%. Zelda smiled. Link hesitated. "Nick, can you truly assist me with the Ross situation?" Nick coughed. "Though it will be exceedingly difficult and may offend many, I am willing to do so for you, because I believe in you." Nick's expressions shifted dramatically. Just a minute ago, he misjudged Link, and now he professed his trust. He then narrowed his eyes. "S.H.I.E.L.D. And I will incur great costs and bear substantial pressure for you. So, would you help us with a task that isn't too difficult?" Link surveyed the area, finding no traces of lurking military forces, and discerned Nick's ulterior motives. Thus he inquired, "Speak, what assistance do you require?" Nick did not immediately mention escaping from Link's actions, but instead confirmed, "Are you truly willing to help us? Are you certain?" Link nodded. Nick and Natasha exchanged anxious glances and said, "Currently, in New York, a centaur has appeared, and we need you to handle it." "A centaur? A centaur?" No wonder Natasha and Nick were so apprehensive. The strongest monster from the game had manifested on Earth, specifically in New York. The suffering populace faced yet another grave concern. Just as the blood moon departed, the Hulk arrived. Now, the Hulk departs, and a centaur takes its place. Such misfortune is unparalleled. Natasha murmured, "I had heard you mention that centaurs were formidable, but I never anticipated it would be to this extent. Isaaki Elade is truly at a loss, which is why we sought your assistance. The risks involved are exceedingly high. The memory of a centaur sweeping through and obliterating dozens of heavy tanks is still vivid." Nick repeated his inquiry. "Are you genuinely willing to confront the centaur?" Nick was indeed quite troubled by Link. Although Link provided S.H.I.E.L.D. with a wealth of information regarding the characteristics and weaknesses of various creatures, which proved to be immensely helpful, some of his suggestions infuriated Nick. The notion that a centaur's vulnerability lies in its head, that shooting an arrow at it could induce a state of rigidity, followed by mounting the creature to unleash a flurry of strikes, seemed utterly ludicrous. Could an ordinary person truly achieve such a feat as causing a centaur to stagger with a headshot? The audacity to suggest that one could simply ride a centaur as though it were a mere pastime was beyond comprehension. When a centaur charges forward, the proposed tactics of sidestepping executing a backflip to evade sweeping attacks, and seizing the moment to strike from behind during its weapon's ascent sounded deceptively simple. Were these mere jests? While Link candidly shared his invaluable experiences in combating centaurs, those insights were tailored solely to his own prowess. Others would likely find themselves at a loss, imitating these strategies only to meet their demise, having witnessed a centaur single-handedly obliterate an entire regiment. Nick glanced at Link's advice and thought, "You speak so eloquently. Why don't you take the lead?" Thus, he and Natasha sought out Link, both apprehensive of his potential refusal. This request was not as trivial as the previous one, where they merely asked Link to invite Rogers for coffee. This time, it involved confronting a formidable combat beast, which posed a genuine threat to their lives. Inwardly, Nick expressed silent gratitude to General Ross. "Thank you for inadvertently granting me a favor with Link." In truth, Nick and Natasha's concerns were unwarranted. Even had they not sought Link's aid, upon hearing news of the centaur, he would have traversed great distances to engage in battle. For Link relished the thrill and excitement of confronting such creatures. Just as Nick mentioned the centaur, he expected Link to ponder the matter carefully. Instead, Link seized Natasha's wrist, exclaiming, "Let us go. Where's the centaur? Take me to it." Nick, "Prepare my bow, sword, and 3 shields." Of course, this was merely a matter of principle. Reality allowed for considerable maneuverability. Nick tirelessly contacted several high-ranking officials and even briefed the president on the situation, spending an entire night in discussions with Tony, leaving no time for rest. At last, he managed to facilitate Link's involvement. Yet, a flame of frustration flickered within Nick. Ross's actions were excessively extreme. Possessing formidable skills and self-restraint, Link exhibited the potential of a superhero. He was, in Nick's eyes, an ideal Avenger alongside Captain America. Yet, the fact that Ross could provoke Link to such a degree was astonishing. It was akin to the level of igniting World War II through the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand. This left Nick utterly unprepared. He mentally chided the late general. "Did you assume Link would cower like some unfortunate suitor of your daughter?" Many influential individuals Nick contacted during the night expressed their bewilderment. Regardless of the reasons, Link has brazenly taken the life of our officer. This is a challenge to our authority. He is a murderer, a brute. He deserves to be shot down. This is a matter of principle. Nick could only manage a bitter smile, recognizing that these sentiments mirrored his earlier criticisms of Link, yet he found it impossible to accept them himself. Nick patiently explained, "Have you witnessed this farce with your own eyes? Like during the previous Blood Moon chaos, Link single-handedly vanquished 2 monstrous foes, subduing one and uniting to slay the other, sacrificing his life to safeguard the citizens of New York. Yet subsequently, he faced unwarranted aggression from Ross. It was Ross's reckless and extreme actions that compelled Link to retaliate. You must understand the plight of this weary hero who battled 2 beasts. The situation was not as dire as it seems. Ross and his army stood idly by during the catastrophe, only to attack the young hero who brought it to an end. If we continue to target Link and apply pressure upon him with arrogance and irrationality, we will merely replicate Ross's blunders, creating needless conflict. Is it not a form of discrimination to deem a person a threat simply because of their formidable strength? I, Nick Fury, solemnly swear on my life that Link is safe and harmless. I have referred to Link as a hero on numerous occasions, and that is indeed my assessment of him. Please trust my judgment regarding extraordinary individuals." Nick spent the entire night striving to resolve the matter. By the time he completed his last phone call, the sun had already risen the next day, and the streets began to bustle with resilient New Yorkers, who remained steadfastly confident in their daily lives despite the monstrous battle of the previous night. A knock echoed twice outside the office door, and Hawkeye entered, donning sunglasses. "Boss, you look awfully tired," he remarked. With a weary grunt, Nick replied, "I'm black. Dark circles are of no concern to me. But you, on the other hand, how's that panda eye of yours?" Hawkeye, looking disgruntled, removed his sunglasses to reveal a significant bruise around his left eye, rendering his typically stoic demeanor somewhat comical. "Don't even get me started. On the night of the Blood Moon, I stood waiting for 4 hours until the stone creature emerged. I could draw a 250-pound bow with ease, but while I was distracted, another stone creature unexpectedly punched me right in the left eye, and the injury still hasn't faded." Hawkeye continued, "I heard from Natasha that Link killed Ross, and you are helping him navigate the ensuing turmoil." Nick inquired, "Do you think Link was justified?" Crossing his arms, Hawkeye replied, "There is no right or wrong in this case. If I were in Link's position and that scoundrel laid a hand on my wife, I would have done the same. Though my words sound bold, the bruised eye somewhat undermines my seriousness." Nick nodded in agreement. "Then it is settled. Link deserves our trust. By the way, did Natasha take Link and the others to confront the centaur? Hawkeye nodded, and Nick asked, Barton, why didn't you accompany them? Pointing to his bruised eye, Hawkeye answered, how could I possibly follow them looking like this? Nick chuckled as Hawkeye rubbed his head, lamenting, Natasha borrowed my bow and arrows without permission for Link's use, and I couldn't bring myself to refuse him. You know how explosive things can get with any weapon. I couldn't bear to watch. Nick laughed heartily. At this moment, Link was riding in a jeep driven by Natasha, heading towards the area where centaurs had been sighted, accompanied by Zelda. As Zelda observed Link flipping through a shopping mall on his notebook, she inquired, what are you searching for? Natasha glanced in the rearview mirror and remarked, Link, at your age, it is illegal to ride a motorcycle on the road. Link retorted, I'm over 100 years old. Huh, Natasha scoffed. Do you really believe American traffic officers would buy your story? Zelda chimed in, but Tony doesn't have a flying license either. Natasha replied, that's because there are no laws yet concerning flight armor. As they continued their journey, Zelda rubbed her brow and looked up, saying, learning Chinese is quite challenging. Link was taken aback. Why are you learning Chinese? Zelda laughed. Don't you find it fascinating? In this world, there's so many languages, unlike Hyrule, where there is only one universal tongue. The country I traversed spoke Portuguese, yet here they converse in English. It's truly intriguing. Natasha remarked, perhaps you long-eared Hyruleans possess an innate linguistic talent. What about you, Link? Link nodded in agreement. He too had grasped English and had been brushing up on Portuguese during the flight, managing to communicate adequately upon landing. Typically, he conversed with Zelda in Hylian, the common language of Hyrule. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Natasha found herself at a loss for words with the two prodigious youths. As they drove in silence, a sudden exclamation came from Link's backpack, and out popped the Yaha, yawning and saying, good morning, brave one and princess. The Yaha spoke in Hylian, its voice melodic and playful. Natasha, observing the Yaha jumping around to greet Link and Zelda through the rearview mirror, felt a fondness and asked, where did you find this pet? Zelda shook her head. This is not a pet. It is a resident of the Korok forest. Historically, it was an ordinary human, but due to some unknown circumstances, it transformed into this form. It's quite fascinating. Natasha's expression turned cold. Could it be a product of biological experimentation? As an agent, Natasha's first thought veered towards such dark possibilities. Oh, Zelda was taken aback. The tale of the Yaha's origins had been a childhood story recounted by the old king, but Natasha's insinuation suddenly rendered that whimsical narrative rather grim. The Yaha was inherently shy, and sensing Natasha's formidable presence, Peppa quickly nestled into Link's embrace, tremblingly exclaiming, brave one. This woman seems quite fearsome. Link, focused on comforting his pet spirit, absent-mindedly ruffled Peppa's head. Natasha, stealing a glance in the rearview mirror, pondered the peculiar biology of such a creature. Link raised his gaze and warned, do not entertain any ill thoughts about Peppa. Natasha feigned surprise. Why would I have such an idea? Yet inwardly, she felt a pang of unease. Link was remarkably perceptive. Concealment of one's true emotions was a vital skill for an agent. The Black Widow had always been adept at hiding her feelings, making it difficult to discern her true intentions from mere outward appearances. Thus, the Black Widow harbors a profound apprehension toward a particular kind of individual, those endowed with an uncanny intuition, capable of discerning truth without the need for information or data, relying solely on an indistinct feeling. This rare sensitivity, which defies explanation, seems to embody Link. As they approached a red light at a crossroads, the Black Widow halted the vehicle. At that moment, the sound of a motorcycle engine resonated nearby. A robust rider pulled up beside them, removed his helmet, revealing the visage of Captain America. Link raised his head and lowered the car window. Rogers greeted them with a smile, albeit tinged with melancholy. What a coincidence to run into you both. Natasha, hello. Despite his cheerful demeanor, Rogers appeared burdened by an overwhelming sense of loss stemming from the chasm of time. Link understood the profound disquiet that accompanied such a realization. He too had experienced it. During battle, distractions were few, but in the stillness of the night, when solitude enveloped him, the harsh reality of his existence would seep into his being, spreading like decay from his heart to his fingertips, robbing him of sleep. From a distance, he had spotted Link's profile and, recognizing a familiar face, rode over to engage in conversation, seeking companionship to alleviate his loneliness. Upon learning that there would be more fighting, his interest was piqued. It was not that Rogers relished combat. Rather, as a soldier in this alien era, fighting was his only recourse. Be it striking a punching bag or facing a foe, the act remained the same. He sought to avoid the void of inactivity, for in that emptiness, the bewilderment of reality threatened to engulf his spirit. even one as resilient as his. While Natasha hesitated, Link exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Excellent. We have the vibranium shield to utilize." Consequently, Rogers parked his motorcycle and took the passenger seat beside Natasha. Their party had grown by one, and Link introduced Zelda and Peppa. Peppa, sensing a similarity between the robust man and Link, greeted him with greater warmth than he had shown Natasha, enthusiastically waving his small hand. "Hi, Peppa." Rogers blinked, unable to comprehend Peppa's Hylian tongue. Yet he could surmise the boy's intent, and thus introduced himself earnestly. "I am Stephen Rogers." Peppa remarked, "You're quite tall." Rogers hesitated for a moment before responding. "I'm pleased to meet you as well." Peppa waved a leaf in his hand. "Do you play hide-and-seek?" Rogers chuckled. "Indeed, I'm out for a ride." Peppa shook his hand downwards. "I enjoy hiding under stones." Rogers nodded. "True. I prefer running over riding a motorcycle." Zelda Link and Natasha watched in bemusement as the two language barrier-laden individuals conversed animatedly, each on their own wavelength. Yet they continued to revel in their dialogue all the way to their destination. Upon reaching a disheveled plain, Natasha parked the vehicle and discovered a sign warning of the imminent presence of beasts. Danger ahead. A vast expanse is within the realm of centaurs. Link disembarked and approached the trunk to retrieve 3 bows, 3 swords, and 3 shields. Currently, his weapon space could only accommodate one of each type of equipment. He planned to leave the remaining weapons and shields on the ground for easy access during combat. Regarding Captain America's vibranium shield, Link felt a sense of disappointment. How could one possibly carry a shield while riding a motorcycle? If need be, Link might even have to spare a shield for Rogers. Meanwhile, Natasha retrieved a sniper rifle and smiled at Rogers, asking, "Could you please hold my gun for me?" Thus, the 4 of them, accompanied by Yaha, advanced cautiously. Link led the way, maintaining a distance of 10 meters ahead of the others. Should the centaurs attack, it would be Link who first bore the brunt of the assault. Zelda, adorned with a camera hanging around her neck, snapped pictures left and right, while Yaha perched on Roger's shoulder, making nonsensical sound with a maraca. Suddenly, Link's ears perked up. He sensed a slight tremor in the ground and whispered, "The centaurs are coming." Natasha quickly readied her sniper rifle, crouching low in anticipation. A startled Papa exclaimed, seemingly frightened. In the distance, a shadow appeared, rapidly expanding as it charged towards them. A colossal centaur with chestnut red hair, rushing forth with astonishing vigor. Papa, frightened, curled up, and, trying to muster courage, shouted, "Go, brave hero!" With sword in hand, Link swiftly distanced himself from the group, plunging his sword into the ground and raising his weapon and shield skyward, scattering them around. Grabbing his bow, he unleashed a volley of arrows. But the centaur effortlessly ducked its head, evading the onslaught, and then lowered its body to charge. The impact of the centaur's assault was so formidable that it rivaled a train hurtling towards them. Everyone held their breath for Link, and Zelda, concerned, observed that the centaur from a Marvel universe appeared far more ferocious and grotesque than those from Hyrule. Natasha crouched low, gripping her sniper rifle, but her shot went awry, eliciting a curse. Link, however, focused intently on the centaur's movements, and just as its hooves were about to strike him, he seized the moment. Slipping into what felt like bullet time, dodging with remarkable agility, in an instant, he surged forward, sword raised, and unleashed a flurry of strikes against the beast. Natasha gasped, realizing that Link's strategy was indeed effective. She had thought his suggestion to dodge the charging monster was mere bravado, despite knowing Link's prowess. Witnessing him evade and seize the opportunity for a counterattack left her utterly astounded. Papa cheered, "Yay, go, brave hero!" Yet Zelda's expression grew more somber, for she noticed that Link's recent assault had not inflicted significant damage on the centaur. The creatures of the Marvel realm had grown considerably stronger. The centaur reared up, bringing its massive sword crashing down upon the ground. Link dashed behind the centaur, causing the earth to tremble. With a leap, he grasped the hair on the centaur's hindquarters, vaulting onto its back and began hacking at its neck. The centaur bellowed and struggled, during which Natasha fired another shot, hitting the centaur in the chest. However, the bullet merely penetrated its thick fur, failing to draw blood. Natasha murmured, "That fur is quite dense. I guess I need to aim for the eyes." Link was soon thrown off. At that moment, Rogers charged in, picked up a shield, and hurled it like a frisbee, striking the centaur squarely in the head. The centaur roared, its cold, furious eyes locking onto Rogers. Rogers spread his hands. "Hello." Such a volatile temperament is quite undesirable. His adaptability to such creatures had significantly improved. Just as the centaur charged forth, an explosion echoed from behind, sending a gust of dust and debris swirling. Link, stepping onto his shield, leaped into the air, drawing his bow and swiftly releasing an arrow that struck the centaur. The massive creature staggered slightly. Link descended, gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands. And with all his strength, he thrust it towards the centaur. Bang! The sword shattered. Link cursed under his breath, realizing he had misjudged Tony. It was not Tony's weapon durability that was lacking, but rather the weapons crafted by others that were inferior. At that moment, the centaur swung a shield, sending Link flying. Ugh! Link immediately lost 2 health points, rolling on the ground for quite some distance, disoriented. As he shook himself upright, the centaur roared, rearing back and unleashing flames from its mouth, a searing tongue of fire darting towards him like a black mamba. Link rolled repeatedly, desperately evading, but even so, the flames singed the edges of his clothing. Rogers was rendered speechless. It can breathe fire? Link extinguished the flames with a roll. Just then, the centaur, furious, charged forward, wielding a colossal sword, sweeping it horizontally. Link countered with a reverse motion, pivoting to execute a shield parry. The impact rendered the centaur momentarily rigid, allowing Link to leap up, grasp the creature's mane, and re-establish himself upon its back. With no sword in hand, Link resorted to using an arrow as a makeshift dagger, stabbing fiercely at the centaur's neck. The centaur instinctively reached back to grasp Link, but instead seized a round bomb, which promptly detonated with a bang. Link soared out, propelled by the explosion. Rogers, eyeing the trajectory, leaped high and caught Link in a princess carry. Chuckling, "You always seem to be flying about." Link struggled to his feet, replying, "I don't wish to." He rolled to retrieve a large sword from the ground. The centaur charged again, and Link let out a low growl, executing another shield parry. Rogers also surged forward, using his shield as a bludgeon, driving his elbow against the centaur's head. Meanwhile, Link maneuvered alongside the centaur, swinging the large sword overhead in a spinning flurry of strikes. As Link's stamina dwindled, he unleashed a powerful downward slash. A crimson gash finally appeared on the centaur's body. As Link gasped for breath, Zelda shouted in alarm, "Watch out." The centaur's tail lashed out, striking Link and sending him flying. Peppa exclaimed, "The hero has been sent flying." At this moment, the centaur turned its gaze towards the other 3 combatants on the battlefield. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on the brows of the 3 and the forest sprite. This was their first encounter with the centaur's pressure without Link present. Natasha looked up, murmuring, "Damn it. With Link absent, the centaur's hostility has shifted towards us." The pressure suddenly bore down on Rogers. Taking a deep breath, he declared in a firm voice, "Now, your opponent is me." He positioned his shield protectively before him. 044 Monté de Combat. Fortunately, he was no longer the same man he once was. As Link began to descend from the air, he placed a shield beneath his feet, continuously detonating bombs to mitigate his fall. Link descended as if gliding down a staircase, halting intermittently until he reached the ground, where his shield met its demise, shattering into fragments. The centaur hurled Link a considerable distance away. As he passed by a nearby farm, he noticed a black horse, gnawing on spoiled vegetable leaves, listlessly swishing its tail. The presence of the centaur had sent the local residents fleeing, leaving the horse likely abandoned by its owner in a hasty escape. Fortunately, the unharvested, tender vegetables would sustain the horse, preventing it from starving. Upon spotting the horse, Link's eyes sparkled with excitement. Riding would undoubtedly be swifter than running. He rushed towards the horse, leaping onto its back. The black horse, bewildered by the audacity of this stranger attempting to mount it, bucked furiously, trying to dislodge Link. Amidst the tumult, Link desperately sought to calm the steed, pondering whether its irritable temperament stemmed from a previous displeasure caused by its master, prompting it to flee in search of freedom. Even the swiftest steeds of Hyrule had bowed to Link's training. Thus, taming this ordinary horse from the Marvel realm posed no challenge. In mere seconds, he subdued the black horse, which, in surrender, began to turn in circles. Link affectionately patted its neck, then gave a gentle slap to its flank, prompting the horse to neigh and gallop forward. "Princess!" Link shouted, spotting Natasha fleeing alongside Zelda, while Rogers braced himself with his shield, bravely confronting the centaur's colossal sword, only to be sent flying. The centaur relentlessly swung its weapon towards Natasha and Zelda. As the centaur rose again, Natasha hurriedly led Zelda away. Meanwhile, Rogers, who had been knocked aside, sat up with a grimace, his right arm still clutching the shield. Clearly fractured, determined to protect the 2 girls from the centaur, he prepared to charge once more. However, upon seeing Link arrive just in time, he sighed with relief and sank back down, breathlessly uttering, "I can only rely on you now." Like Link, The centaur was a creature of few words. It stood, using its shield to guard its head, while fixating its gaze on Link as he circled on horseback. With the true adversary back in the fray, the centaur disregarded everyone else. Link maneuvered around, searching for an opportunity to strike, but the centaur was vigilant, shielding its head against Link's arrows. After a full circle with no opening, Link grasped the horse's mane and picked up a sword from the ground. Sensing the black horse's unease towards the centaur, he gently stroked its mane and reassured, "It's all right. We shall prevail." Once the horse settled, Link shouted, urging the black steed to charge at the centaur. The centaur met Link's advance head-on, swinging its massive sword in an upward arc. The two riders were on the verge of colliding. The trio of onlookers, maintaining a safe distance, instinctively held their breath, uncertain of the outcome of this imminent clash. As the fierce wind from the centaur's weapon rushed towards him, Link ducked, narrowly evading the giant's sword. In that fleeting moment, he shifted his weight, slashing downward with his sword, harnessing the momentum of the galloping black horse. His blade tore through the centaur's hide, inflicting a deep gash across its abdomen. In the blink of an eye, they parted ways, and Link had claimed the first victory. "Go, brave hero!" cried Peppa in encouragement. As the two figures converged, the centaur wielded a colossal sword, twisting his wrist to deflect the blade, amplifying the area of attack significantly. Link hastily raised a shield to block, yet this time, he failed to execute a successful counter. The force of the centaur's strike sent Link flying from his steed. His shield shattered, and the impact left him breathless, the roaring wind rushing past his ears. Fortunately, having defeated Hulk had enhanced his health and strength. Otherwise, he would have been severely harmed by the centaur's blow. Had Link not clung tightly to his horse's belly with his legs, he would have been thrown off and potentially met his demise. Roger, recalling their previous encounter, swiftly positioned himself to catch Link as he fell. Link glanced at his shield-bearing hand, blood trickling from his palm, while the hooves of the centaur surged like a torrent towards him. "Can you hold on?" Roger inquired. With unwavering focus, Link replied, "Of course." Roger leaped aside as Link deftly rolled away from the centaur's charge. Rising to his feet, he observed the centaur regaining its balance, its fierce gaze fixed intently upon him. Charging once more, Link turned to flee, pursued relentlessly by the centaur, who unleashed fiery blasts in his direction. Link, in a state of disarray, narrowly dodged a column of fire, urgently halting to evade further attacks. In that moment, the centaur seized the opportunity, bringing down its massive sword with overwhelming force. If it struck true, Link would suffer injuries far beyond mere bruises. In a moment of desperation, Link let out a sharp whistle, and the black steed responded with a fierce neigh, charging bravely towards him. Elated Link thought, "What a magnificent horse!" He executed a backward somersault onto the horse's back, narrowly escaping danger, and hurled his sword, which exploded into fragments upon striking the centaur's face. Bending down, Link retrieved his last sword, closing in on the centaur as it momentarily staggered. With all his might, he leaped, landing squarely on the centaur's head. Link poured every ounce of his strength into this decisive attack. With a triumphant cry, the sword pierced the centaur's skull. The creature bellowed in agony, but Link offered no reprieve, vigorously shaking the hilt before extracting the blood-soaked sword, leaving the centaur's head in utter ruin, incapable of rising again. Link dismounted, standing before the centaur's neck, the sword wavering in his hands. This final blade's durability could only sustain one last onslaught. Yet that was sufficient. With both hands gripping the sword, he aimed for the centaur's throat, and with a swift motion, he executed a fatal blow. The centaur was decapitated. In this battle, Link emerged victorious. As he struck down with his sword, the centaur erupted into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing from sight. The gentle whisper of the goddess Hylia echoed in his ears. "The hero's trial is complete. Defeating the centaur has granted you the skill, Ice Maker." In the game, this skill allowed the creation of a rectangular ice pillar in water, a remarkably convenient ability. He pondered what wondrous applications it might have in the Marvel Universe. Yet, despite several attempts, he had failed to awaken the legendary heroes again, leaving Link with a tinge of disappointment. As the smoke dissipated, only Link remained, panting, alongside 3 golden fruits that had appeared. Due to the Cyclops dropping life fruits, Link had been vigilant about the centaur. To his surprise, it too had yielded items, though they appeared somewhat familiar. Link picked up 3 rather odorous golden fruits, and suddenly realized that these were none other than the fruits of Clocolo. This unique fruit, known for its distinctive qualities, could provide Link with additional weapon space. Due to his overwhelming strength, Link often damaged his weapons, frequently rotating through 10 or 8 of them in battle, shattering one and replacing it with another, relying on the weapon space granted by the Clocolo fruit. Link waved at Peppa, who then flew over with her leaf-shaped bamboo dragonfly, looking rather silly, followed closely by Zelda and the others. Upon seeing the fruit in Link's hand, Peppa exclaimed, "Wow, hero, this is a Clocolo fruit." Natasha, a bit wary, inquired, "What is this?" The foul smell of the fruit reminded her of the durian Link had once steamed in the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Rogers rubbed his shoulder and remarked, "So, even though Link is empty-handed, he can conjure weapons for battle at any moment? One extraordinary ability." While Rogers was proficient only with a shield, Natasha was skilled with various weapons. She immediately envisioned the terrifying scenarios that could unfold with Link possessing multiple weapon spaces. One moment, he could be wielding a sword against you, and the next, it could transform into chains, then a dagger. This meant that Link's next move would always be unpredictable, and Natasha never wished to face such an opponent. Peppa, standing delicately in Link's palm, looked around, gazed up at Link, and softly asked, "Hero, can I use the Clocolo fruit to help you increase your weapon space?" Link, surprised, responded, "You can do that too? I thought only Berkelin could assist me in this." Berkelin was a large figure from the Clocolo forest, resembling a giant white radish. Much like Peppa, who also waved a sandhammer joyfully. Peppa chirped, "I'm not as powerful as Lord Berkelin. I can help you increase your weapon space, but I cannot specify which type will be increased. In other words, the increase will randomly select from weapons, shields, or bows." Link shook his head. "That's fine. Just help me increase my weapon space. I need storage for weapons, shields, and bows alike." Thus, Peppa took the 3 Clocolo fruits from Link and pulled out her sandhammer, beginning to dance adorably. Rogers and Natasha exchanged puzzled glances, for as Peppa began her dance, joyful music suddenly filled the air, seemingly from nowhere. Natasha firmly believed that this little creature had a music player hidden within her sandhammer. After Peppa finished her whimsical dance, Link felt a jolt in his heart, and his weapon space expanded by 1 slot, allowing him finally to keep an extra sword as a backup. Like a graceful antelope, Natasha swiftly dashed to pick up a small camera that she had previously placed on the ground. With a smile, she patted the camera and said to Link, "The footage of your heroic battle against the monsters has been saved." Link felt slightly puzzled about Natasha's intentions with the camera, but considering it was of little consequence, he chose not to dwell on it. At this moment, the black horse approached Link, letting out a loud snort. Link smiled as he gently patted the horse's nose, softly saying, "Thanks to you, you are the hero of this battle." Rogers, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, "If we were to calculate merits, this horse's contributions would undoubtedly surpass mine." Natasha looked at the black horse and asked, "Link, what do you intend to do with him?" Link replied, "I will adopt him." He then lifted Zelda and placed her on the horse's back. Natasha noticed the horse lowering its head, appearing gentle and obedient, and stepped forward to pet it. However, the horse neighed sharply, displaying a fierce demeanor. Link frowned and admonished, "Be more amiable." The black horse, heeding the warning, reverted to its gentle nature, allowing Natasha to stroke it. She expressed her astonishment with a soft exclamation. As they traveled, Link gazed at the clear sky and let out a sigh. Zelda, nestled in his arms, remarked, "The battles have been quite intense. You seem a bit weary, don't you?" Link nodded in agreement. He was acutely aware that the upcoming narrative would involve Iron Man 2, where the battles would be relentless, offering little respite. Coulson chuckled, suggesting, "I proposed to Nick that we accompany it with some invigorating music, but he declined. It would have been more effective." The centaur was truly formidable. Even the captain was injured. Coulson, having watched the footage, still felt a lingering sense of shock. They led the horse to the rear compartment, and Nick praised, "Where did you find such a docile horse?" He attempted to pat the horse's rear, only for the black horse to glare menacingly, raising a hoof as if to kick him. Zelda chided Nick, "Mr. Fury, Epona is a lady," in fond memory of his beloved steed from Hyrule. Link named the black horse after her. Nick retorted gloomily, "She almost kicked me to bits. I ought to apologize to her." The horse, with an air of pride, flicked its tail and snorted at Nick. Once the horse was settled, Link and Zelda got into the vehicle. Nick informed them, "I've dealt with the matter concerning Ross. He succumbed to mental illness and recklessly conducted biological experiments, ultimately choosing to take his own life. I've shown the video of your confrontation with the centaur to the higher-ups. They were quite moved by your heroic deeds." Link, rarely sardonic, remarked, "Wasn't it just the other day that they labeled me a violent thug, deserving of death?" Nick awkwardly chuckled, realizing Link had seen through his earlier tactics and chose not to respond further. Nick continued, I previously mentioned to Tony about forming the Avengers. Would you be interested? Link glanced at Nick and replied, in the event of a true catastrophe, the heroes destined to rise will inevitably do so. At that moment, Peppa suddenly leaped from Link's embrace, clambering up to the driver's seat. With a jubilant bounce, it perched atop Nick's head, exclaiming, "Wow, so round, so fun." Nick appeared exasperated, while Link and Zelda burst into laughter, and Coulson struggled to suppress his amusement. Nick, in a state of conflict, pondered this little creature. It wouldn't relieve itself on my head, would it? Link chuckled and shook his head, secretly admiring Nick. Clearly, Peppa was quite sensitive and instinctively wary of someone like Black Widow, yet showed no fear of Nick Fury, the man overseeing global anomalies. How peculiar could it be that baldness endowed an aura of approachability? Link and Zelda stepped inside, greeted immediately by a cacophony of music and an array of intense fragrances. The opulent mansion of Tony was brimming with guests, both men and women, mingling in joyous revelry. Link grasped Zelda's hand, weaving through the crowd in search of Tony to extend their greetings. Before them stood a portly man, intoxicated and clutching a glass, his bleary eyes landing on Link and Zelda. With a greasy smile, he approached and remarked to Zelda, "What a lovely hairstyle you have," while reaching out a hand. Link's brow furrowed in disapproval, contemplating the rudeness directed at the princess. However, recognizing this was Tony's party and that the drunken man had not yet caused any harm to Zelda, he refrained from violence. Instead, Link positioned Zelda behind him and spoke in a low voice, "Sir, But the drunken man, ignoring Zelda entirely, reached out and pinched Link's cheek, leering, "Such soft skin." Link inhaled deeply, his temper flaring, while Zelda doubled over in laughter. Link's expression darkened as the man continued to boast, "I am the editor of tomorrow's Star magazine." "Have you considered?" Before he could finish, Link hoisted the drunken man into the air, exclaiming, "Jarvis, open the door." With a grin, Jarvis complied. And as Link flung the inebriated man outside like a basketball, gasps erupted from the surrounding guests. Unbeknownst to them, someone began to clap, leading to a crescendo of applause and cheers, as they presumed Link was merely engaging in a playful spectacle. Tony approached, pulling Link up onto a platform, raising his hand triumphantly, and declaring, "The media has been searching for the one who defeated two monsters. Link. Let's cheer for our new superhero." The roar of the crowd was deafening. In high spirits, Tony draped an arm around Link's neck, leaning heavily upon him, leaving Link somewhat discomposed. As Link caught sight of Zelda, who waved at him with a cheerful smile, he hurriedly ascended the stairs, thinking to himself, "Please don't leave me here alone." Seeing numerous cameras aimed at him, Link forced a smile and waved awkwardly. Suddenly, Tony, inebriated, bellowed, "Everyone quiet down." The room fell silent, puzzled by Tony's abrupt outburst. He pointed at the crowd, accusingly stating, "I know some of you in the media are fabricating baseless stories, concocting rumors about me. You're analyzing ridiculous comparisons between Iron Man and elves." The guests exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of why Tony had turned so hostile towards the media. But then, Tony smirked. "In fact, I'm curious to know who is stronger, Link or me. How about we turn this into a competition?" He laughed heartily, then suddenly exclaimed, "Why are you running?" And with a swift motion, shot a laser towards Link's back. With no shield at hand, Link realized that dodging would endanger those in front of him. His eye caught a serving platter on a nearby table, and swiftly grasping it, he turned and executed a perfect shield counter. The laser ricocheted off the platter, striking Tony's armor, sending him crashing into the wall with a resounding impact. At this moment, the crowd remained oblivious to the peril they were in, continuing to cheer exuberantly. The clash between Link and Iron Man had commenced. Tony emerged from the ruins, sporting a slightly languid smile. Observing the chaotic throng around him, he abruptly thrust his hand forward, unleashing another attack. Link raised the shield once more, but this time it was futile. The laser ricocheted off the wall, scorching a significant hole. "Tony!" Link shouted as he dashed towards him, grasping Tony's wrists firmly, yet with a hint of anger. "Enough! Stop this madness. Others could get hurt." Yet the crowd persisted in their raucous antics. Having swallowed a mouthful of pool water laced with disinfectant, Link climbed out, using the railing for support before yanking it off and hurling it forcefully, striking Tony down with a resounding clang. Link retrieved his game console from his pocket, now waterlogged and inoperable. "So, you wish to brawl? I shall gladly oblige." Tony sat up and declared, "What a duel without stakes. Listen closely, everyone. If Link can defeat me, I shall gift him this mansion and all its contents. Bear witness." The spectators, reveling in the spectacle, cheered in unison. Link now grasped the essence of Tony's current state. This reckless behavior was a result of his despair over palladium poisoning, mirroring the original timeline where he squandered wealth in a frenzied attempt to alleviate his stress. Although his affliction had not yet reached the catastrophic level seen previously, he had already begun to resign himself to destruction. Link could not allow the narrative to spiral to such depths, nor could he disguise his intentions under the pretense of allowing Tony to undergo transformation, all while avoiding the disruption of the storyline or triggering a butterfly effect. He was determined to reveal the truth to Tony today. However, before addressing that, Link resolved to vent his frustrations on Tony. Approaching him, Tony, inebriated, slurred, "You go fetch a weapon." With a grin, Link replied, "To combat you? I shall wield this fork as a sword and this plate as a shield. They will suffice." The audience gasped, astonished that a mere teenager would dare to confront the armored Iron Man with nothing but cutlery. This was undoubtedly sensational news. Tony chuckled, leaning slightly with his hands on his hips. "Link, you jest." In response, Link lunged forward, delivering a flying kick to Tony's head. The impact caused Tony to lose his balance, crashing heavily to the floor. In retaliation, Tony fired a laser, the searing beam shooting forth. Link deftly dodged, then seized Iron Man's wrist, forcing it upwards towards the ceiling, causing a magnificent chandelier to plummet into the center of the living room. Chaos erupted as Link shouted, "Why are you still here? Are you not afraid of the light?" The crowd, frightened, scattered after a few moments of pandemonium, leaving only Link and Tony behind. Meanwhile, Zelda upstairs remained undisturbed, engrossed in her book with headphones on. With his knee pressing down on Iron Man's head, Link stated, "Tony, calm down. You have yet to hear the words that could save you." Link was seized by Tony, who swiftly flung him away by his ankle. Rising to his feet, Tony aimed and fired a projectile at Link, who, mid-air, clutched a plate that exploded with a resounding crash, sending the missile ricocheting out of the window. Link crashed violently against the wall, dazed and disoriented, as Iron Man approached. Just as Iron Man intended to declare, "You have lost," Link's hand trembled, and a fork flew from his grasp. This ordinary fork, infused with Link's strength, embedded itself into Tony's titanium alloy mask, causing the display before Tony to abruptly vanish. The fork's tip quivered as it punctured a small wound on Tony's nose, sending him into a cold sweat and awakening him from a stupor. Link taunted, "You wish to engage in combat with me?" He seized Iron Man's ankle and swung him forcefully to the ground. "Do you wish to duel?" With another swift motion, he struck again. Bang, bang, bang. Like a skilled chef tossing dough, Link relentlessly slammed Iron Man into the ground. Despite his armor, Tony could not withstand such brutal treatment. He urgently called out, "Jarvis, disengage the leg armor." Iron Man broke free from Link's grasp and soared into the air, but after just a few moments, he found himself immobilized. Jarvis quickly reported, "Sir, there is an unidentified spatial force interference." Tony, astonished, glanced at Link, noting the faint, distorted line connecting their bodies through the minuscule openings in his mask. Link's magnetic grappler could control all metal, including Iron Man himself. Pointing to the ground, Iron Man crashed down, and when Link pointed to the sky, he soared once more, only to be slammed back to Earth. Link repeatedly employed the magnetic grappler, slamming Tony down with a frequency of 2 strikes per second, ringing out for 10 minutes until he had sufficiently vented his frustration. At this moment, Tony, seeing stars, lay on the ground, unable to rise, groggily lamenting, "I proclaimed my surrender 5 minutes ago." Link chuckled, "I did not hear you." Tony rolled over, lying on the ground, and with a decisive snap, removed his mask, revealing that his armor was in tatters, barely fit for the scrap heap. Link approached, resting on his knee, gazing at Tony, and asked, "Are you done playing?" Tony mumbled, "I will eventually design a suit that can defeat you. I have already initiated the project. Your arrogance will not last long." Once more, Link wielded the magnetic grappler, suspending Tony in midair. Tony shouted, all right. I apologize, you have won. This house belongs to you. I apologize for my recklessness." The recent battle had left Tony thoroughly shaken and drenched in sweat, fully alert now. Link then remarked, "I know you are suffering from palladium poisoning, feeling as if there is no escape. Am I correct?" Tony's expression darkened as he replied, "Has Zelda already figured out and informed you?" Link chose not to respond to that, instead stating, "I am aware of something concerning your father." Tony scoffed, "So you visited New York and met my father's old friend, Captain America, and learned a bit about his misdeeds, did you?" Link remained silent, continuing, "This also pertains to your life." After Link painstakingly conveyed his message, Tony remained silent for an extended period. After a considerable amount of time, he finally remarked, "I truly do not know how to express my gratitude to you. However, you witnessed my predicament earlier and likened me to a salted fish in a can. So I suppose we are even." Despite this assertion, Tony silently cherished this invaluable kindness in his heart. With a chuckle, he thought, even after 2 decades of passing, you still wish to impart lessons to me. Tony unfastened his battle suit and rose to his feet, still somewhat dazed from the earlier thrashing he received from Link. He made his way through the shattered glass to the edge of the swimming pool, stretching languidly as he exclaimed, "What splendid weather! A perfect day for scientific endeavors." At the mention of this cherished term, Zelda hurried down the stairs, exclaiming, "Tony, do you require my assistance? What have you all been up to?" She gasped, surveying the chaos that surrounded her. With an exaggerated gesture, Tony turned to her and replied, "Link just gave me quite the beating and claimed this house for himself. It now belongs to your estate." Zelda looked utterly perplexed. "What are you talking about?" she inquired, moving closer to Link for clarification. However, Link wore a discontented expression, prompting Zelda to quickly apologize. "I'm sorry. I found the situation rather troublesome and left you here. My apologies." Tony rubbed his head, wincing at the various bruises adorning his body from Link's assault. "Ever since I successfully created Iron Man, I have longed to spar with Link, but I never anticipated being so thoroughly bested." He pondered. Who could have taught Link such formidable skills and strength? Shaking her head, Zelda replied, "I haven't spent much time with Link either. He grew up among the Zora in the domain of the fish people. I have never witnessed him lose a match." Tony gasped. "Not even once?" Zelda nodded affirmatively. "Not a single time. Even when facing opponents 10 times stronger than him, he finds a way to prevail. In the illustrious kingdom of Hyrule, there isn't a soul capable of matching Link's prowess to serve as my personal knight, which is rather a waste of talent." Tony rubbed his nose thoughtfully. "How terrifying. I've actually fought someone akin to a war god." He gazed at Link, contemplating the myriad of experiences this youth must have endured. An ambitious thought surged within him. Only a genius like myself could possibly defeat the invincible Link. Thus, Tony set himself a modest goal to conquer Link. His gaze then shifted toward Peppa, and with a gentle poke, he inquired, "Little one, what is your name?" Peppa, feigning ferocity, flailed his limbs and kicked at Tony's hand, defiantly proclaiming, "I am not afraid of you." Zelda cradled Peppa in her arms and chuckled. "This is Peppa, a creature known as a Korok from the land of Hyrule. He's a friend of both Link and me." Tony crossed his arms and asked, "Are all beings from Hyrule so formidable? Does this little creature possess any remarkable abilities?" Zelda tilted her head in thought and replied, "He is particularly adept at playing hide and seek." Tony and Zelda were engrossed in analyzing the information on the exhibition board, while Link sat on the sofa, indulging in snacks with Peppa, observing their bustling activity. After half an hour, they finally unearthed a new element from Howard's estate. With a heart full of anticipation, Tony exclaimed, "I require a substantial space." "Link, do lend a hand. My goodness, how much have you consumed?" Link was still shoving chips into his mouth, with a multitude of empty wrappers strewn across the table. He had a habit of not littering, but the trash can was overflowing with packaging. The table was adorned with layer upon layer of bags, creating a rather spectacular sight. Tony raised a thumb in approval. "It seems I have discovered the secret behind your immense strength, though I must admit I cannot replicate it. Link, could you please smash through this floor? The hammer is at your designated spot." With a firm step, Link created a gaping hole in the floor. Tony's finger trembled as he pointed towards the hammer. From within the hole, exclamations and alarm bells echoed from the underground office area. Pepper approached inquiringly. "Tony, what on earth are you doing? Why are you dismantling the office?" Tony shrugged. "To be precise, it is my plan executed by Link. This is no longer an office, but a grand laboratory pivotal to the future of technology, greater than Bell Labs. In time, the illustrious names of Tony, Zelda, and Link, the 3 great pioneers of technology, will illuminate every middle school physics textbook." Link, puzzled, wondered how demolishing a few walls could elevate them to the status of technological pioneers. The new element, designated 049, was infused with a luminous energy that caused the office to dim under the bright light. Tony murmured, "A new element has been born." After the light faded, he approached, using tongs to lift the glowing triangular metal and place it within the reactor. Jarvis announced, analyzing compatibility of the new element. "The reactor has accepted the new energy core." Tony punched the air triumphantly. "Done?" He handed the reactor to Link, saying, "It's in your capable hands now. Please be gentle this time." Without a moment's hesitation, Link employed a magnetic grappler to swiftly extract the old reactor from Tony's body and install the new one, completing the process in under 2 seconds. Just as Tony cried out in pain, Link had already finished. Breathless, Tony remarked, "You are indeed a person of remarkable resolve, fit to be a doctor, though I suspect if you were, your patience would share my level of terror. Zelda curiously examined the old reactor in Link's hand and asked Tony, "May I have this old one?" Tony stroked his chest thoughtfully, of course. This old reactor symbolizes a brief, primitive era of microreactors and holds significant sentimental value. As Zelda toyed with the old reactor, a flurry of bold ideas sparked in her mind, though she kept them to herself. She then asked Tony, "What do you intend to name the new element?" Tony nodded. "I've already decided on a name. It shall be called the Link element." Link blinked in surprise. "Huh? That's your father?" Tony interjected, "If it weren't for you, I might never have known about the inheritance my dad left me." Just as the Arabic numerals were invented by the Indians, the legacy is passed down to those who inherit it, and they hold the right to name it. Moreover, this world bears the Stark name in countless ways. We stand within the Stark Tower itself. The times demand innovation. The term Stark element feels rather antiquated. Wouldn't you agree, Pepper? Link remained non-committal. The new element was a creation of Stark, and how it was named was his prerogative. However, Link understood that this was Stark's way of expressing gratitude. Thus he felt reluctant to dismiss it. Pepper, still processing the conversation, appeared puzzled. Why change to a new element? The crisis has passed. Tony, feeling more candid, confessed. To be honest, without the new element, I would slowly succumb to poisoning. It's a difficult truth to share, yet now that the danger has subsided, I find it less daunting to voice. Tony's reclusive nature was evident. In the original timeline, he would rather suffer in silence than confide in friends or family. He indulged in reckless pleasures, squandered his wealth, distanced himself from Pepper, and drove away Rhodey, ultimately isolating himself and grappling with his own torment. Such a person is not one to discuss their suffering lightly. Tony furrowed his brow at Link. "Oh, what has happened to the youthful exuberance of today? At your age, I was stirring up all sorts of trouble at school, charming the cheerleading captain." He awkwardly rubbed his nose. Pepper gazed at Tony in disbelief. "You actually struck a child? What have you been doing these past few days?" Tony raised his hand. "All right, I admit, I've been rather absurd lately." Seizing the moment, Pepper added, "I have hundreds of documents requiring your signature. Since you finally graced us with your presence, why not resolve everything in one go?" Tony shook his head. "I still have something of great importance to attend to." "What is it?" Pepper inquired. Tony gestured toward the two young ones. "I want to ensure they have a splendid time for a few days. You've seen the news. Link has been swamped with work lately, and today he finally has a break. As the host of New York, it is only fitting that I take them out to unwind." "When did you become the host of New York?" Pepper questioned. Tony shrugged. "Right now, I suppose." He then turned and clapped his hands. "Kids, where would you like your uncle to take you for a day of fun?" Zelda smiled and asked Peppa, "Do you want to go out for a stroll?" Peppa, clinging to Link's neck, wobbled and chirped, "Yes, please." Yet, Tony found himself in a quandary. Both Zelda and Link were quite young, and as a man in his 30s, he struggled to decide where to take them. Therefore, he called Rhodey and, turning away from Link and the others, whispered, "Hey, Rhodey, what do you think is suitable for two middle schoolers to spend their day?" "I'm on official business," Rhodey replied. "Well, this is important too. Just consider it as providing essential advice for the routine maintenance of a nuclear bomb," Tony urged. "All right then. Shopping, clothes, organizing a sports activity, a party?" Rhodey suggested. Tony nodded. "Okay, excellent ideas. I hope you enjoy playing with the war machine I gifted you." Rhodey suddenly sounded a bit more enthusiastic. "Let me tell you, I adorned the war machine with a stunning new paint job, and I shall send you the images shortly." Tony furrowed his brow, exclaiming, It must be in the style of Captain America. I have always harbored doubts about the aesthetic sensibilities of the military." He then ended the call. Turning to the two young individuals beside him, he declared, "The time for leisure has commenced." He then addressed Pepper, saying, "I invite you to join us." Pepper replied with a smile, "No thanks, Tony. I prefer to diligently work and earn my keep." With that, she departed on her high heels. The three of them boarded the car, with Tony as security guard, happy behind the wheel. Tony announced, "Let us embark on a shopping spree. What would you like to acquire?" Link responded, "A sturdy sword." Zelda chimed in, "A book on quantum physics." "Pippa," exclaimed we. Then, Tony led them to a store where he purchased Link an extravagant black motorcycle, sleek in design, yet not ostentatious, with a delightful roar when started. Tony chuckled. "Once you grow a bit more, you'll be able to ride it." Link offered a wry smile. After lying dormant for a century, he was uncertain if he would truly grow, fearing he might be forever trapped in the appearance of a mere 14 or 15-year-old. Zelda was similarly affected. Having been entwined with Ganondorf for a century, maintaining a normal human form without sustenance or rest for such an extended period seemed implausible. Zelda had once analyzed their bodies and discovered that both she and Link appeared to be evolving towards a more energy-based existence, resembling less a person and more a miniature sun. Though Tony exuded an air of arrogance, he was considerate towards his true friends. an advocate of efficiency. He swiftly took Link and Zelda to shop for clothing. In truth, the dynamic between Zelda and Link, as well as their perceptions of one another, was rather nebulous. It was a pure, yet complex emotion. Whether one termed it love, loyalty akin to that of a sovereign and subject, or the bond of kindred spirits, all fell short of encapsulating their relationship. If one were to impose a singular term, it would be a symbiotic connection, a bond of life and death. Contrasting with the Marvel Universe, where deities are essentially human, the land of Hyrule is home to genuine divinity. Thus, when faced with the inexplicable, one might view it as the fate orchestrated by the goddess Hylia. They regarded each other as gifts from the goddess. Although Zelda was a princess, she led a modest life, eschewing vanity, still clad in the travel attire she had donned upon her arrival. Accepting Tony's kindness, she selected a few inexpensive garments. Primarily, she and Link ventured to assist Peppa in choosing adorable outfits in the children's section. Peppa, however, felt ill at ease in her new clothes. After a few steps, she stumbled, tripping over the hem of her pants and falling, which prompted her to wail. This left Link and Zelda in a flurry of concern, while Tony simply observed with amusement. In truth, Tony was somewhat inexperienced in taking Link and Zelda out for leisure. He was accustomed to the social scene of parties and bars, having gained notoriety as a young playboy. His circle of friends was already limited, with no companions in the age range of 14 or 15. At present, he feels akin to an ordinary parent taking their child out for a leisurely shopping excursion. Tony mused, I hope my future little rascal can be as sensible as Link. It would be splendid if he doesn't emulate my ways. Why do I consider Link to be so thoughtful? Although Link presents an impression of being well-behaved, he has recently engaged in quite a few significant escapades. Thus, Tony added, my future little one, please refrain from following in Link's footsteps of soaring about on a shield. With the shopping now complete, he pondered where to take Link next for some fun. Merely visiting store after store felt akin to completing a quest. Today, Link had been a tremendous help to Tony, and he truly wished to express his gratitude. However, a mere motorcycle could hardly repay Link's kindness. Tony found himself in a quandary, suddenly feeling the weight of age and the vast generational divide between himself and the children, especially when considering Link and Zelda, who represented an enormous chasm between two worlds. Reflecting on this, Tony thought, why did I come along? I should let the two children enjoy their time together. My presence is somewhat superfluous. It was Captain Rogers who approached, observing Tony's haughty demeanor and thinking to himself, this man bears a striking resemblance to his father, yet something feels amiss. Tony greeted him with a casual, hey, Captain, how are you adapting to modern life? Rogers recalled that Tony had posed a similar question previously, shrugging, I'm adjusting, for instance. By visiting the mall, Link and Zelda also noticed Rogers approaching and greeted him. Zelda inquired, Captain, has your arm healed? Peppa, seeing Rogers, jumped down from Link's shoulder and scampered off to fetch a volleyball, which he hurled toward Rogers. With a swift motion, Rogers caught it and looked at Peppa, asking, do you wish to play volleyball? To which Peppa exclaimed, aren't I strong? Their interactions echoed a sense of camaraderie, albeit from different wavelengths. Tony, spotting the volleyball, suddenly proposed, shall we engage in a game of volleyball? Feeling out of sorts with mere shopping, he was eager for a new activity. He took the volleyball from Rogers and remarked, it seems our captain here is rather unoccupied, which hardly aligns with the fast-paced modern lifestyle. How about we play volleyball? Just us, the captain and I, and Link and Zelda. What do you say? Peppa jumped enthusiastically at the volleyball in Tony's hands, while Zelda crouched down to pat Peppa's head, chuckling, Peppa, do you want to play volleyball too? Although Peppa didn't understand the game, he sensed it would be enjoyable and shouted, yes. Indeed, Rogers found himself with little to do. Encouraged by Tony, they made their way to the beach in New York. Tony set up the net, while Peppa precariously balanced on it, like a tightrope walker. Just moments prior, Zelda had given Peppa a task to serve the ball. On one side stood Rogers and Tony, while on the other were Zelda and Link. Link felt somewhat bewildered, observing Tony and Rogers, now donned in athletic attire, and wondered how they had suddenly embarked on a volleyball game. Peppa exuberantly exclaimed, I'm about to serve. 1, 2, 3. The volleyball soared into the air. Tony and Zelda positioned themselves in the back, while Link and Rogers, both agile, advanced to apply pressure. Although Link possessed greater strength, Rogers had the advantage of height, striking the volleyball towards the corner. Zelda swiftly positioned herself at the ball's landing point, gently sending it back to Link. In the spirit of camaraderie, Tony and Rogers found themselves colliding for the sixth time, their shoulders crashing together. Rogers stood firm, while Tony was sent tumbling into the sand. Frustrated, Tony exclaimed, Captain, can't you exhibit a modicum of team spirit? You, a World War II hero, and I, a business mogul, cannot afford to be outperformed by these two youngsters. With hands on his hips and a furrowed brow, Rogers replied, I apologize. It must be said that collaborating with Tony was exhausting. He always sought to take charge, unwilling to remain in his designated area. In stark contrast, Link and Zelda exhibited a harmonious partnership, their bond evident as they effortlessly navigated minor collisions, with Link affectionately wrapping an arm around Zelda's waist, twirling her as if nothing had happened, a delightful sight. Rogers wished to emulate this, but Tony vehemently objected. No, let me be the one to be flung away. Otherwise, it feels too peculiar. Raking his fingers through his hair, sand cascading down, Tony called for a pause. Placing a hand on Rogers' shoulder, he declared, Listen, this is not acceptable. I will share my thoughts. I aim to win. I am the smartest person in the world. In volleyball, tactics are far more crucial than mere reflexes and speed. From now on, follow my lead, and I will guide us to victory with unparalleled wisdom. Rogers, somewhat perplexed, responded, It's just a game. Surely you can't be that serious? Tony's voice dripped with persuasion. Oh, just a game? Is that truly your belief? To which Rogers countered, What else could it be? Tony pointed to himself, then to Rogers. Don't you desire to triumph over Link just once? Don't you want to best Link on the battlefield? Tony's words struck a chord with Rogers. Indeed, he yearned to measure himself against Link. Yet he could not resort to drunken antics to provoke a confrontation as Tony might. Thus, two individuals of contrasting natures, united by a shared rivalry against the dazzling Link, form an alliance. With a resolute tone, Rogers declared, Very well, I will follow your lead. Tony retorted, Link and Zelda are merely children. Our strategic prowess will overwhelm them. Rogers replied quietly, Agreed. Upon returning from a brief water break, Link observed Tony and Rogers suddenly ignited with fierce determination, their competitive spirits ablaze. Link was taken aback. What has gotten into these two? 5 minutes later, with a powerful strike, Link sent the ball crashing into the corner of the sandy court, sending grains flying. Rogers failed to save the ball and collided with Tony. Yes, Zelda cheered, rushing to Link's side for a celebratory high five, both reveling in their joyful game. Rogers, vexed, shouted, Where are your tactics? Tony propped himself up on the sandy ground, panting heavily. Even the most distinguished general is of no use when faced with bewildered soldiers. Rogers retorted, You truly lack self-awareness. Tony countered, Indeed, I have overestimated my abilities, believing I could win while encumbered by you, unable to best Tony in their exchange. Rogers coldly declared, Fine, let's settle this one-on-one. He added, Without that suit of armor, what are you? Tony chuckled, A genius, a billionaire, a playboy, a philanthropist. Rogers insisted, Put on your armor, and we shall have our duel. Link, sensing the escalating tension, exchanged a glance with Zelda and hurried over. He was not particularly concerned about the potential fallout of their conflict. After all, Link could easily deal with either of them. However, Tony turned to him and said, Link, my apologies, but you'll have to be spectators for a moment. This gentleman from the 1940s wishes to compare abilities with me. I must show respect to my elders. I cannot refuse. Zelda and Link stared at him in bewilderment, and so they settled down on the beach, observing the two earnest men tossing a ball back and forth. Rogers was robustly built, while Tony, though not as exaggerated, possessed considerable muscle, creating a rather peculiar sight. Nearby, sunbathing girls watched the two men enthusiastically engaged in their game, exchanging playful banter, which elicited laughter from them. Meanwhile, the innocent Link and Zelda, having been sidelined, resorted to playing with Peppa. Sitting together while Peppa stood, the trio formed a triangle, tossing a volleyball back and forth, with Peppa running joyfully around. Unbeknownst to Tony, his mere presence was already making headlines, and Rogers, having appeared during the Blood Moon in New York, had inadvertently revealed his identity. Speculation ran rampant, questioning whether this was the genuine Captain America or an imposter. Soon, a crowd gathered as tourists recognized them, interrupting the match. Reporters, having somehow caught wind of the situation, rushed over, creating a chaotic scene. A reporter thrust a microphone toward Tony and asked, Mr. Stark, what is your relationship with Captain America? Why are you playing volleyball with him? When did you become friends? What is your opinion of this World War II hero who has awakened after 70 years? Both Tony and Rogers were accustomed to handling media inquiries. Yet after their intense match, they found themselves surrounded by a misunderstanding crowd, feeling rather uncomfortable. Tony began to him, Mr. Rogers is acquainted with my father, and our Stark family holds a deep admiration for Captain America, a passionate citizen contributing to peace. The reporter continued, Captain America, it appears you and Mr. Stark have quite differing personalities. How do you evaluate Mr. Stark? Seeing Tony speak diplomatically, Rogers felt he could not disparage him either. After a brief pause, he replied, Mr. Stark is an exceptional scientist. His Iron Man suit can contribute greatly to world peace. Under duress, the two supported one another, presenting stiff smiles to the cameras. The following day, both individuals found themselves uneasy all day long due to the headlines of the news. Iron Man and Captain America, two great souls from different eras, shared a mutual admiration. Iron Man proclaimed that world peace would be upheld alongside Captain America. The new era's dual wings of peace, Iron Man and Captain America. Tony sat at home, watching television, feeling quite disheartened as he observed the screen where he and Captain America appeared to be in close camaraderie, though in reality, they were merely squeezed together. Introduced by Zelda, Rogers installed a popular social media application, intending to navigate this user-friendly software. Consequently, Captain America effortlessly stumbled upon various fan art depicting himself and Tony in compromising poses. 052, haha Iron Man. Tony was perplexed. Why did the media perceive his relationship with the Captain as so amicable? Zelda, while fiddling with the old reactor Tony had replaced, casually replied, because you two look quite compatible standing together. What is it called? Strong CP vibes. Tony's face turned a shade of green, as if he had ingested chlorophyll. Zelda continued her task, recalling the eclectic things she had seen. A carefree playboy and a righteous war hero. This pairing is quite popular. What nonsense are you consuming, young lady? Tony remarked discontentedly as he gazed at Captain America's image on the screen. In the cleared area Tony had meticulously prepared, Link practiced his swordplay. Each move deliberate yet slow, the blade trembling slightly and emitting a faint whimper, as if under Link's command, the sword had come to life. Watching Link train was akin to observing the stillness of water. On the surface, there was little commotion, yet with each swing, the entire sea was stirred, waves rising high. Tony could sense that with every swing Link made, the pressure in the room fluctuated as if the very air was breathing alongside him. In an amusing twist, a little Yaha stood beside Link, and Zelda, finding it amusing, crafted a small blue hero-esque outfit for Peppa and fashioned a miniature master sword. At that moment, Yaha earnestly mimicked Link's sword practice, panting ha, as he attempted to imitate the motions. Feeling he was not quite right, he scratched his head and glanced at Link, then resumed his imitation, but inadvertently tripped and fell face first onto the ground, bursting into tears. Link hurriedly scooped up Peppa, exclaiming, "Are you all right?" Zelda, setting aside her work, rushed over to gently pat Peppa's head, asking, "Did you hurt yourself?" Peppa, feeling wronged, cradled his head in his small hands, lamenting it hurts. Link, chuckling, blew lightly on Peppa's forehead. He wasn't concerned about Peppa getting hurt, knowing that Yaha's head was quite resilient. He had previously tested this with a large stone when he had just woken up. Peppa sniffled, "I always fall. I want to fight alongside the hero." Zelda smiled. "Is that so? Then what I'm working on next, you might just love." Link, curious, wondered what Zelda had been concocting with Tony's old reactor these past few days. Zelda cradled Peppa and brought her to the workbench, smiling. "Stand still, okay?" Peppa obediently remained in place. Link sat on the sofa, curiously observing Zelda's actions as she assembled various components, all repurposed from the remnants of Iron Man's suits. Tony playfully tapped Peppa's head with his index finger, saying, "Little one, your mother Zelda has crafted a small toy for you." Zelda looked up, puzzled. "Mother?" Tony gestured towards Link. "This is your father, and Peppa is your child." "Haha, I have a feeling you two are playing house with Peppa, practicing how to raise a child in the future." Zelda and Link both blushed at the suggestion, prompting Link to recall the enchanting sight of the vast, dreamlike forest upon entering the Kokiri forest, with towering ancient trees and countless Koroks. At that moment, Link thought that since Hyrule had been destroyed, he would rescue the princess and settle down here. Tony seized every opportunity to tease Link and Zelda. It had become his newfound source of amusement. As a seasoned romantic, he found the tentative relationship between the two youngsters rather vexing. "Be straightforward, Link. And you too, Zelda. Why the hesitation?" Zelda shot Tony a glare. "You truly have a wicked heart." Within moments, she had assembled a small Iron Man suit. Tony paused, comparing the dimensions and realizing it was a perfect fit for the Koroks. "You made Peppa an iron suit?" Zelda beamed, "Indeed." Then Peppa, with two bright eyes peering through the mask, exclaimed with delight, scampering towards the miniature Iron Man suit, shifting left and right in awe. "Your Highness, how cool." Zelda was overjoyed. "Why not give it a try?" Peppa cheered and, following Zelda's instructions, pressed a button. The suit split open, allowing Peppa to step inside, exclaiming, "What a perfect fit." Tony rubbed his eyes and said to Zelda, "I doubt that this size would allow Peppa to fly with any stability." Just then, to everyone's astonishment, Peppa activated the hovering capability, the thrusters ignited, and she floated midair, her youthful voice echoing from the mask. So cool. So awesome. Peppa zoomed forward, only to dart past and collide with an apparatus. Tony stared in disbelief. You crafted a miniature suit from leftover scraps, and in just 2 days? Zelda nodded enthusiastically. She loves this world. Even if she struggles to feel the strength within her, she can assist Link in other ways. This Korok suit is merely an experiment. In the future, we can create stronger weapons to aid Link, so he won't have to fight alone. Tony replied, since you have such ambitions, I will provide you with a new reactor. This palladium-based reactor is detrimental to health, especially for someone as small as Peppa. We must not risk poisoning her. Zelda reassured him. That won't happen. Papa possesses a remarkable physique, brimming with the essence of life. The Chloro, a wondrous race, enjoy an extended lifespan. And although Papa appears juvenile, he may very well be a century or 2 old. The Master Sword, which Link had rendered unusable, was restored with the assistance of the Chloro chieftain. Tony remarked, indeed. I can see that this little fellow is infused with chlorophyll. Papa, gleeful, flitted about, approaching Dammy and exclaimed, Monster, I shall strike you. Upon spotting Papa, Dammy, with his simplistic logic, immediately associated him with Iron Man. Consequently, he directed a blast of dry ice towards Papa. However, the thrust was inadvertently set to maximum, resulting in a resounding crash as Papa collided with the wall, becoming lodged within it. Papa began to wail, unable to extricate himself from the wall. Link hurriedly rushed over and, much like pulling a radish from the earth, yanked Papa's head free from the wall. Tony, observing from the side, could even hear the distinct pop as Papa was liberated. After all, Papa resembled a large radish himself. Tony commented, Zelda, you've done quite well, but I believe you might consider equipping him with some offensive gear. Although I recognize the challenge, given that this suit is rather small and cannot accommodate many items, let's Papa transform from a radish into a potato. Zelda responded, I have indeed installed weaponry. Papa, shaking his head in Link's palm, exclaimed, Hero. It was so dark just now, I could see nothing. In an exaggerated display of emotion, Papa raised both hands, inadvertently triggering a laser attack from his tiny palms. 2 beams of light shot forth, piercing through the ceiling, dangerously close to a temperature alarm detector. Instantly, a nozzle emerged from the ceiling, spraying a fine mist into the room. Jarvis's calm voice echoed, Understood, sir. The mist quickly dissipated, but Tony found that much of his equipment in the New York workshop had been drenched. Zelda offered her apologies on behalf of Papa, to which Tony waved dismissively. He was unconcerned by such matters. Tony continued, Zelda, I see a potential here. Since you can create a suit for Papa, you might also craft one for yourself, allowing you to join Link in battle. Zelda shook her head. I cannot. Link will not permit me to fight. He insists on protecting me. As if on cue, Link approached, cradling Papa. Raising an eyebrow, Tony addressed Link. Link, uttering such sentiments might lead to trouble with feminists. Link remained non-committal, as he hailed from an ancient kingdom and could be considered a royalist. If the princess he guarded were to wield a sword in battle, what purpose would his role as a knight serve? At that moment, Papa leapt from Link's arms and scurried off to play, resembling a small robot in his movements. Suddenly, inspiration struck Tony, and he turned to Link, saying, By the way, Link, Zelda, at the very least, would accompany you on your adventures across the world. In the face of peril, there are some nefarious individuals who particularly target Zelda, akin to the misdeeds of that scoundrel Rogers. Oh no, I meant Ross. Regardless of your formidable protective capabilities, Zelda remains vulnerable to harm. I have conceived a method that would empower Zelda to defend herself, allowing you to engage in battle with peace of mind. Link is quite tenacious in his commitment to safeguarding Zelda, firmly believing in his ability to protect the princess. Moreover, the notion of Zelda transforming into an Iron Man-like figure, soaring through the skies and fighting alongside Link, might evoke a strange sensation in him. The image of Zelda clad in armor, wielding a laser cannon while battling alongside Hulk and Thor, is inherently unsettling for Link. Tony intended to point at Peppa, but could not locate the little creature, unaware of its whereabouts. He instead gestured toward Dumb Me, who was amusingly toying with a fire extinguisher, saying, Look, this can be treated as a game. Zelda is the player, while the suit represents the characters within the game. If the characters perish, the player remains safe. What I mean is, let Zelda control a suit remotely with a joystick, thereby avoiding the battlefield while coordinating her efforts with yours, ensuring her safety and minimizing her injuries. Zelda gasped in surprise. This is quite intriguing. Surely, Link, this falls within your realm of acceptance? With wide, glimmering eyes, She gazed at Link, exuding an enchanting charm. Despite her royal status, there are instances where respect for Link's feelings, including his personal convictions, is paramount. After a moment of contemplation, Link nodded. It was not such a grave matter after all. Thus, in the future Avengers ensemble, there would be an additional player, a foreign princess immersed in the gaming world. At that moment, Pepper entered, ready to report on matters at hand. Just as she closed the door, she felt her foot collide with something. However, Tony's habit of leaving things strewn about led her to dismiss it. Looking down, she nearly fainted in shock, exclaiming, "Tony!" Tony and the others hurried over to see Pepper kneeling in fright, clutching Peppa, who was clad in a miniature Iron Man suit, and weeping, "Tony, what have you done? Why have you become so small? Is there any danger to your life?" The three were momentarily at a loss for words, as Pepper mistook Peppa for Tony in miniature form. Tony leaned against a nearby table, perplexed, and remarked, "I believe that not everything encased in iron is necessarily Tony Stark." Peppa lifted the helmet, stretching out her limbs, and exclaimed, "Yaha!" Pepper, embarrassed, stood up and playfully poked Peppa's forehead, chiding, "Little one, have you made a fool of me?" Peppa tilted her head in an adorably naive manner, instantly warming Pepper's heart. Pepper approached while cradling Peppa, stating, "Tony, I have received a summons regarding you from the military committee." Tony snapped his fingers. "All right? Those arrogant officials are once again engaging in actions that will bring both them and me embarrassment." Link, aware of the unfolding narrative, interjected, "The military committee likely seeks the surrender of Iron Man." Tony cast a commendatory glance at Link. "Indeed, Link, your perceptiveness surpasses that of 99.9% of the world. It is truly a lament for our nation that a mere child, new to our ranks, can so effortlessly see through the foolish notions of the military council." Link replied, "I am over 100 years old." Tony retorted, "Well, it is indeed a sorrow for our country that a newcomer, merely a child over a century old, can so easily discern the absurd ideas of the military council." Pepper chimed in, "What should I do then?" Don't they desire Iron Man?" Tony seized the small Iron Man figure from Pepper's arms and raised it triumphantly toward the heavens. "Let us present them with this miniature Iron Man," the figure exclaimed. "Huh?" The next morning, Tony, Link, and their entourage arrived at the military council chamber. Link cradled the Iron Man figure while Zelda and Pepper searched for seats. Both he and Zelda wore hats, their hair cascading down to conceal their ears. Tony, sitting with a sense of superiority, instantly became the center of attention in the chamber. Military officer Stern directed his judgment at Iron Man, demanding that Tony Stark surrender the suit. Tony's witty retorts elicited laughter from the audience. Stern then invited military weapon expert Justin Hammer to the forefront. Tony regarded Justin, who constantly sought to compare himself to Tony, yet always fell short, with disdain, likening him to a comical jester. He mockingly remarked, "I hope you can summon a real military expert next time." As the commotion settled, Hammer took the microphone and, with a slightly exaggerated tone, addressed the audience. "We must discuss this significant matter that we have always overlooked. In this era devoid of war, it is rather peculiar that our lives remain unprotected. Strange creatures have emerged from the earth, and we are unaware of their origins. Just days ago, the Blood Moon appeared, causing the world to resemble an explosive toy assembly line, spawning numerous skeletal monsters overnight. This mundane planet has suddenly found itself in a ludicrous magical realm." Link raised an eyebrow, as the surge of monsters compelled a shift in Hammer's rhetoric. Tony interjected, "I concur with one of your statements. This planet is indeed mundane. I believe that if you were dispatched to Mars, Earth would regain its greatness." Hammer's lips twitched, fully aware that he could not match wits with Tony. Ignoring him, Hammer continued, "We do not necessarily need to understand the origins of these creatures. We simply need to eradicate them. We live in a remarkable age, where even amidst inexplicable monsters threatening the world, we can still utilize technology to address these issues. However, it is regrettable to witness those who possess this illuminating technology hoarding it as their private possession, transforming it into an uncontrollable element of danger. Should not certain individuals consider the safety of the general populace and entrust their terrifying weapons to the government for safekeeping?" Tony stood up, adjusting his attire, incredulous as he exclaimed, "What did I just hear?" Even individuals with merely an elementary education ought to comprehend the inviolable principle of personal rights. Iron Man is my private possession. It is my attire, my very essence, my blood. Some have proclaimed that money is the most fearsome weapon of all. Can Congress, therefore, utilize this as a justification to confiscate all of Stark's assets? Do you wish to carve away my flesh to satiate the world's hunger?" Stern cleared his throat and stated, "The primary concern, Mr. Stark, is that your Iron Man constitutes a weapon of immense destructive capability. The military committee must assess its peril for the safety of the citizens and determine whether it should be managed by the government. We now invite Colonel Rhodes to deliver a specialized report on the dangers posed by Iron Man Rhodes, with a sense of resignation. Remarked, Iron Man indeed presents a potential threat to national security and interests. However, I have concluded that the benefits of Iron Man far outweigh its drawbacks. He was abruptly interrupted by Stern, causing Tony to display signs of impatience. Rhodes, in turn, requested to present relevant video documentation. Stern, unable to object this time, acquiesced to Rhodes' request. Consequently, Tony swiftly seized control of the large television, revealing classified military documents that showcased various nations' research into technologies akin to Iron Man, including footage from Hammer's company. The video depicted a pilot maneuvering a suit, with Hammer commanding, "Good, turn around." The upper half of the suit twisted, while the lower half remained stationary, resulting in the pilot being grotesquely ensnared within, which incited an uproar. At this moment, Tony stood up and exclaimed, "Do you see? The world is studying related technologies, yet my innovation is ahead of theirs by 5 to 10 years. As for Hammer, he lags behind by 20 years. You desire my technology, but I refuse. However, I have aided you. You ought to be grateful to me. I serve as our nation's nuclear deterrent, safeguarding security and peace." The crowd erupted in cheers, while Stern chuckled nervously, repeatedly cursing Tony under his breath as the broadcast muted itself. Meanwhile, Peppa looked around and noticed the surrounding individuals seemed quite jubilant. What were they up to? Peppa then launched the Leaf helicopter into the air, flitting about wildly. Zelda called out, Peppa." She and Link hurried to catch Peppa. Peppa, spinning slowly in the air, lost his balance and inadvertently landed on Justin Hammer's face. Justin, grasping one of Peppa's legs, lifted it up, his expression bewildered. What in the world is this? His grimace frightened Peppa, who immediately regretted escaping Zelda's embrace and began to cry. "Alive!" Justin gasped, his hand trembling as he dropped Peppa to the ground. Recently, there had been an influx of strange creatures, and Peppa's vivid green hue sent chills down Justin's spine, prompting him to step towards Peppa. "Hey, Link!" Witnessing Justin's initial act of discarding Peppa and then attempting to step on him, felt a surge of anger. He dashed forward with such speed that his hat flew off, delivering a swift kick that sent Justin tumbling. Seizing the moment, he grasped Justin by the collar and tossed him aside like refuse. Then, he picked up Peppa, offering comfort. It's all right. This little one is simply too timid and prone to wander. If he weren't so mischievous, he wouldn't have strayed from the Kokiri forest and inadvertently found himself in the Marvel Universe." Justin fixed his gaze upon Link, exclaiming, "Link, it's you." At that moment, Link's disheveled hair and lack of a hat made him easily recognizable to Justin. His shout drew the attention of others, who soon realized that the slender, golden-haired youth clutching a peculiar creature was none other than the recently celebrated Link. As Link prepared to depart with Peppa, Tony hurried to catch up, chuckling, "You rascal. Stealing my thunder again." He picked up something from the ground and playfully placed it atop Link's head. The sound of cameras clicking erupted, for although Tony had previously claimed to be friends with Link, this was their first appearance together in a single frame. Given Link's formidable strength, one couldn't help but wonder if he was a product of Tony's nefarious biological experiments, akin to Captain America. If Tony could create Iron Man, then, conceivably, he could also fabricate a genetically enhanced being. Surely, that green creature was a failed experiment gone awry. Unbeknownst to Link, Hammer was concocting a myriad of misconceptions about him, believing him to be a product of Tony's genetic manipulations. Despite Tony's bravado in military discussions, he was acutely aware of the necessity to provide the military with satisfactory explanations. He had long since fabricated the war machine and delivered it to the military, but control over the war machine remained firmly in Tony's hands. Without his consent, it was merely an expensive hunk of scrap metal. Tony explained to Link, "We cannot simply acquiesce to their every demand. Doing so would portray us as weak and submissive. We all understand the might of the iron suit, and I will not allow anyone I do not deem worthy to wield such power. In the future, should I grant it to the military, it will only be to Rhodey, and he alone shall possess control. Others will not lay a finger on it." Peppa shook his head enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Yaha," to which Tony snapped his fingers and said, "Indeed, you are also among those I recognize, little green one." As Tony perused his notebook, he turned to Link and Zelda, saying, "By the way, the Monaco antique car race is taking place in France, and they have extended an invitation to me. Would you like to join me in exploring the charming allure of France?" Link shook his head while Zelda, adjusting her black-rimmed glasses as she read, replied with a simple, "Non." What a pity, Tony remarked, but I understand. You two could use some time alone. Peppa leaped in excitement. Yeah. Tony then inquired, Peppa, would you like to accompany me on an outing? Having picked up a bit of the local language over the past few days, Peppa was at least able to understand the wordplay and was intrigued. At that moment, Link added with a grin, that ugly fellow with the yellow hair will be there too. The next day, Tony, along with Pepper and Happy, flew off to France. Zelda embarked on a series of audacious experiments, initially modifying Peppa's compact, rotund steel armor to enhance its flight and combat capabilities. Aware of Peppa's timid nature, she equipped the suit with an emergency autopilot mode to prevent Peppa from becoming flustered in critical situations. Now, Peppa possessed 1/5 of Iron Man's prowess. Having achieved success with Peppa, Zelda turned her attention to her own battlesuit. With the assistance of Jarvis, she successfully crafted a prototype resembling the Mark series, albeit with softer lines. However, a problem soon arose. Zelda enlisted Link to test the new suit in combat, but within mere seconds, he effortlessly defeated her. The new suit, though powerful and capable of delivering strong punches that cut through the air, was stiff and predictable. Link merely sidestepped, evading the attack, and delivered a decisive blow to the suit's head, toppling it. The suit struggled on the ground, unable to rise. Jarvis provided an analysis. Zelda, the stability of the new suit is severely lacking. It lacks a pilot, has a high center of gravity, and cannot maintain balance, making limb coordination exceedingly difficult. Zelda furrowed her brow in frustration. Achieving balance in a suit is a daunting task. Humanity took millions of years to master bipedalism. The seemingly simple act of upright running and limb coordination presents significant technological challenges, even in the Marvel Universe. After Rhodey's lower limbs were paralyzed, Tony struggled to customize external prosthetics for him, which still hindered mobility. The limitations of our current technological level are even more pronounced. Link helped the suit to its feet, but struggled to stabilize itself and toppled over once more, writhing on the ground like a twisted caterpillar. Observing this, Link suddenly suggested, it doesn't necessarily have to be humanoid. Other animal forms could suffice. After all, you want to be wearing it. Zelda pondered for a moment, her finger resting on her chin, and after a brief instant, her eyes lit up. She joyfully embraced Link, exclaiming, yes, I can transform it into a more mobile shape. Consequently, Zelda summoned Dammy, who quickly disassembled the new suit into fragments. Then, with intense focus, Zelda spent hours sketching on her blueprints. Link leaned in to observe as an avian mechanical structure gradually took shape under her meticulous hand, a homage to the legend of Zelda, Skyward Sword. Meanwhile, Peppa, perched upon Dammy's head, rode over to see what Link and Zelda were engrossed in, pointing at the mechanical design on the blueprint and exclaiming, wow, it's the Vomito bird deity. Link then realized that Zelda's design prototype was indeed one of Hyrule's 4 divine beasts, the wind divine beast, Vomito. Through Zelda and Jarvis's diligent efforts, a small avian divine beast was completed. The arc reactor was placed in the round chest of the bird, its wings supported by a special flexible metal material, the claws functioning as thrusters, and the beak designed to emit lasers. Link extended his arm, and the small avian divine beast gracefully landed on his forearm, reminiscent of the beloved cuckoo from his favorite games. With a playful tilt of its head, the creature emitted a gentle coo, affectionately nuzzling Link's cheek. This was under Zelda's control. Certainly, this particular cuckoo weighed at least 80 kilograms. Only someone with Link's considerable strength could effortlessly support such a hefty creature upon his arm. Link nodded, finding this bird far more agreeable than the clumsy new attire he had donned earlier. Its smaller frame and agile movements were a delight. Success! Zelda exclaimed joyfully. She wore a pair of specialized glasses with large lenses, utilizing subtle shifts in her eye muscles to maneuver the bird, although not yet perfected. After multiple adjustments and the accumulation of data, the cuckoo responded to her commands as fluidly as an extension of her own arm. Link took the bird outdoors, where it spread its wings and soared swiftly into the sky. Thanks to its streamlined shape and reduced weight, its flight speed was astonishing. As the bird dwindled to a mere speck, it suddenly spiraled down in a dramatic dive. Link, attack me, Zelda called out. Understanding that she intended to showcase the bird's defensive capabilities, Link unsheathed his gleaming rapier and, with swift determination, advanced towards her. If Tony were to witness this, he would surely be astounded that Link would draw his sword against Zelda. Yet, both were acutely aware of their bond. Zelda knew that Link would never harm her, and Link had absolute faith in his swordsmanship, confident that it would not lead to any collateral damage. Their mutual trust and confidence lent an air of gravity to the scene. The bird's propulsion system suddenly activated, propelling it at an accelerated pace towards Zelda. As it arrived, Its form transformed from a bird into a shield composed of 3 triangular segments. With a resounding clang, Link's rapier struck the bird's shield, causing it to vibrate violently. The force of his strike radiated outward from the point of impact, dispersing the energy he had infused into the blade. Nevertheless, the bird's shield was pushed back significantly, its reactor dimming in response. Link was taken aback as his rapier shattered. Zelda's head emerged from beside the shield, her face alight with joy. Well, the shield managed to withstand the hero's strike. I can take some pride in that. Link regarded the broken blade in his hand. Though an ordinary weapon, lacking any special metals and merely a tool for his practice, he had exerted only a fraction of his strength in that thrust. The sword had not yet reached the point of complete durability failure, yet it had broken with a single blow. With a smile, Link nodded and on tiptoe, planted a gentle kiss on Zelda's forehead. Oh, the descending Paya shyly covered her face with her mask, though her small eyes were still peeking at the two. At that moment, Jarvis, oblivious to the romantic atmosphere, announced, Link, there's a visitor outside, Natasha Romanoff. Zelda, resembling a startled rabbit, jumped back in surprise. Link, feeling a mix of annoyance and curiosity, wondered what the Black Widow was visiting for. Upon seeing her master, the black horse, Epona, let out a joyful neigh and trotted over, nuzzling Link affectionately. He laughed as he patted Epona's face, stroking her mane. It was evident that the S.H.I.L.D. had treated her well during their brief separation, as she appeared robust and healthy. Link expressed his gratitude to Natasha and invited her inside. Peppa, volunteering eagerly, took the reins of Epona and soared towards the courtyard. Tony, well aware of Ebona's temperament, had already prepared a stable for her. Although Epona was known for her fiery nature, she exhibited an unexpected gentleness towards Peppa, obediently allowing herself to be led away. Peppa softly exclaimed, "Be good, little pony, be good," clearly lacking any intimidating effect. It seemed that Epona perceived Peppa as nothing more than a large carrot. Natasha remarked, "According to my information, there is an individual who poses a threat to Mr. Stark." Link nodded, recalling Ivan, the antagonist from Iron Man 2, who was also Natasha's compatriot from Russia. Link reassured her, "No worries. Tony has recently developed a new armor, version 5, which is quite secure." In this timeline, having informed Tony about the new element in advance, Iron Man's advancements have progressed rapidly. This version 5 far surpasses its original counterpart in terms of performance and combat capability. That deranged scientist named Ivan could never harm Tony, so there's no need for me to accompany him. Natasha furrowed her brow. However, according to my data, Mr. Stark has not taken any armor out of the country. Link and Zelda exchanged alarmed glances. Zelda hurriedly called Tony, while Jarvis interjected, "Link, Mr. Stark has not taken a new armor with him." Zelda also dialed in. "Hello, Zelda," came Tony's playful voice through the receiver. "Are you enjoying your time alone with Link in this secluded world?" With Natasha present, Zelda felt shy and ignored Tony's teasing, instead inquiring, "Tony, why didn't you bring your armor with you?" Tony countered, "I'm on vacation. Why would I bring weapons? Moreover, do you think the military would allow me to carry such sensitive items abroad?" Zelda was left speechless. Link rubbed his temples, realizing that due to his influence on the narrative, Tony was less reliant on the Iron Man suit compared to the original timeline. At this moment, Tony didn't even have a gun on him. If Ivan were to confront him unexpectedly, it could lead to dire consequences, potentially leaving the Avengers impoverished. Reluctantly, Link took the call and informed Tony, "S.H.I.L.D. has received word that someone intends to harm you. Be cautious in France. I will come to you immediately." He then exchanged a knowing smile with Zelda, who remarked, "It seems we must visit Monaco after all." Tony, puzzled, asked, Who poses a threat to me?" Link, not one for excessive words, simply replied, "It's nothing. I will be there shortly to protect you. Do not worry." Tony agreed, feeling frustrated by the disruption of his vacation, and hung up. Zelda and Link expressed their gratitude to Natasha. She smiled, "I'm glad to be of assistance. I will accompany you." At that moment, a distant cry echoed, "Aw, brave hero, oh no." Natasha suddenly became alert. Is someone about to attack here? Peppa flew in quickly, crashing into Link's chest, looking quite aggrieved as she reported, "Brave hero. Epona bit my bottom. It hurts so much." Link replied, "It seems Epona indeed considers Peppa to be a large carrot." Natasha observed the endearing Epona, then glanced at the whimsical Peppa Pa, who was swaying his head with an innocent expression, along with a bird pecking at the floor in the living room for reasons unknown. Natasha remarked, "You certainly have a plethora of pets. Unfortunately, as an agent, I am perpetually on missions around the globe, rendering me unable to keep any." At that moment, Link cautiously inquired, "Has anything occurred in New Mexico?" Natasha replied in the negative, then fixed her gaze on Link. Since you mention it, something must indeed be about to happen. Link, non-committally nodding, added, if you see a hammer descending from the sky, please inform me. Natasha responded with surprise. Huh? The following day, under the cover of night, Link, Zelda, Natasha, and Peppa set off. Their residence was entrusted to Jarvis for safekeeping, while Dammy was responsible for feeding Ipona. Without the assistance of S.H.I.E.L.D., Link would have found it exceedingly difficult to bring Zelda's bird and Tony's 5 Malawian quatches along. At this moment, Zelda and Peppa gazed happily at the clouds outside, while Link occupied himself with a gaming console, intermittently emitting the cheerful cries of Pikachu. Meanwhile, Natasha observed Link with keen interest, intrigued by this pure-hearted young man. Without needing to see the screen, Natasha recognized that Link was engrossed in Pokemon. For reasons unbeknownst to her, he held a special affection for this game, and its Pikachu. Natasha inquired, do you have a fondness for Pikachu? Link replied, I once battled with Pikachu. He's quite formidable. Natasha mused, what a peculiar boy. Could you perhaps divulge a bit about the hammer that is set to descend in New Mexico? Determined to steer the conversation away from her dwindling intellect, Natasha sought to extract further information. Well, it is a divine weapon, Link contemplated, deciding it was harmless to share a morsel of information. It originates from a mysterious planet. Since its arrival, Earth is destined for significant transformation. He chose to say no more. When the god of thunder arrives, and the mythological realm converges with reality, S.H.I.E.L.D. will undoubtedly come to believe Link's assertions regarding Ganon. In truth, these matters held little importance. Link harbored an ominous premonition. Despite the presence of Iron Man, Captain America, the Hulk, and Thor in this Marvel realm, he sensed that when the ultimate confrontation with Ganon loomed, he would stand alone in battle. This was an inscrutable fate that Link understood he could not evade. What mattered most was his yearning for Thor's mighty hammer, Mjolnir. Presently, Link felt like a destitute soul, perpetually sensing a lack in life, forever yearning for what he did not possess. Tony could invent Iron Man suits, but could not forge a weapon or shield that Link could wield for an extended duration. Thus, Link's thoughts gravitated toward the artifacts within the Marvel Universe. He coveted Captain America's vibranium shield. After all, you will eventually discard it. He desired Thor's Mjolnir, knowing that his sister would inevitably crush it. Though wielding a vibranium shield in one hand and the God of Thunder's hammer in the other might appear incongruous. Even somewhat comical, it was undeniably robust. Link had always held a profound appreciation for items that were durable and resilient. Far away in New York, as Captain America sprinted along the dimly lit streets, an unexpected chill coursed through him, causing his pace to falter. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he pondered aloud. Am I catching a cold? Ever since receiving the super soldier serum, Rogers had been impervious to illness. Thus he suspected this mysterious shiver might be a remnant of the 70 years he had spent frozen. Perhaps his marrow had yet to thaw. He mumbled to himself before resuming his run. His speed was so extraordinary that it startled several passers-by, giving rise to eerie tales of a spectral figure akin to a draft passing through. Consequently, Rogers opted to change his training routine to the morning hours, reserving the evenings for combat with sandbags. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Thor returned triumphantly from battle, gathering with his comrades for a raucous celebration. In the midst of their revelry, he too was seized by an unexpected chill. Setting down his goblet, he cast a suspicious glare at his brother Loki, demanding, "What mischief are you up to now?" Loki, with a chicken leg in his mouth, appeared utterly perplexed, responding with a simple, "Huh?" The following day, Tony and Pepper found themselves somewhat anxious during a banquet, their concerns heightened by a phone call from Zelda the previous day. Observing the gathering, it seemed as though every attendee harbored violent intentions. Tony pointed his glass toward a voluptuous Latina woman in the crowd, remarking, "That woman seems rather peculiar." Pepper, noting the woman's alluring presence, nodded in agreement. "I too find her a bit odd." Tony, nervously gulping down the remnants of his drink, added, "I feel as though she might approach me at any moment, only to pull out 2 large durians from her bosom and clobber me with them." Tony felt increasingly restless at the banquet, particularly when he was jostled by Hammer, who had come over to disrupt him. At that moment, a burly man in a yellow jumpsuit attempted to enter the banquet hall. The staff, sensing his menacing demeanor, blocked his path, eyeing him warily with toothpicks in their mouths. Ivan, uttering a curse in Russian, tore open his shirt to reveal a makeshift battle suit, brandishing 2 crackling electric whips. The staff gasped in shock, but before they could react, Ivan unleashed a roar and lashed out, leaving a trail of electric sparks in his wake. 2 attendants were instantly severed in half, and a strange odor quickly permeated the air as if a bomb had detonated. From a distance, Tony heard the screams and caught sight of a brutish man, his torso clad in a rudimentary armor, approaching with electric whips in hand. Realizing the chaos unfolding, Tony's gaze sharpened. He understood that this man's target was none other than himself. Whispers escaped his lips. "I hope you arrive soon, Link." Ivan Stock. The man boomed with laughter, striking with his whip and severing the sofa where Tony had been seated. Pepper screamed, and Tony shouted, "Pepper, P.S. after me. We need to split up." He turned and fled. Suddenly, a prickling sensation raced across his scalp as he caught a glimpse of the electric whip soaring toward him. Tony abruptly halted, the whip narrowly missing his chest, carving a gash in the ground at his feet, almost cleaving him in two. Tony's eyes were stung by a blinding flash, tears streaming down his face as he felt a searing pain in his eyebrows. The crackling sound of electricity echoed around him. Without a second thought, Tony propelled himself forward, his sight fixating on a bright square. He recognized it as a window. With gritted teeth, he lunged and shattered the glass. His face torn by shards as he crashed to the ground. Pain coursed through him, and he gasped for breath. Using his bloodied hands to push himself up and desperately sprint forward, for one moment's hesitation could cost him his life. Oh, good heavens! What is that? They are coming. Run! Chaos erupted around him as Tony's vision blurred, akin to a headless fly flitting aimlessly amidst a crowd gripped by panic. All he could hear were the piercing screams. He took a step forward, only to find his footing lost, tumbling down the stairs and rolling onto the racetrack. His shoulders, back, knees, and head ached intensely. He grimaced, rubbing his eyes, and his vision finally cleared somewhat, revealing that he had inadvertently dashed onto the racing track. A dreadful buzzing sound filled the air as he turned to see several cars hurtling toward him, though the scene was in disarray, with shouts and cries filling the atmosphere. The drivers still required time to decelerate and stop. At that moment, they were just completing a lap, and Tony found himself directly in their path. Am I really going to be killed by my own sponsored racing team? Cold sweat poured down his brow as he felt numb to the pain. Rolling away desperately toward the edge of the track, the drivers, spotting someone on the track, realized that charging ahead would surely result in a fatal collision with Tony. They quickly swerved to the left, narrowly avoiding him. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, another man rushed onto the scene, leaving the driver with no option to evade without risking a catastrophic chain reaction with the speeding cars behind him. "Get out of the way," he shouted in terror. Yet the man he was heading toward elicited no sympathy. Ivan sneered, brandishing a crackling whip of electricity, and with a swift motion, he severed the front of a racing car. The vehicle spun out of control, crashing against the barriers, with its fate uncertain. The other drivers were not as fortunate. Witnessing a mysterious figure before them, one lash of Ivan's whip decapitated a car, sending the scene into utter chaos. Collisions ensued. A cacophony of crumpling metal and explosions erupted, flames shooting skyward, leaving those still in the arena frozen in terror, their bodies chilled by the disaster. Tony, limping and leaning against the sturdy iron fence designed to protect spectators from debris, realized it could just as easily impede his escape. Ivan laughed. "Stark, you are a failure." Tony glanced at Ivan's makeshift reactor with disdain, scoffing, "And what about you? A mere imitator. Though I must admit, that contraption on your chest is rather well crafted, but alas, it pales in comparison to mine." Ivan grinned maliciously. "Do you feel the pain? You should be more familiar with the agony of palladium poisoning than I am. It will render you miserable beyond compare." Observing the drastic change in Tony's expression, Ivan relished the moment, preparing to strike him down with another lash. Suddenly, Tony realized that the astonished gaze was not directed at him, but rather at something in the sky. With a sigh of relief, he sat down and exclaimed, "Link, you have finally arrived." Link gracefully descended from the air, his hood slipping back to reveal flowing golden hair and elongated ears, much to the audience's astonishment, who remained undeterred by the danger surrounding them. At that moment, Zelda and Natasha hurried to their seats, breathless from their exertion. Upon seeing Link had raced down to the arena, the two exchanged wry smiles, realizing that Link and his companions had faced a traffic jam on their way. Fearing that he would arrive, only to find Tony had already become a charred version of himself, Link dismounted and commandeered a motorcycle from a passerby, calling out, "Princess, please pay the man for me," before swiftly vanishing at the street's end. Driving at full throttle, the streets echoed with gasps as Link skillfully navigated through the crowd, managing to avoid colliding with anyone. In a flash, he reached the edge of the arena, accelerating further, the engine roaring as he lifted the front of the motorcycle. Soaring over a compact car and toward the tourist bus, with two pivots, Link launched himself into the sky, landing on the edge of the arena structure, circling the building until he spotted Tony and Ivan. Without hesitation, He revved the engine and descended from the building, tossing 2 bombs behind him and detonating them simultaneously. The spectators, witnessing the darkening sky, looked up in confusion, only to be startled as a motorcycle whizzed overhead, causing many to drop to the ground in fear. In midair, Link aimed the motorcycle at Ivan, launching it towards him and sending Ivan crashing against the wall. As he landed gracefully, his coat billowing. The audacious maneuver left Tony's face contorted in shock. "Brave indeed," Link shouted. Just then, Ivan pushed aside the motorcycle, spitting blood as he rose to his feet. Link turned to Tony, saying, "You retreat first. I'll handle this." Tony hastily backed away, shouting, "Where's my suit?" Suddenly, a plump little Iron Man appeared, wielding a gold and red armored contraption. "Yes, Papa, well done. Toss it to me," Tony yelled. Papa, high in the air, dropped the box. Tony's smile faltered as he realized Papa might just be trying to crush him. He rolled away in a panic, his knees screaming in pain as the 5 Malawian kwachas crashed to the ground, damaging one corner of the box. Fuming, Tony exclaimed, "Papa, were you trying to crush me?" Papa innocently shook his head, insisting that the valiant hero could have caught it. "Huh, are you attempting to argue?" Tony retorted. As he reached for the 5 Malawian kwachas to integrate it into his suit, he discovered it was stuck. Clearly, the impact from Papa's earlier throw had warped the internal mechanisms of the 5 Malawian kwachas. Defeated, Tony could only drag the box over and sit upon it, glaring at Papa. Meanwhile, Link scrutinized Ivan, contemplating another reactor. I wonder if Zelda would be interested. Just then, Ivan lashed out with a whip, crackling with electricity. Link deftly dodged, only to face another strike from Ivan. Ivan whispered, "Your body is responding well. I know you, Link." Link, however, was not in a hurry to attack. He harbored a hypothesis regarding Ivan. If defeating the green giant could awaken the spirit of Darkle, then perhaps vanquishing this electrifying adversary might rouse the spirit of the former Queen of Gerudo. Thus, he continued to evade Ivan's strikes, attempting to utilize the electric whip to awaken the heroic spirit. While Link was preoccupied with his thoughts, the audience was left in a state of alarm. The photographer capturing the scene ensured that everyone in the banquet hall was acutely aware of the unfolding drama. Just moments ago, Tony had dashed onto the racetrack, causing Pepper to turn pale with fright. After narrowly avoiding a collision with a racing car, Hammer had instinctively clenched his fist, inwardly cursing. Why doesn't this bastard just crash? Meanwhile, Link's aerial motorcycle maneuver had also been meticulously documented by the photographer. Those watching at home collectively gasped in astonishment. Link's actions were both thrilling and perilous, as he narrowly saved Tony, prompting all but Hammer to cheer in unison. Is that child Link? How did he achieve that? Hammer scoffed internally. That kid must have been injected with a serum similar to the super soldier formula to become so formidable. He felt a pang of envy, continuously seeking to measure himself against Tony. If you dare to conduct biological experiments, then so shall I. Hammer plotted deviously, as Ivan prepared to unleash his attack. The crackling sound of the electric whip sent shivers down everyone's spine. Even from the comfort of their homes, viewers could sense the peril emanating from that whip. Each swing elicited a collective gasp of anxiety, fearing that Link might be struck by Ivan's blows. Presently, Link's reputation soared due to his immense strength, with rumors swirling that he had been injected with super soldier serum. Consequently, the media heralded him as the new generation of superheroes following Captain America. Yet, the atmosphere of concern swiftly transformed into exclamations of awe as Link appeared to toy with Ivan, opting for evasion over aggression. Ivan, in a frenzy of relentless strikes, found himself exhausted and panting, having failed to graze Link even slightly. While the onlookers reveled in the thrill, Link felt a tinge of disappointment. There was no sensation of awakening the heroic spirit within him. Indeed, Ivan is too weak, Link mused. Perhaps only a battle with Thor could awaken the spirit of the Queen of Gerudo. His expression betrayed his disillusionment, which undoubtedly provoked Ivan further. Gasping, Ivan's face contorted with rage. Are you mocking me? He swung his electric whip towards a nearby wrecked car, hurling it violently towards Link. With a swift movement, Link evaded the projectile, only to hear a chorus of gasps behind him. Ugh. Tony, looking innocent, watched helplessly as a battered car hurtled towards him. He desperately attempted to flee, but a sharp pain in his knee caused him to collapse. Link sighed, "I told you to stay away." Ivan sneered. "If you wish to aid him, you must first get past me." The whip crackled again as it lunged towards Link. Without hesitation, Link shouted, "Princess, I'm coming." Just as Tony was nearly crushed, Zelda rushed down from the audience platform, donned her glasses, and with a swift flap of her wings, soared towards Tony. At the critical moment, the bird pivoted its body like a steel blade, rushing in front of Tony and slicing the wrecked vehicle in two. Zelda barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief when she noticed that Tony, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had been saved, executed a roll to evade the danger. Unfortunately, this very roll brought him right to the spot where one half of the wreckage had fallen. Zelda watched in frustration, thinking, "What are you doing rolling around?" Tony initially believed he had narrowly escaped, but upon looking up, he found the remains of the vehicle hurtling toward him, albeit only half of it. Yet, even half could spell his doom. Resigned, Tony raised his hands to shield his head, hoping to preserve at least one life. Just then, a voice like celestial music rang in his ears. Aha! It was Peppa, activating her thrusters and charging toward the wreckage like a superhero. "Oh my!" Peppa exclaimed, using the assistance of her small battle suit to hoist the half-car up. Zelda cheered, "Well done, Peppa." With an air of triumph, Peppa tossed the wreckage aside, striking a pose before Tony. "Aren't I impressive?" she boasted. Tony embraced Peppa, his voice a mix of relief and joy, stroking her head. "Oh, my heavens, Peppa, you are my hero. I swear, I will never be harsh with you again." Ivan roared in anger. Amidst the chaos, Link caught a glimpse of Peppa's brave rescue of Tony and burst into laughter. He turned and charged at Ivan, kicking him aside and crashing him into the wall. Then, with a swift motion, he knocked Ivan unconscious. In a matter of moments, he stripped Ivan of his suit and reactor, just as Link triumphed over Ivan. Local police emerged from seemingly nowhere and swiftly subdued Ivan, leaving Link astonished. "Where have you been all this time?" He turned and helped Tony to his feet. Zelda and Natasha rushed over, while the bird landed at Zelda's feet, folding its wings. Tony planted a fervent kiss on Peppa. "Ouch!" Peppa squeaked, uncomfortable from Tony's stubbly face, pushing him away with her small hand. Tony responded, "Peppa, you have saved the life of Tony Stark. What reward do you desire? How about a Latina beauty with a bosom larger than a durian?" Peppa tilted her head, not comprehending Tony's words. Natasha frowned and quietly remarked to Zelda, "Has Stark spent too much time with Link? He seems quite obsessed with durians." Zelda fiddled with her hair, struggling to explain Link's peculiar fondness for the fruit. "Oh, good to see you again, Slavic beauty." Tony greeted Natasha before adding, "Romanova, you surely know who that whip-wielding individual with a thick Russian accent is, right?" Natasha chuckled. "He could be considered your adversary. But before that, you should attend to the media." Upon sighting the group of individuals armed with rifles and artillery approaching, Link hastily donned his hood, grasped Zelda with one hand, and seized the Peppa from Tony's grasp with the other, fleeing swiftly. Natasha bid farewell with a smile, swaying her hips as she departed. "Hey, why are you all running away?" Tony exclaimed, but his injured knee impeded his mobility, leaving him quickly surrounded by reporters. With a sense of desperation, he pointed to his head and lamented, "Do you see this? I'm bleeding profusely, limping, and in dire need of medical attention." Fortunately, Pepper and Happy arrived just in time to extricate Tony from the throng. Infuriated, Tony chastised Happy, "My bodyguard, I placed my utmost trust in you, and yet you were absent when I needed you most." Happy replied, "I was busy protecting Miss Potts, with Link safeguarding you. I felt my role had been downgraded from bodyguard to chauffeur." After receiving rudimentary treatment, the charming French nurse cast flirtatious glances in Tony's direction, which he ignored, redirecting his ire towards the television broadcasting the incident involving him. The host enthusiastically recounted the events in French, while the footage showcased the source of Tony's vexation, Link dashing into the arena with panache, a motorcycle toppling Ivan. The slow-motion replay, accompanied by a rousing soundtrack, amplified Link's allure fivefold, whereas Tony's portrayal consisted of frantic rollings and a hasty retreat, leaving him in a disheveled state. This left Tony grimacing in frustration. At this moment, Link and his companions entered the room. Zelda, cradling a bouquet of flowers, cheerfully placed it upon the bedside table. Tony muttered, "You all are too much, abandoning me alone." Before he could finish, the stunning French nurse, who had previously been casting glances his way, gasped and exclaimed, "Link." Forgetting Tony, she eagerly approached Link, exclaiming, "At last, I see you in person. You are indeed as handsome as in the videos. Young man, may I inquire if you have seen Natasha?" Zelda's smile faltered slightly as she placed her hands on Link's shoulders, defiantly glancing at the alluring nurse, and spoke in an impeccable Parisian accent. "Nurse, is there something you need?" Upon raising her gaze, she found herself face to face with the enchanting Black Widow, whose gaze was both tender and frosty. The pretty French nurse suddenly felt like a mere chick and scurried away in embarrassment. With a hint of annoyance, Tony remarked, "Link, you've stolen my thunder once again." Despite his disdain for the nurse, the attention he had garnered had been ruthlessly redirected towards Link, leaving him with a bitter taste in his mouth. What do I lack compared to Link? He scoffed. Peppa then fluttered over, calling out joyfully. Recognizing Peppa was greeting him, Tony lifted her high in excitement, asking, "You all must tell me, who is the madman intent on killing me?" Tony pressed, "What? You refuse to divulge anything, yet you expect to extract information?" Natasha smiled softly, her interrogation skills being unparalleled on this planet. "His name is Ivan Anko, a Russian. His father was a partner of her father, Howard Stark, and together they crafted the original designs for the arc reactor. According to Ivan, his father contributed the most to the arc reactor, yet was appropriated by your father. One languished in poverty in Russia, while the other prospered as a millionaire in America. This ignites your motive." Link's eyes twitched in disbelief. "How did you extract so much information without uttering a single word? Have you interrogated Happy to obtain the script for Iron Man 2? Tony frowned. "My father was involved in this matter? This topic is rather sensitive concerning our forebears, and Tony preferred not to dwell on it. At that moment, however, his phone rang, and upon answering, his expression instantly soured. Zelda inquired, "What is wrong?" Tony's face darkened. "Ivan Ankov has escaped from prison." Natasha brushed her red hair back and shook her head. "Well, Ivan is certainly plotting a second attempt on your life, Mr. Stark." Upon hearing this, Pepper rubbed her forehead and groaned. "I must urgently enhance our security measures." Tony scoffed. "What is there to fear? That rudimentary armor of his is no match for my new suit. I could take on 5 of them." Link reassured Pepper. "Indeed, there is no need to be afraid. Even Tony's new suit would be no match for me. I can handle 5 of them easily, so rest easy. Tony is in good hands." Tony was displeased. "Hey." Yet Pepper felt a wave of relief and earnestly said, "Then Link, I entrust Tony's safety to you." Meanwhile, Hammer sat aboard a plane, fingers interlaced and propping up his chin. "Even with that madman's technology, I still cannot surpass Stark. I must. Tony's sustenance, Link's appetite." Tony busied himself in the kitchen, while Pepper and Zelda observed Link and Natasha honing their combat skills. Link, proficient in all forms of melee weaponry, could pierce through Tony's mask with a mere fork. However, his hand-to-hand combat skills were significantly lacking, rendering him no match for Natasha. Yet Link was eager to discern the disparity in combat prowess between himself and the Black Widow, a formidable fighter with a combat skill rating of 6 in the Marvel Universe. The outcome was an overwhelming defeat. Link remarked, "I cannot unleash my full strength in unarmed combat. I often rely on explosive weaponry." He then approached a vase, retrieved a bouquet of dripping flowers, twisted his wrist, and conjured a sword-like formation, releasing a faint blade of energy that burst forth with a whoosh. The bouquet erupted like fireworks. Link explained, "My strength necessitates a medium for release, blades, swords, guns, and such. If I exert my full strength barehanded, the force will culminate at my fingertips, causing self-inflicted harm. While it may not explode like this flower, it would still result in considerable injury over time, leading me to rely solely on weaponry." Natasha chuckled. "Now I know one of your weaknesses." At that moment, Tony knocked and entered, exclaiming, "Dinner is served." As one of the few words he remembered, Pepper's eyes lit up, and she rushed to open the door. There stood Tony, adorned with a white chef's hat and apron, pushing a cart laden with culinary delights. "This is a surprise I prepared for you all. Tony Stark has cooked." Zelda and Pepper exchanged glances, contemplating the culinary offerings in their shared abode. Either Tony indulged in ordering a plethora of unrefined takeout, such as hamburgers, pizzas, and sandwiches, or Zelda resorted to crafting meals in Tony's somewhat dilapidated kitchen. Yet, they had never witnessed Tony engaging in the act of cooking himself. Nevertheless, he excelled at everything he attempted. Perhaps his culinary skills were surprisingly commendable. With curiosity, Pepper and Zelda lifted the lid to reveal a dismal array of charred dishes. Pepper inquired, "Did you attempt to prepare a meal?" Tony retorted, "You stared at my culinary creation for a mere 3 seconds, and you still dare to ask me that?" With a chuckle, Pepper remarked, "The ingredients aboard this aircraft are of the highest quality. To see them so utterly ruined is a testament to the prowess of Mr. Tony Stark." Tony shrugged. "I dedicated 2 precious hours to crafting that meal." He then turned to Zelda and declared, "Zelda, you are a wonderful girl. To express my gratitude for your long journey to rescue me, this is my offering to you." Zelda smiled awkwardly. I'm not hungry right now." Tony lifted the chef's hat that had been resting atop his head, flattening it, and placed it over the culinary disaster he had concocted. "Pepper, what do you think of the flavor?" Curiously, Pepper sniffed the air with her tiny nose. Tony beamed with pride. "Pepper, you truly possess discerning taste and never judge by appearances." However, Pepper emitted a strange sound, startled, and swiftly fled. Natasha laughed. "Truly, Mr. Stark, a weapons dealer whose dishes possess such a formidable deterrent. Tony glared at Pepper. Your reaction is rather exaggerated. As a woodland sprite, Pepper was particularly fearful of fire, typically subsisting on fruits and mushrooms. The acrid scent of Tony's cooking had promptly overwhelmed her. Link approached with curiosity, spearing a piece of omelet with a fork and popping it into his mouth, producing a crunching sound. Natasha was taken aback. Is that truly the sound an omelet can make? Link, however, swallowed with a nonchalant expression, speared another piece, and remarked, "It tastes quite good." Tony sighed in relief and addressed the group with a tone of exasperation. You lot, so quick to judge by appearances. How can you declare my food unpalatable without even tasting it? I, Tony Stark, am capable of anything. He then took a fork for himself, skewered an omelet, and tasted it. His expression shifted from relaxed to one of sudden concern. Emotionless. He delicately dabbed his mouth with a napkin before standing up and nonchalantly exiting to find a trash bin for his displeasure. Pepper laughed heartily, devoid of any mercy. Perched on Pepper's shoulder, Pepper the Sprite, bewildered, mimicked the laughter. 2 seconds later, Tony returned, astonished to see Link enjoying his food. How did you manage that? Link, with a calm demeanor and a question mark hovering above his head, replied, I find your food rather agreeable. It just happens to lack anything I dislike. Zelda, suppressing a smile, remarked to Tony, Link's appetite is rather peculiar. He can consume even ores. Yet, upon reflection, it seems the only food he dares not eat is frogs. Nothing else. Tony inhaled sharply. Natasha raised an eyebrow and subtly interjected, Ores? Surely, Mr. Stark's culinary offerings should be more palatable than mere minerals. Tony retorted, Why do you lace your statements with so many hypothetical phrases? Ultimately, everything Tony prepared found its way into Link's stomach. He possessed a four-dimensional appetite that girls dream of, consuming an astonishing amount. By the end, Tony was deeply moved. What a true friend. Upon disembarking the plane, Natasha suddenly received a call, her expression shifting dramatically. Turning to Tony, Link stated S.H.I.E.L.D. requires your assistance once more. In New York, a colossal rock creature has emerged in the city center, causing significant panic. We hope you can help resolve this issue. A rock creature? Link pondered, aware that the creature's weakness lay in the black or atop its head. A concentrated military assault on the or would swiftly neutralize it. The fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. sought his aid indicated the military was at a loss. Could the rock creature of the Marvel Universe differ from those of Hyrule? Tony shrugged. I've made some adjustments to the suit. It's operational now. Since your Homeland's Defense Agency is incapable of addressing this problem, I can lend a hand. Feeling invigorated after their meal, Link nodded in agreement. All right, let us proceed. 062. Battles require music. 062. Why is it always New York? Tony inquired perplexedly. Why does calamity continually strike here? What is it about this city that attracts disaster? Link and Zelda could not provide a clear answer. Speculating, don't you often claim that New York is the center of the world? Perhaps Ganon's minions favor this location? This time, unlike the centaurs, the chaos unfolded in the city center, the most bustling area, now reduced to rubble. The rock creature rampaged, demolishing buildings, while several reporters, accompanied by photographers, risked their lives in a precarious zone to report on the situation, documenting the casualties, the military's repeated failures, and the extent of destruction wrought by the creature. In a bid to expedite their arrival, Link had a sudden inspiration. He envisioned soaring through the air as he had while flying with the sword, stepping onto Zelda's bird to traverse the skies directly. Thus, Natasha drove the vehicle, Zelda sat in the passenger seat, Tony soared above, and Zelda guided the bird, carrying Link through the air at great speed. Link relished the exhilarating sensation of flying, but just as they neared the creature's origin point, the bird beneath him suddenly jolted, beginning to tremble violently. In his earpiece, Zelda's urgent voice pierced through. Link, this is bad. I've reached my limit of control over the bird. It started to go out of control. Link gasped, recalling the harrowing memory of falling from 200 meters high when he first crossed over. Even though Link's health has now increased to 8 segments, and a fall from 200 meters would not prove fatal, he remains reluctant to experience the sensation of free falling from such heights once more. Suddenly, the wings of the bird retract on their own, initiating a rapid descent. Link plummets alongside it. At this moment, Tony is flying ahead, oblivious to Link's peril. When Jarvis announces, Mr. Stark, there's a situation with the bird. Link is falling. What? Tony exclaims, vividly recalling the harrowing experience of that previous high-altitude drop, which had not only left an impression on Link, but on him as well. He swiftly adjusts his trajectory to rescue Link. Meanwhile, a reporter passionately broadcasts, My goodness, did you see that? Link just stepped on his shield and soared back up. He utilized the explosive force of a bomb. How on earth did he manage that? Link, himself drenched in cold sweat, addresses Tony. Tony, given your mobility issues, you should attack the Goliath's head from above while I maneuver beneath it to divert its attention. Ugh. Link covers his mouth, using a shield and bombs. He cannot achieve the same graceful suspension in the air as Tony. As he speaks, his body is caught in the chaotic oscillation of being propelled upwards by the bomb's blast and then succumbing to gravity's pull, making coherent speech exceedingly difficult. If he isn't careful, he risks biting his tongue. Thus, Link refrains from further conversation, hastily darting towards the Goliath. From his arsenal, Link retrieves a Guardian Greatsword. This is the third generation of the Guardian Greatsword developed by Tony, who proudly claims that its durability has increased threefold compared to its predecessor and possesses remarkable abilities triggered by a metallic button on the hilt. At the time, Tony had kept the sword's extraordinary feature a mystery from Link. Despite its lack of eyes, the Goliath perceives Link's rapid approach and awkwardly attempts to defend itself with its arms as Link, shield raised, prepares to strike down fiercely with the greatsword. With anticipation, Link presses the metallic button. Will it unleash lightning, generate intense heat along the blade, or produce high-frequency vibrations for enhanced cutting capability? Let us get moving, darling. Twist and scream. The Guardian Greatsword unexpectedly erupts with deafening music, startling Link so much that he nearly loses grip on the weapon. The momentum dissipates, and Link finds himself unable to exert force with his feet. The greatsword crashes against the Goliath's arm, ricocheting, sending Link hurtling backward. Turning his head, he sees Tony approaching and exclaims, "Is this the new feature you installed on the greatsword?" Tony, with his helmet on, nods indeed. It's a classic Beatles song, Twist and Shout. Isn't it delightful? The licensing fees were quite steep. Link, exasperated, shouts as he flies away, "What good is this?" Tony retorts, "Don't you think that with background music, battles can be more exhilarating?" Boom, boom, boom. Tony targets the Goliath's head with 3 beams of laser from the black ore, dodging its fists with agile shoulder movements, continuing to unleash lasers upon the Goliath. However, when the lasers strike the ore, they emit no spark, being entirely absorbed. Tony furrows his brow. How peculiar. It seems ineffective. Link dashed over with his great sword in tow, exclaiming, "Tony, how do I turn off this infernal music?" Tony, evading the giant rock creature's blow, shouted back, "Just press that metallic button once more." Link complied, and the cacophony erupted. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. In exasperation, Link called out, "Why does it only skip to another song? I want the music to cease." Tony retorted playfully, "My apologies, Link. I forgot to include a button to silence the music. This is simply a manifestation of the current minimalist design trend. Unfortunately, I've embedded a decade's worth of Beatles tracks in there, so you might have to endure the entire playlist before it stops. Is that so?" Link nodded impassively, fully aware that Tony was teasing him. He then planted his sword, resonating with the music, beside him and sat cross-armed on a substantial slab of granite. "Link, are you upset?" Tony inquired, narrowly dodging a punch from the rock creature. Link shook his head. "No, I am not." Tony exclaimed, "All right, I promise not to make such jokes again. Come on, let us fight together." Link continued to shake his head, chuckling, "You go ahead. I'll join once I've finished listening." "Oh, Link, don't be like that." Tony's rigid gaze shifted to the colossal rock creature, his throat constricting awkwardly. "Roar!" The giant bellowed. 063, face the rock giant. 063, Link, are you truly not going to assist? Tony cried, "Link, I'm about to perish." Desperately, he unleashed a barrage of beams at the rock creature, but, as with his countless previous attempts, they proved futile. He had no choice but to retreat and reposition for another angle of attack, though the rock creature appeared mindless. It had quickly discerned Tony's flight pattern within mere minutes, beginning to predict his movements and launching counterattacks, thus posing a significant threat. Its massive arms created chaotic gusts that disrupted Tony's flight, leading him into a series of precarious situations. Meanwhile, Link remained seated nearby, observing the struggle between Tony and the rock creature, seemingly indifferent to the fray. The creature's tactics were straightforward, yet its sheer size and strength rendered Tony helpless against its unrefined but potent force. At that moment, Zelda and Natasha noted Tony's solitary resistance against the rock creature, prompting Natasha to exclaim, "Could Link be injured?" With a flap of its wings, a bird surged forward, delivering a direct strike against the rock giant, but to no avail. Zelda, perplexed, noted that although the attempt failed to harm the creature, it did distract it, significantly alleviating the pressure on Tony. Finally, catching his breath, Tony remarked to the bird, "It seems I've riled Link. He no longer wishes to fight." Natasha and Zelda exchanged glances. Although they had provoked Link, He remained composed at the sidelines. Zelda, not believing Link to be one who disregarded the greater good, shared a telepathic understanding with him and quickly surmised his thoughts. She then addressed Tony. Though I'm unaware of how you have offended Link, he is not angry with you. We will focus on distracting the rock creature, probing it with attacks to grant Link more time to observe. Time to observe? Precisely. Link was pondering how to defeat the colossal stone creature. This behemoth bore distinct differences from the stone giants found in the realm of Hyrule. Zelda, commanding a bird-like mechanical entity, soared above the creature, unleashing a barrage of light and other assaults upon its vulnerable black, or, yet to no avail. Had the stone giant truly become impervious to all weaknesses? Tony turned to observe Link's serious demeanor and, alongside Zelda, decided to coordinate their assault on the creature. The battle raged fiercely, while a reporter, parched and breathless, described the scene. Iron Man and a bird-like mech were relentlessly attacking the giant, but after more than 10 minutes of intense engagement, their efforts seemed futile. As the creature showed no signs of damage, not even a scattering of debris, was there truly no one capable of subduing this monstrous entity? Meanwhile, Link remained seated upon a stone, seemingly indifferent to aiding his companions. Had this superhero, in the face of the stone giant, succumbed to fear? The footage revealed Link's apparent timidity, sitting on the sidelines, reluctant to join his friends in battle against the creature. The video bore a sensational headline: "Why is Hero Link too afraid to fight?" As time passed, clips surfaced of Link decisively battling Tony at a banquet, facing off against centaurs on the outskirts of New York, and single-handedly confronting the Hulk and other formidable foes. His prowess became widely acknowledged, solidifying his reputation as the world's mightiest superhero. Yet, in this moment, the strongest hero sat idly by, watching his friend Iron Man struggle against the stone giant, leaving many perplexed. The eyes of the world now fixated upon Link. Just as the media began to maliciously edit and criticize him, Peppa, clad in a diminutive suit of armor, fluttered over, cautiously inquiring, "Brave hero, are you injured? Is the stone giant too formidable for you? I mean no disrespect." Link rose, grasping the royal guard's sword that lay beside him. Unbeknownst to him, as he stood, a chorus of cheers erupted from those watching the calamity unfold on television. "Oh, Link is finally entering the fray. Bravo. Go. Defeat that vile monster." With sword in hand, Link dashed forward, calling out to Tony and Zelda, "We've made a grave mistake. This is not merely a stone giant." Tony, perplexed, responded, "Huh? What are we fighting then?" However, Zelda, piecing together the fragments of truth, gasped in astonishment. "How could it be this way?" Natasha hurriedly queried, "What is going on?" Zelda smiled. "Link has already informed you about the characteristics of these creatures. There are two types of stone monsters. The one before us is a large stone beast, whose weakness lies in the black or atop its head. Attacking other areas is futile. We must shatter the ore on its head to vanquish it." Natasha nodded in understanding. "I know. The other type is the smaller stone creature, which cannot be defeated directly. We must flip it over to induce its own explosion. I've seen the smaller ones at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters." At that moment, Link's voice echoed through the headset, interjecting, "I surmise that the stone monstrosity before us is merely a large variant of a minor rock creature, transformed into this colossal behemoth for reasons unknown. Therefore, our objective is to overturn this gargantuan stone creature, prompting it to detonate on its own, just as I did at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters." Zelda chuckled in confusion. "But such a massive stone giant. We seem unable to flip it over." At that juncture, Tony grasped the situation, exclaiming, "That explains it. No wonder my efforts have been in vain. All right, let's attempt to turn this overgrown behemoth onto its back." With a fierce roar, Link leapt into action, igniting explosives beneath his feet with his shield. Wielding the resounding music of the royal guards, soared as he soared into the air, executing a rapid spin. Link unleashed his utmost strength. Yet Tony's weapon failed him at a critical moment, resulting in an explosion that thwarted Link's efforts and left him with internal injuries from the force. The rock giant bellowed, flailing its arms wildly, while Link bounced atop its head. However, with only a limited space to maneuver, Link was caught off guard and struck by a powerful punch from a stone giant. Gritting his teeth, Link raised a shield to block, but the impact sent him flying, leaving his face pale as he coughed up a stream of black blood. His health dwindled by 4 hearts. Zelda swiftly summoned her bird, diving to catch Link's falling form. "Link," she urged anxiously. "I'm fine," Link replied, wiping the blood from his lips as his complexion regained its color. The heavy blow from the rock giant had inadvertently expelled the internal bruising he suffered, alleviating his breathing albeit painfully. Immediately after Link was injured, Tony launched a furious barrage, redirecting the pressure from the stone giant. "Link, what shall we do? Should we retreat?" Tony shouted. Just then, the colossal fist of the rock giant came crashing down as Tony spoke. "This is bad," Tony exclaimed. "JARVIS. What are the survival odds if we are struck?" "JARVIS," responded Mr. Stark. "The probability of survival is less than 1%. A chill ran down Tony's spine as he shouted, "JARVIS, disengage the suit." Those watching the battle on television gasped in horror as Iron Man appeared to be struck by the rock giant. In an instant, a fissure opened in the back of the suit, and Tony fell free. Just a moment after his exit, the giant's fist, resembling a digger, smashed down, crumpling and penetrating a building. One could only imagine the dire consequences had Tony remained inside the suit. As Tony plummeted, he thought to himself, at this height, my pelvis would surely shatter. Suddenly, Peppa activated her thrusters, racing through the air to grasp Tony by the collar. "Well done," Tony exclaimed, filled with joy. But his elation was short-lived as he heard a ripping sound. Oh, Peppa realized that Tony's attire could not withstand the weight and tore apart. "No," Tony shouted as he continued to fall. "Oh no." Peppa, with all her might, furiously dove downward, her little eyes wide with determination. Just as Tony's head was a mere half a meter from the ground, Peppa grasped the hem of his trousers, halting his descent with remarkable force. Tony looked up at the ground, swaying back and forth, feeling paralyzed with fear. Just as he was about to express his gratitude to Peppa, a sudden ripping sound echoed. His pants were torn apart, leaving Tony clad only in a pair of shorts and shoes as he fell to the ground with a thud. A lump formed on his head from the impact, causing him to writhe in pain, while muttering, "I mustn't let the media see me like this." Unbeknownst to him, his bare appearance was already being broadcasted live to the audience. "Peppa, help me find some clothes." Clothes. Since Zelda and Link typically conversed in Hylian, Tony had picked up a few words, one of which was clothes. Oh. Peppa nodded enthusiastically and set off in search of garments. Meanwhile, a reporter hoarsely announced, "Iron Man has been defeated by the rock giant. Link has also been knocked away by the rock giant. Is there truly no way to vanquish the rock giant? Who will come to our rescue?" Seeing that Tony was unharmed, Link let out a sigh of relief and said to Zelda, "Quick, take me to the top of the rock giant. But you have no weapons. It's too dangerous." Zelda replied anxiously. Link shook his head. "There may be other ways. We can't just retreat in defeat." Thus, Zelda took flight on a bird, soaring towards the pinnacle of the rock giant. The reporter shouted, "We see it. Link hasn't given up. He still intends to attack the rock giant." "Hold on, Link. Wait, here comes the rock giant's fist again." How will Link respond to this onslaught? As the fierce wind from the incoming rock fist struck him, Link felt momentarily immobilized, but then he leapt into action. The bird swiftly dove, allowing both Link and his avian companion to evade the colossal rock fist. Link landed atop the rock giant's fist, steadying himself before sprinting towards its head. The reporter exclaimed, "Go, Link, you can do it." The rock giant roared, swinging its other fist down towards Link. In that moment, Link felt a weight on his chest. As if submerged in the depths of the ocean, the fist had not yet reached him, but the force of its wind compelled him to bend low. With quick reflexes, Link rolled forward just in time to evade the rock giant's blow. However, the fist struck his arm with unforgiving force, shattering it. Debris scattered, and several sharp fragments struck Link, causing excruciating pain in his abdomen, and a flash of blood appeared at the corner of his eye as jagged stones grazed his face, leaving a crimson mark. The reporter screamed, "Link has successfully used the rock giant's own attack to break its arm. But Link has fallen." Zelda cried out, "Link!" Link tumbled onto the shoulder of the rock giant. As the colossal creature shook violently, Link began to slip, but just before he fell, he clung desperately to the rock, hanging on for dear life. The rock giant thrashed about, attempting to dislodge him, but Link clung like a gecko, refusing to let go despite the wild movements. Zelda let out a sigh of relief. As long as Link held on, he would not fall. No one in the world could rival Link's prowess in climbing and scaling walls. In a flurry, she maneuvered the bird to distract the stone giant, ensuring that it wouldn't swing its arm and crush Link beneath its weight. As Link's body swayed erratically, he suddenly noticed the stone giant's torso. Its severed arm was miraculously regenerating. Link sighed, realizing how formidable this adversary was. However, clarity dawned upon him, and his determination rekindled. The reporter shouted, "Link is still climbing. He hasn't given up." Link strained to ascend, his hands torn and bloodied, leaving a grim spectacle on the live broadcast. With a mighty leap, he bounded onto the black or atop the stone giant's head. 065 shield counter. He gasped. Sitting atop the giant, Link clenched his fists, shaking off the blood and dirt from his skin surface. He cupped his hands, taking a deep breath, and let out a melodious whistle. The stone giant, bewildered, tilted its head back as Link retrieved a bomb from the fourth-dimensional space and brought it crashing down upon the giant's black, or igniting it in an explosion. Although the bomb's power was akin to that of chopsticks, it failed to harm the stone giant, instead provoking it into a furious roar and a flurry of punches. When the bomb detonated, Link swiftly drew his guard's shield to withstand the blast. As the stone giant's fist came barreling toward him, he stood his ground, shield in hand, waiting for the perfect moment to execute a counter. With a resounding thud, the stone giant's fist was deflected, while Link remained steadfast atop the black ore. Natasha turned to Zelda, inquiring, why didn't Link utilize such a powerful counter earlier? Zelda, fixated on Link, controlled the bird to hover above the stone giant's head. Her expression grave. Link's shield counter does not guarantee success every time. If he fails, he will be struck squarely by the stone giant. Although the counter appears formidable, it is contingent upon the strength of the opponent. Against a foe as strong as the stone giant, attempting a counter is akin to wagering one's life. Instantly, Natasha took out her phone to report the situation to Nick. On the other end, Nick instructed, then let Link and Tony retreat immediately. Understood. Natasha relayed the message to Zelda. Yet, Zelda shook her head. I will inform Link, but he will undoubtedly refuse. Zelda called out to Link, Link, we should retreat. Let us seek another way to defeat the stone giant. She then whispered to Natasha, Link will definitely decline. True to form, Link shouted back, wait. Just give me a moment. I only need one stone giant to defeat the other. Nick, overhearing Link's exclamation, was perplexed. What is this brat thinking? He is clearly lost, yet still holding on. Nick, watching the live broadcast from the battlefield's edge, furrowed his brow. This kid shows no fear. Doesn't he seem to be acting recklessly? Could there truly be a hidden ace up one sleeve? At this moment, Tony found himself hunched beneath a massive heap of debris, surveying his surroundings but discovering no garments to don. He observed Link engage in a fierce duel with the rock giant, who seemed to be relentless. Link had not been afforded a moment to counterattack, resorting only to passive defense and evasion. A thought flickered in his mind. Perhaps detonating the arc reactor could obliterate this monstrous foe. Just then, Peppa exclaimed, Yaha, I brought some clothes. Tony limped forward, acknowledging Peppa's reliability. Peppa tossed the garments he had scavenged toward Tony. As Tony scrutinized the outfit, a grin that had adorned his face swiftly faded to a pallid hue. Standing bare-chested with the clothing in hand, he struck a pose of disbelief, questioning Peppa. Do you really think I would look splendid dressed as Super Mario? Peppa scratched his head in confusion, innocently responding, the clothes I chose are delightful. Look, there's red and blue. So charming. He continued to babble, recalling how Princess Zelda had complimented him on his cuteness the last time he wore them. Tony, however, found no common ground in their aesthetic sensibilities, realizing that even a Mario costume was preferable to being unclothed. He donned the attire, shaking his head in exasperation, thus transforming into an oddity clad in blue high-waisted overalls and a red top. Suddenly, Peppa recalled something. He swiftly removed the green cap from his own small head and flew over to place it atop Tony's. Beautiful. Look, red, blue, green. Peppa chirped with delight, reveling in the vibrancy of colors. Sighing, Tony lowered the green duckbill hat over his face, aware that he and this forest sprite from another realm shared no common aesthetic language. Meanwhile, Link was nimbly dodging and retaliating, having successfully executed a perfect shield counter against the rock giant's strikes 5 times in succession. Yet, his expression darkened with frustration. 5 attempts had yielded no success. Grabbing a bomb, Link hurled it at the dark or atop the rock giant's head and detonated it. He whistled again, taunting the rock giant, inciting its fury without regard for the consequences. Once more, the giant aimed a punch at Link's head. In his mind, Link urged himself, one more time. With a powerful leap, he prepared for another shield counter. However, at that moment, the rock giant's fist bizarrely halted midair before launching towards Link. Too late. Link's arm was already in motion, missing the opportune moment for the shield counter. In the instant Link was momentarily distracted, the giant's colossal fist struck his tilted shield, shattering his wrist and obliterating the knight's shield, sending him flying backward. Link, Zelda, Tony, and Natasha cried out in unison. Zelda, as if jolted by an electric shock, hastily maneuvered her bird downward, catching Link in a desperate moment. With a sigh of relief, Link steadied himself on the bird. But another punch from the rock giant came hurtling toward them. The bird spiraled and danced in the air to evade the attack. Shield! Give me a shield! Link shouted. Zelda, filled with concern, implored, "Stop it, Link." Link, despite his injury, chuckled. "It's nothing, just a broken wrist. But the rewards are substantial. After 6 attempts, this time, success is certain. Princess, please help me find a shield." Zelda, glancing around anxiously, suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Link, my bird can transform into a shield. I even equipped it with a handle." "Excellent," Link exclaimed. "Quickly, let the bird transform into a shield." He tossed aside his earpiece and leaped into the air, soaring 3 meters high. The bird expanded into a large shield, spinning gracefully before landing in Link's grasp. As the rock giant's fist hurtled towards him, Link found himself suspended in midair, akin to a living target. With his dominant left hand fractured, he steadied the bird shield in his right. This was a singular opportunity. Link's brow furrowed, and he swung the shield to meet the giant's fist. Boom! The fist struck the black ore with tremendous force, causing fissures to spread across its surface. Crack! It shattered into pieces. Link plummeted, the bird shield wobbling precariously in his grasp, failing to fully absorb the impact due to the earlier deflection. He quickly hurled a bomb downwards, using the shield to cushion his fall, then landed lightly on the ground, bending his knees to absorb the shock. Urgently, Link rushed forward, searching for the remnants of a rock giant, darting about in a frenzy. Tony and Peppa, finally regaining their composure, were astonished by Link's decisive victory and hobbled over, only to find him missing. At that moment, Zelda and Natasha also emerged from the rubble, arriving at the center of the battlefield. "Where did Link go?" they inquired. "I don't know," Tony replied. After he jumped down, he hurried off to find something. Peppa soared high above and exclaimed, "Aha! I see him. The hero is over there." Peppa pointed towards a large mound of debris. They rushed over to discover Link sitting despondently atop a colossal object, looking quite disheartened. Beneath him lay at least 2 cubic meters of magnificent diamonds. After defeating the rock giant, Link had hoped for a reward, perhaps a peculiar fruit that could enhance his health or stamina, or even a weapon from Hyrule. Instead, the giant had yielded a massive chunk of diamond. Yet, this could not alleviate Link's disappointment. Fortunately, at that moment, the gentle voice of the Hylian goddess whispered in his ear, "Complete the hero's trial to acquire skills, gain heart containers, and obtain energy containers. You have gained the ability to stop time, received 2 heart containers, and acquired 3 energy containers." The wounds on Link's body rapidly healed, and with a satisfying pop, 2 additional hearts emerged. At that moment, Link possessed 10 hearts, more than triple what he had upon his arrival. His energy meter had also expanded to 2.5 circles, elevating his strength beyond merely bending steel. He could now stretch it as if it were mere dough. Time stop. A spark ignited in Link's eyes, instantly dispelling any lingering regret over the absence of a weapon. Time stop is Link's favorite ability from the Sheikah Slate. Now, with the 4 formidable skills of Bombs, Ice Maker, Magnesis, and Time Stop finally acquired, an excited shout from Tony broke the moment. "Link, you've struck gold." Indifferently, Link leaped down and embraced Zelda, though he couldn't help but glance at the enormous diamond behind him. Money was not an issue for him, as Jarvis had revealed that the value of the weapons he had obliterated from Tony had surpassed $5 million. Tony, arms crossed, scrutinized the colossal diamond. Impressive. Did that rock giant yield this? He speculated that the rock giant might be a fragment of a white dwarf star. Although the diamond's value was somewhat illusory, its sheer size rendered it priceless. "Link, what do you intend to do with this magnificent diamond?" Peppa's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rolled around the diamond, clearly delighted. Without hesitation, Link replied, "I shall gift it to the princess." Zelda blushed at his words. Natasha chuckled. Why not seize this opportunity to propose? Tony quickly joined in the mischief, whistling playfully. Inadvertently, he managed to draw all attention to himself. With a flourish, he exclaimed, "What's wrong? This is the outfit Peppa picked for me. What's wrong with Hyrule's fashion sense?" Laughter erupted around them. From a distance, reporters witnessed the rock giant's defeat at Link's hands, their excitement rendering them almost speechless, akin to fervent South American soccer commentators. "Where's Link? Where's our hero Link? Why hasn't he emerged yet? Oh, there he is." Link appeared, triumphantly holding a 2-meter-wide diamond, swaying slightly as he struggled to maintain his balance. The sunlight struck the diamond, causing it to refract dazzling beams of light. Link seemed to cradle a pulsating orb of vitality, leaving the reporters in awe. Zelda, Tony, and the others trailed behind, cautious that Link might accidentally drop the immense diamond and cause injury. Only Peppa, who could fly, curiously perched atop the diamond, wide-eyed, peering closely at its mesmerizing glow. "You finally returned safely." Pepper kissed Tony, then paused, scrutinizing his whimsical red, blue, and green outfit. When did you start dressing like a plumber? At that moment, their friend Rhodey arrived. Hey, long time no see, Tony exclaimed. Rhodey approached. His expression conflicted as he embraced Tony. You've faced quite a bit of danger recently. I'm just relieved you're unharmed. He then greeted Link. Hi, Link. You performed splendidly against the rock giant. You avenged my poor comrades. Subsequently, Rhodey poured himself a drink. Tony, you just emerged from a fierce battle, and here I am, burdening you with my troubles. What a poor friend I am. Tony's smile faded slightly as he replied nonchalantly, I know. The military committee is once again pressuring the armed forces for Iron Man, and your superior has chosen to pass this dilemma on to you, my brother. In the development of new skills, Princess Zelda had just finished repairing the flying bird and stepped out of the workshop. She sat beside Link, with Peppa resting on her lap, and noticed Tony's somewhat sullen expression. She whispered to Link, What's wrong? Link replied softly. The military is once again pressuring Tony for Iron Man. This news was understandably infuriating. Tony and Link had just survived a harrowing battle against a rock giant, managing to protect the citizens of it, and before they could even catch their breath, the military was already exerting pressure on Tony. How could one not be enraged? Rhodey felt immense guilt, scarcely daring to meet Tony's gaze. Tony waved his finger dismissively. Iron Man? Excuse me, it's not that I doubt your military's intelligence, but some of you may be lacking in vision. Did you not see on the screen? Iron Man was crushed by the rock giant's punch. It's a wreck now. If you wish to take that scrap machine, feel free. After all, it's composed of top-quality metals. Selling it for scrap could yield a considerable sum. Perhaps enough for a few bullets. Rhodey shook his head. You're not the only one who is angry about this. I am too. I believe in you, but others do not. They shout at me, calling you a fraud. Wasn't it promised that other nations or organizations would take 10 to 5 years to develop comparable technology? The military has ordered you to surrender Iron Man. I value our friendship and shall not linger on this matter. Farewell. Seeing Rhodey's conflicted demeanor, caught between military orders and friendship, Tony felt his heart soften. Wait, I'll take you to retrieve War Machine. With a grimace, Tony stood up, his lips pressed tightly together. Rhodey rushed to assist him, but Tony gently pushed him away. The military successfully acquired War Machine and struck a deal with Hammer to reprogram its operating system in exchange for a heap of scrap metal from Hammer Industries, including remnants of his ex-wife's belongings. If Tony were to hear this news, he would likely erupt in anger. In the following days, Tony and Zelda dedicated themselves to developing a new version of Iron Man and the Flying Bird, even creating a smaller suit for Peppa. In the realm of technology, once something is introduced, it is already outdated. Tony was confident he could create a suit far superior to War Machine within 6 months. This technological gap was something others could never hope to surpass. Meanwhile, Link was not idle either. Ever since awakening his ice manipulation and time-stopping abilities, he had been honing new tactics. His recent encounter with the rock giant had left him feeling frustrated, as he had to rely solely on his shield to turn the tide of battle. He yearned for greater power and weaponry. The ice manipulation in the Marvel Universe proved to be far more versatile than in Hyrule, akin to Link mastering the rudimentary use of ice. As Zelda maneuvered the flying bird in combat against Link, the bird spread its wings wide and swooped down, extending its claws towards him. Link, wielding his sword, swung it high, conjuring a blade of icy air that sliced towards the bird. However, the ice shattered upon contact with the special metallic material. The bird merely trembled from the force with which Link had unleashed it, before continuing its flight. Meanwhile, Tony, adorned with sunglasses and accompanied by Peppa, who sported a matching pair, observed Link's martial practice. Tony remarked that Link's ice abilities remained rather feeble, lacking in significant damage. Of course, they were quite convenient skills. No longer would he need to summon a server to add ice cubes to his drink. Alas, Link did not indulge in alcohol. Peppa hummed a melody from the lore of the Korok forest, swaying from side to side. Brave one, oh brave one. Link deftly evaded the bird, conjuring a chill that enveloped its surface in a layer of frost. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. The ice shattered almost instantaneously, freeing the bird to soar once more into the sky. It was evident that it was ineffective. The weapons crafted by the ice maker crumbled upon contact. And while the frost could somewhat hinder an enemy's movement, it seemed a rather inefficient use of energy during a life-and-death struggle. It would be far better for Link to simply strike his foes into submission. Both his binding and attacking capabilities were lacking. Though the ice maker could serve other purposes, it appeared to offer little more than the ability to walk on water, akin to its function in the game. Link felt a tinge of disappointment. With frost swirling around him and a layer of frost coating the ground beneath his feet, he gazed at his frost-laden hands, pondering what additional capabilities the ice maker might possess. Surely, as time progressed, it would upgrade much like the bombs. Yet, Could it truly be nothing more than a novelty? No, there must be some other function. Concentrating the chill in his left hand, he swiftly formed a shield of ice. The shield's durability was alarmingly low, shattering upon the slightest touch. However, Link then retrieved his bow from his weapon's space, drawing it without an arrow, and as he reached full draw, a shimmering ice arrow materialized. He launched it with force, striking the bird and sending it plummeting to the ground. As the ice reformed in his hand, it transformed into a long sword of ice. He charged forward, hurling it with determination at the fallen bird. With a resounding crack, the ice sword exploded upon impact. The bird's indicator light dimmed, clearly indicating that Link had inflicted damage. However, this bird was merely an outdated model. The new version, crafted by Zelda, was completed and effectively rendered the old one obsolete. Yet this encounter sparked a revelation in Link's mind. He realized that his unique attributes were preserved in some manner. The weapon was on the verge of breaking. Throwing it at an enemy could yield a critical hit. Naturally, it was impractical for Link to carry an abundance of weapons into battle. However, the ice sword could be utilized to exploit this newfound trait perfectly. The ice weapons, prone to shattering upon contact, could indeed trigger the critical hits from his thrown projectiles. With the Ice Maker, Link effectively possessed an infinite supply of disposable weapons capable of delivering critical strikes, significantly enhancing his power. Furthermore, the Ice Maker could also create shields, granting him an endless supply of single-use defenses. After all, Link's perfect shield parry would not diminish the durability of his weapons. If need be, even a shield crafted from paper could reflect bullets. Link aimed at the sky and hurled a long sword, which suddenly shattered in midair, scattering exquisite shards of ice that created a breathtaking spectacle. Ivan, in a fit of rage, forcefully tore the head of a drone from its body and smashed it onto the ground. His mind was flooded with images of Iron Man, and the moment Link had struck him off his motorcycle, causing him to cough up blood, he realized that such rudimentary drones were utterly insufficient to triumph over Tony and Link. At that moment, Hammer entered with a group of individuals. As Ivan's efforts to manufacture drones hit an impasse, Hammer's demeanor towards him grew increasingly hostile, laced with an undercurrent of menace. Approaching with an air of arrogance, Hammer kicked aside the mechanical head that had rolled to his feet. He confronted Ivan with a haughty tone, declaring, "I granted you my trust, bestowed upon you time, and yet you produce this rubbish? Do you not understand gratitude?" Ivan leaned forward, hands on his knees, and cast a disdainful glance at Hammer, his expression grim. Hammer stroked his chin and continued, "I give you 2 more days. If you cannot create a mech that elicits cheers from the public, I shall have you thrown back into prison, an unmonitored, illicit black hole of a cell. Fortunately, I never placed my hopes in you." Ivan's voice was low as he questioned, "Have you found a scientist more formidable than me?" "Not at all." Hammer shook his finger dismissively. "Even Stark cannot defeat Link. That long-eared lad has undoubtedly gained his strength from genetic mutation experiments, akin to the Hulk. And I have come across a delightful treasure." With a snap of his fingers, a man approached carrying a briefcase, which he opened to reveal 3 vials of mysterious green liquid. Ivan's eyes narrowed, and he stood up abruptly. "Are you suggesting?" Hammer, donning white gloves with deliberate slowness, picked up one of the vials, tapping it with his fingernail, and chuckled. Hulk's blood. Since his misunderstanding with Link, Hammer had come to regard Link as a product of Tony's biological experiments. After extensive searching, he had miraculously discovered 3 vials of Hulk's blood left behind by the Blue Doctor. Hammer smirked. "I will create hundreds, if not thousands, of Hulks, and we shall see how Stark and Link can triumph over me." He then glared fiercely at Ivan. "As for you, my patience has been thoroughly exhausted. Produce something that satisfies me, or face death." Ivan glared defiantly at Hammer. "Let me partake in the Hulk blood experiments." Hammer scoffed derisively. "You? How could I possibly allow you to have such a precious resource?" Ivan replied with a low chuckle. "You cannot control the monsters you create unless I equip them with a mechanical brain, allowing humans to govern this amalgamation of flesh and machinery." Hammer's expression shifted, his narrowed eyes glinting with a strange light. Meanwhile, Link continued his tranquil existence, unaware that General Ross had successors, 2 madmen intent on inheriting the monumental task of mass-producing the Hulk, seeking to further its legacy, and pointing their ambitions directly at him. Tony conducted an extensive analysis and listened intently to Jarvis's report, holding the life durian with a puzzled expression as he examined it from various angles. "Although you refer to it as a durian, and it certainly resembles one, it is fundamentally different from the foul-smelling fruit found on Earth. The substance within is composed of elements that have never existed on our planet. Thus, the life durian will not spoil nor react with oxygen. if undamaged by external forces. It could retain its current appearance for millions of years. Consequently, the soil on Earth cannot nurture such a coconut tree. Link listened eagerly, sighing deeply upon hearing Tony's assertion that the life durian could not be cultivated on Earth. Tony continued, I instructed Jarvis to perform calculations, and it appears the life durian can only benefit you and Zelda. The element within that enhances your vitality cannot be absorbed by humans. Instead, it would merely escape your bodies, wasted. With that, he tossed the life durian to Link, saying, take good care of it. For you and Zelda, is akin to an extra life. Zelda added, Link, from my observations, while the life durian does not spoil, the vitality within is gradually diminishing. Perhaps I should prepare a life dish for you to consume. Link shook his head. The rarity of this item adds to its value. I propose we wait until the next blood moon to prepare the life durian, maximizing the benefits of this singular fruit. At that moment, Peppa rushed over. Dressed in a miniature blue hero outfit, complete with a black hood, wielding a wooden sword and shield, he resembled a whimsical version of Link. Zelda had created this outfit for Peppa's amusement. Clambering onto the sofa, Peppa tugged at Link's sleeve, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Hero, princess, let's play hide and seek. Link nodded in agreement, and Zelda concurred. Peppa perched on Tony's shoulder, chattering gleefully. Tony shook his head. How could I possibly partake in such frivolities? Disappointed by Tony's refusal, Peppa pouted, muttering, then I shall seek Steve. Tony, having grasped some basic Hylian vocabulary, furrowed his brow at Peppa. How do you know that, tedious fellow? Oh, I see. You're attempting to provoke me with Rogers, aren't you? Very well, hide and seek it is. Let us see where you, little turnip head, can conceal yourself. His words, spoken in Hylian, showcased his impressive mimicry of the refined court pronunciation that Link and Zelda possessed. Hooray! Peppa cheered, thrilled with his cleverness. Tony's residence, particularly after his inebriated loss to Link, was situated beside the ocean, with beautiful forests on land. Tony drove Zelda, Link, and Peppa to the woods. Close your eyes, Peppa called. No peeking. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he took flight, hiding beneath a pile of fallen leaves. 30 seconds later, the trio, Zelda, Link, and Tony, opened their eyes and set off in search of the elusive Peppa. Tony set out on a solitary quest to capture the elusive Peppa, scouring the landscape and turning over stones in his relentless pursuit. His determination was unwavering, even in a simple game of hide and seek. Meanwhile, Zelda and Link meandered through the woods, leisurely taking in the scenery without the same level of seriousness that Tony exhibited. With a chuckle, Tony pressed a button on the surface of his watch, and the voice of Jarvis resonated. Understood, sir. Searching for nearby living organisms, detecting a large biological response ahead. Tony proceeded forward and encountered a peculiar woman, garbed in an attire reminiscent of the Hyrulean style. If Link and Zelda had been present, they would have been taken aback by her appearance. Suddenly, as Zelda and Link wandered, they heard a soft rustling beneath their feet. Upon looking down, Link discovered a withered yellow leaf. He exchanged a knowing smile with Zelda and, with a decisive sweep of his arm, summoned a gust of wind that scattered the fallen leaves, revealing the hidden Peppa nestled in the earth. Peppa, upon being discovered, showed no signs of distress. In this game of hide and seek, the joy lies not in evading the seeker, but in the delight of being found. It exclaimed, shaking off the dirt and stretching its limbs. You found me. Just then, Tony approached with a bright smile, waving and calling out, Hello, everyone. I wander off a bit. Link observed Tony's approach with a hint of unease. Peppa, too, sensed something amiss. Tony seemed different, instilling a sense of fear within it. Ignoring Link, Tony turned to Zelda with a charming smile, saying, My dear lady, how about a drive? The weather is splendid, perfect for a trip to the seaside. He reached to put his arm around Zelda's shoulders, but she stepped back, while Link moved forward to seize Tony's hand. Link regarded the smiling Tony with a cold stare. Who are you? He demanded. Tony's expression shifted. What is going on? I have meticulously studied the persona of Stark. Link's grip found only air, as Tony exploded into a flurry of red symbols that dissipated, revealing a tall, slender figure clad in a tight suit and adorned with an inverted eye totem. Zelda gasped. The IGA clan. They are a group of ninjas who willingly pledge allegiance to the Dark Lord Ganondorf, known for their nefarious deeds and obsession with murder and bananas. They are elusive, adept at impersonation, and highly skilled in both swordsmanship and archery, as well as ninjutsu teleportation. During their incursions in Gerudo, Zelda had narrowly escaped several ambushes from the IGA clan, and without the protection of Link and Queen Urbosa, she might have perished a century ago. The IGA ninja, irked, exclaimed, I followed the Playboy template to the letter. How could you see through my disguise? Because you only understand the online persona of Tony Stark, Link retorted, remaining silent otherwise. The IGA ninja was formidable. During his infiltration of their base to steal the crown of the Thunder Beast, he had nearly been overwhelmed. Ultimately, he had to resort to assassination techniques to defeat them one by one. Link conjured an ice longsword, raising it high before hurling it forth. The IGA ninja vanished with a resounding thud. The icy longsword pierced through the mist and struck the tree trunk. Immediately, the sigils coalesced, and the IGA clan ninja descended from the heavens, wielding a curved blade aimed at Zelda. In that moment, Zelda paled, for she was unarmed and devoid of combat capability. Peppa leapt onto Zelda's shoulder, brandishing a small wooden sword, determined to shield her from the impending blow. Suddenly, Link spun around, leaping into the air to execute a shield counter against the ninja. The IGA clan ninja was sent soaring into the sky. Link's ice shield shattered, and 2 ice javelins materialized in his hands, which he hurled with great speed. Yet at that instant, the IGA clan ninja conjured a hand sign, and with a resounding boom, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped him, causing him to vanish without a trace. Link remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, from the north, south, east, and west emerged 4 illusions of the IGA clan ninja, standing tall like bamboo poles, their arms converging as they formed hand signs to attack simultaneously. As he looked left and right, unable to discern the real from the phantoms, Link knelt on one knee, pressing his hands against the ground, unleashing a chilling wave that swiftly transformed the surface into a smooth sheet of ice. Prepare to meet your end, he declared. 3 of the illusions, undeterred by the icy terrain, charged forward, colliding with Link and Zelda, only to dissipate. The remaining real ninja, however, crashed face first onto the ground with a thud. Link sprang into action, a shield appearing beneath his feet as he swiftly glided forward, seizing the IGA clan ninja by the throat. Has Tony been captured by your kind? He demanded coldly. The ninja sneered with disdain. Do you truly believe I would divulge such information? I have devoted my life to the great Ganondorf. Zelda interjected. I'll offer you 100 bananas if you reveal what you know. The ninja, unable to resist, replied, All right. Tony has been taken by us and is imprisoned at our base in New York. Our intentions are twofold: to threaten you and to extract technological information from Tony to aid us in forging countless suits of armor. For our grand resurgence, haha. Link retorted icily. Once you are dead, you can seek your great Ganondorf. With a firm squeeze, the ninja's head tilted, and he suddenly transformed into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing from sight. The IGA clan members, masked and devoid of facial features beneath their disguises, had bartered their souls and bodies to Ganondorf, resembling almost inhuman beings. Link exclaimed, Once again, it leads back to New York. Peppa began to weep. Wah, Tony. Link gently patted Peppa's head, understanding that the little one was filled with guilt for having ventured out to play hide and seek. In truth, Link himself was taken aback, realizing that the IGA clan had infiltrated the Marvel Universe and established a base in New York. Tony coldly regarded the approaching IGA clan officer, initially meant to be a captain, but having fallen asleep after consuming bananas, had sent the officer in his stead. The officer growled menacingly. You'd better heed my warning. Submit to us and become a servant of Ganondorf, or else you shall gain unimaginable power. You have one last chance to relinquish your knowledge and assist us in creating our suits, or else. Tony scoffed. Or else what? What will happen? The IGA officer replied darkly. You will endure tortures beyond your imagination, rendering your existence a living hell. Tony, pray, enlighten me with your tortures. The leader of the IGA team, with a malicious grin, retorted, I shall eat a banana before your very eyes and not share a morsel. Tony, huh? 070, save the wealthy Tony. 070, oh Lord Guy. The IGA cadre dashed into the lounge, where a banana-shaped yellow air mattress, intended for children, lay. The leader, Lord Guy, was rolling on a mattress. Upon hearing his subordinate's arrival, he leapt up, adopting a stern demeanor, and solemnly inquired, What is the matter? The IGA cadre, pale with fear, exclaimed, That Tony Stark is quite the tough guy. I mentioned eating a banana in front of him, and he showed no fear whatsoever. Lord Guy inhaled sharply, his expression grave. This individual is indeed terrifying. He then swiftly shook his head, coming to his senses, and berated the IGA cadre. Are you a fool? Stark is not one of the Guy team. He doesn't share our fondness for bananas. The IGA cadre appeared utterly perplexed. I cannot comprehend. How can there exist someone indifferent to to such a delectable fruit. What's happening in this world? Lord Guy cleared his throat and proclaimed with authority. I can understand your confusion. However, this is not the time for such discussions. If you were to extract Stark's eyeballs, he would comply. The Eye Guy cadre, filled with admiration, declared, Lord Guy is truly wise. He then hurried back to continue his intimidation of Tony. Tony regarded the approaching Eye Guy cadre with a cold gaze, who was grinning menacingly. The Eye Guy cadre sneered, You strange human who does not enjoy bananas. I shall pluck your eyes from their sockets. Tony shrugged, Very well. Since you have finally conceived an appropriate method of punishment, I shall agree to assist your Eye Guy team in crafting an iron suit. Tony readily capitulated. He feigned compliance with the Eye Guy team, intending to don the suit and fight back once it was completed. He had successfully executed this tactic before, thus resisting the Eye Guy team's tortures was unnecessary. Oh, you can see defeat. This left the Eye Guy cadre in a state of confusion, scratching his head foolishly. So, tell me, should I still pluck your eyes? Tony, Link and Zelda once again arrived in New York, and upon disembarking, they encountered Hawkeye and Captain America. With a stern expression, Hawkeye stated, Natasha has been dispatched on another mission. I shall be assisting you, alongside Rogers. Zelda gestured a peace sign toward Rogers, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Zelda briefly recounted the situation to Hawkeye and Captain America. Hawkeye, arms crossed, stroked his chin. The Eye Guy team, the wise beings of Hyrule, hidden within New York. However, according to SHIELD's current intel, no ninja organization has been located in New York. Captain America raised his attractive brown gold eyebrows. Ninja? Kamikaze squad? Zelda, visibly anxious, exclaimed, New York is so vast. Where shall we search for Tony? At that moment, Link tapped Zelda's shoulder and pointed with a peculiar expression at a large billboard by the roadside. Banana Technology Company, a name you can trust. Amidst a sea of yellow, 3 yellow smartphones were displayed. Zelda remarked, Are you suggesting that this Banana Technology Company is, in fact, a front for the Eye Guy team? Hawkeye remarked that the Banana Company had been established in New York for nearly half a century, and its proprietor was a globally renowned business magnate, not a peculiar entity that had emerged out of nowhere. Zelda gazed at the billboard, pondering that the illusion team's disguise techniques were exceptionally formidable. Perhaps the Banana Company had already been usurped by the illusion team. Stark, I have arranged for you an assistant, and you have 3 days to create a suit of armor. An official from the illusion team shoved Tony into a secret chamber and abruptly closed the door. Stark? Came a voice tinged with sharpness. Tony rubbed his wrists, marked with crimson bindings, realizing that the speaker was the assistant appointed by the illusion team. The mention of an assistant reminded Tony of Ethan, a comrade who had shared both joys and hardships with him, now residing in New Mexico, leisurely tending to his farm. While Tony found himself once again ensnared. As a public figure, Tony was not surprised that someone would call his name. However, the voice struck a chord of familiarity. Upon looking up, he encountered a remarkably well-known acquaintance. Hyam, the CEO of the Banana Company, balding, with a hooked nose, exquisite round eyes, and clad in his signature black attire and jeans. Hyam was once the most recognizable entrepreneur in the world before Tony declared himself Iron Man, famed for the banana smartphone. Stunned, Tony exclaimed, You are the assistant the illusion team assigned to me? His relationship with Hyam was far from amicable, as Hyam had publicly ridiculed Iron Man's outdated gold and red color scheme. Hyam pressed his lips tightly together, saying, Those fellows from the illusion team have detained me and other high-ranking officials from the Banana Company. They have impersonated my likeness and seized control of my company. How about you? Has the Stark Group also been taken over by the illusion team? Tony, at a loss for words, placed his hands on his hips and replied, All right, my assistant, let us get to work. Hawkeye drove Link and the others to the front of the Banana Company building, observing the half-dozen security guards standing like statues. He remarked, This company certainly has issues. Link instructed Peppa, who quietly took a banana and stealthily approached, hiding in the grass to throw it towards the entrance. The once serious guards suddenly caught a whiff of the airborne banana, their eyes widening in delight. A banana. Don't be reckless. That S mine. No, it's mine. Surely it's a gift from Lord Ganon. Meaning, you little thief, prepare to be punished. I saw it first. The 6 guards erupted into a quarrel. Zelda interjected. Illusion team members. Hawkeye scolded. 6 lunatics. We must disguise ourselves as magazine reporters to gain entry. Zelda shook her head. That one T work. They all remember Link and me. Roger suggested. It could just be Barton and me going in to search for Tony. Link replied, gravely, The illusion team is too formidable. You're unfamiliar with their combat methods, which could be perilous. Although they may appear amusing and foolish, their combat skills are remarkably fierce. In the past, when protecting Zelda, Link had clashed with members of the Illusion team over a dozen times. Even someone as strong as Link from a century ago sustained numerous injuries. Suddenly, Zelda conceived a brilliant idea. Of course, Link could disguise himself. However, Hawkeye interjected, remarking that Link's prominent ears would be too conspicuous to conceal. A smile crept across Zelda's lips as she recalled Link's earlier visit to Gerudo Town. Imitating the gesture of Urbosa, she snapped her fingers and earnestly suggested to Link, "You could don women's attire. That way, you could let your hair down to cover your ears." Link's expression stiffened at the thought. In a parallel scene, Kogai, the leader of the IGA clan, began his daily practice of performance after indulging in food and drink. The character he portrayed was none other than Haim, the CEO of Banana Corporation. As Kogai transformed his visage to resemble Haim, he stood before a mirror and commenced mimicking Haim's speech. "Today, we shall redefine bananas. Oh no, I meant smartphones." Meanwhile, Tony, hidden in a secret chamber, envisioned physically overpowering the real Haim. Unlike the three assistants Tony had previously worked with, Ethan, Jarvis, and Zelda, Haim possessed a personality as assertive as Tony's own. The two often collaborated on battle suits, frequently clashing over differing opinions. Haim derided, "Your operating system lacks any aesthetic appeal." Tony retorted, "What does that matter now? Focus on optimizing the interface." Haim countered, "Your wiring gives me headaches. Even my worst employee could do better than this." To which Tony snapped, "Enough, Haim. Stop nitpicking and focus on the task at hand." Haim coldly replied, "Someone like you will never create an exceptional product." With no further words exchanged, Tony seized the welding gun, compelling Haim to sit obediently in a chair while he proceeded to craft the battle suit himself. Just as Tony's frustration with his sharp-tongued product manager reached its peak, 6 ninja security guards, previously battered in a scuffle over bananas, regained their composure and resumed their posts, standing like sentinels, resembling gangsters more than security personnel, their bruised faces betraying their fierce demeanor. At that moment, a vehicle pulled up and a stern-looking gentleman in formal attire approached, accompanied by a petite, charming blonde girl. The girl's soft, long hair cascaded over her shoulders, accentuating her delicate, petite face, which bore a charming blush. Her meticulously groomed eyebrows and subtly defined eyeliner framed her warm, tender eyes, exuding an enchanting allure. Dressed in formal business attire, her fitted skirt revealed her slender, fair calves as she nervously navigated the ground in dainty high heels, suggesting she was a fresh graduate embarking on her internship journey. These two individuals were none other than Link and Hawkeye. Link felt a chill on his thighs, the high heels constantly threatening to twist his ankles, rendering him uncomfortable. He continued to grumble quietly, Why must I wear women's clothing? There are hairstyles for men that can cover their ears." For reasons unknown, Hawkeye's tone softened as he conversed with Link in feminine attire. With a smile, he replied, "Such hairstyles do exist, but have you ever seen a male journalist from any magazine who resembles that?" It must be said that although your face remained largely unchanged, when you donned that exquisite female attire, I nearly failed to recognize you had I not witnessed your transformation firsthand. You appeared as a truly enchanting young lady. Even Hawkeye seemed to blush slightly at the memory. When Link shyly emerged from the changing room, Hawkeye's heart raced, and it felt as if a dolphin had suddenly leaped from the depths of his soul, disrupting the composure of this married man. Zelda, ever prepared, brandished the camera Tony had gifted her and began snapping pictures with enthusiasm. Peppa fluttered through the air only to tumble to the ground. Rogers stood frozen, captivated for an extended moment, as if he were witnessing an entirely new world, and he offered a thumbs up to Link. As for Hawkeye, his eyes widened in astonishment, gleaming with an almost verdant light. Currently, Zelda remained in the car, as Rogers' notoriety might raise suspicions among the security of the IG team. Thus, Link entrusted Rogers with the task of safeguarding Zelda. Although Rogers shared a dependable disposition akin to Link's, Link felt compelled to caution the typically taciturn Rogers to keep a vigilant watch over Zelda before he and the adeptly stealthy Hawkeye made their way to the banana building. With Peppa concealed within Link's briefcase, compressed and flattened, the IGE security personnel obstructed Hawkeye's path. With a smile, he presented his business card and stated, "We are journalists from Excellence Technology magazine, here to interview Mr. Haim." The IGE security remained alert, conducting a thorough search of Hawkeye. He spread his arms and quipped, "Since when has Banana Company treated visitors in such a manner?" The IGE agent shot a cold glance at Hawkeye before preparing to search Link. Nervously, Link stepped back in her high heels and timidly inquired, "Are you going to search me too?" "Oh, how adorable." The Security became agitated, their eyes fixed on Link with fervor. The sight of the blonde girl's vulnerable demeanor could stir compassion even in the most hardened hearts. The searching officer adopted a somewhat ingratiating tone, gently saying, "Little lady, it's our policy here." At that moment, 10 menacing glares emerged from behind him. "Are you trying to take advantage of this young lady?" Thus, the searching officer changed his tune, smiling, "Please go right ahead." Link's tense body relaxed. Indeed, the IGE team failed to recognize their formidable adversary. Could the disguise of female attire be so effective? Truth be told, Link wished fervently to avoid being discovered in such a scenario, dressed as a woman while engaged in a public confrontation. What grave transgression had he committed to deserve such an inhumane ordeal? Hawkeye also exhaled in relief, concerned that Link might become anxious. He reached out a hand, intending to guide Link inside, a gesture of support. However, Link evaded Hawkeye's grasp, suspecting the man with bushy brows and small eyes of ulterior motives. In the process of dodging, Link lost his footing, stumbling as his briefcase fell to the ground. The compressed Peppa inside perked up, causing the briefcase to bulge unexpectedly. Alarmed, Link hurriedly retrieved it. The IGE team grew wary and inquired, "What is inside that bag?" Hawkeye's gaze sharpened, preparing for a potential confrontation. However, at that moment, Link bashfully uttered, "Inside is my beloved doll, the Banana Knight. Is it not permissible to bring it in? Must you inspect?" With a flutter of his long, thick eyelashes, his gaze shimmered like a tranquil lake, and his delicate posture, while clutching the briefcase, struck a chord in the hearts of all present. The team leader, Igai, was instantly captivated by Link's alluring demeanor, momentarily lost in thought as he stammered, "It's quite all right. It's quite all right." Not only Igai, but even Hawkeye was taken aback, exclaiming, "Link, you little rascal. How do you manage to seduce so effortlessly? You must have donned women's attire more than once, haven't you?" With a shy smile, Link gracefully turned and took Hawkeye's arm, leading him into the hall. Upon entering the banana building, Link's expression darkened. The frantic actions he had just displayed filled him with regret, wishing he could eliminate anyone who witnessed his current state, including Hawkeye. Hawkeye, struggling to suppress his laughter, noted that Link's temperament had soured considerably since he donned women's clothing. In a hushed, stern tone, Link snapped, "What are you laughing at?" Hawkeye, barely containing himself, replied, "All right. I apologize. It must be quite challenging for you. After all, with Link in this alluring guise, even the fiercest glare fails to evoke anger from others." Link, in high heels, clacked into the men's restroom, retrieving Pay Papa from his briefcase. "Fly around and gather information," he instructed, adjusting his hair to reveal the earpiece nestled in his long ears. He handed another earpiece to Pay Papa. "Remember to inform me once you have news." Pay Papa saluted seriously, presumably having learned from Rhodey, exclaiming, "Yes, Your Highness." Link, somewhat irritated, planned to have Zelda create an array of women's outfits for Pay Papa, considering he had already cosplayed as Link and Iron Man and could certainly expand his repertoire. Hastily, Link tidied his hair in the mirror before rushing out. Just then, a banana company employee happened to pass by, gazing in astonishment at the beautiful blonde girl emerging from the men's restroom. Flustered, Link feigned urgency, sweetly exclaiming, "What am I doing? How did I end up here?" He covered his face as he brushed past the male employee. The employee, inhaling the fragrance wafting from Link's hair, was momentarily stunned. Is this what falling in love feels like? Turning around, he found the enchanting blonde girl had already dashed away, leaving him in a daze. Link approached Hawkeye, who whispered, "The members of Igai's team are few. They cannot possibly replace all the staff in the building. However, the location where Tony resides will certainly have a substantial presence of Igai's team. We must venture deeper into the building." Familiar with the disguises employed by Igai, Link recognized Hawkeye as one of the world's top agents, renowned for his exceptional investigative skills. Together, they searched for Tony, who had developed a slight interest. Knowing that Heim was a top-tier designer, perhaps he could indeed craft a design far superior to Iron Man's. He picked up the blueprints and scrutinized them, pondering deeply. Heim had sketched a shuttle shape resembling a melon seed, and nothing more. Above it, he arrogantly inscribed the new generation Iron Man design. With pride, Heim proclaimed, "Straight lines belong to humanity, while curves belong to the divine." The image of a humanoid armor soaring through the skies appeared utterly foolish, reminiscent of the clumsy fantasies of ancient peoples. "Behold my design," he declared, boldly discarding the human form in favor of a perfect streamlined silhouette. "This is the armor design of the next era." Tony exclaimed, "Link, I can no longer bear the company of this fool. I know you are hastening to rescue me. Please, find me quickly." Just as despair echoed in Tony's heart, Link had already engaged with Hawkeye, navigating through the surroundings to discover a venue teeming with unmasked members of the E-Guy team, reveling in festivities. Music resonated as they indulged in bananas and banana milk, a fruit renowned for its health benefits. Yet the E-Guy team appeared intoxicated and lost in a stupor. Hawkeye stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend, is this truly the E-Guy team's form of entertainment? Link nodded in affirmation, peering through a crack in the door. They suddenly spotted an E-Guy member stealthily approaching, adept in the art of concealment and soundlessness. Unbeknownst to them, Link and Hawkeye, distracted by the raucous noise within, failed to detect the imminent threat. The E-Guy member barked, "You are Link." Hawkeye reacted swiftly, as Link withdrew a bow from his arsenal, handing it to Hawkeye, who swiftly knocked an arrow and released it. Meanwhile, Link charged forward. The E-Guy member abruptly halted his words, drawing a curved blade to deflect the arrow. However, Link, adorned in high-heeled shoes, stumbled and fell to the ground. With the E-Guy member poised to call for backup, Link knew they would soon be surrounded by hundreds of skilled adversaries. Acting with remarkable speed, Link conjured a shard of ice the size of an apple in his left hand, striking the E-Guy member's throat. With his right hand, he unleashed a wave of cold, covering the ground in a thin layer of ice, rendering it treacherous. Sliding across the icy surface, Link propelled himself forward, sweeping the E-Guy member off his feet and pinning him to the ground. The E-Guy member gazed up at a petite, charming blonde girl atop him, her hair cascading down, teasingly brushing against his nose. In the midst of exertion, Link's chest rose and fell, her complexion flushed, reminiscent of a tempting cherry after the rain. This sight caused the E-Guy member's eyes to fill with hearts, and he unwittingly exclaimed, "What an adorable girl." Link's expression darkened as she tightened her grip around his throat, lifting him and shoving him into a corner, demanding, "Where's Tony Stark?" The E-Guy member wished to shout, but found his voice stifled by Link's fingers. Stubbornly, he clamped his mouth shut, refusing to respond. Hawkeye cautiously glided across the icy surface, a banana in hand, suggesting, "Link, use this to interrogate the E-Guy member." Upon sighting the banana, the E-Guy member's eyes widened as if he had seen a cross-dressing Link. He muttered hoarsely, "You despicable fiends. You intend to torment me with bananas, don't you? I refuse to betray you." "Wait, Link. You're Link." Finally, the E-Guy member recognized Link's visage through her deliberately softened features and finely sculpted brows. Gazing at Link in women's attire, an overwhelming sense of chaos enveloped him, as if the very fabric of the world were unraveling. With a stern countenance, Link seized a banana and, with a swift motion, discarded it onto the ground. The E-Guy gasped in horror. "You are desecrating a treasure." Under the piercing glare of the bloodshot eyes of the E-Guy, Link smirked coldly and, with a decisive heel, crushed the banana into two parts. "Oh no," the E-Guy lamented. "You are utterly ruthless. How could you do this? Look at what you've done. Are you a devil?" I yield, is that not enough?" Under the torturous fate of the banana, the E-Guy promptly divulged the whereabouts of Tony, located in room 403 on the 13th floor of the research district. No sooner had he finished speaking than Link swiftly ended his life, leaving Hawkeye astonished, for Link did not strike one as a person of decisive violence. Had the feminine garb awakened some remarkable trait within him? Just as he was about to proceed to Tony's capture site, the hall doors swung open, revealing three robust E-Guy warriors, arm in arm, appearing quite intoxicated. Yet Link knew that in the land of Hyrule, such a beverage did not exist. Perhaps they were merely inebriated from consuming too many bananas. The trio of E-Guy warriors had just witnessed Link slay their comrade, and were about to sound an alarm. But Link was well prepared, employing a technique he had honed during his infiltration of the E-Guy base years prior. He tossed a banana into the air, causing the banana-obsessed warriors to instinctively look up. With grace, Link glided across the icy surface, producing 3 ice blocks aimed at the warriors' throats. With hands capable of bending steel into threads, he pressed against 2 of the warriors, injecting them with a chilling breath that, while not fatal, would leave them speechless for a considerable time. The 3 warriors reacted with remarkable speed. The 2 who inhaled the icy air instantly activated their ninjutsu, vanishing in a flash, leaving behind a swirling cloud of red symbols. Hawkeye, seizing the moment, released 2 arrows, but the warriors parried with their blades. The arrows snapped in 2, yet the tips emitted a white smoke that swiftly incapacitated the warriors. Meanwhile, the 3rd warrior lunged at Link with a drawn sword. With a deft pivot and a twist of his waist, Link narrowly evaded the blade, advancing towards his opponent. His long hair billowed, revealing pointed ears as he charged forth, a fragrant breeze trailing in his wake. With a sharp clap, Link approached, delivering a resounding slap to the warrior's chin, dislocating it with the force of a strike. As the warrior's head recoiled, he swung his sword upward. However, Link, clad in high heels, suddenly lost his balance, allowing the warrior to graze his face with a fine cut, blood trickling down to the corner of his lips. Swiftly, the warrior struck again, severing the arrow shot by Hawkeye, causing half of it to tumble down, which Link seized. With a powerful thrust, he plunged the arrow into the back of the warrior's skull. The warrior let out a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Link remained silent, unable to disclose to Hawkeye that his demeanor was but a facade, deliberately subdued. This was one of the reasons for his reticence. Hawkeye stepped forward to deliver the final blow to the two incapacitated warriors. Just as Link was wiping the blood from the cut on his face with a handkerchief, Hawkeye suddenly lunged at him, pulling him into another corridor. Link felt a warm hand at the back of his head, preventing him from striking the ground. Before he could fathom any misunderstanding, the hall door creaked open, accompanied by a voice filled with perplexity. What a heavy scent of sedative. Another voice, speaking in Hylian, remarked, "It must be that fellow who accidentally spilled the drug." "No, I shall investigate that inquisitive IGA team." They were sharp-witted, having noticed the myriad droplets on the ground. Remnants of Link's thin ice melting away. Link's ears perked up, sensing the faint footsteps of the curious IGA team member approaching. He swiftly broke free from his cover, crouching against the wall, poised for an assassination. The IGA team was adept in the art of stealth, causing havoc in Hyrule. Yet, in this realm of assassination, the true master was not among them, but rather Link, their adversary. As the IGA member stood, observing Link crouched in the corner, he suddenly froze, his body motionless. The IGA member even began to suspect that Link had transformed into an elusive wraith. At that moment, Link's breath was shallow, his body still. Even the pulses within him and the warmth radiating from his skin had been entirely suppressed, as if he were in a deep slumber. His attempt to conceal his presence was nearly flawless, yet he heard the approaching figure inquire, "What is that fragrance?" Link's complexion paled, for he had forgotten. He had sprayed perfume on himself. Even if he managed to suppress his presence like a corpse, he could not mask the scent lingering upon him. The fragrance, meticulously chosen by Zelda, was subtle, delicate, and barely perceptible. However, for a ninja with a keen sense of smell, it was easily detectable. As the inquisitive IGA member drew near, a sudden cheer erupted from the hall, reminiscent of Captain America taking the stage. From Link's position, he could clearly hear the jubilant shouts. "Giant banana cake!" Link and the IGA member breathed a sigh of relief and hastened towards the location where Tony was imprisoned. Passing by areas monitored by cameras, Link conjured a frost to obscure the lenses, proceeding smoothly onward. Upon reaching the research area, Link and the IGA member ascended the staircase, only to behold two shadows. At the 13th floor entrance, two IGA ninjas stood guard. With familiarity, the IGA member tossed 3 bananas. The initially stoic ninjas transformed into silly grins, exclaiming, "Oh, look, bananas," and joyfully hopped down. Why did the IGA member throw 3 bananas? The reason soon became apparent, as the two ninjas began to bicker over the ownership of the bananas. Ninja A suggested, "How about we split the 3rd banana in half?" However, Ninja B was displeased, holding a personal aesthetic philosophy regarding bananas, and retorted angrily, "You want to break such a perfectly curved banana in 2? Such sacrilege! I detest those who fail to appreciate the beauty of bananas." The two ninjas then began to quarrel, and being skilled ninjas, their words were as swift as blades, immediately preparing to engage in a brawl to settle the dispute. The IGA member could not permit them to fight and attract the attention of others, swiftly knocking an arrow. He released 2 arrows, and with a whoosh, the meddlesome Ninja B fell, struck down, while Ninja A narrowly dodged the skilled archer's shot. The IGA member was taken aback. Someone had evaded his arrow? Just as he prepared to fire again, Ninja A had already spotted Link and the IGA member, forming hand seals, and with a clap, exploded into a flurry of red talismans. Hawkeye felt a surge of unease. He had lost track of Ninja A's whereabouts in the blink of an eye. However, as the smoke and talismans dissipated, it became apparent that Ninja A had not teleported away, but instead lay dejectedly on the ground, an arrow protruding ominously from the back of his head. Hawkeye's astonishment was palpable as he turned his gaze towards Link. Link lifted his index finger, a barely perceptible distortion in space connecting to the arrow embedded in the nape of Ninja A's neck. Just as Hawkeye released an arrow into the void, Link swiftly employed a magnetic grappler to seize the stray arrow, redirecting it to pierce the back of Ninja A's neck. At that moment, the voice of Peppa crackled through the earpiece. "Brave hero. Brave hero. I am currently tracking Lord Kage. He is heading towards Tony's secret chamber. Link quietly relayed this information to Hawkeye, whose expression darkened. He recalled Link mentioning that Lord Kage was the leader of the IGA clan, the most formidable ninja, possessing skills that rendered him nearly immune to attacks, an overwhelming force. With 10 IGA warriors already at a loss, the arrival of Lord Kage posed a dire threat, especially if his intent was to eliminate Tony. However, observing Link's calm demeanor upon hearing of Lord Kage's approach, Hawkeye silently mouthed, "Do you have a plan?" Link nodded affirmatively. Hawkeye's spirits lifted, as expected of Link, always brimming with ideas. "What is your plan?" Link declared, "No more stealth. We go in and fight. We will end the battle in 3 seconds." Hawkeye responded incredulously. "What?" After Link donned his female disguise, his temperament had indeed changed for the worse, and he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to confront the skilled warriors head-on. Hawkeye grasped him tightly, whispering, "Were you being impulsive for a time like this?" Link retorted in a hushed tone, "Where else would you have me go?" As the two argued, they inadvertently made some noise, catching the attention of the IGA warriors, who began to approach. Link chided Hawkeye, "Look, the enemy has already noticed us. There's no chance for a surprise attack now." Just then, a muffled groan emanated from within Tony's secret chamber, followed by Heim's frantic cries. "Help! Tony's attacking me. Come quickly." This distraction drew the IGA warriors' focus, prompting them to investigate. One of the warriors stepped inside, only to be met with a sharp pain to the back of his head as he was struck by a punch. He was then confronted by Heim, who swung a club with great force. It turned out that Tony and Heim had devised a plan. Tony, clad in a rudimentary version of his battle suit, lacking ammunition and with minimal energy, insufficient for laser attacks, had concealed himself behind the door, ready to deliver a blow to the warrior's head. Just as Tony was about to express his satisfaction with their collaboration, he noticed Heim's expression shift. Their strategy had not faltered. Rather, their strength was insufficient, as the warrior was not rendered unconscious but merely rubbed the back of his head in mild annoyance. Tony's feeble strength in his makeshift suit was inadequate to incapacitate the warrior. The warrior turned to Tony, his voice cold and accusatory. "Are you attacking me?" Tony replied with a calm demeanor. "I merely wish to test the operational capabilities of this suit. Now, I must evaluate its escape functionality." With a sudden surge of anger, he launched a kick aimed at a particularly vulnerable spot. The attack was executed with cunning precision, no matter how resilient one might be. Surely their most sensitive area could not be impervious. The warrior emitted a strangled cry, clutching his groin as he crumpled to the ground, trembling. At that moment, another warrior happened upon the scene and shouted, "These two are attempting to escape." Instantly, 9 warriors surrounded them. Link and Hawkeye exchanged a glance. A splendid opportunity. Link led the way, wielding his longsword, while Hawkeye followed closely, his bowstring taut. The chamber was in disarray. Link calmly approached the 2 warriors from behind, executing a swift turn that felled them both. Activating the ice device, the moisture in the air transformed into a dense fog, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. He removed his high-heeled shoes, hurling one in each hand, striking the faces of the 2 warriors who had turned to confront him. Without hesitation, Link drew his royal greatsword once more, spinning and sweeping the blade, striking 4 times in a single second, causing 3 warriors to lose their breath instantly. Breathing heavily, he felt slightly drained when a warrior lunged at him with a katana. Hawkeye loosed an arrow, its force causing the katana to fly from the warrior's grasp. In the ensuing moment, Link seized the weapon mid-air, wielding the katana in one hand and the greatsword in the other, swiftly dispatching the warrior. Yet Link felt no joy. His previous attacks had relied on stealth and surprise. Now that he was exposed to his foes, the advantage had vanished. In a one-on-one confrontation, Link was confident in his ability to defeat a warrior without sustaining injury. Even against 3 warriors of comparable strength, he believed he could hold his ground. However, should the Yiga clan warriors signal their comrades, the revelers in the hall, indulging in their banana cake, would transform into fearsome combatants, leaving Link with no hope of escape. Suddenly, a Yiga warrior emitted a shrill cry. An enemy. The sound wave resonated powerfully, silencing the jubilant crowd in the hall. They picked up their weapons and, like shadows, rushed toward him. Link understood that true trouble was imminent. Gritting his teeth, he dashed into the chamber, swinging his greatsword in a whirlwind, not primarily to kill, but to force back the 4 warriors. "Tony!" Link called out. He saw Tony bound tightly to a chair alongside a bald man. "Heim!" exclaimed the latter, addressing Tony. Only Stark could attract a beauty to rescue him. Tony stared in shock at the disheveled blonde girl, whose sharp features had been softened by makeup. Yet as she spoke, he He recognized her as his dearest friend, Link. Haim, puzzled, remarked, "This beauty seems a bit fierce. She intends to slay us." Just then, Link swung her sword toward Haim and Tony. "This beauty has her grievances. If you wish to kill Tony, do not involve me, Haim." Haim cried out. With a swift motion, Haim felt his body loosen as he was suddenly yanked from the chair. Link had not aimed to harm them, but had deftly severed their bindings with her sword. She cast them out the door just as the four warriors charged at her. Link nimbly dodged 3 attacks, and then drew her royal shield, executing a shield bash that sent a warrior hurtling backward, colliding with the others. Now, barefoot, her movements were much more agile, and she swiftly turned to flee through the door. Tony rubbed his head as he stood up, finally grasping the reason behind Link's disguise. Overwhelmed by Link's sacrifice, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him, tears welling in his eyes. "Link, I don't know how to thank you." Before Link could respond, Tony gave her a thumbs up. "Your outfit is simply magnificent." In a fit of fury, Link intended to brandish his great sword before Tony. At that moment, a ninja unexpectedly emerged from the ground, portly in physique, comically shaped, and clutching a half-eaten banana. However, Link reined in his anger and prepared for battle. This was none other than the mightiest ninja of the IGA clan, Lord Kage. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang, and 4 samurai from the IGA clan rushed out, encircling Link and his companions. Due to Link's shattered Sheikah slate, even Lord Kage failed to recognize him first. His eyes instead sparkling with hearts as he exclaimed, "What a beautiful girl!" Link, with a finger behind his neck and a tilt of his head, let his long hair cascade down, revealing a pair of elongated pointed ears and an intense gaze. Upon seeing the pointed ears, Lord Kage gasped in astonishment. "You are Zelda?" Enraged, Link was about to swing his sword when Hawkeye swiftly loosed an arrow, only for it to bizarrely collide mid-air and fall to the ground. Link remarked, "He possesses a shield. Physical attacks cannot destroy it, but the duration is brief." Panting, Tony asked, "How shall we respond?" Link shouted, "Like this." Leaping high, he brought his sword down with all his might. The Guardian's great sword emitted a blinding light, causing the IGA samurai to change color and involuntarily step back. Lord Kage hastily summoned an invisible shield to block the attack, while a horde of IGA ninjas arrived just in time, creating a swell of bodies. Yet, Link's full-force strike was not aimed at the 4 samurai nor at Lord Kage. Instead, he directed his gaze downward, driving the sword's tip into the ground, cleaving the floor apart and causing it to collapse. Link, Hawkeye, Tony, and Haim plummeted down a level. Concrete debris and dust filled the air, obscuring their vision. Link shouted, "Charge towards the window." Only then did Lord Kage realize, yelling, "Cunning fellows! They intend to escape. Quick, pursue them." Tony and Hawkeye instantly understood Link's plan. Tony seized the still-dazed Haim and dashed outward. Haim cried out, "Are you trying to commit suicide?" Hawkeye shot an arrow through the bulletproof glass and leapt from the 12th floor with determination. Haim's screams pierced Tony's ears, and as he squinted, he glimpsed his beloved suit flying towards him. Initially thrilled, he quickly became alarmed. "I'm still wearing a suit." This suit was far too rudimentary. They had exerted tremendous effort to fit it onto Tony for defense, but now it posed a crisis. In the rapid descent, Link noticed Tony's predicament and promptly stomped on a shield, detonating a bomb as he rushed forward, sword raised as if to disembowel Tony. In this dire situation, Tony spread his arms wide, seemingly surrendering his life to Link's mercy. Link did not betray Tony's trust. In a split second, the Guardian's great sword sparked and flashed, slicing through Tony's suit, yet failing to cut his inner garments. The iron suit soared down and enveloped Tony, while Link kicked Haim into Tony's embrace. Tony initially intended to involve Link, but due to the suppression of his arc reactor by the iGuy team, he was unable to stun them with a single punch. The Iron Man's suit enveloped Tony, indicating a critical shortage of energy. Link evaded Tony's outstretched hand and called out, "Don't worry about me." Just then, Zelda's bird arrived promptly. Link seized Hawkeye's hand and flung him onto the bird's back. The bird and Iron Man dove down smoothly. Link prepared to execute his bomb and shield technique for a safe landing. However, seeing Zelda flee, the formidable iGuy was beside himself with rage, scanning frantically before seizing an innocent iGuy ninja and hurling him downwards. At the moment Link was about to use his shield, the ninja crashed into Link's back. The sudden impact threw Link off balance, causing the bomb not to detonate on the shield, but rather explode directly in front of him. Boom! Link's vision darkened as he was propelled into the air, only to plummet back down. Although the explosion had not seriously harmed him, the blast's proximity left him momentarily disoriented as he felt himself descending heavily. Thud! The two collided, rolling along the ground for quite a distance. The eye guy bellowed, "Damn it! What are you all waiting for? Hurry and pursue them." He was unconcerned about being exposed in public. Capturing the princess took precedence. A horde of ninjas rushed downstairs. Zelda's heart hung in suspense over Link's safety. Upon seeing Captain America successfully catch Link, she felt her legs weaken and knelt on the ground, gasping heavily. Link rubbed his eyes and sat up, groggily saying, "Thanks to you, Rogers." Though his eyes remained closed, he was familiar with Rogers' manly way of catching him, having been saved by him twice before. Rogers also sat up, chuckling, "I'm used to it. You often fly around." Before they could exchange further words, a crimson shadow darted in, swiftly positioning itself between Link and Captain America, grabbing one in each hand and muttering, "You both seem rather leisurely. A throng of ninjas is hot on your heels." Captain America replied, "All right, let us prepare for battle." "Prepare for what?" "Run." Tony lifted Link and Captain America and hurriedly soared away. In the distance, Hawkeye had landed and was driving off, having gained considerable distance. Since the Eye Guy ninjas had not yet mastered driving, they were quickly left behind by Link and the others. Amidst the gasps of the crowd on the street, Tony held one person in each arm, expressing gratitude to Link and Captain America. "Thank you for coming to my rescue. And Link, you look stunning." Link covered his face with both hands, saying to Tony, "If you still remember the favor I did for you, take me to change my clothes." Tony grinned, "Sure." They stopped in front of a high-end clothing store, which had just 3 seconds ago been a 90-year-old Italian brand. And in the blink of an eye, it became Tony's personal property. Link hurried into the store and emerged 30 seconds later, swiftly dressed in a new outfit, his hair hastily tied back in a ponytail. The makeup on his face still intact, presenting a delicate appearance, his lips as red as blood, skin taut, though it was already damaged, yet at this moment. He wore a deeply furrowed brow. As 076 infiltrated once more, Link, while changing clothes, gathered his hair and suddenly noticed that his headphones had fallen off his ears without his realization. It dawned on him that Pei Papa was still in the hideout of the Yiga clan. The relentless dangers and abrupt changes had dulled Link's senses, causing him to nearly forget about Pei Papa, which filled him with self-reproach. Without even taking a moment to catch his breath, he hastily finished changing and dashed out. Tony tapped on the reactor, which had had its suppression lifted, and declared, "All right, I will join you in rescuing Pei Papa. It is time to repay a favor." Rogers chimed in, "I will accompany you as well." Tony, without hesitation, nodded and said, "Very well, but you must be cautious. Since Heim has escaped, we can contact the authorities to eliminate the Yiga clan within the Banana Mansion. Do not take unnecessary risks." Link urged them protect the princess. He then glanced around, rushed to seize a motorcycle, and apologized to the fallen rider. "My apologies, I will purchase the bike. Let Iron Man handle the payment." With that, he twisted the throttle, and the engine roared to life. Link accelerated the motorcycle to its maximum speed, swiftly arriving at the mansion without reducing his pace. As he continued to press the gas, 2 Yiga ninjas at the entrance shouted, "There's trouble." Link launched a bomb from the motorcycle, detonating it and filling the air with sparks. Amidst the chaos he created, capturing the Yiga clan's attention, Link unleashed a wave of cold air, forming a thin layer of ice on the ground, and hurled another bomb, triggering an explosion. His body darted forward as he crouched down, sliding onto the lawn and quickly maneuvering around to the side of the mansion. All the surrounding cameras were cloaked in frost by Link's icy touch. The side door required a card for entry. Link contemplated kicking it open, but was concerned it might trigger the internal alarm. Suddenly, he recalled a familiar scene from action films he watched with Zelda, navigating through ventilation ducts. He leaped up, used his magnetic grappler to gently pry open the metal, and slipped inside. In an instant, Link emanated a chilling aura, causing the inner walls of the duct to freeze over. He pressed his hands against the walls as he swiftly slid through to the interior. Pei Papa was concealed behind a vase, witnessing the furious Lord Ganon berating his subordinates. "You worthless fools! Zelda delivered herself to you, and yet you failed to capture her." The Yiga ninjas, filled with shame, responded, "We are deeply sorry, boss. We accept any punishment." But Lord Ganon thundered, "Oh really? Then I shall impose a ban on bananas for a month." What? The Yiga clan, who had just professed their willingness to accept any punishment, suddenly rebelled. Beginning to protest, "We are ready for any punishment, be it amputation or execution, as our boss commands. But to deprive us of bananas is simply too cruel. Even as the leader, you cannot be so inhumane." Despite their protests, Pei Papa found it peculiar. If their heads were severed, how could they eat bananas? Surely, the miraculous Yiga clan might have other methods of consuming bananas, he mused. Lord Ganon, in a fit of rage, demanded, "Who dares to speak? Step forward. Who claims I lack humanity?" Then, with a thunderous rush, he charged forward, toppling a cluster of ninjas. Without regard for whether he had seized the right individual, he grasped one ninja and unleashed a flurry of slaps, swelling the poor fellow's lips to the size of a banana. Yet Lord Guy bellowed, "Do you yield? Life is precious, but bananas are even more delectable, and I shall not yield." Slap, slap, slap. Pei Papa found the spectacle utterly amusing, unable to suppress a chuckle, though he narrowly avoided laughing aloud. However, his laughter caused the flower pot he leaned against to tremble, catching the attention of a member of the Guy team, who shouted, "There is someone behind the vase." Instinctively, Pei Papa leapt out, joyfully exclaiming, "Aha! You found me! Guy team, Pei Papa, farewell." With a swift motion, he took flight on his leaf-shaped bamboo dragonfly. But Lord Guy roared indeed. The sprites of the Crollo forest, along with Link and his companions, pursue them, capture them alive, and a bounty of bananas awaits. Oh, the Guy ninjas surged forward with fierce determination. Pei Papa, amidst tears and snot, made a hasty retreat. At that moment, Link arrived at the scene below, holding his breath as he stealthily approached a patrolling Guy ninja from behind, raising his mighty sword for a powerful strike. He executed a perfect 8-fold attack damage, swiftly eliminating one foe. At this instant, Link had silently dispatched 5 Guy members, showcasing his remarkable backstab prowess. Link targeted the vital points of his enemies, benefiting from damage multipliers. Attacking the head inflicts double damage, throwing nearly explosive weapons at foes deals double damage, and striking from behind results in a staggering 8-fold damage. It is precisely this nature that grants Link the most formidable assassin capabilities, despite his reputation for direct confrontations. Suddenly, he became aware of thunderous footsteps. Link's ears perked up as he brandished his sword and scanned the surroundings, fearing that the Guy army had discovered his presence. Upon raising his gaze, he realized that the cacophony of footsteps emanated from above, and he deduced that the Guy team was in pursuit of something. Most likely Pei Papa. Without hesitation, he dashed away, anxious to ensure Pei Papa's safety, disregarding the risk of being detected by the Guy team. He clasped his hands together in a streamlined shape and blew forcefully, emitting a sharp whistle. Link, the multifaceted hero of Hyrule, its foremost knight, archer, warrior, climber, glutton, surfer, culinary genius, and jar-smashing aficionado, also excelled in whistling, a skill that could rightfully earn him the title of the best in Hyrule. His whistle possessed remarkable penetrating power, capable of summoning his steed from afar. The sound of his whistle reached Pei Papa's ears, having learned Link's whistling technique, though regrettably, it couldn't be contained. He instantly recognized that the valiant hero had come to rescue him. With a swift pivot, he raced down the stairs, colliding directly into Link's embrace. Link had little interest in engaging with the Guy team. Although he encountered minimal effective resistance along the way, it was largely due to his extraordinary backstab abilities. On the battlefield, although the enemy team, the Yiga clan, could teleport, Link, with his formidable combat experience, could still manage to strike back at the elusive foes. However, what could he do against hundreds of teleporting adversaries? Even Link would find himself at a loss. Since he had already located Peppa, it would be prudent to retreat. He was not yet capable of vanquishing the Yiga clan. But then, Master Ganon bellowed, "Stop!" Zelda, with one hand securing Peppa and the other brandishing his shield, Link deflected the incoming blades, managing to distance himself from danger. Just as he thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden crack resounded. His shield had shattered under the strain. "Not again!" Link exclaimed in dismay, realizing he had nothing to serve as a glider. There were no robust soldiers from the 1940s to act as his living shield this time. Panic began to set in as he nostalgically recalled the sturdy glider gifted to him by the old king, a reliable piece of equipment devoid of durability constraints. Just when Link thought he would have to brace for a harsh fall, Peppa suddenly called out, "Brave hero, let me help you glide." "Huh?" Link looked at Peppa in his arms and was reminded of the cuckoo chickens from Hyrule. He lifted Peppa above his head. Peppa produced a leaf and a bamboo dragonfly, spinning it with a cheerful coo coo coo. Astonishingly, it halted their descent, allowing them to glide through the air. "Yaha!" Peppa exclaimed joyfully, thrilled to assist Link. "Brave hero." But Peppa's voice faltered. Link was a tad too heavy for him, distorting Peppa's proportions from 4 to 3 into an exaggerated 18 to 9. As they glided down onto a bustling street, with cars rushing by, Link feared that a misstep might turn Peppa into a long strip of chewing gum. So he gently released Peppa and fell from the 4th story. Pedestrians gasped, clearing a space for Link to land, terrified he might crash into them. He landed on the pavement, bending his knees to absorb the impact. Although he hit his knees and thighs, he rolled forward, his left shoulder touching the ground to dissipate the force, ultimately rolling to the roadside and safely dispersing the momentum. As a seasoned survivor of many falls, Link had mastered the art of descending safely from great heights. Just as Link stood up, he found himself on a busy New York street, where an oblivious driver crashed into him. As Link rose, the driver finally spotted him and slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. Left with no option, Link leaped, colliding with the windshield and employing his rolling technique to safely slide off the back of the car. Chaos erupted around him as nearby vehicles screeched to a halt. The driver, panicked, jumped out and rushed to the back of his vehicle to check on Link. Seeing Link staring blankly at the sky, motionless, the driver trembled and approached, stuttering, "I'm so sorry." Link suddenly sat up, straightening his posture, causing the driver to scream and fall back in fright. However, it was Link who helped him to his feet. Link expressed his apologies, saying, "I'm truly sorry. I hope I haven't damaged your vehicle. I will compensate you." He had felt the unsettling sensation of the windshield cracking when he collided with it. He recognized this as his responsibility, reflecting that had he employed the magnetic grabber to halt the car's momentum, the windshield would have remained intact. The driver wore a perplexed expression. What sort of miraculous boy was this? He had just collided with someone else's car. Yet instead of concern for himself, unscathed as he was, he displayed remorse, worrying about the condition of the vehicle. What was happening in this world? Was this boy perhaps a reincarnated sage? It's nothing. The driver hurriedly entered his vehicle and sped away. During Link's subsequent infiltration of the banana building, Hawkeye contacted SHILD, and Tony reached out to the military, preparing to encircle the banana building. This situation proved to be even more dire than the prior monster rampage in New York. The monsters lacked intelligence and organizational capability. Their destruction, though significant, was not systematic. In contrast, the organization known as the IGE team consisted of a group with formidable operational capabilities and exceptional stealth. Unbeknownst to the world, they had managed to usurp banana technology, a Fortune 500 company. If they could disguise themselves as the CEO of a public company this time, what would stop them from masquerading as the president next? Thus, the military acted with unprecedented speed, clearing the crowds surrounding the banana building within an hour and establishing a tight perimeter around it. However, at that moment, the IGE team had already vacated the premises, leaving the entire building deserted. As a ninja organization, they thrived in the shadows, akin to bats. Once their lair was discovered, they slipped away to another dark domain. Like an indelible shadow, they could emerge in any dark corner of the world, haunting the sleepless nights of many. The 078 Expo was fated to occur. The sudden disappearance of the IGE team infuriated Tony and Heim. Heim shouted in exasperation, questioning the U.S. government's incompetence. As for Tony, in a fit of frustration, he hacked in a nationwide surveillance system, seeking the IGE team to exact his own vengeance. Meanwhile, SHIELD personnel busied themselves with tracing the whereabouts of the IGE team. At that moment, a furious middle-aged official stormed in without knocking, exclaiming, "This is utterly ridiculous." Nick rubbed his eyes. Here comes that bothersome individual. The middle-aged official stood before Nick's desk, adjusted his attire, and interrogated Nick. As the director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, responsible for monitoring global anomalies, how could you allow a destructive, mysterious organization to infiltrate New York? I want to know what you've been occupied with all day. He then turned to Link, who was sulking in an armchair, casting a sidelong glance at Nick while continuing, chatting over drinks with this underage girl. Link shot a glare at the middle-aged official and replied in a low voice, "I am male." Nick added, "And he is not underage." The official retorted angrily, "I don't have time for your banter. I'm demanding to know why you failed to eliminate the IGE team and that Link. Get him arrested and interrogated at once." Nick shrugged. "The young lady beside you is Link." The gaze of the middle-aged official shifted towards Link, finally noticing the elongated ears protruding from his head. Link returned the stare coldly. The official spoke in a chilling tone. "Are you the one who claims to be an inhabitant from another world? What is this nonsense about the Hyrule Kingdom and the goddess Hylia?" Link corrected him. "It is the goddess Hylia and the kingdom of Hyrule." The official took a step back and addressed Nick. "What on earth are you thinking, allowing an uncontrollable creature to roam freely?" "Seize him at once." Link stood up. Despite being a head shorter than the official, he exuded an air of intimidation, causing the official to retreat another step. Nick helplessly shrugged at Link. "Do you now grasp my predicament?" Officials from a government agency directly under the president's purview constantly question this and that. paranoid, and believing that anyone or anything not under government control should be eradicated or imprisoned. The official responded with anger, Director of the National Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau. You must understand one thing. This long-eared individual has an unknown origin and considerable power. All the information you possess is merely his word. Do you know his background? Do you comprehend his true intentions? A being capable of defeating 2 biomonsters. Do you really think Link would reside peacefully in America, acting as a concerned citizen, aiding us in battling monsters? What if he intends to invade our nation? At that moment, 2 individuals entered from outside, one of whom was Tony, who immediately exclaimed, "What unknown origin? Link is now a legitimate citizen of the United States, and he pays taxes on every income. Though sadly, Link has no income. I, Tony Stark, am the guardian of Link and Zelda. If you intend to apprehend Link without due cause, where does that leave me, Tony Stark? Is this how your government treats lawful taxpayers?" The middle-aged official's expression darkened. Although SHIELD is an international organization overseen by the World Security Council. It operates in cooperation with the U.S. government, which ultimately exerts control and oversight over it. He could bellow at Nick, but Tony was a different matter. As a capitalist and a significant taxpayer with strong ties to the military and government, they couldn't pressure him effectively. The other individual, Natasha, entered the room and immediately noticed Link's troubled expression. Concerned that Link might suddenly lose his temper, she swayed towards the middle-aged official, casting him a glance. Suddenly, she snapped her fingers, and a metal piece landed on the official's shoulder, releasing a crackling surge of electricity that sent him tumbling to the ground in convulsions. Natasha remarked, "I will inject this fellow with a hallucinogen shortly. He will forget he ever visited this office. Then, we can have someone escort him out once he regains consciousness." Nick shrugged. "To this bunch of foolish officials, we are merely a civilian organization." Tony inquired, "Who is this guy? What is his name?" Nick scoffed. "He is from a national intelligence agency. They have long been dissatisfied with the considerable powers SHIELD wields. Their relationship resembles that of your Stark Industries and Hammer Technologies. We also have business conflicts with them." Tony crossed his arms in dissatisfaction. "Hammer? Why would you compare me to such a medieval workshop?" Nick muttered, "Recently, Hammer made headlines claiming he is organizing a grand technology expo, one that will surpass your father's exhibition in historical significance. He even boasted of creating combat machines more formidable than your Iron Man," Tony scoffed. "Let us hope they don't go bankrupt after this expo." Link raised an eyebrow. "An expo?" He looked up at Tony. "Let us go check it out." Tony frowned. What could that guy Hammer possibly showcase? Just as Link pondered how to explain that Hammer and Ivan might be up to something at the expo, Nick suddenly interjected, "I recently had Natasha investigate Hammer Industries. Natasha, share what you've uncovered." Natasha's single statement caused both Link and Tony to change their expressions. "According to my findings, Hammer Industries appears to be conducting human biological experiments. Furthermore, I have confirmed that Ivan was rescued by Hammer Industries." Tony's voice turned grave. "Human biological experiments? Ivan? What does that guy intend to do?" Natasha tucked her hair behind her ear and replied, "Just look at the news about Hammer. He has publicly speculated that Link is a genetically enhanced individual like Rogers, and that Stark, you are his latest subject. Hammer's recent activities are quite disturbing." Tony took a deep breath and then looked seriously at Link. "Aren't you angry? Hammer dares to equate you with that spandex-clad fanatic." Link replied, 079. "The first battle of Peppa. Everyone has their own way of venting anxiety. Rogers punches sandbags, Zelda delves into peculiar studies, while Tony continuously crafts new suits. Link, having weathered many storms, felt little anxiety. However, due to the resurgence of the Guardians, he was somewhat worried about Zelda and remained close by her side. Zelda enjoys researching oddities and creating things, but recognizing that Link might find this dull, she set aside her work to joyfully accompany him on an outing. Wandering the streets of New York, despite Link's current high profile, his choice to dress in feminine attire, trim his eyebrows, and wear colored contact lenses made him difficult to recognize. As for his long ears, they had sparked a trend among young people, who emulated Link by donning long faux ears. Although Link found it somewhat silly, he could not deny the popularity of this fashion, as young people sporting long faux ears were a common sight on the streets. Link and Zelda thus blended in rather well, as they roamed the city, purchasing snacks. It wasn't too long before each of them was cradling a large bag of goodies. Peppa sat atop Link's shoulder, holding a large lollipop akin to a fan. Observing the bustling streets, Zelda reminisced about her ravaged Hyrule kingdom, remarking, "New Yorkers are truly resilient. They show no signs of having endured so many calamities and bravely continue their lives." Link silently thought, more disasters are yet to come. I hope they can endure. Two individuals entered a toy store, intending to purchase some toys for Papa. Upon stepping inside, they were greeted with smiles, for the shop was adorned with numerous merchandise related to Captain America, Iron Man, and Link. The vibranium shield, Iron Man's arc reactor, Link's shield, and his long ears were crafted with remarkable realism. Oh, Papa appeared to have stumbled upon a treasure, darting towards a chibi Link doll. Jumping with delight as he exclaimed, "Hero, I want to buy the hero." Zelda, equally astonished, approached, gently exclaiming, "Wow," as she picked up a Link figurine, pointing to its prominent eyebrows, and with a smile, remarked to Link, "They certainly capture your essence well. With those willow-like eyebrows, you really do resemble Link." Then, Papa was seen holding a small Captain America doll in his left hand and an Iron Man doll in his right, making combat sounds as he orchestrated a duel between the two figures. With sparkling eyes, he looked up at Link and asked, "Hero, may I place these dolls on my bed in my room?" As they approached the checkout, the shopkeeper observed the animated Papa with intrigue, pondering, "Whose toy is this? It appears quite lifelike. Perhaps I should stock some." Suddenly, a child's voice rang out, "Mom, I want that doll. Mom, I want it." The mother replied softly, "All right, my little darling." Then, with a sudden shift in tone, she pointed with her thin, bony finger at Papa, inquiring of the shopkeeper, "How much for that item?" The shopkeeper, smiling politely, responded, "I'm sorry, but that toy belongs to this young customer. It is not for sale in our store." "Mom, okay." The child's mother hurriedly replied, then turned to Link and asked, "Child, would you sell that to my son? I'll give you $50. Just as she spoke, the child had already regarded Papa as his toy, reaching out to grab him. Link placed Papa on his shoulder, and the child glared at him. Link stated firmly, "He is not a toy. I will not sell him." The child then shouted loudly, "Mom, I want that toy. I want that toy." As a Hylian, with his elongated ears, Link was particularly sensitive to sound, and the child's shrill voice was somewhat grating. He frowned slightly, recalling that at the same age, he had already ventured into the Zora territory for training. The child's mother, growing impatient, urged, "All right, stop being stubborn. I'll give you $2,000 for you to let my son have that toy. You can buy another later." Link shook his head, offering no further response, and, after completing his payment, departed with his belongings. The shopkeeper, having noticed the substantial balance on the card, was momentarily taken aback. "That figure seems rather excessive." Zelda bent down, smiling at the child, saying, "Little brother, this Papa is our friend and cannot be sold." The child retorted coldly, "How childish. My mom is offering you money. Just give me the toy." Zelda was taken aback, not expecting to be called childish by a mere child. The impatient child even pushed Zelda aside, leaping to snatch Papa from Link's shoulder. Link frowned, unprepared to discipline the child just yet. Suddenly, Papa jumped up, exclaiming, "Yay!" With a sudden kick. The child was sent sprawling to the ground, stunned. The parents were equally taken aback. In the air, Peppa, filled with indignation, exclaimed softly in English, "How dare you disrespect the princess? I, Peppa the Knight, shall teach you a lesson." Zelda had crafted a diminutive hero's outfit for Peppa, leading him to believe he was akin to Link, a guardian of Zelda. Now was the moment to express his loyalty to the princess. With a furious shout, Peppa plummeted from the heights, landing squarely on the child's face, bouncing and using his body to pummel the child. The terrified child began to wail, rolling about like a ball. The child's mother screamed in horror, "This creature is alive. Get away. Monster, stay away from my son." Peppa engaged in a brawl. Tony, with a peculiar expression, munched on the pizza Zelda had brought from outside, while Peppa stood proudly on the table, hands on hips, declaring, "Aren't I impressive?" Tony nodded. Indeed, for someone of Peppa's stature to take down a chubby child is quite a feat of strength. Tony paused, momentarily lost in thought, before continuing to chew his food. No wonder he hails from Hyrule. He is indeed formidable. Link rubbed his temples and added, "It's not just his mother. Peppa has gone berserk, even taking on the toy store owner." After leaving, he also kicked a husky by the roadside. Tony choked, pouring himself a glass of water. Between coughs, he glared at Peppa. "Who would have thought, Peppa? You are quite the little bully." "No, a little green giant." Peppa struck a Bruce Lee pose, bouncing around the table with bravado. Link and Zelda shared a bemused smile, realizing Peppa was thoroughly enjoying himself today. Late at night, just as Link and Zelda prepared to sleep, Peppa diligently arranged the bedding. Suddenly, Jarvis's alarm blared. Intruders detected. Peppa jumped up, exclaiming, "Enemies! Battle!" Zelda quickly embraced Peppa, fearing his impulsiveness. Link, suspicious, wondered if the guy team was causing trouble again. After ensuring Zelda was settled, he calmly exited the room. At that moment, Tony had already donned his battle suit, stating gravely, There are two unexpected guests outside. As Link descended the stairs, he heard Epona's distressed whinnies. Fearing for his beloved horse's safety, he flung open the window and leapt down. There, amidst the chaos, Epona was exceedingly agitated. Link pivoted on his toes, narrowly avoiding a punch, but then, suddenly, the armored figure unleashed electric whips that lashed out at him. Too close to evade, Link was struck by the electrified whip, causing excruciating pain to course through his body. The dark-clad figure turned, its hollow eyes emitting a sinister crimson glow. Of course, the battle suit was meant to combat such threats. Tony's nonchalant voice echoed in his ear. In front of him, a brilliant light erupted as Iron Man soared through the air, colliding forcefully with the dark figure. Link knelt on the ground, arcs of electricity crackling from his shoulder, illuminating the night with their brilliance. Link took a considerable amount of time to recover from the onslaught of the formidable electric current. Fortunately, having previously withstood the wrath of the Thunder God, Ganon, his body had been tested against high voltage. Were it a mere mortal, such an intense shock would have resulted in instant demise. Iron Man, having subdued the pitch-black armor, mocked, "This hideous design is unmistakably the handiwork of Hammer." With a powerful beam of laser, he pierced through the armor of the dark suit in an instant. Turning to Link, he inquired, "Are you all right?" Just as Link was catching his breath, he sensed something amiss. Upon glancing up, he witnessed the dark armor rising once more, lifting Iron Man by his legs, and, with a mighty howl, flinging him violently towards Link. "Link, save me!" Tony shouted desperately. In haste, Link activated his magnetic grappler, attempting to seize Tony. However, at that moment, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open, from which a fist emerged, grasping Link's ankle, and unleashed a surge of electricity. Link felt a jolt of electricity coursing through him, his thoughts scattering, causing the magnetic grappler to disengage. Tony, undeterred, crashed into Link, sending both of them hurtling against the wall with a resounding crash. Link coughed up blood, lying on the ground, breathing heavily. Tony exclaimed, "What's wrong?" Link replied, "Me fine." Struggling to his knees, he stood up. The ground emitted a sizzling sound as another, similarly dark suit emerged, clawing its way out with a drill-like fist. Tony, perplexed, remarked, "I distinctly pierced that suit's armor. How can it still move?" A voice from J.A.R.V.I.S. interjected Mr. Stark. "My analysis indicates that these two adversaries are, in fact, living entities." The suit that Tony had pierced advanced directly toward them, green blood oozing from the gaping wound in its chest. Tony gasped in shock. Suddenly, the suit let out a ferocious roar, violently ripping apart its chest plate to reveal musculature akin to rock, blood gushing from a wound in its torso. Upon closer inspection, Tony realized that this bizarrely robust body was seamlessly integrated with the exterior armor. From within the helmet, a voice laden with a thick Russian accent emerged. "Tony Stark." "Surprised?" Tony exclaimed, "You madman, you've turned yourself into a lab rat." Ivan chuckled coldly, "A splendid notion indeed." Simultaneously, from another dark helmet, Ivan's voice echoed, "However, these two destroyers are remotely controlled by me, a weapon designed for your annihilation. I concede, in the realm of mecha, I do not rival you. Yet the destroyer is different. It is the perfect amalgamation of machinery and life." Link, finally shaking off the paralysis, regained his composure and stood tall, gravely informing Tony, "The energy emanating from these destroyers bears a peculiar resemblance to that of the Hulk." Ivan's laughter resonated within the helmet. "Indeed, the Hulk. That fool Hammer must have procured several vials of Hulk's blood from somewhere, using some unfortunate souls to create numerous new green giants. But, I must clarify," his voice lowered ominously, "they are not like the Hulk. These creatures can be controlled by humans. I have implanted them with electronic brains, transforming them into soulless shells, mere biological weapons at my disposal. Furthermore, I have outfitted them with the latest generation of battle suits, which rival the firepower and speed of your own armor. They are akin to a fusion of Iron Man and the Hulk. Do you feel despair yet? I have vowed to bring about your utter destruction." At that moment, two fiery streaks soared through the sky and crashed to the ground, revealing two more destroyers. For destroyers surrounded Tony and Link. Among them, two destroyers transformed their fists into buzzing, whirring drill bits. The other two approached with crackling electric whips in hand. Tony scoffed. "It seems that those who enjoy remote-control toys are oblivious to the likes of Zelda. Link, what shall we do?" The destroyers, embodying the strength of the Hulk combined with Iron Man's flying armor and long-range weaponry, represented a formidable amalgamation of technology and savagery. Just one would be a daunting adversary. And now they faced four, leaving Tony feeling overwhelmed. Link replied grimly, "We must destroy them." His mood soured at the sight of the 4 destroyers, each representing an innocent soul forcibly transformed into a monster. This revelation ignited a furious wrath within Link, fueling thoughts of vengeance against Ivan and Hammer. The combination of Hulk and Iron Man? Link was unfazed. He had bested both before. He would not hesitate to strike this so-called fusion down once more. As a hero blessed by the goddess of Hyrule, Link would never allow fear to cloud his resolve. Should he succumb to fear, his sword would lose its edge. From his weapon space, Link retrieved his shield and sword, inquiring, "What is the electrical conductivity of these weapons?" Tony responded, "The shield is practically insulated. However, the sword's resistance leaves much to be desired." Link replied resolutely, "That will suffice. 3 for me, 1 for you." Without further ado, he charged forward. Tony gasped, "Are you underestimating me?" and propelled himself into the air. Ivan laughed. "Link, I have captured your movement data. Your current tactics will be ineffective against the destroyers." "Is that so?" Link whispered, his sword swirling in a dazzling display as he maneuvered between the 2 destroyers. Ivan sneered from within the helmet of one destroyer. "Do you think I am unaware of your tricks? You intend to slip between them and cause them to harm one another, correct?" Suddenly, one of the destroyers swung its drill arm swiftly towards Link. He sidestepped, delivering a kick that diverted the arm, causing the drill to aim directly at the chest of the other destroyer. Yet, just as the attack was about to connect, the first destroyer halted its assault. Ivan chuckled. "That is a mechanism I programmed to prevent comrades from inflicting harm upon one another. I have studied your battles with Hulk and Abomination meticulously." The 2 destroyers let out a simultaneous roar, each throwing a punch towards Link. The force of their strikes, even from a meter away, sent a shiver through Link, making his hair stand on end. Link hastily laid a thin layer of ice beneath his feet, swiftly evading 2 punches and gliding between the 2 marauders. He summoned a great sword and unleashed a fierce strike, cleaving at the knees of both adversaries. With a resounding crash, Link shattered the knee armor of the marauders, forcing them to kneel before him. In a single leap, he landed atop the shoulder of one marauder, brandishing his sword in an attempt to deliver a powerful beheading strike. Ivan sneered, "Do you not see the dire state of Tony?" Link fell silent, witnessing Iron Man ensnared by Marauder C, who clutched his legs, while the 2 marauders attempted to tear him apart. In a moment of desperation, Link's great sword vanished, transforming into a bow as he extended his arms. With a swift twang, 2 arrows flew forth, striking the heads of the marauders. Though he failed to penetrate their faceplates, he succeeded in causing them to stagger. "Thank you," Tony exclaimed, breaking free, only to see Link in peril, and shouted, "Get out of the way." In a bid to save Tony, Link was caught by Marauder B, who delivered a powerful punch. Link hastily raised his shield, but there was no time for a counter, and he was sent flying, on the verge of plunging into the sea. "Link!" Tony gritted his teeth, yearning to rush to Link's aid, but he was soon entangled by the 2 marauders. Stunned by Marauder B's blow, Link felt the world spin and stars burst before his eyes. Just as he braced for a heavy fall into the ocean, he suddenly heard a jovial laugh as a large object gently caught him. It was the bird, arriving just in time to rescue Link. Meanwhile, Peppa, clad in a diminutive Iron Man suit, cheerfully declared, "Brave warrior, I shall fight alongside you." Link gritted his teeth. "Where is Zelda? Did I not instruct her to stay safe?" From within the bird, Zelda's gentle yet resolute voice resonated. "But I must save you," Link replied sternly. "Is there not a mechanism to avoid mutual harm?" Ivan bellowed, "Die." The 4 marauders brandished electric whips, preparing to strike. Link stepped forward, extending his right hand. The magnetic grappler activated. He seized Marauder, swiftly maneuvering him into the path of the other 3 marauders' electric whips. Seeing their impending attack on a comrade, the 3 marauders instantly retracted their whips. Seizing the opportunity, Iron Man unleashed powerful lasers from his hands, piercing the armor of 2 marauders. Link then propelled Marauder A, crashing him into the remaining marauder. "Tony, Princess, use the lasers to breach their armor," Link urged, quickly advancing and plunging his sword into the laser-burned opening of one marauder's chest armor. With both hands gripping the sword, he silently intoned, "Rest in peace," twisting his wrist. The blade whirled violently within the chest, eliciting a furious roar from the marauder as Link raised his sword, forcibly tearing the chest armor away, driving the blade along the neck and into the marauder's skull, unleashing a radiant gleam. Ivan, seated before the computer, watched as one marauder succumbed to death and shouted, "Attack Link!" 2 marauders lunged to strike Link, delivering a heavy blow that echoed through the air. Yet, under Link's immense strength, he hoisted the marauder's lifeless body, shielding himself. The two marauders halted their punches abruptly. Ivan shouted, "Fools! That marauder is already dead. Just keep attacking." However, in comparison to Ivan's roar, the mechanisms embedded within the control logic proved far more formidable. The two destroyers hesitated to strike. Ivan, seated before the computer, gazed intently at Link through the perspective of one of the destroyers. This insufferable brat had ingeniously weaponized the mechanism that prevented the destroyers from harming one another. Tony observed as Link utilized the corpses of the destroyers to fend off attacks from others, prompting him to speculate. As beings controlled by brain, do they possess any semblance of self-awareness? In other words, the basis upon which destroyers discern their allies likely resided within some apparatus inside their skulls. Tony unleashed beams of light from his hands, sending one destroyer flying, and standing amidst the skies, conveyed his conjecture to Link. Link, with a swift twist of his wrist, rotated his sword's blade and severed the head of the destroyer. Holding it aloft, the two remaining destroyers hesitated, ceasing their assault. Ivan shouted, "Attack that girl." The two destroyers turned their gaze towards Zelda. In response, Zelda transformed into a majestic bird, manifesting a colossal shield to protect herself. From the center of the shield, a laser was emitted. Peppa, with a gleeful shout, unleashed lasers from her petite hands as well. Ivan scoffed, "Are you the only ones capable of firing lasers?" The two destroyers spread their arms wide, and a faint blue light illuminated their chests, gathering energy in waves, before two beams of blue light shot forth. Just as Iron Man reached the fallen destroyer, ready to obliterate its head, he was taken aback as the dark chest of the destroyer radiated light. Tony cursed under his breath, dodging to the side, only to be sent flying by a kick of strength rivaling that of the Hulk. Zelda, trained under Tony, naturally possessed formidable defensive capabilities. She successfully blocked one laser, causing her bird shield to vibrate violently, sending ripples that dissipated the laser's force. Although she had thwarted this attack, Peppa grew frantic. The shield, impacted by the force, shifted slightly, allowing the second laser to graze the shield and target Zelda. In this moment of peril, fortune smiled upon them as Link rushed forward. Without a hint of trepidation, he pressed the severed head of the destroyer against the spot on its chest from which the laser was about to be unleashed. The laser was now perilously close, within mere inches of Peppa. As the destroyer prepared to strike, it suddenly detected its ally and desperately attempted to suppress the energy that was gathering in its chest. The energy, unable to be released, transformed the armor on its chest from a deep black to a searing red. Boom! The destroyer erupted. Link, wielding the shield, was once again propelled into the air. The shockwave caused Zelda to collapse to the ground, cradling Peppa. As Link descended, sliding down the shield, he beheld the remains of Tony's residence reduced to rubble. At the center of the debris stood two motionless corpses, evidently victims of the recent explosion, which had ensnared one of their companions. The amassed energy in the chest, now uncontrollable, could no longer be mitigated by the mechanism that had previously prevented them from harming one another. Link hastily leapt down, searching through the wreckage for Zelda. Upon landing, Link noticed a heap of rubble beside him. Suddenly, a concrete block sprang open, revealing a shield resembling a bird in flight, which floated into the air, uncovering Zelda and Pep-Papa lying beneath. Link rushed over, scooping up Zelda, who rubbed her head and reassured him, "I'm fine." Pep-Papa soared into the sky, exclaiming, "I'm all right too." Link prepared to rescue Tony, but saw Iron Man lifting the defeated destroyer, resembling a lifeless corpse, into the sky. Tony's fingers plunged into the back of the destroyer's head, swiftly infiltrating its control center and seizing command. He turned the destroyer's helmet to face him, lifting the visor to reveal his cold visage. "Ivan, you've blown up my house." "No, Link's house. Let me tell you, you've crossed Tony Stark. No matter what tricks or schemes you have, unleash them. I will crush you utterly." A low chuckle resonated from within the destroyer's head. "You think defeating my 4 failed experiments means you can triumph over me? I possess a legion. In 2 days, darkness shall envelop all of New York." Tony's expression darkened ominously. "Jarvis, disable their systems." Jarvis's calm voice infiltrated Ivan's computers. Suddenly, sparks erupted from dozens of computers surrounding Ivan, their screens plunging into darkness. In the shadows, Ivan screamed, "Bastard!" Tony descended to the ground, holding the immobilized destroyer, his countenance grim. "I hacked into Ivan's database, and indeed, it's a legion. They are monsters created from the Hulk's blood, controlling powered suits. Their combat prowess could topple this nation and even the world. We must stop them." Link recalled the battle with the Endless Guardian Legion a century ago, feeling a twinge of headache. Yet he quickly thought of Hawkeye, Natasha, Rogers, and Banner. Since they have so many allies, we must gather our own. Link declared. Ivan claims the Destroyer is a fusion of the Hulk and you, but I doubt such a foolish puppet can rival the true Hulk. He then turned to Zelda, saying, Princess, please contact Banner. Tony's eyes widened in surprise. You mean to summon the Hulk as our ally? Link nodded. Tony shook his head vigorously. No. This plan is too insane, too dangerous, yet I absolutely adore it. A mischievous grin appeared on Tony's face. Link's presence had intensified the peril within the Marvel Universe. Even the Hulk's blood, which had not been destroyed, could fall into the wrong hands. At this moment, Ivan had transformed from a mere villain into a threat capable of endangering the world. Just then, Link and Zelda simultaneously heard a chilling laugh. Zelda's face drained of color as they exchanged solemn glances. The source of the sound was Ganondorf. Link's sword vibrated ominously. Emitting a cry, he quickly surveyed their surroundings, pulling Zelda behind him. Tony, oblivious to the quiet warning, asked, What is happening? Pet Papa tilted his head in confusion. Link replied in a serious tone, The princess and I just heard Ganondorf's voice. Tony exhaled. Has the great demon finally made his appearance? What impeccable timing. Right when I'm utterly fatigued. However, Jarvis interjected, Link, there is no detectable source of potent energy in the vicinity. Though Zelda appeared troubled, she regained her composure, stating, Ganon has not fully awakened yet. I can sense his power still lies dormant. Nevertheless, Link remained on high alert. The escalation of events could no longer be explained by mere butterfly effects. It seemed that Ganon was subtly distorting the already perilous Marvel Universe. As the 083 assembly signal rang out, Link succinctly relayed the situation to Natasha. Soon after, Nick, Natasha, and Hawkeye arrived in their vehicle, only to find a corner of Tony's opulent residence collapsed. Link and Peppa sat atop the damaged rooftop, enjoying the sea view and snacking on treats. Upon seeing Nick and the others, Link sprang down from his elevation, landing before them. Natasha chuckled, Link, you always leap about like that. One day, you'll surely injure yourself. Nick, however, directly remarked, enemies seem to constantly surround you. I'm getting somewhat accustomed to it. Let me examine the corpses of those marauders. I have already dispatched my team to control Hammer Industries. Link quickly retorted, Have them withdraw. It's far too dangerous. Nick smirked, tousling Link's hair, only to be gently pushed away by him. With his hands tucked into his trench coat, Nick surveyed the dilapidated buildings and said, You must trust my men. Each one is capable of handling themselves. Meanwhile, Tony had clambered up, attempting to grab Nick, who repeatedly exclaimed, Stop! My back is killing me. Iron Man is heavy. A collision is quite unpleasant. Natasha approached and crouched down to inspect Nick's back, her expression revealing concern. Link stepped forward, prompting Natasha to ask, Do you have a solution? Nick muttered, Link, help me with my back, and I promise I'll knock Tony S. words right down his throat. Tony cautiously edged away, saying, You want Link to help you with your injury? Nick gasped, Link, I haven't done anything wrong to you, have I? Tony chimed in playfully, Link is a doer. He won't distract you with chatter while administering a shot like a pediatrician. Nick managed to prop himself up, nodding, That feels better. Link, you're quite impressive, though I truly hope you won't need to assist me like this again. Tony, what do you mean by jumping down from the sky to crash into me? Tony tapped the arc reactor on his chest, explaining, I was struck down by a resurrected monster. Demi, help me move that marauder. With a sudden crash, Tony's expression shifted as a body was hurled down from the second floor, catching Nick off guard and knocking him back to the ground. Tony shifted the marauder's body, adjusting it before reactivating it, which resulted in a deep growl from the creature. Natasha quickly drew her weapon, ready for action. Tony shrugged, Don't worry. I've altered this marauder's status to friendly. I've even given him a new name, Redeemer. Of course, you may fire upon him to test his physical capabilities. Natasha responded with a rapid succession of gunfire, 5 rounds in quick succession. Tony whistled in response. Due to the remarkably precise alignment of the bullets, striking a single, unarmored section of flesh on the neck, they stacked upon one another, exponentially increasing their force. Natasha's wrists and shoulders remained almost motionless. Yet despite this, no wounds marred the Redeemer's skin. Natasha's mouth parted slightly, astonished that her custom, powerful weapon could not inflict harm on the Redeemer. Tony elucidated. The Redeemer's physical attributes are essentially on par with Hulk's. However, Link believes Hulk to be the stronger. His tone darkened as he added, As for Hammer, there is an entire legion. Natasha aimed her phone at Nick, capturing chaotic footage filled with inhuman roars and anguished cries. The visuals alternated between dimness and blinding light, revealing only vague, towering silhouettes and the sounds of flesh being torn apart. Hawkeye's eyes blazed with fury. Natasha continued, the military has also been decimated. Rhodey's war machine has been compromised. Tony's expression grew somber. Link whispered, a conventional army cannot defeat Ivan's Destroyer Legion. It is up to us. Alongside Iron Man. And then Zelda suddenly burst in, exclaiming, Link, I've reached out to Professor Banner. Bruce Banner, constantly on the run, suffered from severe paranoia, trusting no one, not even himself. The sole exception was this earnest and endearing student. He had confided in Zelda about his training methods, which he had never disclosed to his girlfriend Betty. Upon hearing that Zelda needed assistance, he readily agreed, albeit with a pained expression, glancing out at the dimly lit slums and contemplating borrowing money from Zelda for a flight back to India. Link took the call, softly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Banner. And thank you for the Hulk within you. A roar resonated from within Banner, startling him as he stammered, that must have been Hulk saying hello. Tony took the phone from Link, grinning, Hey, Dr. Banner, I greatly admire your research papers and thought processes. I'm Tony Stark, and I welcome you to my team. Oh, no, my squad. Please provide me with your contact details, and I will dispatch someone to retrieve you. I look forward to collaborating with you. Such was Tony's thoughtful nature. Surveying the surroundings, he remarked, We still need someone who enjoys wearing tight suits. Just then, Pep had flown in with her phone. Tony pouted slightly, feeling a twinge of jealousy over Pep's closeness with Rogers, muttering, I bought that phone. At that moment, Rogers ended his call, chuckling in confusion. That little guy actually invited me to play baseball? Can he even catch? The Experiment 084. Present-day New York has descended into chaos, with the military assisting the citizens in their swift evacuation. Overnight, New York transformed into a dark city, teeming with stray dogs and nocturnal creatures. Although Hammer Industries and the Internal Destroyer Legion remained static, seemingly biding their time within company walls while repelling incursions from S.H.L.D. agents and military forces, their inaction had already plunged New York into turmoil. Hammer stormed into Ivan's room, flanked by a cadre of gun-toting men in suits. Fury radiating from him as he kicked objects about, bellowing, What have you done? Who ordered the destroyer to assault the military? He is our business associate. How can we conduct business with the military moving forward? A smirk crept onto Ivan's lips, a fleeting crimson glimmer flickering in his eyes as he replied softly, What? You still wish to do business with our military? It is more than capable of dominating the world. Enough, Hammer shouted. I have finally come to understand. You are merely an antisocial, psychopathic aberration. My intention was to eliminate Tony, while you seek to plunge the world into terror. I'm going to fire you. Ivan idly toyed with birdseed in his hand, entertaining his white parrot, arching an eyebrow as he cast a sidelong glance at Hammer. What can you do now? Hammer pointed a finger at his chest, shouting, Someone, take this detestable Russian out for me. Hurry, what are you all waiting for? Upon turning, Hammer was taken aback to find his men standing motionless, their expressions peculiar, fixated upon him. A chill ran down his spine as he barked. Did you not hear my command? Eliminate Ivan. To his horror, the men in suits remained impassive, drawing their firearms and aiming them at Hammer. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gritted his teeth. You bunch of scoundrels, taking my money and refusing to assist me. At that moment, Ivan erupted into a sinister chuckle and stood up. Why would you think these gentlemen are still human? Hammer stared at Ivan, his pupils trembling in shock. Ivan continued, If I can control the minds of monsters with devices, it is a trivial matter to do the same with ordinary humans. The men in suits bore metallic contraptions protruding from their skulls like spider legs, embedding themselves into their brains, manipulating them. A shiver of dread coursed through Hammer as he stammered, Ivan, I saved you. Ivan approached, lowering his voice. Indeed, you saved me and even assisted in bringing my pet. I am grateful. Just as Hammer felt a momentary sense of relief, Ivan's next words drained the color from his face. Ivan's eyes glowed with an otherworldly red light as he grinned. I will make you my most capable puppet. Hammer gasped for breath, desperate to flee. Yet 4 men in suits swiftly seized his limbs. Hammer screamed, What are you doing? What do you intend for me? However, Ivan found the commotion bothersome, and the suited men covered Hammer's mouth. Hammer struggled, unable to voice his cries, gnashing his teeth at their fingers, biting down until blood erupted from his mouth. Feeling nauseated as he vomited, only to freeze in shock upon discovering the green blood that stained his lips, Ivan, with a toothpick dangling from his mouth, chuckled dryly. You shall become my most significant specimen. Consider it an honor. Meanwhile, the Hammer Group had transformed into a sinister abode of horrors. Link and his companions sped through the streets, racing towards downtown New York City. They had just navigated against the chaotic tide of fleeing civilians, entering the urban core. Where the throngs had dwindled, leaving the city increasingly desolate, and the collective mood turned somber. Nick gazed at the reports flooding into his notebook, his expression grave, as though his face could weep oil. Natasha gazed out of the window, witnessing a once bustling New York transformed into a desolate ghost town. The city, previously teeming with life, now stood silent, its darkened buildings resembling lifeless corpses drained of vitality, looming ominously in the murky night like an enormous haunted house. Nick proposed, "Let us proceed to the underground base of S-H-I-E-L-D in New York. My team has settled Rogers there, awaiting our arrival." Link inquired, "Does S-H-I-E-L-D possess any secret weaponry?" He was, in fact, curious about the status of the aircraft carrier. Nick shook his head. "There is an impressive vessel, yet it remains under construction. Other details are classified." Hawkeye sat sullenly in the passenger seat, arms crossed, while Natasha, Link, Zelda, and Peppa occupied the back of the vehicle. Tony soared above, on the phone with a rather anxious Pepper. Natasha noticed Peppa gazing fearfully out the window, while Link and Zelda maintained their composure, having just endured a wave of panic as innocent civilians were urged by the military to evacuate amidst a chaotic scene reminiscent of wartime. Anyone would be swept up in the palpable fear permeating the air, succumbing to trepidation. Though Natasha prided herself on her psychological resilience, she too felt a stir of anxiety. However, upon observing Link, who sat calmly and curiously surveying the outside world without a trace of fear, her own unease inexplicably began to dissipate. She curiously asked Link, "Are you not afraid?" Link chuckled and shook his head, despite the eerie emptiness of the city outside, evoking a sense of impending doom akin to the apocalypse. It was merely New York City, not the end of the world. Such minor spectacles could hardly intimidate Link. He and Zelda had faced far graver ordeals a century prior. Nick drove into an underground parking garage and halted the vehicle, where they spotted Captain America, armed and waiting by the roadside. Link carried Peppa as they exited the car, and Rogers offered a sheepish smile to Peppa. "Regarding our baseball plans, we may need to postpone for a few days. My schedule is rather tight at the moment." Peppa tilted his head, puzzled by Rogers' apology. However, being a magnanimous child, he playfully flew a Leaf helicopter to Rogers and patted his head, conveying forgiveness. Tony also descended into the garage, landing gracefully and retracting his helmet. "All right, once we await Banner, our assembly will be complete. But before that, who among you dares accompany me to the Hammer Expo for some reconnaissance? Any brave souls willing to volunteer?" Peppa, perched atop Rogers' head, eagerly raised his hand. Rogers frowned. "Stark, this is not the time for caprice. We must act in unison." Tony raised an eyebrow, his tone suddenly turning somber. "If we are to act in unison, a leader is essential. Shall we conduct a fair election?" 085 Avengers assemble 085 in the previous joyous volleyball match. Tony and Rogers have been teammates, standing shoulder to shoulder against Link, yet they have been overwhelmingly subdued by Link's formidable prowess. Thus, the two individuals did not cultivate a deeper friendship through their collaboration. Rather, an unease arose for Rogers whenever he beheld Tony, provoked by the bold depictions in fan art where Tony was portrayed as the dominant figure. With a provocative glance in Rogers' direction, Tony approached with a nonchalant demeanor and remarked, "It is not my desire to seek the spotlight. Rather, I disdain the notion of hearing someone play the role of the commander when our lives hang in the balance during battle. Let us momentarily set Banner aside and deliberate on who shall take the reins of our team." Nick interjected, "Are you not cold in the garage? Let us proceed to the base." Natasha, arms crossed, glared at Tony and declared, "I choose the captain." Hawkeye gravely affirmed, "So do I." Tony shrugged, "Well, it appears my popularity is somewhat lacking. But that is inconsequential. Link, Zelda, what say you?" Having the closest rapport with Link, Tony felt confident he would be chosen. To his surprise, Link responded without hesitation, "I choose the princess." Tony was met with Natasha's amused chuckle, while Hawkeye struggled to suppress his laughter. Rogers raised an eyebrow. Mimicking Tony's shrug, Link remained composed, thinking it was evident. If a leader were to be chosen, it must be the noble heir of the kingdom of Hyrule, the princess of the Hylians, the bearer of the Triforce, the hero who sealed Ganon, and the chosen one blessed by the goddess. Zelda, who else could it be? "Wait," Zelda exclaimed, a hint of panic in her voice as she stood on tiptoe. "Then I choose Link." Peppa hopped excitedly around Rogers, shouting, "I choose the hero." "Excellent." Tony's eyes brightened as he snapped his fingers. "Then I shall choose Link as well. Majority rules, and thus it is settled." Nick rolled his eyes in exasperation. How dull. Upon arriving at the base, Nick stated, "Aside from a few steadfast agents, the remainder have been evacuated. The military intends to assemble the Navy for a direct assault to obliterate those creatures. However, such a cost would be exorbitant. New York would be lost, and the world's economy would regress a decade. Before resorting to the direst measures, we must rely on what I deem foolish individual heroism, entrusting the world's safety to a few courageous, capable, and wise heroes. This was the very intent behind my conception of the Avengers. I hope you will bear this heavy burden, though I am acutely aware of the dangers and hardships involved. Nick thought to himself that a touch of tragic background music would enhance the moment. Turning around, he noticed Link and the others seated at the table, sullenly consuming hamburgers, while Natasha took a small bite before quietly sipping instant coffee. Hawkeye's already wrinkled visage appeared even more displeased, as the hamburgers were rather unpalatable, having been procured with a 100,000 expenditure from an abandoned burger joint. Meanwhile, Peppa happily munched on strawberries. Nick's face darkened with irritation. "You all seem to be enjoying yourselves." His exclamation startled Peppa, causing her to drop half of her strawberry, which rolled onto the floor, becoming soiled. With a quivering nose, Peppa began to cry, and Nick quickly approached, attempting to reassure her in a gentle tone. "Do not cry, dear one. Uncle did not mean to be harsh." He endeavored to charm Peppa, for despite his fearsome appearance as a one-eyed pirate, Nick had a profound affection for such adorable creatures. A gentle yet somewhat weary voice emanated from behind them. "It seems I have arrived late." Zelda, filled with joy, turned and hurriedly ran to Banner's side, exclaiming, "Teacher, you finally come." However, she hesitated momentarily, for Banner had undergone significant changes. Once a remarkably handsome young man, he now bore numerous strands of white hair, and his visage had aged considerably, even appearing somewhat disheveled. It was evident that the relentless life of anxiety and fear had taken a toll on him. Clad in a loose, worn outfit, Banner's demeanor hinted at a certain weariness. He offered a dry chuckle as he glanced at the armed agents positioned behind him, requesting, "Could you kindly ask these individuals to lower their weapons? I require some tranquility." Link's expression darkened, and Tony expressed his displeasure. "I had intended to invite Dr. Banner personally, but Nick insisted that his men escort him." "Is this what you call protection? Brandishing firearms from the Indian subcontinent, across the Pacific, all the way to North America?" Nick waved his hand, prompting several visibly apprehensive agents to lower their weapons and depart hastily. They approached Banner to apologize, saying, "I apologize. I hope you can understand the fears of my people." Zelda, rarely irked, responded with indignation. Peppa is not afraid." Peppa curiously waddled over, climbing onto Banner's shoulder, seemingly quite fond of him. With glee, Peppa pointed at Banner, exclaiming, "He is green, just like me." Zelda smiled and affectionately patted Peppa to spare Banner's feelings. She chose not to divulge the reason for Peppa's fondness. Nick interjected, "Since everyone is present, we should discuss our specific tactics." He was interrupted as Tony eagerly invited Banner to sit and engage in conversation. Link silently handed Banner a hamburger, and with hunger overtaking him, Banner devoured it heartily. Tony scoffed, "It appears your team didn't provide Banner with any sustenance on the way here. Were they afraid he might bite off their hands?" Rogers and the others greeted Banner, maintaining a more serious demeanor than Link and Tony did. Nick remarked, "All right, as we eat, shouldn't we discuss our strategy against Ivan and the Destroyer Legion?" Tony interrupted once more. "By the way, democratic election. Banner, we are voting on who the leader of the team will be. You and the Hulk within you each have a vote. Will you cast your vote for me or Link?" He deliberately passed over Rogers. Confused and still feeling somewhat reserved, Banner replied, "Link, I suppose." Tony clapped his hands. The decisive 2 votes. "Our leader has emerged. Little brat Link." Peppa, displeased, delivered a swift kick to Tony's face. Tony exclaimed, "You little rascal. Have you become addicted to bullying?" He then pulled Peppa off his face, shaking him vigorously as if mixing a cocktail. Hawkeye, growing somewhat impatient, was about to speak when Link gently stated, "We do not need to contend with the entire Destroyer Legion. We only need to eliminate their controller, Ivan." As the tension escalated, Link crumpled the packaging from his meal into a neat little square. Continuing the conversation, "The Destroyer must be operated by a human to act. We merely need to locate Ivan, capture him, and we will be able to control the entire Destroyer." He and Tony, after dealing with the Destroyer, have already devised a plan for how to confront it. Link organized his thoughts and stated, "We need 2 individuals to infiltrate and subdue Ivan. No elaborate arrangements are necessary." At this moment, Hawkeye interjected, "You all will draw attention, while Link and I will enter and assassinate Ivan with our bows." Rogers perused a map of New York, pondering, "Given the size of the Destroyer, should you and Link inadvertently encounter it within, if a skirmish ensues, you would likely be buried within the structure. Therefore, We need personnel outside to draw the serpent from its lair. Tony clapped his hands together. Precisely. Rogers, you will vocally proclaim justice, while Banner and I will provide firepower to lure the destroyer. Zelda, stroking Peppa's head, frowned and said, however, we are short on manpower. Relying solely on Banner and Tony poses too great a risk. Tony glanced at Link. Such a formidable weapon, sent to stealthily assassinate, seems a waste. Let's instead engage in a grand battle alongside Banner. Link replied. Then Natasha chimed in. I will accompany Barton to infiltrate and eliminate Ivan. After all, Ivan is merely an ordinary man. Peppa, nestled in Zelda's arms, curiously inquired, what shall I do? Zelda smiled and gently patted Peppa's two antennae. You needn't go anywhere. Just stay by my side, and I will protect you. Nick stated, the primary concern now is how to effectively utilize Hulk. Banner, somewhat displeased, shook his head. I will do my utmost to control him. After all, Hulk is prone to unexpected incidents. If mishandled, the destroyer could gain another formidable ally. If the green giant turns hostile, Rogers and Tony might not be safe either. Link asserted, leave Hulk to me. I am familiar with him and have bested him before. Nick stood up, bracing himself against the table. Thus, the Avengers shall be established right here at this modest dining table. Bang! A dull thud echoed from the ceiling above. This was 20 meters underground, indicating that something was amiss on the surface. The group hurried to the monitoring room, where the atmosphere was heavy and the agents wore grim expressions. The surveillance footage displayed countless destroyers wandering through New York, their dark silhouettes flitting through the shadows of the city. Tony pointed, switch to that feed. The agent responsible for monitoring that section hesitated, but Tony swiftly commandeered the nearby computer, seizing system control. All screens in the monitoring room transformed to display the same footage from the Hammer Expo. Hammer swayed slightly, preening his attire before extending his arms towards the empty stage and declaring, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Hammer Expo. A new era will commence tonight. Tony crossed his arms, frowning. Is this guy rehearsing? With all of New York vacated, will he find an audience? Yet, he sensed a subtle shift in Hammer's demeanor on screen. The previously malevolent fool seemed to have vanished, replaced by a somewhat neurotic, if not unhinged, presence. Natasha turned to Hawkeye and inquired, Bartons, did you notice if Hammer had anything on his back when he approached? Hawkeye nodded. There was something protruding from Hammer's suit, resembling a square cover. At that moment, a chorus of furious roars erupted. The surveillance footage jolted, revealing hundreds of darkened destroyers descending onto the empty stage, their chests aglow with ominous crimson lights. These must be Hammer's audience, Natasha thought. With a sinister grin, Hammer twisted his neck unnaturally, resembling a sinister puppet from a haunted house, tilting his head ominously as he gazed into the camera. The screen focused on Hammer, displaying his vacant, maniacal smile. Hammer shouted, Tony, I know you're watching me. Peppa, frightened, covered her eyes, while Rogers approached and smiled at Zelda. He took Peppa from Zelda's hands, holding her around the waist to face him. Rogers encouraged, Peppa, you're clad in armor now. You are a warrior too, so be brave. Do you understand? Peppa nodded, clutching her head. Tony grimaced, that guy. Hammer continued, this is just the beginning. Did you see my legion? I will drown this country. Suddenly, Tony realized that the voice did not belong to Hammer, but to Ivan. Hammer violently tore open his suit, revealing a grotesque body, as if burned. His skin writhed like that of an organ. A parasitic mechanical device enveloped his back, with tubes piercing under his ribs. Natasha, filled with disbelief and disgust, remarked, Ivan has actually transformed Hammer into a destroyer. Controlled by Ivan, Hammer roared, this is my newly developed weapon. The Hammer-type human weapon. A inhuman roar echoed, and the screen soon went black as Hammer shattered the surrounding cameras with sonic waves. A gallant-looking agent, frightened by Hammer's shout, collapsed to the ground, gasping, I have asthma. Ha. The heavy panting continued, and another voice joined in, as Tony muttered, U.S. HLD. Agents sure have a lot of asthmatics. Rogers shouted, it's Banner. The crowd erupted in chaos, all eyes turning to Banner. Hammer's furious roar had evidently enraged the Hulk within Banner. These destroyers, transformed by Hammer, were created using Hulk's blood. Hulk instinctively loathed these creatures. Banner lost control, his eyes turning frenzied, blood rapidly shifting to green, muscles expanding like lava from a volcano. Hulk let out a thunderous roar, breaking through the ceiling above. Hawkeye and Natasha drew their weapons, while Rogers shielded Zelda. The group was clearly on high alert due to Hulk's transformation. Base 087 was under attack. Base 087. Hawkeye and Natasha drew their weapons, while Rogers shielded Zelda. The group was clearly on high alert due to Hulk's transformation. However, this had the opposite effect. Upon witnessing an individual brandishing a weapon in his direction, Hulk's fury surged uncontrollably within his chest, prompting him to roar in outrage. Agent Hill, already injured, was struck by the shockwave of his voice, causing her to cough up blood and collapse to the ground. Link rushed forward, exclaiming, "Hulk, they will not harm you. Be cautious, Link," Rogers warned. Tony wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering, "Link is playing with fire." Link, chuckling softly, shook his head after their previous encounter. Hulk should not harbor any hostility towards him. Standing before the green giant, Link assured, "I promise you, they will not harm you." Yet, before Link could finish his sentence, a gunshot rang out from behind. Link's complexion paled, and he appeared somewhat embarrassed as Hulk, in a fit of rage, swatted Link aside, sending him crashing into the wall. Rogers hastily suggested it could be a black cat, desperately rushing forward to confront the green giant. "Wait," Tony shouted, "there's no need to rush." As Hulk glared furiously at Rogers, a deafening roar erupted. The green giant was propelled backward, colliding with the wall and shaking off a cloud of dust from his shoulder. The onlookers anxiously gazed upward, fearing the underground base might collapse. Nick exclaimed, "Link!" It turned out that Link had executed a powerful kick, sending the green giant hurtling through the air. Having been tossed around by Hulk before, each encounter left Link injured, fueling his irritation. Link approached Hulk, eyebrows raised, and demanded, "Do you wish to be struck?" Hulk roared defiantly, but then hesitatingly shook his head, muttering, "Hulk does not hit." Link insisted, "Apologize. Hal grumbled, I am sorry," sounding quite aggrieved as he hurled away the stones from his legs in frustration. "All right, stand up," Link said, pulling Hulk to his feet. This exchange of kicks and reprimands ultimately compelled Hulk to relent. After all, he was Hulk, a formidable force that instilled fear in everyone. Link strode ahead, while Hulk followed behind, head bowed. This peculiar scene left the onlookers in stunned silence. Link continued to threaten Hulk, "If you ever handle me so roughly again, tossing me around, I shall bruise your face." Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed through the pipes, heightening the already eerie atmosphere of the dimly lit control room. "I'll go take a look," Rogers declared, preparing to crawl into the duct for a better view. Abruptly, the ventilation duct burst open, and a slender shadow shot down, snatching an agent before swiftly retreating, akin to a lizard's tongue. "Don't run," Rogers shouted, leaping up to grasp the agent's legs, desperately pulling downward. However, the agent screamed in terror, and Rogers found himself lifted off the ground, ultimately being dragged into the duct as well. In an instant, Hawkeye drew his bow and released an arrow, which sliced through the tumultuous noise within the duct, silencing it instantly. Then, Rogers let out a cry as the ventilation duct shattered, a colossal fist emerging as he jumped down, clutching the barely conscious agent. Following him, a soft, snail-like black entity plummeted down. Natasha stepped forward to examine the scene, only to swiftly retreat 3 paces, her expression one of utter astonishment. It was a being, yet its body resembled that of a serpent, devoid of bones. Tony cast a fleeting glance at the dark corpse and immediately shouted, "Ivan has discovered this place. We must escape through the secret passage." However, scarcely had Tony finished speaking when a rustling sound emanated from outside, and the door was violently thrust open. A chill ran down everyone's spines as a multitude of dark, boneless forms, akin to a writhing mass of serpents, surged forth into the room. Nick, acting decisively, swiftly retrieved a rifle from beneath a nearby desk and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the monstrous horde. The rifle's muzzle flared as it spewed forth bullets, repelling a wave of the black, boneless entities. Suddenly, the screen flickered to reveal Ivan's visage, his expression one of cold amusement. The boneless ones. My engineered, serpentine, humanoid weapons. Several agents opened fire, but their efforts were insufficient to encompass the onslaught of the boneless ones. Many slipped through the cracks, swiftly slithering forth, their serpentine bodies reaching out to ensnare those nearby, squeezing with a force that elicited the chilling sound of cracking bones. Unfortunately, one of the boneless ones miscalculated its target, lunging towards Link. Hulk, nearby, could only catch a glimpse of 2 glinting blades, and in an instant, the boneless one was severed into 3 pieces. Before them stood Link, dual swords in hand, both quivering and singing a harmonious tune. "You all must flee," Link called out. With a flourish, he spun the blades, conjuring a flurry of icy mist that swiftly enveloped the boneless ones. The swords danced like phantoms, cleaving through the encroaching forms, rendering them motionless in a matter of moments. With remarkable speed, Link dispatched a multitude of foes, leaving a field littered with their remains. His strikes were relentless, drawing the attention of a significant number of boneless ones towards him, fueled by the blood of his fallen comrades and the warmth radiating from his own body. Rogers rallied the group to retreat, and upon seeing Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, remain stationary, he shouted, "Hurry, do not let Link's sacrifice be in vain." Tony chuckled. Link's method is highly inefficient. Judging that the others were retreating, he activated his thrusters and soared to Hulk's side. Hulk was frantically batting away the incoming boneless ones, his hands sticky with their remnants. Tony, feeling slightly nauseous, proposed, "Hulk, how about we do something monumental?" Confused, Hulk looked on. Tony urged, "One wall each. Let us demolish this underground base." Hulk, though limited in vocabulary, recognized the term destroy with familiarity and nodded clumsily in agreement. As Tony circled Hulk, assisting him in clearing the encroaching boneless ones, Hulk let out a tremendous roar, using both hands like pistons, delivering powerful blows to the wall. The load-bearing wall collapsed under his assault. Tony shouted, "Now it's my turn." He unleashed lasers from his hands, bombarding the wall in a sweeping motion. The opposite load-bearing wall also crumbled. "Well done. Now all that remains is the ceiling." "Wait, Hulk, Link is still inside. You'll be crushed." Hulk heard only the first part of Tony's exclamation and, in response, delivered a mighty punch to the ceiling. The underground base, unable to withstand Hulk's devastation any longer, began to collapse completely. After the Hulk finished his bout, he suddenly realized that Link was still at the forefront, drawing the attention of the boneless creatures. In a panic, he unleashed a flurry of blows. The ceiling began to collapse rapidly, prompting Link to look up in confusion. "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" Tony dashed towards Link, wrapping his arms around him and pivoting to charge outside. Together, Tony and the Hulk dashed into the hidden passage, while the underground base behind them crumbled with a deafening roar, burying hundreds of the boneless creatures beneath the debris. In the chaos of 088, Iron Man emerged with Link in his arms, closely followed by the Hulk. They discovered their companions standing at the exit of the tunnel. "What are you all doing just standing there?" Tony shouted. However, as he burst forth, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Thousands of destroyers had assembled in an orderly fashion, surrounding the S.H.I.L.D. agents like a military formation. "Hulk, are you still on a blood diet?" he exclaimed, noticing a grotesque figure approaching from a distance. This individual's body was grotesquely muscular, with proportions that were disturbingly distorted. His shoulder muscles resembled dry twigs, nearly merging with his head. He bore a striking resemblance to the antagonist Yuri Urameshi from Yu Yu Hakusho. "Tony Stark," the creature bellowed. Tony's face fell in shock. "Ivan?" he stammered as he descended, staring blankly at the deformed man. Ivan's limbs were outfitted with thrusters and an assortment of weapons, and the slow growth of his muscles made it appear as if these devices were embedded in his flesh. Natasha expressed her disgust. "You've not only transformed others into monsters, but have also turned yourself into one." Ivan's voice deepened ominously. "I relish this power. I am now invincible." His deadened gaze turned towards the Hulk. "You are a failure, but with your blood, I have created a far more perfect version of myself." With a furious roar, the Hulk lunged forward, creating a gust of wind that knocked Nick to the ground. The ground trembled as the Hulk soared into the sky, extending his body to deliver a powerful punch aimed at Ivan's face. This strike possessed enough force to obliterate the rock giant that had wreaked havoc on New York. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Link gasped, "No way." The others paled, as if witnessing the apocalypse. Under the Hulk's tremendous punch, Ivan did not evade, but instead reached out to grasp it. Ivan effortlessly caught the Hulk's fist, halting his momentum mid-air, dissipating the built-up force in an instant. With a disdainful grin, Ivan's features were contorted by his muscular structure, making his smile appear agonizing, as though a wound had been torn across his face. "A loser is but a loser," he laughed. A swift uppercut struck the Hulk's abdomen, as if penetrating his very being, causing his complexion to grow even greener. "Did you think that summoning a green monster would be sufficient to defeat me? You can't even best my destroyers." Ivan hurled the Hulk into the throng of destroyers, who surged forward like carnivorous ants sensing blood. Hawkeye exchanged urgent glances with Natasha, who swiftly retrieved a small vial from a hidden pocket within her boot. She injected the colorless, odorless liquid into one of her arrows. Hawkeye whispered to Link, "I have coated my arrows with the deadliest poison in the world. Distract Ivan for me. I am going to eliminate him." Behind Link, Tony remarked, "It seems our previous plan cannot be executed, so it will have to be a one-on-one duel." He soared into the sky and addressed Ivan. "Why do I see your body continuing to swell? Let me tell you, if fruits grow too rapidly, they eventually fall. The The same applies to humans. Ivan seized a destroyer and hurled it at Tony. Tony deftly evaded, causing the destroyer to crash into a corner of the building behind him. The previously motionless destroyers erupted into a cacophony of roars, charging forward. Agent Hill, roused by the commotion, awoke to find herself surrounded by a sea of enemies, promptly fainting again. Rogers brandished his shield and shouted, "Let us move." Instantly, a tide of darkness surged towards them as the destroyers wielded electric whips and fists, screaming as they advanced. Several agents screamed in agony, succumbing beneath the feet of the destroyers. From the sky, Tony called out, "The weak point of the destroyers is the junction where the neck armor connects with the back armor. Attack there." He was relentlessly pursued by Ivan, releasing erratic bursts of energy to assist from above, however he could. Rogers, shield in hand, was struck by a fist from a destroyer, causing him to stagger as his chest opened up, just as an electric whip was about to strike. Nick pulled a grenade from his trench coat and hurled it at the destroyer, resulting in a loud explosion and a burst of flames. Yet, the destroyer merely swayed slightly. Unfazed, in the aftermath, Rogers found himself engulfed by shrapnel and fire. Nick muttered, "I've killed Captain America," but as the flames dissipated, a shield appeared in front of Captain America, large and protective. It was Zelda's bird. Link pressed his hands to the ground, causing a circle of thin ice to rapidly spread across the battlefield. Though Link's bombs had minimal explosive power, if a regular person dodged appropriately, they would survive. However, this particular bomb possessed a unique ability, immense repulsion. The destroyers affected by the blast staggered, only to subsequently lose their balance on the slick ice, toppling over in droves. Suddenly, Hulk tore through the encirclement of destroyers, emerging from their midst. With a punch and a kick, he felled a significant number of them. Link, panting, shouted, "Grab a bus. Block the entrance." Hulk finally comprehended the command. He lifted a bus overhead and hurled it towards the secret passage, sealing it off. Yet, at that very moment, three figures rushed out: Natasha, Rogers, and Hawkeye. Rogers shouted, "We cannot cower in the secret passage waiting for you to save us." He drew his shield, charging towards the destroyers. Sliding forward, he knocked them down. A seasoned warrior, Rogers quickly adapted after observing Link's tactics. First, exploit the slippery ice to trip the destroyers, then seek weaknesses to strike. As a destroyer fell, Rogers bravely dodged an electric whip, aiming for the neck of the fallen destroyer with a fierce blow. Link wielded his swords with both hands, charging towards two destroyers, attempting to exploit their mutual non-aggression mechanism to strike at one another. However, it was evident that Ivan had swiftly removed this feature from the monsters. The destroyers were indeed capable of inflicting harm upon each other. As Link took cover behind one of the destroyers, the other, armed with a high-speed drill, mercilessly pierced through the torso of its companion, blood erupting in a swirling spray as it lunged toward Link. The sudden splatter obscured Link's vision, and though he could not see clearly, he sensed imminent danger and performed a backflip to evade. Yet upon landing, his foot slipped, causing him to slide right in front of a destroyer. Rubbing his eyes to regain clarity, he barely registered the destroyer raising its fist to strike down upon him. "Watch out!" Natasha dashed forward, stepping on the knee of the destroyer, leaping onto its head and driving her distinctive dagger into the beast's nape, killing it instantly. With a thud, both she and the destroyer collapsed to the ground. Natasha rose, grinning, considered a favor returned. Link pulled Natasha to her feet, but she frowned. "Now I owe another favor." At that moment, a booming shout from Hawkeye echoed, "Don't forget about mine." An explosive arrow shot forth, striking a destroyer in the neck and detonating with a thunderous blast, slaying it instantly. Hawkeye tilted his chin in triumph, while Natasha stuck her tongue out at him. Before Hawkeye could react, he was knocked over by Rogers, who was charging forward with his shield, sending both tumbling to the ground. Hawkeye surveyed the surrounding destroyers. Regrouping once more, struggling to rise, he remarked, "This mission is proving to be quite challenging." Rogers, flexing his shoulders, replied, "Prepare for a fierce battle." The Hulk roared, seizing two destroyers by their legs and using them as heavy maces to sweep through the ranks, toppling several foes. Link glanced at the aerial skirmish, where Tony was being relentlessly pursued by Ivan, firing lasers in desperation, yet failing to inflict any damage. Instead, his energy reserves were dwindling. As Link caught his breath and observed the Hulk's sweeping assault, an idea sparked in his mind. "Gather all the destroyers together," he called out, sheathing his twin swords. He drew forth the Guardian Greatsword, standing resolutely on the icy surface to catch his breath, even closing his eyes. Natasha, noticing Link's posture, quickly deduced his intent and shouted, Link is preparing for an attack. We must create a favorable environment for him. Although the others were still puzzled about Link's plan, their trust in him compelled them to act as bait, swiftly drawing the attention of the enemies. One by one, they converged, and soon all the destroyers were gathered in one place. Leave it to me. Link steadied his breath, opened his eyes, and brandished the Guardian Greatsword as he charged forward. Reaching the assembled destroyers, he gripped the sword tightly, spinning it in a flourish. Behind him, Darkle's pale blue soul surged forth, bellowing, "Defeat them, brother." Wield the shattered rock greatsword and sweep alongside Link. With a whoosh, Link, like a windmill, grasped the Guardian Greatsword, spinning it with himself at the center. Empowered by Darkle's strength, the deep violet blade transformed into a blazing crimson hue. Link, a whirlwind of fury, plunged into the throng of destroyers. As if a scythe slicing through hay, leaving only screams and the sound of flesh being torn asunder in his wake. Link felt his energy rapidly depleting, the strength within him slipping away like a torrent from his greatsword. Yet he had only turned twice. No, he must endure a little longer. Gritting his teeth, Link spun desperately, the air around him filled with a faint sound of tearing, the blade colliding with and slicing through objects. The slight resistance transmitted from his hands to his brain. Darkle shouted, "Brother Link, your body is under too much strain. You won't last much longer at this rate." Link cried out, "Just give me a bit more strength." But as he spoke, a mouthful of blood escaped him. Darkle shook his head and vanished from sight. Hawkeye unleashed 2 explosive arrows, severing the neck of the destroyer he was tasked with. Meanwhile, Natasha adeptly scaled the destroyer's arm, swiftly climbing onto its shoulder, plunging her dagger down with force. The remaining 2 destroyers collapsed to the ground. Rogers panted, finally dealt with. Hawkeye calmly switched his bow for arrows previously laced with deadly poison, declaring, "Only one remains." Natasha searched for Tony, her expression shifting as she saw Iron Man in the air, struck by Ivan's electric whip, the armor splitting in 2. Roger's pupils contracted. "Stark!" The Hulk roared in fury. "Roar!" Ivan laughed heartily. Amidst the dazzling electric sparks, Hawkeye's keen eyes caught a glimpse of a figure plummeting from the shattered armor above. He immediately shouted, "Tony isn't dead." Link struggled to rise, but Rogers was already rushing forward, catching Tony in midair as he had once done for Link. Rogers called out, "Stark?" However, Tony lay with closed eyes, his complexion pale. Rogers checked for a pulse, finding none. He looked up at Natasha and said, "Stark is dead." Link's face turned pale, gritting his teeth as he stood, glaring at the still laughing Ivan above. Natasha rushed over, exclaiming, "Wait, Tony can still be saved. He is merely in a state of apparent death from the electric shock. We need to perform CPR." Natasha intended to assist, but Rogers pinched Tony's nose and, with some reluctance, leaned in to breathe into his mouth. During Rogers' time, the method of artificial respiration had not yet been widely adopted. Since awakening, Rogers had been diligently learning modern knowledge, and with his character, he naturally placed great emphasis on providing aid to the injured. Therefore, he had studied the relevant techniques. Natasha had initially planned to assist Tony with chest compressions, but the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest made traditional CPR impossible. Any pressure applied would only compress the internal organs and blood vessels against the reactor, potentially tearing it away from Tony's body. Hawkeye, knowing the bond between Link and Tony was strong, reassured him, "It's all right, Stark isn't that easily defeated. Stay calm, don't act impulsively in battle." "I am calm." Link donned his hood, concealing his gaze, and turned to face the cackling Ivan in the sky, ready to descend. In comparison to Ivan during his flight, his physique had grown even more imposing, suggesting that his formidable muscles were still in the process of developing. In Link's acute perception, Ivan's aura had intensified significantly. Unlike the now more powerful Ivan, Link had expended a tremendous amount of energy in the battle against the Destroyer Legion, leaving him feeling ravenous. The Hulk roared, his muscles undulating like flowing magma as he lunged forward with a punch. The Hulk's fury escalated, his strength multiplying several-fold. He leaped, shattering the damp floor beneath him, creating a deep crater. When the Hulk struck, a white sonic boom reverberated through the air. Yet, Ivan merely chuckled coldly, casually delivering a punch in response. The 2 fists collided with a resounding crash, startling Hawkeye, who felt a momentary breathlessness. Meanwhile, the ground at the point of impact fractured, sending shards of stone flying outward. Even from a distance, Tony felt the tremors, abruptly coughing and regaining consciousness. He found Rogers' face rapidly approaching, and before he could react, Rogers, embodying the efficiency of a soldier, pressed his lips to Tony's. This forceful kiss revived Tony, who had just regained consciousness but remained somewhat disoriented. As he rolled his eyes back, overwhelmed by the unexpected assault, he fainted once more. Rogers looked up in surprise, as if he had caught a glimpse of Stark's eyes fluttering open. Natasha shouted, "That means it's working. Keep going. If you're tired, let me take over." Rogers shook his head, insisting I won't tire. Taking a deep breath, he leaned in to kiss Tony again. Tony, startled, opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, all right, I am awake. Thank you, Rogers. You are my savior. My body feels normal again." Flustered, Tony quickly turned away, trying to distance himself from Rogers. He felt an unusual sensation on his lips. Although Rogers prioritized hygiene as a soldier, Tony was hesitant to swallow. In his noble attempt to save, Rogers was oblivious to Tony's sudden shift from his usual levity to an anxious demeanor, mistakenly believing it was merely post-recovery discomfort. Turning away, Tony averted his gaze and murmured, "Thank you, Stephen." Natasha, for some reason, felt compelled to whistle. She glanced at Link and called out, "Tony is awake." Then came a muffled grunt. After a flurry of punches exchanged between the Hulk and Ivan, neither could gain the upper hand, both pressing their hands against each other. However, it was evident that the Hulk was faltering, leaving deep grooves in the ground as he gradually retreated. Link could clearly see the tremors in the Hulk's muscles. Seizing the opportunity, Link leaped forward, wielding his guard's greatsword. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he aimed a devastating blow at Ivan's head. Whether divine or demonic, anyone struck by Link's blade to the head would undoubtedly suffer a critical hit. The great sword shattered upon impact with Ivan's face, scattering countless sparks. With his head snapping back and momentarily stunned, Ivan's grip on the Hulk weakened, allowing the Hulk to roar defiantly and push back, toppling Ivan to the ground. Hawkeye swiftly approached, knocking a poisoned arrow onto his bow. Exclaiming, "Leave the rest to me," he ascended directly onto Hulk's shoulder, aiming at Ivan's eye, and released the arrow. Thud! The arrowhead successfully pierced the eye, embedding itself within the socket. No matter how formidable a creature may be, the eyes remain one of its most vulnerable parts. Hawkeye steadied himself on Hulk's head for balance, observing Ivan's anguished screams, and coldly remarked, "The venom contained within is potent enough to slay 100,000 robust men." However, Ivan retorted with a sinister laugh. "Ha ha ha, it seems you still lack the means." He then delivered a kick to Hulk's abdomen. Hulk arched his back, propelling both himself and Hawkeye into the air. Ivan rose with a howl of agony, extracting the arrows with two thick fingers. Blood oozed from the socket, soon to be concealed by the creeping muscle. "You cannot destroy me," he declared, his remaining eye fixated on Link, who knelt, panting and glaring at him. A crack of the electric whip lashed out. Natasha hurriedly emptied her handgun, firing at Ivan. Yet the bullet struck Ivan's skin, rebounding like rubber, having no effect on Link's movement. Exhausted, Link managed to roll aside to evade the electric whip. Nevertheless, Ivan sneered, "You've dug your own grave." The whip struck the ground, where thin ice melted into small puddles, conducting electricity directly into Link. Sparks erupted from Link's body as he convulsed, pressed against the ground. Tony glanced left and right, shouting to Rogers, "Captain, hurry to save Link. Your shoes are rubber." Natasha dashed toward Hawkeye. 091 Hero awakens. Urzabo. 091 Hero awakens. Urzabo. Hawkeye extracted his injured leg from beneath the unconscious banner, panting. He retrieved an arrow capable of delivering poison and handed it to the approaching Natasha, saying, "You surely have another vial of lethal serum." Natasha produced a colorless, odorless vial from behind, smiling, "Of course. This vial is worth enough for me to buy a new sports car." Hawkeye passed his beloved military bow to Natasha, stating, "I can't move my legs. I entrust it to you. You must strike Ivan's other eye. Even if he is powerful, 2 vials of serum are sufficient to incapacitate him. It's all up to you." Natasha, proficient in various weaponry, though perhaps not as skilled in archery as Hawkeye or Link, surpassed all others in the available combat strength here, making her the strongest archer among them. She deftly infused the arrow with the serum. Tossing her hair back, she said, "Don't worry." Turning, she stealthily advanced. Hawkeye gazed at Link, who was convulsing on the ground, silently hoping the 2 vials would indeed prove fatal to Ivan. Otherwise, he would be left exhausted on the damp earth. Rogers splashed through the water, rushing forward with all his might. At that moment, Ivan raised his other hand, once more unleashing an electric whip, aiming to strike Link. Boom! Rogers, wielding his shield, mimicked Link's defensive stance, leaping in front of Link to block with all his strength. Though the vibranium shield was metallic, it could withstand the immense force of Thor, exhibiting high electrical resistance. Ivan paused, surveying the ready Rogers, and remarked, "Not a bad shield." Then, raising his hand once more, he lashed out, igniting sparks in the night sky. Rogers cast a glance at the twitching Link behind him. Having just blocked a whip strike from Ivan, his hand throbbed with pain. Yet, Rogers was not a man of composure. He would not surrender meekly or retreat, abandoning his injured comrade. With a fierce shout, he charged forward again. Ivan's electric whip struck against Rogers' shield. A blinding flash momentarily obscured Rogers' vision, and he felt his hands erupt in blood from the violent jolt. His body stumbled back 2 steps, nearly collapsing on Link. Ivan sneered, "You are either a commendable adversary or a fool." Rogers stepped forward, gritting his teeth. "I can endure this for 2 days and nights." As Ivan lifted his hand to strike again, Natasha's hoarse voice echoed from behind. "Did you think you faced only one opponent?" In a furious leap, Natasha landed upon Ivan's rock-like back, clinging to his neck, and aimed for his eye, thrusting her dagger with all her might. Compared to archery, her skill with a dagger was unparalleled. Hawkeye watched from afar, perplexed. Has she succeeded? Ivan, with a disdainful laugh, retorted, "Do you think one trick can wound me twice?" As the venomous arrow struck his eyelid, it felt as though it had encountered granite, unable to penetrate or even break the skin. Natasha's face paled, and in an instant, Ivan seized her hair with 2 fingers, flinging her aside like a plastic bag. She tumbled to the ground, curling up in agony, her body gravely injured. The poisoned arrow fell into Ivan's grasp. With a cold smirk, he unleashed a left hook that sent Rogers sprawling, shield and all. Ivan approached Link. The poisoned arrow pinched between his fingers and, with a mocking grin, said, "Do you remember how much it hurt when you hurled that motorcycle at me?" Link gritted his teeth, desperately attempting to move, but the violent electric shock rendered him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as Ivan advanced with the poisoned arrow. Tony shouted hopelessly, "Link!" Hawkeye's eyes widened, while Natasha pounded the ground in frustration, gritting her teeth. "Damn it!" With a swift thrust, the poisoned arrow found its mark. Link's eyes widened in horror. The arena fell silent, save for the crackling of electricity. Ivan scoffed, truly touching. "Rogers, a hero who has died for his country." Link stared in shock at Rogers, who had thrown himself in front of him, disregarding his shield, racing forward to intercept the fatal blow. Rogers gasped for breath. Gripping Ivan's wrist with both hands, his abdomen stained crimson as the poisoned arrow embedded deep within him. His face turned ghostly pale, trembling from unimaginable agony. His will being mercilessly tested. Despite the contortions of his facial muscles, his gaze remained resolute as he gritted out, "Link, you will surely defeat him." "Oomph. Are you referring to this boy?" Shocked into silence, Ivan swiped at Captain America with a dismissive hand. Rogers lay on the ground, his gaze gradually fading. Tony shook his head in despair. Damn it. He had just awakened, feeling utterly weak, and struggled to move closer. He shouted, "Ivan, your enemy is me. Let our 2 families not drag others into this. Release Link. If there is anything, come at me. Come and kill me." Ivan sneered. "So you all wish to save Link, do you?" With that, Ivan struck fiercely with his whip. Tony's eyes turned crimson as he roared, "Bastard." Rogers collapsed on the ground, gazed hopelessly at the scene. Hawkeye turned his head away, while Natasha unleashed a torrent of curses at Ivan in Russian. The electric whip, infused with Ivan's full strength, landed with a resounding crack. At that moment, despair enveloped everyone, leaving them feeling hollow and unsure of what to do. Link, however, fixed his gaze on Ivan, trembling as he reached out to grasp the descending electric whip. With a muffled grunt, Link endured the intense current coursing through his body. Enveloped in a vivid glow of electricity, reminiscent of the tungsten filament glowing within a light bulb. Just when everyone thought Link could not withstand another moment, he astonishingly stood up, his eyes blazing like twin torches. Tony, Natasha, Hawkeye, and the barely conscious Rogers stared in disbelief at the frail, yet defiant figure, radiating fury and light. Ivan laughed heartily. What a strong will. Is it? He increased the electric current, causing Link's body to convulse violently, nearly toppling him again. Ivan sneered, "Not dead yet? Let us see how long you can hold on." Again, he ramped up the power, infusing Link with an even more potent surge of electricity, illuminating his insides such that one could almost discern his organs and bones. Suddenly, a pale blue flame erupted from Link's body, coalescing behind him into the towering silhouette of a woman. A high-nosed, brown-skinned woman with red hair stood gracefully, arms crossed, exuding an air of majesty. Ivan's eyes widened in shock, while the others remained bewildered by the unfolding events. The ethereal figure behind him was none other than Queen Grudo, one of the 4 heroes, Zabo. "Long time no see, Link. How is the little princess?" Who stands before you as an enemy? Urzabo looked at Ivan, raising an eyebrow and snapping her fingers. Crack. 092, Thunder Power. Tony stared in astonishment at Link, enveloped in electric light. His long golden hair shimmering silver under the electric glow. The imposing figure behind him extended a slender arm forward, pinching her thumb and middle finger together. Snap. A crisp sound resonated. Yet, in the ears of all present, the sound of the snap was instantly followed by a cataclysmic roar of thunder, compelling them to lower their heads instinctively. In the night sky, dark clouds swiftly gathered, forming a vortex-like cone, with electric flashes undulating within, as if breathing. Boom! A colossal bolt of lightning descended, like a great sword piercing the heavens, descending furiously from the infinite sky toward Ivan's head, crashing down. With a blinding flash, the crowd was momentarily overwhelmed by the dazzling electric light, their vision obscured. When their sight returned, they witnessed Ivan's massive form engulfed in electricity, violently propelled away. In the place where Ivan stood, the asphalt and soil had crumbled, creating a large pit blasted open by lightning. Within, broken pipes revealed themselves, seeping out murky water. Tony yearned to employ Jarvis to analyze the formidable force that Link had just unleashed. However, Iron Man had been cleaved in two, and according to Tony's own estimations, even by the most conservative calculations, the thunderous blow from Link was sufficient to fill the energy requirements of 3 Iron Man suits. Such terrifying power transcended mere physicality or martial prowess. It could only be attributed to the divine. Despite their familiarity, Tony found himself feeling a sense of estrangement towards the frail boy, gasping for breath at the edge of the lightning-blasted pit. Urzabo remarked, "Thank you, Link, for awakening me once more. Although eternal slumber in oblivion is quite comfortable, having the chance to behold this world again is indeed a blessing. Is this not Hyrule?" Link, his eyes weary, explained, "This is not Hyrule. Ganon has fled to this world, seeking resurrection. The princess and I pursued him." A shadow of gloom crossed Urzabo's face as he said, "That fiend Ganon is indeed formidable." Link noticed Rogers lying on the ground, gasping for breath, and hurried over. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this," Link lamented. Rogers, weakly smiling, replied, "But you did not disappoint me. You defeated Ivan, did you not?" Tony approached with a complex expression, having just been rescued by Rogers, who now lay on the brink of death. He sat beside Rogers in despair, saying nothing. Natasha, clutching her shoulder, walked over as well. Link inquired, "Is there an antidote for this poison?" Shaking her head, Natasha's face was filled with sorrow. "There is none. This poison is incurable. Captain, do you have any last words?" As the group fell silent in sorrow, Link's countenance darkened, as if it could bleed ink. In the original timeline, Captain America could live until after Thanos obliterated half the universe's population. Yet now, he faced an untimely demise at the hands of Ivan, a mere minor antagonist from Iron Man 2. This ignited within Link a fierce anger, profound sadness, and confusion. How could a mere Ivan possess the blood of the Hulk and become so powerful? At that moment, however, Rogers perplexedly chuckled. "What are you all talking about? Aside from the hole in my abdomen, I'm in excellent health. I don't feel like I'm dying at all." "What?" Tony exclaimed in disbelief, glancing at Natasha. "Are your poison arrows counterfeit?" Natasha shook her head. "There can be no mistake. That type of poison, with just a milligram, is sufficient to kill 100,000 healthy men within a second. It is still experimental, and there is no targeted antidote available." Rogers shrugged and smiled. "Did you not know? My constitution is immune to toxins." The others looked on in confusion. If Agent Coulson, a devoted fan of Captain America, had been present, he would have calmly explained that the super soldier serum altered Captain America's white blood cells, granting him immunity to toxins, bacteria, diseases, and even alcohol. Captain America has not tasted intoxication for 70 years. In the midst of a few agonizing days marked by monumental change, Rogers attempted to drown his sorrows in sobriety. Yet the weight upon his heart remained unrelieved, while the pressure upon his bladder grew, leading him to frequent trips to the restroom. Fortunately, the captain was unharmed. It was merely a false alarm. Urzabo inquired, "Where is the little princess? I can sense her presence." Unlike Darkle, who directly channeled his power into Link's body, Urzabo's strength infused the lightning, allowing it to linger longer. Among the 4 champions, the one most closely bonded with Zelda was Queen Urzabo. Even after her demise, transforming into a spirit, she remained fond of Zelda, and the two truly understood one another. On the bus, 2 small heads peeked out. One was Pep Papa, the other Zelda. With curiosity, Zelda gazed out, asking, "Did we win?" Her eyes quickly caught sight of Urzabo in her ethereal form, and they widened in astonishment. Tears streamed down her face as she ran towards her, exclaiming, Ulzabo! Ulzabo opened her arms, yearning to embrace the charming little princess. However, as their figures intersected, Zelda passed right through Ulzabo, landing in Link's supportive grasp. Ulzabo shook her head in disappointment, but quickly turned, suavely whispering, You seem spirited, my little princess. At that moment, a cacophony of roars echoed from the distance, followed by heavy footsteps. A grotesque creature, its body crackling with electricity and ravaged by flames, approached with a menacing gait, each step resonating in the hearts of all present. Ulzabo inhaled deeply, realizing what a formidable foe. My previous strike was so forceful, yet did not vanquish him? I can sense him growing stronger. Natasha lamented while massaging her shoulders. I have no more toxins left. At this juncture, only 5 remained capable of fighting, and that was an exhausted Link. His body had been subjected to electric shocks for an extended period, and after numerous battles, he was utterly drained. Ivan roared defiantly, I will not be defeated. Suddenly, a sinister grin spread across his face, his eyes glowing with a malevolent red hue. Upon witnessing Ivan's gaze, Zelda, Link, and Ulzabo were taken aback, sensing the overwhelming presence of Ganon's tainted power. All 3 bore a grudge against Ganon, making them acutely sensitive to his essence. Despite Ivan revealing only a fraction of it, it felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Link stepped forward, retrieving Roger's vibranium shield and a single-handed sword from his armory, advancing with purpose, while Ulzabo trailed behind him. Despite his dire condition, utterly fatigued, the group was left with no choice but to rely on Link. Moreover, Ganon's corruption had tainted the Marvel timeline, transforming a minor antagonist from Iron Man 2 into a formidable force. Now, Link faced not merely Ivan, but the Ganon-infused power that loomed behind him. Given the gravity of the situation, it was imperative that Link confront Ganon directly. Link, Ivan muttered, his voice twisted and distorted. A tempestuous aura radiated from the formidable figure, whose muscular bulk seemed to transcend humanity, resembling an ancient harbinger of death. Ivan surged forward with astonishing speed, brandishing an electrified whip. Link, wielding a vibranium shield, deftly parried the strike. The sound of a successful deflection echoed as the whip rebounded towards Ivan, electrifying him in a dazzling display. Ivan staggered back 3 paces. Link prepared to unleash another fierce electric assault. Yet at that moment, a spark of electricity erupted beneath him. Having previously been ambushed by a digger, Link, drawing from his experience, swiftly leaped aside. The asphalt ruptured, revealing a gaunt figure emerging, caked in dirt and rubble. This skeletal wretch appeared emaciated, with sunken eyes and a haunting visage. His clothing hung loosely, soiled and tattered, stained with blood and revealing a grotesquely stitched chest, a testament to a botched surgical intervention. The sight was utterly repulsive. Tony gasped in shock. Hammer? After a few days' absence, it seemed Hammer had endured unspeakable torment. Reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, Hammer erupted into a manic laughter. Tony. Link. Tony. He lunged at Link, who narrowly evaded the attack, intending to deliver a powerful kick. As Link closed the distance, his foot connected solidly with Hammer's chest. Yet, an unimaginable occurrence transpired. Despite Link's exhaustion, his kick was far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Hammer, with a grotesque grin, unexpectedly opened his chest wide, ensnaring Link's foot within his gaping cavity. Tony hastily borrowed control glasses from Seer, using JARVIS to call out to War Machine Rhodey. In the air, War Machine dodged incoming fire, while Rhodey, exasperated, replied, Tony, I can't control War Machine. Hammer, using his own body as a shackle, locked Link in place and lunged at his thigh like a rabid dog. Meanwhile, Ivan had regained his footing and launched a punch toward Link. In a moment of desperation, Link snapped his fingers. Crack. An electric current radiated from him, jolting both Hammer and Ivan. Seizing the opportunity, Link leapt on one foot, forcefully stomping Hammer's face to free himself from the grotesque grasp. He then rolled away, narrowly escaping further entanglement. Link summoned his thunderous might twice more, his vision swirling. On the verge of collapse, Urzabo cautioned, Link, your body is dangerously depleted. Now, Link faced the combined assault of Ivan and Hammer, desperately dodging and deflecting with his shield. Tony observed intently, urging silently, hold on, just give me 10 seconds. Swiftly, Tony hacked into War Machine's controls. Meanwhile, the War Machine, under Ivan's influence, joined the fray against Link. A cannonball struck Link, yet fortune favored him as his vibranium shield absorbed the impact, sparing him from grave injury. The The cannon of War Machine recalibrated, targeting the bloodied Link. Just then, Tony succeeded in regaining control. All right, Rhodey, I've restored your access. Take down those two bastards. Now, Rhodey exclaimed, finally. The muzzle turned, aiming at Ivan and Hammer, and two shots rang out. Bang, bang. Amidst the flames, Hammer lunged forward, desperately entangling himself with the War Machine, fiercely clawing at its helmet as they tumbled to the ground in a struggle. Meanwhile, Ivan's progressively crimson eyes were fixated solely on Link, and he charged forward with alarming speed. Zelda cried out, "Bird!" The bird swiftly unfurled, gliding towards Ivan to launch an attack. Yet, Ivan evaded the beam of light, grasping the bird with both hands and bellowing rend. As he tore it apart, Zelda's complexion turned pale. At that moment, no one was left to rescue Link. Urzabob shouted, "Link, this creature's strength is amplifying at an astonishing rate." Ivan, now an even more colossal figure, roared, "Indeed, Link, I am growing stronger while you grow weaker. I have enhanced myself 15-fold from my former self." A punch came crashing in, shattering the very air around them. Everyone present felt their breath catch. Despair clouded the minds of all, except for Link. He unsheathed his long sword, gripping it firmly with both hands, his knees trembling, and waves of emptiness and fatigue tormenting his nerves. Yet, he remained undaunted. "Urzabob, lend me your strength." "No. If you continue this way, you will perish. You must flee," Urzabob urged urgently. "Flee? Allow Ivan to continue swelling in size and strength?" Link shouted back, "Hear me. Lend me your power. I shall not perish. I am well aware that a mermaid girl will appear at my most perilous moment to rescue me. Therefore, I fear nothing." The power of lightning surged from his arms into the longsword. Link felt his body teetering on the brink of collapse, his health reduced to but half a heart. Without hesitation, he lunged forward with his sword. Urzabob turned his head away, unable to watch. The others stood in stunned silence, gazing at Link's desperate struggle. Zelda clasped her hands in prayer. "Oh, Hylia, Father King Rabalmi, I implore you to save Link." Link evaded Ivan's fist, driving his sword deep into Ivan's chest. In an instant, the electric light vanished. Urzabob shook his head, casting a disappointed glance at Zelda, offering her a bittersweet smile before disappearing. Link bowed his head, maintaining his stance with the sword embedded, motionless. Although Ivan had been pierced through the chest, dark blood flowed forth, staining Link's hands and sword. Yet Ivan continued to cackle. "Link, Link, you are finally dead." Tony knelt despondently on the ground. Natasha closed her eyes, and Rogers gritted his teeth, pulling out a poisoned arrow from his abdomen, blood gushing forth as he struggled to rise and continue the fight against Ivan. Hawkeye dragged himself forward, bow, an arrow in hand, gritting his teeth in determination. Nick bowed his head, rubbing his eyes. The remaining agents stared blankly at Link and Ivan. Peppa cried outright, her sobs echoing. Zelda heard the shattering sound in her heart, but continued to pray silently. Ivan's eyes, tainted with a filthy crimson, prepared to unleash a roar when a brilliant pale blue light emanated from his chest. A soft, tender call resonated throughout New York. "I have come to protect you, Link." Within the silent heart of Link, the whispers of the Hylian goddess resonated. "Complete the hero's trial. Awaken the champion, Mypha." After awakening the soul of the Gerudo, Queen Urbosa, Link had already discerned the method to rouse Mypha from slumber. The champion of the Gorons, Derek, bestowed upon Link immense power and an unwavering ability to parry attacks, derived from their direct confrontations. The Gerudo champion, Urbosa, granted Link the might of thunder, drawn from the intense electric shocks of the cursed Ganondorf. Therefore, to awaken the Zora Princess Mypha, who excelled in healing and revival, Link must first embrace death itself. Only through the sacrifice of his own life could he awaken the most vital champion, Mypha, residing in his heart. This, undoubtedly, was the most perilous trial. Zelda, her mouth slightly agape, gazed wide-eyed at the crimson figure hovering above Link. Peppa ceased her weeping, staring blankly at Mypha, and suddenly lost her balance, tumbling to the ground. Tony, Rogers, and the others stood in astonishment, having just witnessed the grim news of Link's demise. Yet, in that moment, blue flames erupted anew from Link's body, coalescing into a fresh, human form. The rapid succession of events left their emotions in a state of turmoil, struggling to comprehend. Tony recalled Zelda's words about this crimson soul. Was it truly Link's childhood companion, the Zora Mypha? Zelda, wiping her tear-streaked eyes, smiled and affirmed, "Yes, it is Mypha. Now that she has appeared, Link is safe." Mypha's gaze was as gentle and clear as a morning brook, as she looked down at Link and softly uttered, "Link, it has been a long time. Awaken." Naturally, Ivan would not remain idle while witnessing this series of transformations. With a thunderous roar, he launched another punch, his fist enveloped in a dark red, lightning-like sinister glow, a manifestation of Ganondorf's cursed power. The blow struck Link squarely in the chest. Boom! The asphalt beneath them shattered instantly, a massive force creating a deep crater, sending shockwaves that hurled Zelda, Tony, and the others away. Windows of distant buildings exploded, showering glass shards down like rain. Tony's head collided forcefully with the ground. Gritting his teeth, he shook off the dirt and sat up, only to see that Ivan's punch had carved out a crater resembling that of a meteorite impact. Tony's face turned pale as he scrambled to the edge of the crater, searching for Link's whereabouts. Ivan's expression was twisted with rage as he beheld Link open his eyes, revealing clear blue irises that locked onto Ivan's gaze. Ivan's fist halted just a meter before Link, enveloped by a broad hand. Before Link stood a towering figure, 3 meters high, wreathed in pale blue flames, its body resembling rock with a soil-like hue. Its 2 charmingly round black eyes now bore a regal intensity as they glared at the looming threat. "Your punch carries quite the force," Ivan bellowed, the name of the giant escaping his lips. "Derek." Derek glared at Ivan, fury evident in his voice. "Indeed, it is you. I recognize your voice, Demon King Ganondorf." With a resounding shout and a powerful punch, the blow struck Ivan's abdomen. The immense force tugged at Darkle's body, causing it to slightly distort. Thud! Ivan soared into the sky. Meanwhile, the blue flames enveloping Link intensified, and from behind him emerged a tall and elegant red-haired woman. Erzubo remarked with a smile, "It appears that, aside from Libel, the heroes have once again gathered." Targeting the demonized Ivan in the sky, she snapped her fingers. Dark clouds amassed overhead, and thunder roared down like the axe of a battle god, cleaving the very heavens. Even Thor in Asgard felt a tremor coursing through his body, a force reminiscent of that of the god of thunder, causing him to sense a formidable threat. This made his countenance darken slightly, as he was in the midst of his coronation as the king of Asgard. Odin, too, cast a puzzled glance towards the horizon, pondering, what events are unfolding on Earth? Meanwhile, on Earth, the power of thunder struck Ivan with tremendous force, causing his colossal form to char and blacken at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a charred object, resembling burnt coal, which plummeted to the ground. Mipha, with a worried expression, inquired, "Have we defeated him?" Darkle shook his head, refusing to relax. Erzuboa's expression soured as well. Rogers, supported by Natasha, nervously observed the scene. They beheld Ivan, now unrecognizable and charred by lightning, when suddenly his burnt limbs ruptured and a grotesque entity emerged, akin to flowing magma, adorned with eyes of varying sizes, all fixated on Link, exuding a pure malice. Zelda gasped, "It's the Ganon corruption." Tony felt a wave of nausea. The previous Ivan had at least retained a humanoid form, but now he was an indescribable monstrosity. Was this creature truly concealed within Ivan's body? Mipha looked at Link, her eyes shimmering with hope, placing her small hand on his shoulder. "Link, we must rely on you now." Erzubo echoed, "Indeed, brave sir, though you may be weary, only you can vanquish this foe." Darkle thumped his chest, exclaiming, "Use my strength." Brother Link. Nick, with dirt atop his head, leaped and shouted, "Finish Ivan. Go Link. Defeat this creature." All eyes in the arena were now fixed upon Link. He drew his sword and stepped forward. Mipha vanished, followed by Erzubo and Darkle. The pale blue flames surrounding Link blazed even more fervently, as if he were truly aflame. Ivan, or rather, the monster residing within him, finally revealed its true form, the Ganon corruption, shrieking sharply, "Link." The Ganon corruption suddenly erupted with black light, emanating an extremely dangerous aura. Its power entirely contained, unable to refract even light. It surged towards Link, filled with primordial malice and darkness, striking like a venomous serpent. "Ganon, perish!" echoed Darkle's mighty voice from within Link, as electric energy surged from his chest, spreading throughout his body, ultimately converging into his sword. The combined strength of the 2 great heroes flowed into Link, and he felt an immense pressure threatening to shatter him, his shoulders sagging as his vision blurred and swayed. However, a gentle voice from Mipha soon emerged. "I have come to help you share the burden." Under Mipha's protective strength, Link returned to his normal state. With a loud shout, he extended his arm, channeling the souls of 3 champions, and struck his sword against the encroaching dark energy of Ganon. The clash of electric light and darkness erupted, creating a stark contrast of white and black. Yet, only a faint, muffled sound of mutual corrosion could be heard. At the epicenter of their confrontation, where black met white, the fabric of space began to warp, unleashing a swirling vortex. Instantly, Ganon's corruption and Link's figure shimmered like reflections on a lake, rippling outward. Suddenly, the space fractured, drawing both into the fissure, and they vanished without a trace. In the Nine Realms, the homeland of the Frost Giants, Jotunheim, time and space shattered, and a golden-haired youth plummeted from the sky. 095. The fabric of time was torn. Link and Ganon's corruption found themselves ensnared in the chaotic currents of time. Even though both possessed immense power capable of decimating a small nation on Earth, they appeared remarkably fragile amidst the devastation of cosmic order. Under the onslaught of high-pressure spatial debris, Link summoned Dark Link with a furious roar, executing a flawless shield counter. The surrounding space was instantaneously cleared, yet Link barely had time to catch his breath. After all, in the tumult of spatial chaos, there was no air to sustain him. Countless shards of space debris surged toward him like fragments of shattered glass from a recent explosion. In this dire situation, Link activated his newly acquired skill, Time Stop. This time, he did not pause the world around him, but rather himself. With a snap, time around Link abruptly froze, a shimmering white light enveloping him as ethereal chains bound his form. Now, Link was ensnared by the very fabric of frozen time. The chaotic debris from the external currents could not harm one who was suspended in time. This granted Link a precious 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, the anomalies within the temporal turbulence were drawn towards a fragile spatial rift. With a crack, the chains binding Link shattered, and he instantly regained consciousness. He found himself high in the frigid air, continuing his descent. Have I been swept into the Arctic by the chaotic currents of time? Link thought as he plummeted, only to find his body suddenly encased in frost. The temperature in this nameless land was at least 40 degrees below zero. His lips quickly turned purple from the cold. He hastily employed his ice control ability through the Ice Maker. Activating it upon himself, he immediately thawed from the bone-chilling frost. With the Ice Maker's influence, Link was undaunted by the frigid air. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, azure flames erupted from his body, and a petite red fish girl emerged. Exclaiming Link, intrigued, asked, "I didn't summon you?" Mypha, a bit bashful, replied, "My connection with you is different from that with others. Be careful." Among the 4 champions, Mypha held a unique role. She did not require Link's conscious summoning, but would automatically appear whenever he found himself in peril. Link's heart warmed at the sight of Mypha, the gentle fish princess. From the moment he first encountered her to their soul-stirring reunion a century later, she remained unchanged, quietly gazing at him in her familiar form. Upon awakening from a century-long slumber, the first memory to resurface was that of this tender fish girl. "You must trust in my abilities." Link attempted to grasp Mypha, who floated before him. Hesitantly, she reached out her hand. Both were apprehensive, their hands overlapping, as the living could not touch the ethereal, much like how Urza cannot embrace Zelda. Yet, Link felt a chilling sensation as he genuinely held Mypha's small red hand. Mypha gazed at Link with a dreamy expression before suddenly exclaiming, "Be careful." Link rubbed his head as he sat up, a scrape on his forehead. Mypha chuckled lightly. "You still have that penchant for adventure, just like in your childhood." Mypha drifted closer, her 2 small red hands resting atop Link's head, channeling the power of heroes, visibly healing his injury at an astonishing pace. "It's just like before. Whenever you were hurt, you would come to me for healing." Link looked at Mypha puzzled, unaware of the unspoken words that lingered in her heart. Mypha shyly turned her head away. "You didn't peek in my diary, did you?" Link chuckled awkwardly, scratching his temple. How could such a curious soul resist the temptation? Mypha's cheeks flushed crimson at his reaction, which spoke volumes, leaving her feeling bashful before the one who had glimpsed her innermost thoughts. However, after a brief pause, she resolutely declared, her voice trembling slightly, "My feelings for you have never wavered. I shall always protect you." Link remained silent, embracing Mypha in his arms. Words were not his forte, nor was expressing his emotions. This embrace spoke his truth. Just as the 2 reunited souls basked in their silence, a loud voice interrupted, "Hey, you 2 up ahead." Startled, Mypha nestled closer into Link's embrace, reluctant to be seen by anyone, particularly Zelda. She whispered, "Who is it?" Link turned his head, shooting a glare at the raucous intruder, revealing a peculiar expression. Rising to his feet, he beheld a warrior clad in a red cloak and armor. With long hair and a thick beard, tall and robust, his blue eyes fixed intently on Link and Mypha. 5 similarly dressed warriors trailed behind him. One among them had a shifty gaze and a subtle smirk, concealing some mischievous intent handsome yet cursed with a hairline reminiscent of Korok's Thor. Loki? Link called out, recognizing the intruders as none other than the brothers Thor and Loki, who had traveled far to confront the frost giants of Jotunheim. Thor, unperturbed by Link's shout, acknowledged his identity, being the son of Odin and a prince of Asgard, a fact known throughout the cosmos. Two human ladies. Pray tell, what brings you to the lair of the frost giants? Thor's tone was brusque, yet his words bore an unexpected politeness, evoking an ancient charm. Loki, with a mischievous smile, had discovered certain matters unbeknownst to his elder brother, not to mention the peculiar fact that the northern god spoke impeccable modern English. Thor's mere two utterances had already provoked Link's ire. Thor's countenance shifted dramatically. Since donning women's attire, any mention of the topic would incite Link's temper. Oh, thunder god Thor. When others mock you as a princess, you wield your hammer against them. Yet when you are mistaken for a girl, you cannot empathize with their plight. Link retorted sharply. In an instant, Thor was enraged, exclaiming, "How dare you insult me? Thor, son of Odin." He raised his hammer, intent on delivering a fierce blow to Link. Behind him, Sif hastily restrained Thor, exclaiming, "What quarrel do you have with a young girl? Bullying the weak is not the way of a warrior." Thor whispered to Sif, "I need not strike her with my hammer. I shall merely approach and intimidate her, instilling a sense of propriety." Loki, with a sly grin, encouraged, "Let him proceed. Something entertaining is bound to unfold." Being adept at reading the room, Loki discerned Link's remarkable prowess, particularly the extraordinary round shield in his possession. He yearned to witness his brother's humiliation. Thor swaggered over, brandishing his hammer before Link, declaring, "I warn you, to mock a warrior as a woman is the gravest insult. I do not wish to harm the weak, but it is advisable that you apologize." Yet before the words could escape Link's lips, he delivered a punch to Thor's abdomen. The Thunder Goddess' face instantly turned a hue rivaling that of the Hulk, gasping for breath and staggering back, mouth agape. Thor's comrades rushed to his side. Hogun, with an Asian visage, brandished twin daggers at Link, threatening, "You dare to injure Thor." Thor quickly restrained Hogun, forcing himself to stand upright, feigning indifference. "Humph, you worry too much." Her little fists barely tickled. Yet within, he grappled with bewilderment. How could such a petite figure possess such strength? A lost Valkyrie? This girl certainly had a fiery temperament. Link pointed to his Adam's apple, proclaiming, "I am a man." Thor and his companions were taken aback. Asgard revered valor, and each was a paragon of masculinity. The epitome of delicateness was Loki, and they had never encountered such a dainty, yet charming boy. Thor's expression shifted as he pointed his hammer at Link, stating, "In that case, let's engage in a contest between men. Reveal your name and prepare for battle." With a flourish, he spun his hammer and charged at Link. Loki, perplexed, shook his head, raising an eyebrow and crossing his arms as he remarked to Thor's comrades, "It seems we have strayed from our original quest to confront the frost giants. Is this not somewhat off topic?" Thor was unperturbed. Whether battling the frost giants or Link, the order was inconsequential. Link stepped forward, addressing Myfa. "Watch this." Having grown up alongside Myfa, a childhood companion who had witnessed his most mischievous moments, Link felt far less serious in her presence than when with Zelda. He adjusted his grip on the vibranium shield, contemplating, "Rogers, my apologies, but due to unforeseen circumstances, this is not my fault. I shall borrow the shield for a moment." Link sank to his knees, poised and ready, waiting for the opportune moment. Snap. He executed a shield counter. Loki looked at Link with a mix of intrigue and suspicion. He immediately recognized Link's extraordinary nature, but was astonished to find that he had underestimated him. This counterattack injured Thor, catching him completely off guard. Loki stepped forward, demanding, "Who are you?" "I am Link." "What a commendable name." Thor rubbed his face, fury etched across his features as he scrutinized Link. Having lived for over a millennium, Thor was no stranger to battles, formidable foes, and countless trials, earning him a formidable reputation in Asgard. Who in Asgard would dare to question his prowess? Yet, at this moment, he found himself overshadowed by a young human who had inexplicably appeared in Jotunheim. Out of respect for Thor, Loki, Sif, Hogun, Vandal, and Volstagg could only stand by and observe, placing their unwavering trust in Thor's valor. They were soon to witness a breathtaking spectacle. The enchanted hammer, Mjolnir, which had always obeyed Thor, writhed vigorously at Link's feet, unable to break free. This was a first. Link reached down to lift Mjolnir. Vandal scoffed, "Don't be ridiculous. Only Thor and Odin, the All-Father, can wield Mjolnir." Link smiled. "Is that so?" He grasped the hammer's handle and effortlessly lifted it. Nodding, he remarked, "It feels quite manageable." "Not bad." The inhabitants of Asgard gasped in disbelief, unable to trust their own eyes. The mighty Mjolnir had been effortlessly lifted by a seemingly frail, golden-haired youth. Thor, meanwhile, wore an expression akin to that of a betrothed witnessing a betrayal with Loki, muttering, "This cannot be. Only a pure-hearted warrior can lift Mjolnir." His gaze towards Link shifted repeatedly. The mere ability to wield Mjolnir was enough to signify that this youth named Link was indeed a commendable warrior. Just then, a chilling voice echoed, "Son of Odin, what brings you here?" Countless frost giants encircled them. The leader of the frost giants, King Laufey, had sensed Thor's presence in Jotunheim from the moment he stepped foot there. Growing impatient from waiting in his lair without any sign of a visitor, he decided to venture out himself. From a distance, he spotted Thor, the god of thunder, brandishing Mjolnir, facing off against a band of Asgardian warriors. Confused, he wondered, are they in the midst of an internal conflict? Never mind, I'll take them all. King Laufey, having never seen Thor, recognized only the hammer and mistook Link for Thor. As he approached, he paused, lowering his voice. "Thor, son of Odin, I never imagined you would resemble a young maiden." Thor, noticing the approaching frost giants and hearing Laufey's words, erupted in fury. "You dare mock me?" Laufey retorted, "And who are you?" "I am Thor, the god of thunder." Laufey pointed to Link. "Why is Mjolnir in the hands of this person?" "He stole my hammer." Only then did Laufey realize his mistake and chuckled darkly. "Huh, Odin has birthed such a wretch, having his hammer snatched by a mere girl." One statement had offended both men. Link seethed. "Who are you calling a girl?" Thor growled. "And who are you calling a wretch?" Their eyes locked in a fierce exchange. Since witnessing Link grasp the mighty Mjolnir, Thor's perception of him has undergone a significant transformation. Regardless of the circumstances, anyone acknowledged by Mjolnir cannot be deemed a villain. To be recognized by a weapon uniquely his own, Link has earned Thor's respect. Not only Thor, but other warriors of the divine realm, upon seeing Link wield the hammer, instinctively inclined their heads in a gesture of reverence. Thor proclaimed, "Link, you are a valiant warrior deserving of honor. It is ill time to engage in combat with you now. Let us vanquish these frost giants first, and then we shall share a drink in celebration. This is a conflict between Asgard and Jotunheim, and it is unwise to involve outsiders. Return my hammer." Link chuckled. "You harbor a grudge against this ice giant, and so do I. Allow me to borrow your hammer for a moment. It is indeed splendid. I have long coveted the power of Mjolnir. Though I do not relish taking what belongs to others, given the opportunity, I wish to wield it for a while." Loki approached Thor, saying, "There are too many foes." Meanwhile, Link, with the vibranium shield in his left hand and Mjolnir in his right, surged forward with astonishing speed. Enveloped in a chilling whirlwind, he swung the hammer down with the force of creation itself, aiming directly at King Laufey's face. Suddenly, brilliant arcs of electricity erupted from Mjolnir, ravaging the air with their dazzling glow. Upon witnessing the lightning emanating from the hammer, Thor's expression soured. Lightning? This lad can wield Mjolnir and unleash lightning as well. Could he be attempting to usurp my title as God of Thunder? The other warriors were equally baffled, some even speculating that Link might be Odin's illegitimate son. How else could he wield Mjolnir and command the storm? Loki shook his head and joined the fray. In the midst of the battle, one individual found himself in an exceedingly awkward position. Thor, the god of thunder himself, with his hammer snatched away by Link. Thor stood empty-handed, a most embarrassing predicament. A colossal frost giant roared and charged, exuding an icy aura that caused frost to accumulate on Thor's beard. Clenching his fists, Thor's embarrassment morphed into indignation, and he bellowed, "Feel the wrath of my thunderous fist." His volleyball-sized fist crashed down upon the intruder. King Laufey, witnessing Link approach with a crimson aura and the fearsome Mjolnir crackling with electricity, was reminded of the brutal battles he once fought against Odin. Yet Link, seemingly at ease and even delighted by the acquisition of such a formidable weapon, evoked memories of Odin in his prime. Though Link's strength and might were but pale shadows of Odin's former glory, they were sufficient to instill in Laufey a profound unease and a visceral disdain. With a thunderous voice, Laufey exclaimed, "You dare claim you are not the god of thunder." He retaliated with a punch, from which sharp ice swords swiftly emerged between his fingers, cold enough to freeze the waters of Lake Baikal. A layer of frost enveloped Link's body, and even before the icy blades made contact, the frigid winds sent chills coursing through his veins, causing his complexion to pale and lips to turn blue. Observing Link's reaction, Laufey scoffed, "Is that all you have? You, a mere boy, how could you possibly withstand the frigid poison of my frost giant? Other frost giants must make physical contact to transmit their icy venom. Yet I, Laufey, the most formidable of Jotunheim, wield the power of this poison beyond imagination, capable of striking my foes from afar." Infusing my arms with strength, I thrust my colossal ice sword with great force. Now, Link, besieged by the Frigitoxin, finds himself in dire straits. How can he hope to endure my mighty strike? However, the situation unfolds unexpectedly. With a resounding cry, Link summons the electric fury of Thor's hammer, its brilliance akin to a miniature comet, colliding with the ice sword and shattering it into countless shards. Startled, I retreat 3 steps, as the powerful force of thunder coursing through me leaves my body numbed. My body convulses as the thunderous energy within me dissipates in an instant. This mere spark of lightning pales in comparison to Odin's might, and thus cannot truly harm me. Yet, it is enough to astonish me. How could you, under the assault of my frigid poison, muster such formidable strength? As Link lands, his body sways, his hands torn from our fierce clash. The ethereal presence of Myfa embraces him, using her heroic essence to mend his ruptured muscles and alleviate the harm inflicted by the poison. After all, I am a formidable warrior who once battled Odin across the 9 realms. While Link has only recently endured the curse of the polluted Ivankaran and navigated the tumult of spatial chaos, his physical condition has yet to return to peak form. Thus, in our recent encounter, he has suffered some disadvantage. I have underestimated you. I regard Link with newfound respect. Within the hierarchy of frost giants, the weak must submit to the strong, and as their leader, I must possess absolute power to maintain my authority. Yet, under Link's assault, I have been compelled to retreat. In the presence of so many frost giants, my retreat at the hands of Link will undoubtedly incite doubt among my unruly kin. Link's visage is rendered pallid by the frigid poison. With every breath, his warm exhalation crystallizes into myriad icy particles. It appears he is indeed struggling against the bite of the frost. Suddenly, with my hands planted firmly on the ground, I unleash a multitude of ice pillars, aimed squarely at Link, a force potent enough to rend a mountain apart. As the ice pillars rush towards him, a wave of repulsive cold engulfs him. Yet, he does not flinch, brandishing his vibranium shield and executing a perfect counter, a resounding thwack. The sharp ice columns shatter upon impact. With a mighty roar, I charge forth from behind the remnants of the ice, and we engage once more. Thunder crackles, and the air grows painfully frigid. The ground beneath us buckles and collapses under the intensity of our clash. Though I do not hold the upper hand in this battle, I wield the chilling poison that continuously assails Link's body. At this moment, his lips have turned a deep blue, and his brows and hair are frosted white. I sneer coldly, asking, how does it feel? Quite cold, is it? Would you like to experience the agony of your cells being pierced by ice crystals? You have ingested a significant amount of my frigid poison. Once it fully erupts, your body will be pierced by ice spikes, leading to your demise. As Link stood, the whispers of the Hylian goddess graced his ears. Complete the hero's ice manipulation skill enhancement. Time stop 098. Upon the conclusion of the goddess's incantation, the frigid poison that had been ravaging Link's body abruptly weakened, ceasing to inflict harm upon his vital organs. It was as though an eye had formed within him, allowing Link to discern the accumulation of the icy toxin inside him, and he could see his heart ensconced in frost. Just moments prior, this vibrant heart had been trembling desperately under the onslaught of the cold poison, nearly halting the flow of blood. Return it, Link roared, wielding a thunderous hammer to shatter the formidable ice barrier of King Rolfi, propelling himself forward. With parted lips, he commanded the gathered frost within him to surge forth like a water jet, striking at King Rolfi. The king perceived a blinding white flash as a frosty mist, tinged with a sinister deep blue aura, crashed before him and froze instantaneously. In an astonishing display, the massive body of King Rolfi crystallized into a colossal ice sphere with a diameter of 10 meters. Chief, the remaining frost giants, witnessing their leader ensnared by the retaliatory frost, shouted in the tongue of Jotunheim. A dozen frost giants charged toward Link, intent on his destruction. In the second that followed King Rolfi's entrapment, Link sensed the tumult and struggle emanating from within the ice sphere, and it seemed the king was poised to break free. It was imperative to note that the poison, originating from Rolfi himself, could not harm him, with frost giants advancing from behind and Rolfi on the verge of escape ahead. Link found himself in a perilous predicament. Thor, wielding a frost giant as a makeshift weapon, swung it about, delivering devastating blows. The frost giant, once a formidable foe, was reduced to a pitiful state, bloodied and battered, eventually falling silent. Observing the multitude of frost giants converging upon Link and witnessing the fierce battle against Rolfi, Thor, upholding the dignity of the Thunder God, could not abide Link overshadowing him. He resolved to rush to Link's aid. Yet, the ground trembled ominously. A chilling and swift wave rippling across the icy battlefield, drowning out the sounds of combat with a menacing breathing. Thor lifted his gaze to behold a massive, deep blue beast perched upon the ice mountain, its ferocious form unmistakably predatory. Thor instantly recognized this creature as the frost giant beast, a minion of King Ralphie. As the beast observed Ralphie ensnared, it leaped down with alarming speed, jaws agape and fangs bared, casting a daunting shadow over Link. "Your opponent is me," Thor bellowed, launching himself into the fray, grasping the unfortunate frost giant tightly, and aimed to intercept the monstrous beast with a powerful strike. Meanwhile, Link's companion, Mypha, watched with concern as the frost giants closed in on Link. Yet Link, with a smile, reassured her, "Do not worry. Witness how I shall deal with them." Mypha's anxiety only deepened as she recalled Link's childhood, a time when he was not the silent, stoic figure he had become, but rather a joyful, adventurous little boy, eager for every escapade, often drawn to perilous escapades, such as provoking the ferocious lizardmen near the realm of Zora with nothing but a wooden stick. Link one day stealthily ventured forth into adventure. Concerned for his safety, Mypha scoured the area in search of him. When she finally discovered Link, the small figure was battered and bruised, sitting amidst a nest of lizardmen corpses, disgruntledly gnawing on a half-cooked lizard tail he had prepared. This sight left Mypha deeply traumatized. Although Link no longer laughed or spoke as freely as before, his eyes still sparkled with an unmistakable thirst for adventure and excitement. With determination, Link reached for the colossal ice sphere that bound King Ralphie, exclaiming, "Time stop." Instantly, the ice sphere was enveloped by a golden membrane, bound by golden chains that rendered time immobile and unbreakable. Leaping behind the ice sphere, Link wielded the Thunder Goddess hammer with all his might and struck the surface with a series of resounding blows. Clang, clang, clang. Confident in the hammer's resilience, he unleashed his full strength without hesitation. The once golden surface of the time-bound ice began to glow a deep crimson. In a brief flurry, he struck over 50 times, channeling all his power into the ice sphere. The surface of the time-locked sphere began to flicker incessantly until, suddenly, the chain shattered. Link quickly leaped atop the ice sphere. In an explosive release of pent-up energy, the ice sphere surged forward, launching itself towards the oncoming horde of frost giants. Crack, crack, crack. Sitting atop the ice sphere, Link eagerly counted the giants he struck. 1, 2, 3, ultimately sending 7 frost giants tumbling. Alas, the positioning was less than ideal, as the frost giants encircled him rather than forming a straight line, limiting the sphere's destructive range. However, propelled by the unstoppable momentum of the ice sphere, Link successfully broke through the encirclement. Even after toppling 7 frost giants, the ice sphere maintained its momentum. Yet, the outer layer of ice could not withstand the strain and shattered, revealing the captive King Ralphie within. Link executed a backflip to evade. "Did you truly believe you could harm me with ice, frost giant?" King Ralphie exclaimed, suddenly realizing he was airborne, facing a towering ice mountain. Crash! With a reluctant shout, he collided with the mountain. In an instant, a fissure erupted from the point of impact, rapidly spreading across the ice mountain like branches of a tree, leading to its catastrophic collapse. As Link descended, he deftly swung the Thunder Goddess hammer, sending nearby frost giants flying. Exhausted, he gazed at the massive ice mountain crumbling into a shower of debris, akin to a sand sculpture washed away by a torrential downpour. Even from a distance, he felt the ground tremble violently beneath him, the icy surface cracking under the strain. Everyone, including Thor and the frost giants, stood in awe, gazing at Link and the collapsing mountain. For a moment, the icy plain was silent, save for the solitary roar of the mountain's fall. Thor suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming, "What manner of warrior is this?" As Loki twisted his neck in astonishment, displaying an expression akin to toothache, he quickly regained his composure and thrust his blade towards the frost giant engaged in battle beside him. This momentary distraction, caused by Link, allowed the frost giant to falter. Meanwhile, the other warriors of the Celestial Palace, in a state of shock, felt a twinge of regret, as if they had journeyed across vast distances to confront a demon king, only to witness an even mightier archfiend vanquish him. What had they a raucous assembly come to do? Merely to spectate? 099 Odin to the rescue. Link gasped for breath amidst the frigid realm of Jotunheim, his body radiating steam like a piping hot cup of milk tea. After enduring such a heavy blow, the frost giant, King Laufey, must surely be dead. Engaged in relentless combat, Link found himself fatigued. Having walked the perilous tightrope for too long, weariness began to take its toll. Though he relished adventure, he did not delight in slaughter. The constant dance with life and death left him mentally drained, his shoulders slumped. Myfa, ever so gentle, used her small, red hands to massage Link's shoulders, channeling her protective energy to soothe his weary nerves. "You always end up with injuries," she murmured softly. Thor remained dazed, still grappling with the frost giant beast. But it was the creature that reacted first, opening its maw wide and exclaiming a guttural growl, ready to consume Thor whole. "Thor!" shouted Sif for Valhalla. In that instant, Loki was caught off guard as a frost giant seized his arm. Panic surged within him. His comrade had already suffered a grievous injury from the grasp of the frost giant. Loki's arm swiftly became encased in a layer of ice, but then, both he and his assailant were struck with astonishment as the chilling venom seeped into Loki's body, merging with him as effortlessly as water blends with water, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The frost giant stared at Loki in disbelief, for only his kin would remain unafraid of the frost giant's frostbite, and at that moment Link, too, was impervious. Could it be that Loki was? Reacting with remarkable swiftness, Loki thrust his blade forward, piercing the frost giant's chest. In its dying moments, the creature wore an expression of shock and confusion, sending an unprecedented chill through Loki's heart, one that surpassed even the icy venom gnawing at his soul. Meanwhile, Thor was treated like mere fodder, swallowed whole by the frost beast. The creature chewed vigorously, but Thor, the god of thunder, despite being without his hammer, possessed extraordinary strength. He unleashed furious blows within the cavernous maw, each strike on the upper palate, leaving imprints as powerful as those on steel. The frost beast attempted to masticate Thor, binding him with its tongue as it moved him towards its teeth. In desperation, Thor called out for his beloved hammer. "Link, quickly, return my hammer to me," he shouted, regardless of whether Link could hear him. As he opened his mouth, he was engulfed by the frost beast's viscous saliva, his eyes rolling back in exasperation. Link, still assessing the collapsed ice mountain, suddenly felt a struggle from the hammer. Turning his head, he spotted the frost beast gnawing on something. Realizing the peril, he reluctantly relinquished Mjolnir. The hammer soared towards the creature's maw, just as Thor was on the brink of being torn asunder by the beast's bear-like teeth. With a resounding crash, the hammer struck, striking the jaws of the colossal beast. An immense force tore through its flesh, continuing its relentless advance. As it spun and shattered the sharp fang that was about to bisect Thor, Link gazed at the frost giant, when suddenly a burst of blood erupted from his forehead. Thor, wielding his hammer, charged forth like a valiant hero, his body slick with ichor, only to be instantly frozen into a popsicle by the frigid outdoor air. Thor laughed eartily, proclaiming, "Ah, this is the fate of those who dare to provoke Asgard. To hell with your Asgard." A deep voice echoed, and the previously silent frost giants erupted into excited roars. Link abruptly turned his head towards the figure emerging from the collapsed ice mountain. "Tell me your name. Is it not enough that you have been beaten to this extent? Are you still alive?" A heaviness settled in Link's heart. He was already exhausted, and the distant shout from King Laufey, laden with anger and weight, clearly indicated he had sustained little injury. Link felt so famished he could devour 2 hulks. The multitude of frost giants encircled Link, Thor, and their companions. Thor inquired of Link, "Is Laufey difficult to contend with?" Link replied, "Easily defeated, provided I can have a hearty meal first. I am too weak from hunger." Link found himself uncertain whether Thor was praising him or boasting of his own prowess. Furrowing his brow, "I have no taste for that foul liquid extracted from decaying grains." Link held a keen interest in delectable food and drink, save for alcohol. In the land of Hyrule, such a thing as wine had never existed, and Link could not comprehend why this intoxicating liquid was so favored by the humans of the Marvel Universe. Thor lamented, "What a pity. Yet you are indeed too young for such indulgences." Link retorted, "I am over 100 years old." Thor exclaimed, "Over 100? You are even younger than I imagined." Link interjected. Loki chimed in, "Instead of idling here, you should consider how to break through." Thor responded, "Let us smash our way out with the hammer." Link agreed, "Yes, let us use the hammer to break free." Thor shifted Mjolnir further away from Link, wary of him attempting to seize it. After all, the once pure Mjolnir now behaved like a capricious woman, welcoming Link without reservation. Laufey approached Link, commanding sternly, "Speak. Your name." Link declared, "Link. Thor. Loki." In a flash of light, Odin appeared, riding a horse and wielding Gungnir. Odin cast a profound glance at Link before shifting his gaze to King Laufey. Thor cried out with excitement, "Father! Together, let us vanquish this shameless frost giant." Odin commanded silence. My foolish son. Laufey's scornful gaze shifted from Link to Odin, sneering. Odin, you appear quite fatigued. Odin attempted to soften his tone, stating, Lord of Jotunheim, chief of the Frost Giants, my reckless child has caused you trouble. Please do not take offense. Laufey stepped forward, angrily declaring, Do you think? Odin suddenly bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. A blinding light surged forth, expanding outward at the speed of light, repelling a vast number of adversaries. The entire plane trembled and collapsed. A swirling cloak enveloped Link, the second prince, and the 4 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace, drawing them into the brilliant light, rendering them unseen. A profound conflict between father and son ensued as Link felt his body inundated by numerous piercing rays of light, rendering him nearly transparent. His feet lost their weight, leaving him bereft of contact with solid ground. Soon, he descended into a circular metallic structure adorned with ancient patterns. At the exit, a crystalline bridge, shimmering with a spectrum of colors, extended towards an imposing ancient palace, whose grandeur could be felt even from a distance. As Link regained his footing, feeling the earth's pull once more, he was met with Odin's cold, piercing gaze, emanating from beneath his thick white brows. Midgardian, why have you appeared in Jotunheim? Odin inquired. Compared to the towering Asgardians, Link appeared diminutive, yet he met Odin's gaze with calm composure, his eyes clear and resolute. Due to the previous battle, Loki's demeanor had turned peculiar upon discovering unsettling truths, prompting him to remark, Midgardian, when did you acquire such formidable prowess, along with ears resembling those of donkey? Thor, in his usual affable manner, clapped Link on the shoulder, grinning as he addressed his father. This is a valiant warrior. I nearly revealed the tale of Link wielding Mjolnir. Ignoring Loki's derision, Link spoke to Odin, I am not of Earth, but hail from a realm known as Hyrule. I traversed to this world in pursuit of the dark sorcerer Ganon, who fled from our domain. Link preferred honesty over subterfuge, revealing his origins to Odin. This was one of the advantages of crossing into the Marvel Universe. No matter how peculiar one's background, it would not seem out of place in this wondrous world of technology, magic, fantasy, and mythology. Thor gazed at Link in astonishment, repeating the name, Ganon. He was no stranger to this ominous figure. Ganon's escape into the Marvel realm had repercussions not only on Earth but across other planets as well. Thor had once led his comrades against the frost lizard men and other bizarre creatures that had suddenly emerged, wreaking havoc in Asgard, all of which had ultimately fallen to the might of the god of Thunder's hammer. Odin, however, paid little heed to Ganon, having encountered countless gods, demons, and spirits throughout his long existence, and having vanquished many. Ganon had yet to fully awaken, his power merely a faint whisper. Thus, even though Odin sensed the presence of such malevolent energy, it did not greatly concern him. What truly captivated his attention was Link himself. Odin, with his sharp instincts, could discern a person's status with ease. Yet, Link emanated a sacred aura that moved even Odin. This divine essence stemmed from the blessing bestowed upon Link by the goddess Hylia. Thor, ever light-hearted, exclaimed, Behold, a warrior from Hyrule. To commemorate this magnificent battle, we should host a grand feast to honor Link and this ethereal lady. Thor's 2 bright eyes, resembling those of a youthful beast, fixated upon the enchanting figure of Myfa, uncertain of what creature this smoky beauty truly was. Thor's smile faded as he declared with fervor, Jotunheim must honor me just as it honors you. Odin, filled with fury, retorted, Have you forgotten what I entrusted to you? Where is the patience befitting a warrior? Thor stepped forward defiantly, asserting, While you exercise restraint, others mock us from their realms. Asgard must prove itself through valor and the blood of frost giants. Odin, unable to contain his wrath, exclaimed, You are a cruel, greedy, and vain fool, to which Thor impulsively countered, And you are merely an old man. Regret washed over him as he observed Odin's expression shift, as if struck by a powerful blow. Loki, eager to intervene, recoiled at Odin's thunderous voice, whispering to Link, Congratulations on witnessing our family's disgrace. Meanwhile, Myfa nervously inquired of Link, Was my brother Hydo like as he matures? Surely he does not confront our father as the bearded one does? Link reassured her, No. Prince Hydo shows great respect for the old king. He brushes his teeth 3 times before greeting him. At that moment, Odin, deeply pained, had not anticipated that his eldest son would turn out to be nothing more than a brash brawler. He approached the bewildered Thor, tearing off his armor, seizing the hammer of the thunder god, and proclaiming the sealing of Thor's powers, exiling him to earth. In the name of my father and my grandfather, I banish you from the realm of the gods. Odin declared, pointing at Thor with great authority. Thor's armor shattered as he plunged into the rainbow bridge. Odin then softly spoke to the hammer. Whoever can lift Mjolnir shall wield the power of the thunder god. Loki's expression turned peculiar. Despite his disappointment in Thor, Odin infused Mjolnir with a final glimmer of hope, contemplating casting the hammer into the rainbow bridge. Just then, an ill-timed voice interrupted. I can lift the thunder god's hammer. Will you grant it to me? Loki hastily called out, Father, but Odin paid no heed. He had arrived too late. Had he come sooner, he might have shared the spectacle of his beloved son watching Link wield the hammer with wild abandon, thus avoiding such a hasty promise. Odin intended to mete out some punishment to the oblivious Link, tossing the hammer towards him, hoping to teach him a lesson. To his astonishment, Link effortlessly caught it. Odin's expression mirrored that of a father witnessing his daughter Hela aiding an elderly lady across the street. Sheer terror etched upon his face. Link, rarely displaying mischief, shot a sly glance at Loki, then began to twirl the hammer in his grasp as if it were a mere pencil. Since traversing into the Marvel Universe, Link had awaited this very opportunity. Loki, with an air of resignation, informed Odin, Father, I neglected to mention that Link once seized Thor's hammer and fought with Lao Fei. Why didn't you say so earlier? The moment I speak, you scold me. Odin, infuriated, contemplated sending his second son to Earth as well. Yet, Odin could not retract his words, thinking to himself, it is merely a hammer of the thunder god. Later, it would suffice to request the dwarves to forge a weapon. Although he had come to terms with the reality, Link's opportunism infuriated Odin, whose gaze, piercing and frigid, bore down upon him. Odin cast a reproachful glance at Loki, silencing his actions with a mere look. His voice, rigid and unyielding, declared, Child, do you presume that I would seek vengeance upon you for returning the hammer of Thor, which rightfully belongs to you? If that is your belief, you underestimate the grandeur of Odin, the All-Father. My promises are as sacred as the laws of the heavens. I would not tarnish the authority of the All-Father for a mere hammer. Odin, eyeing Loki, suspected that Link had overheard the whispered words and continued with his assurance. I shall not betray my word, nor will I instruct my subjects to trouble you. Your ability to wield Mjolnir signifies your noble character as a warrior, earning the recognition of the mighty hammer. Therefore, fear not. Yet Link remained steadfast in his resolve, placing the hammer upon the ground and stepping back 2 paces. Though he envied Thor, who brandished a formidable artifact, steadfast and robust, and could strike without concern for damage, Link was not one to seize another's possessions. Of course, he could refuse to return it, and Rogers was powerless to contest him, for Rogers could not best Link. From a standpoint of ownership, Link could enlist Tony to argue that it was merely borrowed from Rogers, thus still belonging to the Stark family. Tony would surely not refuse. However, just as Odin could tolerate Link's opportunism, Link upheld his own principles, refusing to appropriate treasures that rightfully belonged to Thor. Furthermore, while Link excelled in combat with a hammer, he favored swords and bows. Though the hammer of Thor was powerful, it was incongruent with his image. Observing Link's selfless relinquishment of the artifact, Odin's demeanor softened considerably. In a gentler tone, he remarked, Know this, should you take the hammer, I would not harbor resentment. Yet, should you return it, my gratitude would not be bestowed upon you. Do you truly wish to proceed with this course? Link nodded naturally in affirmation. Loki, ever the schemer, seized the opportunity to entice, smirking as he urged, Link, you still have time to reconsider. By wielding Mjolnir, you would possess the power of the thunder god. With fingers interlaced, Link summoned dazzling arcs of electricity between his palms, asserting, the power of thunder and lightning is already within me. He deftly employed a magnetic grasp to seize Mjolnir, lifting it and casting it into the still visible expanse of the Bifrost. The speed of the rainbow bridge approached that of teleportation, and it was likely already plummeting into the deserts of New Mexico. A peculiar sensation washed over Link as he cautioned Natasha about the impending descent of a hammer in New Mexico. Surprised to realize it was the very hammer he had just relinquished. Link's selfless act of surrender deeply moved Odin. With a thud of his spear upon the ground, Odin proclaimed, Child, you have exhibited a rare quality. While I may not express gratitude, I shall nonetheless reward you. I grant you a singular opportunity. What is it that you desire? To ascend as the ruler of Earth, or to join the celestial ranks of the immortal palace? Acquiring a weapon to stand alongside the thunder god? I can fulfill either whim, dear child. Traditionally, it is Asgard that bestows favors upon others. Asgard has never been indebted to anyone. Link's eyes sparkled with determination. If you are resolute, then bestow upon me a sturdy sword. It need not be sharp, nor possess special attributes, but it must withstand destruction. The All-Father laughed heartily. Only a robust weapon? Asgard has never lacked for arms. Thus, he led Link to the royal armory for a tour. As they journeyed, Myfa suddenly whispered to Link, "Is my Zora spear still in good condition?" Link's countenance faltered, and he coughed. "It's quite well. I have preserved it diligently." In truth, he had not. After receiving the treasured gift from the Elder King of the Zora tribe, Link set forth with the most exquisite weapon of Hyrule, Myfa's cherished Zora spear, continuing his adventurous quest. Yet, within 3 hours, during an encounter with centaurs, Link inadvertently caused the spear to explode. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Link noticed Myfa's skeptical gaze upon him. "I assure you, I have taken great care to preserve it. It rests in my abode in Hyrule Field, displayed alongside the other legendary weapons." In reality, it had been destroyed by Link. Odin and Loki had yet to witness the extent of Link's destructive prowess. In fact, Link had already devised a strategy to vanquish Thanos, planning to collaborate with Tony, Spider-Man, and Doctor Strange to seize the Infinity Gauntlet on Titan. After a few uses, the gauntlet would shatter, thwarting Thanos' ambitions. He eagerly shared his plan with Zelda, only to receive her retort. "With the gauntlet in our possession, why resort to such explosive means?" Odin commanded his attendants to unveil his armory. Inside lay an extensive corridor lined with compartments, housing an array of bizarre weapons and armor. Odin casually selected a broadsword, presenting it to Link. "What of this?" This broadsword was once wielded by a formidable general under Hela, exceedingly sharp and lethal. Curious, Link took it, experimenting with its heft. Entering a more open area, he swung it twice, frowning and shaking his head. This would not do. After 5 or 6 strikes, this sword would shatter. Odin frowned, dissatisfied with Link's bold assertions, snorting in response. "Umph, then let us see you attempt to break it." Before Link stood a statue of a martial general, crafted from a unique stone, designed for the warriors of the Immortal Palace to train upon. Its surface bore the scars of countless strikes from swords and blades, weathered by time. Having witnessed the growth of warriors for millennia, the latest marks were etched by Link's sword. As Link brought the broad sword down for the 7th time upon the statue, the weapon could not withstand his might, shattering and exploding against the statue, leaving a multitude of faint traces upon its surface. Odin commanded Loki to retrieve another weapon. With a resounding crack, after several strikes, the weapon shattered once more, causing Odin's expression to betray his embarrassment. "Have you been cursed?" Odin gazed at Link, who was raising his hands in bewilderment. In Odin's eyes, Link's sheer strength appeared rather unimpressive, significantly weaker than that of his son Thor. Yet, for reasons unknown, any weapon placed in Link's hands seemed to become fragile and prone to destruction, as if under the curse of the god of weapons. Odin instructed Loki to hand Link a sword for experimentation. The weapons housed within Odin's armory were far from ordinary, each possessing a remarkable history. Though they might not rival the might of divine artifacts like Mjolnir or Gungnir, their power was nonetheless formidable. With a crack, Link swung once more, shattering the weapon. This particular sword, with a lesser durability, could withstand only 3 strikes from Link. The expression on Link's face was one of confusion as he questioned why these weapons were less durable than those crafted by Tony. Link had always believed Tony's weapons were subpar, but he had wronged him. Tony had dedicated considerable effort to enhance the stability of his swords, specifically designed for Link's penchant for explosive weaponry, resulting in significant improvements in durability, achieving nearly the pinnacle of Earth's technological capabilities. Odin observed the marks on the statue of a warrior and nodded. "I believe I've found the weapon suited for you, my child. Come with me." Link exchanged a glance with Myfa before following Odin. The weariness in Odin's posture betrayed the burden of having exiled his beloved son. However, there exists a weapon that does not quite fit the conventional definition, yet should suit you perfectly. The mistletoe sword, Mistelten. They arrived beneath a tree adorned with clusters of yellow-green mistletoe. With a wave of his hand, Odin caused a piece of mistletoe to break free, dropping a tender branch into his weathered palm. As Odin toyed with the mistletoe branch, he remarked, "It possesses a peculiar vitality." Before their eyes, the mistletoe began to writhe and, in an instant, transformed into a long sword with a wooden grain. Rubbing his fingers along the blade, Odin explained, "It can metamorphose into a sword. The Mistelten twisted once more, it can also revert to a long branch." Mistelten was remarkably resilient, capable of self-restoration, impervious to both blade and flame. However, lacking a cutting edge due to its mistletoe origin, it offered limited damage, primarily through thrusting. He then presented Mistelten to Link, who immediately found the weapon morphing into a wooden longsword. Link swung it twice through the air, the sword bending slightly under the resistance of the atmosphere. He then unleashed a surge of sword energy, executing 3 rapid strikes. With a crack, Mistelton erupted into splinters, leaving only a half branch in Link's grasp. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the severed mistletoe rapidly regenerated, reforming into a complete longsword. Link's eyes sparkled with excitement. A weapon capable of regeneration. At last, he possessed a sword that could be wielded infinitely. Odin continued. Moreover, Mistelton will adapt to your usage patterns, becoming increasingly resilient and difficult to destroy. What do you think? Link immediately expressed his gratitude to Odin. I truly appreciate it. Thank you, King Odin. Odin smiled. As long as you are pleased. He gazed at Link, who was playfully wielding the Sword of Mist, and memories of Thor's childhood flooded back to him. Odin chuckled, of course. Family matters should remain private. You have witnessed the quarrels between my son and me. I trust you will not share this with outsiders. I shall not keep you any longer. Link shook his head. Odin's words about family matters reminded Link of the original timeline of Avengers, Infinity War, where Thor, amidst his devastating losses, maintained a facade of nonchalance, engaging in light-hearted banter with the daughter of his nemesis, Thanos. It seemed that certain traits of the Asgardian kings were indeed hereditary. Odin instructed Loki to take Link to find Heimdall, then departed. As they journeyed, Loki wore a subtle smile and remarked, I hope my brother enjoys his time on Earth. Link remained silent, yet he understood that Loki was filled with a tumult of anger and fear, eager to confront Odin and ascertain his own identity. However, before Link, Loki maintained an air of nonchalance, embodying the essence of the trickster god and master of disguise. Upon reaching Heimdall, the Guardian regarded Link with a grave tone emanating from beneath his helm. I have witnessed your battle with that creature. Have you come seeking it? Link understood that the creature Heimdall referred to was Ganondorf's corruption and nodded. Heimdall continued, You exhibit great bravery, before abruptly sheathing his sword, which birthed a vibrant rainbow bridge, radiating with a tumultuous cascade of colorful light. As Link leaped into the rainbow bridge, he vanished. Loki furrowed his brow and inquired of Heimdall. Did he mention his destination? Heimdall smacked his forehead, alas. I forgot to ask him. Loki raised an eyebrow. Poor Link. May he find his own fortune. Suddenly, a beam of light, piercing through the heavens, descended upon a farm, etching ancient patterns into the soil. As the light receded, Link emerged, bewildered and exclaiming, I forgot to inform Heimdall of my destination. He gazed up at the resplendent night sky, realizing that New York could never boast such clarity. Where is he? Africa, perhaps? If so, he could conveniently acquire some vibranium from the Wakandan kingdom. Who goes there? Don't move. I have a gun. A tense voice called from behind him. Link recognized the voice and felt a surge of joy. It was English. At least he had not fallen into a land of incomprehensible tongues. Turning around, he spotted a house with its door ajar, a figure standing before it, head bowed, gun aimed at Link, mistaking him for an intruder. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Link discerned the figure's features, and a flicker of excitement ignited within him. What a coincidence! He waved and called out, Ethan. Long time no see, it's Link. Link? The owner of the farm, Ethan, who had once saved Tony's life and shared in his struggles, stood there, startled. Seeing Link wave, his instincts kicked in. Years of living on edge made him twitchy, nearly causing him to fire. Hearing Link's voice sparked confusion within him. Why was Link here? With one hand still gripping the gun, he fumbled for a flashlight to illuminate Link's face. Link was momentarily blinded by a dazzling light and instinctively shielded his eyes with his arm. Although he managed to cover his eyes, his distinctive long ears and radiant golden hair were unmistakable to Ethan, despite the prolonged absence of their meetings. Ethan had frequently seen Link soaring through the skies on his shield on television. As Ethan exhaled, ready to lower his weapon, he suddenly caught sight of a swirling shadow hovering ominously above Link, blood-red in hue. It appeared to be a ghost, mistaking the ethereal Fa for a specter. Ethan cried out in alarm, his finger reflexively tightening on the trigger, and a bullet was discharged. Only after the shot was fired did Ethan realize that the bullet was aimed at Link. Hearing the gunfire, Link was perplexed. Had Ethan not recognized him? Skillfully retrieving his vibranium shield from his weapon space, he nonchalantly deflected the bullet with a swift motion. The bullet ricocheted away. Link refrained from executing a flawless shield counter. Doing so would have surely resulted in Ethan's demise, and dashed toward the cattle pen. A low, mournful sound emerged from one of the cows, which had been struck down by the stray bullet amidst the chaos. The remaining cattle were thrown into disarray. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Link thought to himself, Ethan, it is truly me. Although he was unharmed, being shot had still left Link feeling rather unsettled. Ethan hastily discarded his firearm. While he might have misidentified Link, The familiar shield counter was etched vividly in his memory. Link approached him, and Ethan apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, Link. I was startled. But what is that above your head?" Link quickly replied, "That is me, F.A. She's like me," having been relieved of his initial fright. Ethan solemnly extended his apologies to meet F.A. as well before guiding both of them inside. Link briefly recounted his experiences, and Ethan listened with a warm, weathered smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Although he found the tale quite extraordinary, he refrained from probing further. To him, nothing was more significant than the arrival of a long-lost friend. He cheerfully suggested, "Please make yourselves comfortable while I prepare dinner for you." In the living room, a small television played, reflecting Ethan's modest lifestyle despite the substantial sum of money Tony had given him. It was currently looping a missing person announcement for Link. Tony was offering a generous reward for any information regarding Link's whereabouts, a sum substantial enough to purchase an island in Hawaii. Link borrowed Ethan's phone and first attempted to call Zelda. However, after several unsuccessful attempts, he shifted his focus to Tony. Upon connecting, he was greeted by J.A.R.V.I.S.'s calm voice. "Hello, how may I assist you in reaching Mr. Stark?" How splendid. Zelda would surely be overjoyed. Yet J.A.R.V.I.S.'s tone remained unwaveringly composed. Suddenly, Tony's urgent voice broke through the line, exclaiming, "Link, where are you?" A loud thud followed, as if Tony had been shoved aside, and then Zelda's hoarse voice called out, "Link, Link, I'm here." Link replied with a smile. "I'm Fina. I'm in New Mexico. Sorry for worrying you." "Wonderful. I'm relieved to hear you are safe," Zelda said, her voice trembling with emotion, while in the background, the sounds of an argument between Tony and Peppa could be heard. "I want to answer the phone," Peppa shouted, while Tony seemed to be desperately restraining him. "Don't bother him, you little rascal." Link smiled warmly at the commotion. As Maifa heard Zelda's voice, she was momentarily taken aback, reminiscing about the time she embraced Link in Yornheim, revealing her feelings. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she felt a surge of anxiety. Link, with great effort, managed to soothe Zelda. Then, with a hint of hesitation, Zelda inquired about Maifa. Link gestured for Maifa to approach and handed her his phone, saying, "This is a phone. It allows communication with those far away. Zelda is on the other end. She wishes to speak with you." Flustered, Maifa stammered, "PP Princess." The two engaged in a clumsy conversation, while Link held the phone for Maifa. Suddenly, he caught a delightful aroma wafting through the air. With his keen sense of smell, he recognized it as the scent of steak being prepared by Ethan. As Link's attention turned toward the steak, Maifa pondered internally, "What should I do?" Clearly, Link favors the princess more. Zelda shared a similar sentiment. "I've shared a bed with Link. How am I to face Maifa?" Both young women felt like the extraneous party, making their long-awaited conversation after a century particularly awkward. Before long, Link took the phone back, and Zelda announced, "Tomorrow, I will head over with Tony and Peppa. Be sure to get some rest." Link acknowledged her, and they exchanged good nights before hanging up. He glanced at the map in Ethan's living room. New Mexico, was it? Not long after, Ethan served a sumptuous steak, prepared from the cow that Link had dispatched with a shield. Knowing Link's formidable appetite, Ethan had prepared an ample portion, even thoughtfully preparing a serving for Maifa. Unfortunately, the Princess of Azora was unable to partake. However, the excess food did not go to waste, as it found its way into Link's stomach. "How about the hammer?" Ethan and Link engaged in conversation. Link inquired about the hammer of Thor, and Ethan nodded. Indeed, a hammer fell near the plains by a road, creating a crater-like impact. No one could lift it, and they even held a contest. However, the authorities have since cordoned off the area. As night deepened, Link, weary from the day, took a shower and fell into a deep slumber at Ethan's home. By his bedside, Maifa gazed tenderly at him, seemingly unable to take her eyes off him. Meanwhile, Ethan glanced outside, noting the stillness of the night sky, devoid of even a single shooting star. He cautiously locked the door and turned off the lights. A peaceful night passed. In this arid climate with sparse population, it took Ethan an hour to reach the city. The urban area was scarcely populated, with only a handful of houses resembling a small island in a vast ocean. While Link munched on his 10th hamburger, a thunderous roar of an aircraft echoed above. Passers-by shielded their eyes from the glaring sky, watching as a black helicopter descended rapidly, blaring its alarm. The surrounding pedestrians quickly scattered as the helicopter's rotors stirred up a cloud of dust, landing boldly in the center of the road. As the helicopter door swung open, Tony, clad in a sharply tailored suit and donning dark sunglasses, descended with an air of flamboyance. Almost immediately, he was jostled by Peppa, who collided with his waist, causing him to stagger perilously close to a fall. Peppa and Zelda rushed down, scanning their surroundings until they spotted Link, who waved and smiled, prompting them to rush over and embrace him. "I'm Phoenix," Link exclaimed, spinning Zelda around before gently setting her down. However, Zelda's pallor was concerning. Her lips were somewhat ashen, and her once radiant golden hair appeared dulled, clearly a testament to the distress she had endured during Link's absence. "Oh, how wonderful that you are safe. When you vanished, I was beside myself with worry, frantically searching for you, even kneeling down in tears. Peppa and I were utterly terrified," she confessed, her voice quivering. Zelda managed to maintain her composure over the phone, yet upon their reunion, her emotions surged uncontrollably. The harrowing encounter with the possessed Ivan had left deep scars. Aside from the siege by the Guardian army, she had never witnessed Link in such a disheveled state. The memory of him, head bowed, sword embedded in Ivan's chest, standing motionless, still sent chills through her. Curious glances from onlookers were cast their way, as Zelda and Link were both wearing hats, obscuring their identities. Yet Tony, unabashed and forthright, did not conceal his thoughts. When the crowd recognized him and erupted in cheers, he nodded curtly and waved before approaching Ethan, opening his arms wide for a hearty embrace. "My friend, your abode is quite secluded," Tony remarked, valuing Ethan's importance, having witnessed Tony at his most vulnerable. Strangely, Tony had dreamt multiple times of Ethan sacrificing himself to buy him time, a notion that would haunt him with guilt for a lifetime. What? Thor, the god of thunder, exiled by his father? Here in this remote little town, the group made their way to a nearby restaurant, where Link recounted the events of his disappearance while Peppa engaged in a playful contest with a brown pudding on the table. Zelda, aware that Mipha had awakened, cast a complex glance at Link, her lips pursed as she pondered the thoughts of a young woman. A middle-aged waitress delivered a platter of food and shot an annoyed glare at Tony after overhearing his remarks. Although he did not direct his gaze toward her, he sensed her displeasure and opted not to leave a tip. "Well, I'm inclined to believe it," Tony chuckled. "But you must understand, the idea of mythical characters wandering this little town, indulging in ice cream, is quite amusing." He casually draped his arm over the back of his chair, noticing 3 young girls at a nearby table giggling at him, prompting him to raise his chin, inciting their delighted squeals. Tony adjusted his sleeves and declared, "All right, our current mission is to seek out the unfortunate child, Mr. God of Thunder, abandoned by his father." "Excuse me," Zelda interjected, rushing to the counter with a bright smile, addressing the previously stern waitress. "Have you seen a robust young man with a scruffy beard and peculiar manner of speaking?" As a youthful and charming maiden, Zelda exuded an aura of warmth and approachability. The server immediately broke into a plump, cheerful smile and said, "Little miss, you've certainly come to the right person. I know everyone who lives in this quaint town. Just yesterday, a few eccentric climate scientists brought along a ruggedly handsome man to dine here. That man, in a fit of merriment, carelessly smashed his wine glass. Naturally, I found him quite dashing, so I didn't ask him to pay for the damage. Ha ha ha. That man's eyes were particularly striking." Link nodded in acknowledgement, remarking, "This information suffices. Thor has indeed visited this town, which suggests he may now be in search of that hammer." The primary narrative of Thor, Ragnarok, unfolds in a remarkably tight time frame, spanning merely 2 or 3 days. Link relayed this information to Tony, who promptly contacted Coulson. "Ah, long time no see. You've sustained injuries, and Nick still assigned you a mission? The SHIELD is quite a heartless and demanding organization. If you wish, you may join my company." With a more serious tone, he continued, "I am aware that you are investigating a hammer, and that location has been sealed off. Has anyone attempted to seize the hammer recently?" "Oh," a bearded man with long hair and blue eyes, suggesting an abundance of testosterone. "That's it. You've captured a deity." Coulson hurriedly inquired further. Tony remarked, "Link and I will come by shortly," before ending the call. Tony rose, adjusted his attire, and muttered, "Gods are manifesting. That devil can't be far behind. The red moon returns." At this moment, Thor found himself bound to a chair, resembling a magnificent statue that had just been cleaved by an axe. Just moments prior, he had faced 2 devastating blows. Mjolnir no longer recognized him, and he had heard his brother utter the painful truth of their father's demise. The once proud god of thunder, Thor, now found himself engulfed in profound introspection, pondering his own culpability in his father's suffering. The door swung open, and 2 men entered. One bore a receding hairline reminiscent of his brother, showing the marks of a fierce battle, with scars adorning his face and his left arm bandaged and cradled against his chest. The other was slight, with a buzz cut and small eyes dressed in black. Though not imposing in stature, he radiated a formidable presence. Coulson curiously scrutinized Thor, god of thunder. Thor abruptly lifted his head, his eyes fierce like a lion's, only to be weighed down by sorrow, compelling him to lower his gaze once more, muttering, "There is no god of thunder here, only Thor." "How did you come to know?" Coulson noticed Hawkeye peering in, clad in modified, thick-soled shoes, which appeared somewhat comical. He understood Hawkeye's concern that Thor might suddenly erupt with power, as if a sunflower had exploded, sending bolts of energy everywhere. Coulson chuckled. "We have a reliable friend who claims to have fought alongside you." At that moment, several more individuals entered the room, making it feel somewhat cramped. Tony rubbed his shoulders and complained to Ethan, "You really ought to buy a new vehicle. That clunky old thing of yours should be sent to a museum or massage parlor. Is this truly the realm of the gods?" Zelda approached with curiosity, pulling out a pair of black-framed glasses from an unknown source. After donning them, she scrutinized Thor intently, then turned to Link with sparkling interest. "How fascinating. The deities of this world resemble humans. I always imagined they would appear like extraterrestrial beings, with large heads and slender bodies." Peppa perched on Zelda's shoulder, propping her small hands against her face, her tentacles swaying playfully. With a disappointed side directed at Thor, she remarked, "This deity lacks wings. How unremarkable, yet out of politeness." Peppa waved her hand and sweetly called out, "Greetings, Marvel God." Thor chuckled, addressing the little creature, "Are you a young member of the Groot species?" Hawkeye noticed Link and placed his hands on his shoulders, examining him from head to toe. "I owe you for that battle," he exclaimed before turning to Thor. "What should we do with this god?" Thor snapped his fingers and quietly whispered to Coulson, "Have you managed to obtain some of Thor's biological material for experimentation? This fellow appears to have lived for quite some time. Discovering his longevity genes could be immensely profitable." Coulson shook his head, explaining that since the Hulk incident, SHIELD had adopted a much more conservative stance on human biological experimentation. Seeing the chaos around him, Thor noticed a blonde girl curiously jotting down notes in a small notebook. He caught a glimpse of a line written in English and furrowed his brow. Biological traits of interdimensional deities? Among the crowd, Thor recognized only Link, calling out loudly, "Link, tell your subordinate to release me." Coulson, puzzled, replied, "When did I become Link's subordinate?" However, trusting Link, Coulson released Thor from his restraints. Thor flexed his wrist, feeling somewhat dejected by the constraints of mortal devices, yet he was a man, or rather, a god, who could rise above. Stretching his body, he called out to Link, "Friend, there is a particularly splendid wine here. I shall treat you to a glass shortly." Thor overlooked the fact that he was currently penniless. Coulson led a disheveled group away from their makeshift base. As they passed the location of Thor's hammer, they encountered a large patch of damp earth, with a peculiar human-shaped indentation, at the center of which lay Mjolnir. All present, except for Thor, cast a glance at the hammer. Link pondered for a moment before activating his magnetic grappler, beckoning to it. With a hum, he seized Mjolnir, which appeared to collide with something during its ascent, landing firmly in Link's grasp. Hawkeye and Coulson widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "You can actually lift the hammer?" Thor awkwardly turned his head away, feeling as if he were witnessing his beloved ex-girlfriend kissing her current boyfriend, an unbearable sensation. Tony crossed his arms, displaying a look of disdain. "It's not like the hammer is the core of a white dwarf. How heavy can it be?" Thor huffed, pride radiating from him like a father watching his child succeed. "Mjolnir can only be lifted by a true warrior. No one else stands a chance." After uttering this proclamation, he suddenly froze, a wave of emotion washing over him. He realized he was no longer a true warrior. Meanwhile, Link stood entranced, gazing at the empty space. Although he could not see him, Link knew that Loki was hiding there. After all, the hammer was still warm in his hand. That scoundrel! Loki rubbed his cheek, having just attempted to lift the hammer. At the moment he exerted his strength, the hammer suddenly lightened, and believing he had succeeded, he was filled with unexpected joy, only to be met with profound despair as the hammer swung back towards his face. Loki dodged swiftly, or he would have lost 2 front teeth. The hammer struck him hard on the left cheek, slipping from his grasp and landing in Link's hands. Loki stood momentarily dazed, kicking the stone pillar beneath the hammer in frustration. At that moment, a strange voice echoed in his heart. "I must prove myself." A surge of resentment, dissatisfaction, fear, disgust, and hatred washed over him, leaving Loki frozen in place. His eyes flickered with a peculiar light, reminiscent of a furnace, glowing with a bloody red hue. Peppa was cradled in Zelda's arms, softly singing a lullaby from the Korok forest, when she suddenly sensed Zelda's arms stiffening. Curiously, she looked up to see Princess Hyrule appearing ill, her face pale, as if she might crumble like flour. At the same time, Link felt an inexplicable loathing rising from within. The hammer of thunder trembled in his grasp. He abruptly turned, nearly colliding with the person behind him, as Corso's nose bumped against Hawkeye's skull, mumbling an apology in a daze. Link turned to Corso with a serious expression. The second blood moon is likely to descend tonight. Once again, Link heard the murmurs of the goddess Hylia in his heart. This time it was rather frequent. He thought to himself, "My lady, do you not find it tedious? Could you not grant me the reward all at once?" Defeating the curse of Ganon during the hero's trials will yield the power of duplication. Upon hearing this, Link froze in astonishment. The power of duplication? He could not help but feel moved. He understood the terrifying implications of this ability. This was a skill from other games in the Zelda series, not derived from Breath of the Wild. With this power, Link could split into multiples, akin to Naruto's shadow clones, entering battle with several versions of himself. Thus, his strength would multiply exponentially. It was known that one Link was formidable enough to take on two opponents, defeating both Hulk and the Abomination. Moreover, this skill would help Link overcome a significant weakness, the scarcity of area of effect abilities. Currently, his only ranged attack was the thunder power of Ulzabo, which consumed immense energy. With the power of duplication, multiple Links would join the fray, greatly expanding his attack range. The impending battle in New York against Ultron and the forthcoming Blood Moon would present a relentless wave of enemies. It was precisely in such circumstances that the power of duplication, enhancing combat efficiency, would prove invaluable. New York had just endured the calamity of Ganon's corruption and had become a ghost town overnight. In the past 2 days, people began to return, breathing some life back into the city, only for the Blood Moon to rise again. Tony felt a deep sorrow for the people of New York, who were fighting on the front lines against disaster. No, but Zelda shook her head, her complexion pale, voicing her concern. The center of this Blood Moon calamity should be right here. I can feel it. The cursed energy from Ganon in other regions remains in a notably subdued state, while in this particular area, the cursed energy has been confirmed to be surging rapidly. I could distinctly sense Ganon's malevolence. Tony pursed his lips, maintaining an air of irreverence. He had developed a new generation of Iron Man suits, intending to test them against the onslaught of monsters summoned by the Crimson Moon. Zelda, having battled Ganon for a century, was acutely aware of his energy fluctuations. She quickly remarked, "I can feel it. The entirety of Ganon's cursed energy on Earth is converging at a specific point nearby." But why? As confusion enveloped the group, Loki underwent a transformation, his resolve lacking the steadfastness of his brother. Just as a voice began to echo in his mind, his consciousness was tainted by Ganon's will, emerging from an unknown source. His eyes turned blood red, radiating a foreboding darkness. "You are Ganon. You shall bestow upon me power? You will grant me endless puppets if I aid you in slaying Zelda and Link?" Loki spun around, appearing in a desolate wilderness where ancient, dark red runes pulsed beneath his feet, breathing like a living entity. From the ground, numerous tendrils of magma-like blood reached up, coiling around Loki's ankles and spreading over his body, eventually obscuring his vision. It was as though a layer of tar enveloped him. Suddenly, a bubble of tar erupted, revealing a colossal, expressionless eyeball that exuded a frenzied intensity. Loki had become tainted by Ganon's curse. The surface filth of Ganon's curse suddenly sank into Loki's body, vanishing and revealing his original visage, though his countenance twitched slightly. "Arise, my minions!" The soil erupted, unveiling countless skeletons, including a massive cyclopean skeleton, standing before Loki. With a grin, he spread his arms wide, declaring, "My subjects, I am a new king of Asgard." Ha ha ha. Due to the crimson moon, the daylight faded unusually fast. A blood-red moon ascended from the distant mountains. Corson hastily ordered his subordinates to evacuate the residents of the small town, causing a state of chaos outside. The children who had previously played with Peppa were now being hurriedly pulled away by anxious adults. Tony remarked, "Ever since I was ambushed by Ivan, I've cultivated a good habit. I always carry my Iron Man suit when I venture out." Meanwhile, Hawkeye, as he gathered his bow and arrows, quietly noted, "It's rather convenient. All the monsters are concentrated here, making it possible to eliminate them in one fell swoop, reducing a global catastrophe to a localized disaster." Zelda continued to speculate. Based on Ivan's incident, Ganon's curse is likely to possess an individual. Just then, she felt a concentrated wave of Ganon's cursed energy, causing her vision to blur and her strength to wane, collapsing into Link's arms. Link exclaimed, "Mypha!" A soft blue flame enveloped him, and a stunning red figure. The princess of Azora floated before him. Link turned to Myfa, asking, "Can you heal the princess?" Myfa shook her head, saying, "My protective power can only act upon you." Zelda shielded her forehead with her hand, explaining, "My body is not in distress. It is merely the result of the blood moon, which brings about an odd sensation that is difficult to articulate." Link gently lifted Zelda and placed her onto Ethan's vehicle, removing his own coat to cover her. Meanwhile, Tony hurried into the aircraft to retrieve his battle attire, while Thor engaged in conversation with the swiftly warming girl Jane. Jane's companion, a curious girl named Daisy, was taking pictures of Hawkeye with her phone, excitedly asking, "Why aren't you smiling?" At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly flashed across the sky, revealing a massive golden armor descending upon the continent. Thor's eyes widened in astonishment. The destroyer approached Thor, blocking the path of Tony's helicopter. With a powerful punch, the destroyer thrust its arm into the helicopter's interior just as Tony was still changing inside. "Tony!" Link shouted in fury, hurling Mjolnir with all his might. The enchanted hammer struck the flat head of the destroyer with a tremendous force capable of shattering the icy mountains of Jotunheim, causing a slight deformation in the helmet upon impact. The destroyer withdrew its arm from the helicopter, hurtling backward. However, its head released a blinding light, poised to strike the helicopter. As Tony faced imminent peril, Link swiftly retrieved Mistletoe from his weapon space, forcefully swinging it to transform the mistletoe into a long branch that rapidly lashed out towards the helicopter, entangling the rotor blades. With a vigorous pull, Link exerted his strength while manipulating the magnetic grappler to control the helicopter, managing to fling it aside just in time. The destroyer's radiant beam remained unaltered, hurtling towards Link. He drew Captain America's vibranium shield, defiantly reflecting the golden light that refracted at a 180-degree angle off the smooth surface of the shield, countering the destroyer and penetrating its body that was already airborne from Mjolnir's strike. Thor shouted, "The destroyer? Why is it here?" A voice echoed, "Thor." It was an agent from S.H.I.E.L.D., armed and demanding, "Who are you?" Thor quickly called out to Coulson, "They're my friends." Just then, the helicopter crashed to the ground, exploding moments later. Fully armored Iron Man soared from the wreckage, exclaiming, Who disrupted my changing?" Link, pale-faced, warned, "Right behind you." As Tony turned, he saw a towering golden armor struggling to rise from the ground. Jarvis immediately reported, "This armor possesses an extremely dense energy signature. Material cannot be analyzed, and movement mechanisms are indeterminate." "My apologies." With a fatherly grin, Tony replied, "Jarvis, you must acclimate to such situations. Sometimes, science cannot explain everything." The destroyer stood upright, its chest hollowed out from its own beam, now covered with a dark red substance. This was also the reason for Link's pallor. "Ganondorf's corruption," Tony exclaimed. "Is this fellow also one of your Hyrule monsters?" The destroyer, facing Tony, unleashed another beam of light. This time, the golden radiance was tinged with dark crimson, as if the pure golden light had been tainted by some vile substance. The polluted beam struck with increased velocity. Tony hastily dodged, but another beam of light surged toward him. He shouted, "Link, why is this iron creature not attacking you, but fixated on me?" "Due to Zelda's illness." Link was in a rather low mood and replied, "Perhaps this iron fellow finds more affinity with you than with me." Link swiftly advanced, using the Master Sword to bind the destroyer's ankle, yanking it forcefully to bring it crashing down. From a distance, he recognized the Thunder God's hammer, swirling with electric energy, which struck the destroyer squarely on the head. Sif's expression was grave. "You have been deceived. The Father of the Gods is not dead. He is merely in a deep slumber, and Loki has now usurped the throne." "What are you saying?" A voice that sent shivers down the spines of the four warriors echoed. Loki spun around, materializing before Thor and the four warriors. His characteristic mischievous grin had vanished, replaced by a weary, lifeless expression. "Are you planning to betray Asgard? Betray your new king?" Thor bellowed, "Brother, what are you doing? Why have you sent the destroyer to attack me?" Loki finally allowed a hint of a smile to escape his lips to punish you. "Asgard does not need an unstable element like you. Besides, are you not being overly presumptuous? The destroyer is not here to attack you. It is targeting that Link." Thor, having fought against some vicious frost, lizard minions of Ganondorf, was well aware of the peculiar crimson gleam that flickered in their eyes. At that moment, he noticed the same strange red glow glimmering in his brother Loki's eyes. Enraged, Thor shouted, "So you have been seduced by that malevolent force, Ganondorf. Scoundrel!" He swung his fist towards Loki's face. However, Loki stood still, merely exhaling gently. Instantly, Thor was blown to the ground by Loki's breath. Loki mocked, You are no longer the god of thunder. You are merely immortal. The four valiant warriors from the Celestial Palace were incensed and charged forward, only to have their weapons severed by Loki wielding Gungnir. With a cold smile, Loki declared, "It is my first day of reign. I have no desire to slay the people of Asgard. I advise you not to provoke your new king." Hawkeye was about to draw his bow when several lizardman skeletons suddenly surrounded him. Loki chuckled. Such a formidable warrior is indeed rare on Earth. At least you are far better than these four worthless fools. Loki wielded Gungnir and struck Tony sharply on the back of his head, a surge of divine power coursing into Thor's body. Thor felt utterly powerless, as though burdened by a tortoise shell, unable to rise, his eyes rolling back as he glared fiercely at Loki. Loki glanced at Link, who was battling the destroyer, his heart echoing Ganondorf's relentless command. Kill Link. Kill Link. Yet Loki suppressed his inner turmoil and, amidst the curse directed at Ganon, declared silence. I must first accomplish my own objectives. I shall bring ruin to Jotunheim and prove myself as the hero of Asgard, the indisputable new king. As for Link, my reliable puppets shall suffice. Although Loki's character lacked the steadfastness of Thor, he harbored his own obsessions, impervious even to Ganon's curse. That obsession was to vanquish Thor and seize the coveted throne of Asgard. With a swift turn, Loki vanished. In the instant of his disappearance, the ground began to tremble, and a colossal skeletal giant emerged from beneath the asphalt, as if seeking to upheave the very city itself.